After eliminating Enlin, Su Xiaolan rested for a while before resuming her footsteps. All her most powerful competitors had been eliminated, and there was no one else that could pose a substantial challenge to her. Finally, she was the only one left standing in the forest of 1,000 peaks, and her return was welcomed by raucous cheers from all the spectating students. The free-for-all battle finally drew to a conclusion. Su Xiaolan took the top spot, Lu Qinhuan was ranked second, Shen Yuancheng in third, Zhou Qiubing in fourth, and Su Qinyun to round out the top 5 spots on the Immortal rankings board. Tang Ximin was eliminated too early and could only secure the 7th spot, while the 6th spot was taken by another 4th-year student by the name of Duan Lang. All the students came to a shocking realization that the top spots on the Immortal rankings board had been dominated by the 3rd-year students from Class 1, and that was even after the shocking performance of Enlin, which saw him drop out of the top 100. Aside from the 3 highest ranked on the Immortal rankings board, the 3rd-year students like Lu Zhan, Miao Tian, Zhong Yongyan, Sun Xinglian, Luo Ziping, Tang Man, and Xikong Shu, who were all spirit-nurturing stage cultivators from Class 1, had secured extremely impressive rankings for themselves. Everyone then carefully looked through the list of 100 students on the Immortal rankings board to find that over 30 of them were 3rd-year students from Class 1. That was simply a terrifying statistic. How did we get beaten so badly by our underclassmen? What? We've cultivated for 2 more years than them as well. Do they want us to fucking kill ourselves? A 5th-year female student grumbled with tears streaking down her face. How are the 3rd-year students so strong? Did we really follow the same curriculum? A 4th-year student pondered to himself with a quizzical expression. Do you guys think it was that end-of-year trial where they combated the Ant Tribe army that gave them a collective boost in strength? Another student theorized. That's a valid assumption. I've heard the battle against the Ant Tribe was an extremely harrowing experience for everyone involved. There were many casualties and countless wounded students and teachers. Experiencing trials of life and death can often help fortify one's Tao heart, thereby helping them to grow more quickly. Another student chimed in agreement. I think we can't discount the effect of the halo of God and hanging over them as well. Haha. You might be on to something there. Thus, the free-for-all battle officially drew to a close. However, Enlin's battle was only just beginning. He opened his eyes and was immediately greeted by a group of people glaring at him with cold expressions. A chill immediately ran down his spine as his body trembled. Lu Qinhuan, Shen Yuancheng, Su Qinyun, Su Xiaolan, and Tang Ximin were glaring at him with barely disguised rage. Tang Ximin chuckled coldly. What an earth-shattering scheme you had planned. You sure had all of us fooled. Enlin blinked in confusion before glaring at Lu Qinhuan and almost screaming the word, traitor. Lu Qinhuan stuck out her tongue with a justified expression. That's what you get for using your nuclear fist to bomb me. You didn't even warn me in advance and I almost died from shock. Then Tang Ximin came to complain to me, and I didn't want to be your scapegoat. Don't blame me for anything. You were the main perpetrator. I was only the accomplice. Plus, I still haven't gotten you back for nuking me yet. She aimed a menacing glare at Enlin as she said. Enlin's mouth fell open in shock. He didn't expect Lu Qinhuan to be able to play the blame on him even after her betrayal. He turned his gaze upon Shen Yuancheng for help. Shen Yuancheng heaved a light sigh. Classmate Enlin, if you want Su Xiaolan to take number 1 on the Immortal rankings board, we could have talked about it and devised a better way to facilitate this. I don't approve of the underhanded methods that you used, and I'm sure Su Xiaolan wouldn't be happy about getting the top spot under such shady circumstances either. Enlin turned to Su Xiaolan to find that she was glaring at him with an extremely cold expression. She was clearly the most enraged out of everyone here. She didn't say anything and only glared at Enlin, but that somehow made Enlin even more fearful. That's right, Su Xiaolan is so strong. She could have reached the number 1 spot herself with her own power. Classmate Enlin, what you did was completely unnecessary. Su Qinyun also joined in on the accusations in a mellow voice. She also had a bit of sly thought as well, and that was that if Su Xiaolan had achieved the top spot fair and square, then it wouldn't have been as much of an embarrassment to have been defeated by her. Do you have anything you want to say for yourself? Su Xiaolan's cold voice sounded as she looked down upon Enlin with the regal majesty of an enraged queen. What else could Enlin say? He couldn't tell everyone about his shitty system, so he could only offer his sincerest apologies. Lu Qinhuan, I'll play games with you for 2 days, he offered with a serious expression. Huh? Sure, no problem, we're cool now. Excitement flashed through Lu Qinhuan's purple eyes. She was clearly extremely satisfied with Enlin's apology. Su Qinyun, Sword Immortal Enlin will personally instruct you in the way of the sword for 2 days. Enlin continued. Huh? Classmate Enlin, you don't need to apologize to me, but it is a rare opportunity to be able to be instructed by you in the way of the sword. So I'll accept your offer. Su Qinyun was ecstatic and a blush crept onto her porcelain-like features. Su Xiaolan's expression grew even colder. Enlin turned to Tang Shimin and straight up offered a monetary bribe. Senior Tang, I'll give you 50,000 spirit stones. Tang Shimin's chest constricted with rage. Classmate Enlin, are you trying to bribe me? I'm not so shallow as to be won over by a monetary bribe. 100,000 spirit stones. Enlin offered again. All right then. Tang Shimin immediately accepted with a wide smile. Enlin, everyone. Enlin then turned his gaze upon Shenyuancheng. He was handsome, rich and lacked nothing. He was the perfect man. Enlin's head began to throb at this notion. Big brother Cheng, we've been close friends for a long time. Shenyuancheng gave him a warm smile. You don't need to apologize to me. I can see you already know what you've done was wrong. So I've already forgiven you. Enlin was extremely touched, to the extent that tears were beginning to well up in his eyes. He looked at the kind and forgiving man before him and was at a complete loss for words. What is true love? This is true love. Enlin finally turned to Su Xiaolan. He had helped her secure the top spot on the Immortal rankings board. But he knew Su Xiaolan would be the angriest one among all his friends. Just the fact that he had made Su Xiaolan cry in the Forest of 1,000 Peaks was enough for him to realize just how screwed he was. He had never encountered a situation like this before, and he finally brought out the last mooncake in his storage ring after a moment of contemplation. The soft glow of the moon burst forth along with the faint scent of osmanthus flowers with the emergence of the mooncake. He presented the mooncake to Su Xiaolan as he said, Xiaolan, I made a mistake. Please forgive me. This is the last mooncake Chang'e gave me. It represents my heart. Please accept it. Tang Shimin's eyes widened in shock. Su Qinyun tilted her head to the side in confusion. She was unable to comprehend why a mooncake from Chang'e could be considered to be a special gift. Shenyuancheng looked on with a slight smile. As for Lu Qinhuan, she felt like her heart had shattered into a million pieces. Thinking back to what Enlin had said to her on the Black Rock Peak about how there was only one mooncake and he was splitting it in half with her, she had the sudden urge to pounce on Enlin and strangle him to death. Enlin presented the mooncake to Su Xiaolan with an extremely sincere expression. Su Xiaolan's expression softened a little, but she still pushed the mooncake lightly away. You've already given me a mooncake. I don't want another one. I have some things I need to do, so I'm going to take my leave now. Feel free to continue without me. Su Xiaolan turned and left as she said. Enlin held the mooncake in his hands, but his heart felt extremely empty. Tang Shimin looked at the mooncake in Enlin's hands and swallowed involuntarily. He was kicking himself for accepting Enlin's spirit stones. Perhaps he would have gotten Chang'e's mooncake instead if he had continued to refuse. Enlin was quite dejected and bade farewell to his friends before returning to his dorm on his brick. He surveyed his accursed system on the way back to find that there was a mission completed notification in his special mission tab. Congratulations on completing the mission. Be a humble man and help others win. You now have the chance to receive one of the following items from the Magic Treasure Lottery. Spirit Tool, 50 available. Immortal Tool, 10 available. Unique Tool, 1 available. Divine Tool, 3 available. Enlin's anger finally subsided somewhat after looking at the system notification. There were 100 magic tools last time he accessed the Magic Treasure Lottery, but now there were 3 divine tools instead. This meant that the quality of the prizes should have something to do with his cultivation base. Now that he was at soul formation stage, all the magic tools had disappeared from the lottery. Also, it appeared that there were a set number of items available, as the number of unique tools had dropped to 1 from the original 2 after Enlin received the black brick. That didn't really matter anyway. He didn't care about the remaining unique tool, as he had his eyes set on the divine tools. A scorching heat flared up in Enlin's eyes. He had heard that most divine tools had the power to transform heaven and earth and were all legendary weapons. Who would have thought the system would give him the opportunity to win such badass weapons? He swallowed nervously and began to spin the prize wheel. The system also began to glow with an extremely bright light. Ding dong! Congratulations, you've won a big prize! And Lin's body trembled and he almost passed out from excitement. I've won a big prize. Did you hear me? I've won a big prize. It must be a divine tool. I'm invincible. Ha 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 ha. He looked toward the system to find a series of golden characters displayed before his eyes. Congratulations on winning the unique tool. Chaotic frying pan. This frying pan is suitable for baking, steaming, roasting, and frying. On top of that, it has the added effects of reducing cooking fumes and eternal non-stick properties. It is truly the best frying pan in the world. This frying pan was carefully crafted with a perfectly round outline and a color combination which is extremely pleasing to the eye. It is truly the most well-crafted frying pan in the world. Clang! A frying pan with a black interior and a golden exterior appeared in Enlin's hands. The handle was extremely smooth and comfortable to hold, and it truly was extremely elegant and refined in appearance, much better than the black brick at the very least. And Lin's entire body trembled and he felt like spewing blood. Unique tool? You mean to tell me this frying pan is a unique tool? Unique tools should be items useful in battle. How the fuck was he supposed to battle with this frying pan? Even if he could bake, steam, roast, and fry his opponents, there wasn't enough surface area to fit his enemies on there anyway. Fuck. And Lin almost blacked out in rage and barely resisted the urge to throw the frying pan out as far as he could. The system was definitely doing this on purpose. Trashy system. Give me my immortal tool. Give me my divine tool. And Lin stormed back to his dorm in a fit of fury. This system was just getting more and more inexplicable. The lottery was definitely rigged. He had risked becoming a eunuch and worked so hard to complete this mission just for a frying pan? How could the system rig the lottery in such an obvious way? Fuck this fucking frying pan. What did I try so hard for? Even Celestial Maiden Xiaolan hates me now and all for this fucking frying pan. A burst of loud clanging erupted from within the kitchen alongside Enlin's enraged roars. Xiao Chou was completely perplexed. Why is Big Brother and throwing a tantrum at a frying pan? Dabai was sprawled lazily over a patch of grass and half opened his eyes after hearing Xiao Chou's question. He was probably dumped by Su Xiaolan and has nowhere to vent his rage, so he can only blame the frying pan. Xiao Chou didn't really understand, but he still nodded at Dabai's explanation. A table of delicious food, enjoyed by all the children. They eat it all without any going to waste. Awu yummy food. Xiao Hong began to sing a children's song, and she wobbled her head from side to side as she photosynthesized. Big Brother and looks like he just had a rough battle and there's blood all over his clothes. Shouldn't he be resting? Xiao Chou was a little concerned. Dabai yawned nonchalantly. Don't worry, Big Brother and's life force is even more powerful than a cockroach. Those injuries are nothing to him. Dabai rolled over and continued to sleep as he said. The sound of cooking suddenly erupted from the kitchen. Fuck. I worked so hard for this. It would a shame not to use it at least once. I hope this stupid frying pan can survive my divine flames. And Lin's enraged roar sounded from the kitchen. Big Brother and has really gone crazy this time. He's arguing with a frying pan. Xiao Chou's bright eyes were filled with sympathy, but he didn't know how to comfort Big Brother and the extremely delicious scent of eggs suddenly wafted out from the kitchen. Xiao Chou was instantly rooted to the spot while Dabai suddenly woke up and Xiao Hong stopped singing. The smell. It smelled so delicious. My God. I knew Big Brother and could roast some pretty good meat. But how is his cooking suddenly so good as well? Woof! Dabai exclaimed in shock. Who would have thought that there would be food in this world that could distract me from my photosynthesis? Xiao Hong's sweet voice sounded. Xiao Chou immediately charged into the kitchen without uttering a single word. Bai immediately chased after him. You get back here. I'm your big brother Bai, so I should get the first bite. Going by that logic, I should be the one to go first. Xiao Hong transformed into a beautiful woman in a red dress and sprinted for the kitchen. The beast pets charged into the kitchen and were greeted by the sight of a golden, succulent dish. And Lin held the plate of food in one hand and the frying pan in the other as he fell into an extended spell of silence. Bai took a deep breath and pointed to the dish. Big brother, and what dish is that? And Lin replied lightly, egg fried rice. No way. Bai, Xiao Chou, and Xiao Hong yelled in unison. How could egg fried rice have such a shiny, golden hue? How could egg fried rice exude such a delicious scent? I don't care if you believe or not, but this is egg fried rice, and it was made using the most ordinary eggs and rice from the school cafeteria. And Lin continued. Xiao Hong grabbed a spoon and munched on a spoonful of egg fried rice. Oh, this taste. Oh my God. A blush appeared on Xiao Hong's face as her body swayed and she let loose an excited yell. My turn, woof. Bai also picked up a spoon and had a taste before he was instantly rooted to the spot. His eyes then began to glow extremely brightly, and he opened his mouth as wide as it could go in an attempt to eat all the fried rice along with the plate underneath. Slap! Xiao Chou knocked Bai flying into the distance. He too pulled out a spoon and had a taste before he was also rooted to the spot. This taste. It's even better than the food my mum makes. Tears began to flow out of Xiao Chou's bulb-like eyes. And Lin had already had a spoonful of the egg-fried rice, so he knew why his beast pets were reacting this way. It was all because the egg-fried rice was so delicious, it defied the natural order. He looked deeply at the frying pan and fell completely silent. He only broke the silence after a long while. What's the point of cultivating? I should just become a chef. The three beast pets had already begun a free-for-all battle of their own for the plate of fried rice. He knew that his cooking skills weren't anywhere near good enough to produce such tasty fried rice. All of this could only be attributed to the frying pan. This truly was the best frying pan in the world. And Lin could already see a glorious future laid out in front of him. A future in which he would become the most sought-after chef in the world. He could open his own restaurants and charge extremely high prices. One bowl of egg-fried rice would be priced at 998 spirit stones, and he would take no reservations. It would be first come first serve and customers would have to clean up after themselves. A stupid grin appeared on his face as he envisioned his bright future. He could become the first god-tier chef of the Taichu continent and earn countless spirit stones. He would be one of the richest men on the continent and marry the most beautiful woman in the world en route to his dream life. Big brother, and cook another plate of egg-fried rice for us. Woof! Bai ran up to Lin with his face bruised and battered and implored him with big puppy dog eyes. That's right. One plate isn't enough for the three of us. Please cook 2 more plates. Big brother, and Xiao Chou also had Bai's claw marks on his face as he also turned to Lin with an imploring gaze. Master, make 3 more plates for us. We won't fight then. Xiao Hong latched onto Lin's arm with a fawning smile as she pleaded in her sweet voice. And Lin was still basking in excitement and immediately agreed to make 4 plates of fried rice. Clang, clang, chop, chop, chop. Done. The beast pets immediately pounced on the 4 new plates of egg-fried rice. Several seconds later. Tui, tui, tui. What the fuck is this? Did I just eat dog food? No, this is shit. Woof. Bai roared with incredulity. I refuse to admit this is egg-fried rice. Xiao Chou turned a scorching gaze upon Lin after having a spoonful of the new fried rice. Why would you do this, master? You can just tell us if you don't want to cook for us. Xiao Hong turned to Lin with tears in her eyes. And Lin faltered slightly after seeing their reactions, and a sense of foreboding welled up in his heart. He scooped up a spoonful of egg-fried rice and had a taste. Oh, that's disgusting. He immediately spat out the egg-fried rice. This was absolute shit compared to his first plate of egg fried rice. It actually wasn't that bad from normal standards, but it tasted like absolute garbage compared to the first plate of egg fried rice he had made. And Lin suddenly came to a realization. This was just normal fried rice. The first time was just a fluke. The frying pan didn't have any special abilities. Boom! He felt as if a clap of thunder had exploded in his, and he stood rooted to the spot as his visions of the future shattered into pieces around him. My dream of becoming a godly chef is over. I've lost my ability and I've lost everything. And Lin suddenly began to laugh as if he was deranged while he stared at the frying pan. The worst thing you could do to anyone was to elevate them into the heavens before sending them plummeting straight to hell. You fucking frying pan. I'll destroy you. Bang bang. Clang clang. Boom boom. And Lin once again began to launch a series of frenzied attacks against the frying pan. So it was because of this frying pan all along, big brotherin'? Let me help you, woof. Dabai pounced on the frying pan with rage. Let me help too. Xiao Cho swung his silver staff down onto the frying pan with all his might. May the sun purify this evil. You heinous frying pan. Give me my egg-fried rice. Xiao Hong raised her hand high into the air as golden beams of light relentlessly rained down upon the reprehensible frying pan. Bang bang, clang clang, dang dang, boom boom. After giving the frying pan a thorough beating, the four of them collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. As expected of the best frying pan in the world, it was still completely unscathed even after such a fearsome assault. Big brother, and I think we've beaten the frying pan into submission now. How about you try to cook another batch of egg-fried rice? Woof! Dabai looked at the frying pan with anticipation in his eyes, and Lin nodded. All right, I'll try. He also felt like this frying pan was somehow intelligent. Now that they had given it a thorough beating, it should perform as it did the first time. Clang, clang, chop chop chop. A plate of egg-fried rice was soon ready. Have a taste. And Lin passed the egg-fried rice around. Dabai, Xiao Hong, and Xiao Cho dug in impatiently. And after that, bang bang, clang clang, dang dang, boom boom, bang bang, clang clang, dang dang, boom boom. Dabai, Xiao Hong, and Xiao Cho had completely lost faith in the egg-fried rice and vented their rage once again on the frying pan. And Lin lay down on his bed and closed his eyes with a dejected expression. He was already exhausted from the free-for-all battle, and now all his hopes and dreams had been crushed. On top of all the injuries he had sustained, he still didn't even know how to cheer Su Xiaolin up. This was all the system's damn fault. The next day, and Lin got up, stretched his body, and cooked a beef and eggplant stir-fry. The beef and eggplant stir-fry was soon ready, and an exquisite, irresistible scent wafted throughout the kitchen. And Lin's whole body trembled, and a thought began to occur to him as he caught a whiff of the delicious scent in the air. He picked up a piece of beef with his chopsticks and bit down upon it. Ah! I can see the angels in the sky. I can see a starry night over a snowy mountain, and I can smell the exquisite scent of roast beef over a campfire. And Lin exclaimed in shock, and his chopsticks streaked through the air like lightning as he devoured the stir-fry in a flash. He seemed to have suddenly understood something. He conducted an experiment where he cooked another plate of beef and eggplant stir-fry the exact same way he had cooked the first plate to find that it tasted like absolute shit. He tried to cook another plate of egg-fried rice. That tasted like shit. He then tried to cook some pork. That too tasted like shit. A brand new door seemed to have been opened up in front of him. I get it now, I understand. This frying pan won't make every dish taste better. Its effects are only limited to the first dish cooked each day. And Lin began to roar with laughter. He couldn't become the godly chef he had envisioned. But that didn't matter. This at least showed that the frying pan had its uses, and the effort he had expended during the free-for-all battle was not for nothing. As for the second plate of beef and eggplant stir-fry, well as the egg-fried rice and pork, he fed all those to Dabai. Dabai was still thinking about the heavenly egg-fried rice from the previous day, and he reluctantly ate the food and Lin piled in front of him with an expression of profound sadness on his face. And Lin's eyes were extremely bright. He had finally figured out a way to cheer Su Xiaolin up. He intended to do so through the use of the frying pan. He was going to use culinary excellence to melt her heart. Su Xiaolin, wait for me. Chef God Lin is going to conquer your stomach tomorrow. The next day, Lin woke up early to source some ingredients. He selected a fire chicken from the Eastern Spirit Mountain of the university, as well as premium ginger and spring onion from the best spirit plantations. Even the condiments were provided by the divine chef of the heavenly court. On top of that, he also sought out a 1982 bottle of cola. He was going to make the best cola chicken in the world, and Lin used his chaotic frying pan with his great holy flame to cook the chicken. His attention remained extremely focused throughout the whole process, as if he was doing something of the utmost importance. The heavenly scent of the cola chicken finally attracted the three beast pets to the kitchen, and all three of them sidled up to Lin with desire burning in their eyes, only to be kicked aside by Lin. Get out of here. This is for Xiaolan only. And Lin snapped. Wah! Big brother is Xiaolan more important in your heart than me? Woof! Dabai wailed. That's right. And Lin responded without hesitation. Dabai! Master, you're forcing me to go on a fast. Xiao Hong wore a sad expression, making her appear especially vulnerable and unintentionally seductive. And Lin didn't even turn to look at her as he focused his attention wholeheartedly on his cooking. You can go on a fast if you like. Photosynthesis provides sufficient sustenance for you anyway. Big brother I want to reserve the first dish for tomorrow. Xiao Chao's eyes glowed brightly as he hurriedly placed a reservation. I can consider your request if Xiaolan doesn't want to eat my cooking tomorrow. And Lin nodded. Dabai's body trembled as he realized he had lost a fantastic opportunity. However, a thought then suddenly occurred to him as his eyes began to glow brightly. Big brother Su Xiaolan is going to discard the bones after she eats the chicken, right? Don't throw the bones away. Save it for me. Woof! And Lin, 30 minutes later. And Lin carefully placed the chicken in a large container before making his way out the door. He was going to give Su Xiaolan a huge surprise and rectify their relationship. Knock, knock, knock. A woman opened the door to discover a man holding a large lunchbox, and a slightly surprised expression appeared on her face. Hi, Celestial Maiden Lon Lon. Have you eaten yet? I have. And Lin began to sweat profusely. Fuck. He wasn't prepared for this response. It wasn't even lunchtime yet. What was he going to do with the surprise he had planned? What was he going to do with his cola chicken? Then, would you care to eat some more? And Lin looked up at Su Xiaolan with a wretched expression. Su Xiaolan blinked as she looked at the lunchbox in Lin's hands. Did you make it yourself? Yes, and don't worry, it tastes great. And Lin nodded. Su Xiaolan's expression softened a little, and she stepped to the side to let Lin in. Come in then. Okie dokie. And Lin was finally allowed to enter Su Xiaolan's home again. This a small step for him, but a huge step for mankind. Celestial Maiden Lon Lon, I'm not exaggerating, but my cooking skills have improved by leaps and bounds recently. I don't think there's anyone in the whole of the Kingdom of the 9 States that can compare with my cooking skills. Even my 3 proud beast pets hold battle royales every day for a chance to eat my dishes. And Lin immediately reverted back to his old ways and began to flex as he walked through the door. Su Xiaolan's lips twitched. So you're saying your cooking skills are the best in the Kingdom of the 9 States? You dare to boast like that and you still say you're not exaggerating? If you're going to be so shameless, then I'm going to ask you to leave right now. Don't be like that, you'll see the truth in my words once you taste this. I assure you, you'll be addicted to my cooking. And Lin parked his bottom firmly onto a chair with no intention of leaving, and he placed the lunchbox on the table with a wide smile. Su Xiaolan laughed scornfully. Hee hee. And Lin didn't get mad at her cold demeanor. Instead, he adopted a serious expression. You don't believe me? How about we make a bet? Su Xiaolan's raised her brows slightly. What kind of bet? I'm going to bet that once you have one mouthful of my dish, you're going to devour the entire thing. If you can suppress the urge to do so, then I lose. If you can't resist the urge, then I win. And Lin proposed with a serious expression. Su Xiaolan's interest was slightly piqued. And what are we betting on? If I lose, I can do any one thing that you request of me. If I win, then you have to forgive me for what I did in the free-for-all battle. How about that? And Lin looked at Su Xiaolan as he made the offer. How was it possible that she would lose? It wasn't as if she was some sort of hopeless food junkie or something. Su Xiaolan pondered to herself for a quick moment before nodding in agreement. All right, let's do it. And Lin placed his hand on the lid of the container. It's time to witness a miracle. He carefully took the lid off the container, and a dazzling glow suddenly emanated from within. A sharp cry reverberated throughout the room as the projection of a red phoenix soared into the air from the container. And Lin and Su Xiaolan were both completely dumbstruck. Holy fuck! What the fuck was going on? The fire chicken was reborn from the ashes as a phoenix? He didn't add any special effects, so what the hell was that? At the same moment, an extremely alluring scent wafted throughout the entire room. A sumptuous cola chicken dish appeared before their eyes, glistening with an irresistible luster. And Lin was the first to come to his senses. He suppressed his shock and forced a smile onto his face. Hee, the most important thing is the taste. Those effects were just a few little tricks. Su Xiaolan recovered her composure and looked at the cola chicken before looking at Lin, who was looking back at her with a calm expression. She suddenly began to understand why he could flex so confidently. Perhaps it wasn't all just talk. Come on, have a taste. I assure you that you won't be able to stop. And Lin placed his hands onto the table with anticipation in his eyes. Su Xiaolan nodded and grabbed her chopsticks before picking up a bright, vibrant piece of chicken and placing it in her mouth. The moment she began chewing, an extremely exquisite flavor burst forth in her mouth. She felt like she was experiencing astral projection as her soul seemed to have left her body, leaving her feeling extremely relaxed and blissful. Delicious. That was Su Xiaolan's first impression of the dish. She picked up another piece of chicken as if she couldn't help herself. The chicken is delicious. This was Su Xiaolan's second impression of the dish. Su Xiaolan was shocked. Her heart trembled in amazement as she ate. My God! How could there be such delicious food in this world? A satisfied smile appeared on Lin's face as he watched Su Xiaolan tear through the chicken. An extremely alluring scent wafted throughout the room. The cola chicken was extremely irresistible. If it wasn't for the fact that he was begging for forgiveness from Su Xiaolan, he would have probably already dug in himself. Su Xiaolan's table manners were nowhere near as exemplary as they usually were. At this moment, her mouth was covered in oil, and her porcelain-like cheeks were bulging as she turned to look at Lin with incredulity in her bright eyes. Did you actually capture a phoenix to cook? How could a cola chicken be so delicious? And Lin rolled his eyes. Have you seen a phoenix this small before? Su Xiaolan chuckled sheepishly and continued eating. She then suddenly raised her head to look at Lin before moving the container of chicken closer to him after a moment of hesitation. Let's eat together. And Lin was overjoyed to hear this offer. He was fighting to suppress his drool the whole time, but he didn't expect Su Xiaolan to be so thoughtful, and he immediately picked up his chopsticks. He then suddenly stopped cold in his tracks. That was close. Ha! You almost had me there. And Lin looked at Su Xiaolan with a triumphant expression. The terms of the bet state that you have to eat the entire dish. If I ate some now, that would mean you didn't eat the entire dish and I would lose the bet. Ha ha ha. You're 10,000 years too early to try and swindle me. Su Xiaolan looked at Lin with a peculiar expression before bursting out in laughter. Stop making things so complicated. Just eat if I tell you to eat. A warm smile appeared on her face like rays of the sun melting through ice and snow, instantly filling up Lin's heart with warmth. And Lin blinked hesitantly. Then about the bet. Are you stupid? I'm obviously telling you to eat because I've forgiven you. Otherwise, how could I bear to share such a delicious phoenix chicken with you? Ah, Celestial Maiden Lon Lon is the best. And the name you've given this dish is fantastic as well. The name Phoenix Chicken is 100 times better than Cola Chicken. Shut up and eat. Otherwise, there's going to be none left. All right, I'm digging in then. Thus, the two of them reconciled over a chicken and their hostilities were officially a thing of the past. After settling his differences with Su Xiaolan, and Lin was ecstatic as he made his way back to his dorm while humming a happy tune. Xiao Hong, Dabai, and Xiao Chou all gathered around Lin with nervous expressions. Big brother N? Did you get her back? Dabai could see that Lin appeared to be in quite a good mood as he was humming on the way through the door. But only the gods knew if it was because he had been rejected and the shock had turned him crazy. So Dabai decided to ask in order to verify Lin's mood. And Lin raised his fist with a smile. Of course, success was the only possible outcome from the moment I decided to visit her in person. His words were immediately met with excited cheers. The three beast pets were so ecstatic that tears were flowing down their faces. They knew that they would be able to eat the first batch of food cooked in the frying pan the next day. The next day, Lin made egg-fried rice with the frying pan again. However, he was more strategic this time, and he piled the frying pan full of egg and rice in order to maximize the amount he could make in one batch. Xiao Chou, Dabai, and Xiao Hong all shed tears after eating the egg-fried rice. It was so fucking delicious. And Lin also carefully tasted the egg-fried rice to find that it didn't actually taste as good as the first time, but it was still extremely delicious. The day after that, Lin used the frying pan to steam some stuffed buns. He piled up 100 bamboo steamers onto his frying pan in one go. When he placed the frying pan outside to steam the buns, the steamers were piled up higher than the height of the dorm buildings, creating quite the spectacle for students passing by. Su Xiaolan was clenching her stomach with laughter. She had never seen someone steam buns in such an outlandish way. Shen Yuancheng expressed his confusion as well, and could only attribute it to Lin's extreme appetite. Su Qinyun stared at the towering pile of steamers and smacked her lips as she explained the importance of the quality over quantity. In the face of everyone's quizzical expressions, Lin didn't utter a word of explanation. Instead, he gave them all a mysterious, meaningful look. When the stuffed buns were ready, his cooking skills would become renowned all throughout the university. The stuffed buns were finally ready after 2 hours, and Lin bit down on one eagerly to find that the flavor was significantly inferior to the egg-fried rice. But these were still extremely delicious stuffed buns, and he simply couldn't stop eating once he started. And Lin was beginning to understand how this frying pan worked. First, the frying pan could enhance the flavor of the first dish cooked each day, and this improvement factor appeared to be a set value. This meant that, for example, if he was to steam 10 steamers of buns, the enhancement effect would be 10 times more than if he had steamed 100 steamers as he did today. However, this didn't necessarily mean that the stuffed buns from only 10 steamers would be 10 times more delicious than the stuffed buns from 100 steamers, as there was still a base value of flavors that one had to take into account. For example, 10 plus 10 and 10 plus 100, there was only roughly 5 times the difference between the flavors. Or, for example, if one chose to cook shit, the base flavor value would be too low, so it wouldn't be delicious no matter how much the flavor was enhanced by the frying pan, thereby eliminating the possibility of cooking delicious shit. However, if he was to use the tastiest ingredients in conjunction with his frying pan, he would be able to cook the tastiest dishes in the world. And Lin looked at the frying pan and the smile on his face wouldn't go away no matter how he repressed it. The vision of a bright future was once again taking shape before his eyes. I'll definitely become the culinary king. After the stuffed buns were ready, and Lin delivered a steamer to Su Xiaolan first. Su Xiaolan ate the stuffed buns silently before making a request with a gleam in her eyes. Didn't you steam 100 steamers? Give me 4 more. And Lin was naturally quite happy to do so, and he gave Su Xiaolan 4 more steamers, laughing heartily all the while. Who was it that was laughing at my bun steaming method just then? Do you know how awesome I am now? Su Xiaolan ignored Lin and continued munching on stuffed buns. He then gave another steamer of stuffed buns to Shen Yuancheng. After Shen Yuancheng took a bite of his first steamed bun, he finally understood why Lin decided to steam 100 steamers. This wasn't a matter of appetite anymore. The buns were simply far too delicious to the extent that he felt like he could eat 100 steamers of these stuffed buns in succession. After that, he gave a steamer of stuffed buns to Su Qinyun. Su Qinyun had never eaten such delicious stuffed buns, and she almost choked on one as she wolfed them down. She then shyly requested 2 more steamers of stuffed buns and praised Enlin for being a culinary genius before asking him to teach her how they were made. Enlin turned down her request as this involved secret techniques which he couldn't pass on. However, he was happy to give Su Chenyun 2 more steamers before sending her on her way. He loved seeing everyone being won over by his stuffed buns. It was a great feeling, and Lin still hadn't had enough of that feeling yet, and he continued to deliver stuffed buns to people. Zhong Yongyan, I'm here to deliver some stuffed buns to you. Big brother and you came to my place just to deliver stuffed buns? Hehe. How dare you look down on my stuffed buns? Have a taste first. This flavor, its fragrance erupts like a delightful geyser. It's oily but not greasy. It's crispy and sumptuous. It's, fuck. There are no idioms I could use to describe my emotions. These are too fucking delicious. Do you dare to look down on my stuffed buns now? No, big brother, and I was wrong, you are a chef god. Do you have any more? I still want more. Nope, goodbye. And Lin waved his hands and left amid the sound of anguished cries from Zhong Yongyan. He went to Miao Tian's place. Miao Tian told him her breasts were too small and she needed nutrients to grow. So she forced him into giving her 2 more steamers. He then went to Sun Shenglian's place. Sun Shenglian told him her breasts were too big and she required too much energy to maintain them. So she also forced him into giving her 1 more steamer. Next, he went to Luo Zipping's place. Luo Zipping didn't have any good excuses, so he could only latch onto Enlin's leg and beg for an extra steamer of stuffed buns. And Lin obviously wasn't going to refuse such a plain and simple plea. So he obliged and gave him another steamer. And Lin felt like he was getting addicted to delivering stuffed buns, and he also paid a visit to Lu Debao. Lu Debao was flabbergasted after eating the steamed buns and offered to pay 100 spirit stones per steamer for 10 extra steamers. Lu Debao's words opened up another whole new world for Enlin, and he suddenly knew how he was going to become rich again. As a gesture of gratitude, he sold 10 steamers of stuffed buns at 500 spirit stones per steamer to Lu Debao. This was because Enlin had initially planned to sell his stuffed buns for 1,000 spirit stones per steamer, and this was already a half-price deal. Enlin then visited Zhao Huayin. Zhao Huayin sighed with emotion as he ate, and he finally understood why De Bai wanted to be Enlin's beast pet. If this was the food Enlin was serving him every day, he wouldn't mind swapping places with De Bai to become Enlin's beast pet himself. After that, the young sorceress ditched her games to focus wholeheartedly on savoring the stuffed buns. Tang Shimin rediscovered hope in his life after tasting the stuffed buns. Shi was also inspired by the stuffed buns. He discovered that immortal pills should be like stuffed buns. Not only did they need to have practical usage, but they also needed to be delicious as well. Only then could the immortal pills become a mainstream passion for the masses to pursue. And Lin then gave every one of his classmates a steamed bun each, with each steamer containing 10 stuffed buns. When the students asked for more, and Lin would tell them that he was going to bring out a new batch to sell the next day, and students who were interested could purchase them from him the following morning. Thus, news of this slowly made its way through the entire school. Hey, have you heard? Godin is going to be selling stuffed buns in the university. What? Sell stuffed buns? Are you sure? What is he planning to achieve? He's just solely selling stuffed buns. I heard from an upper-class woman that his stuffed buns were extremely delicious. Really? I don't have anything to do recently anyway, so have to give it a try. Do you know where he's selling the stuffed buns? I've heard he was selling them at the main gate to the third-year dorms. Did you guys hear? And Lin is planning to sell stuffed buns. My God! He's been acting strange ever since the free-for-all battle, and now he's selling stuffed buns. Did the divine lightning kill all his brain cells? Let's go have a look and support his business. After all, he's been having a rough time lately. Aw, Senior Lin is selling stuffed buns made by him personally. I have to go buy some. Me too, me too. He's my idol. I have to support him. Thus, Lin's stuffed buns soon stirred up a huge sensation within the entire school. Almost all the students in the school were discussing his stuffed buns. and Lin finally came home while panting heavily after a hard day of delivering stuffed buns. Dabai, Xiao Chou, and Xiao Hong were all waiting impatiently for him, and they immediately tried all their tricks to please Lin as he walked through the door. And Lin had never seen such a warm and enthusiastic Xiao Hong, such a clever and obedient Dabai, nor such an adorably ugly Xiao Chou. And he was able to see all this because of his new secret weapon, the frying pan. There were over 30 steamers of buns that had remained undelivered, and all of them appeared in his dorm room from his storage ring. The three beast pets and Lin began a frenzied feast, and the sound of their raucous cheers caused the whole dorm building to tremor and quake. A new day arrived, and Lin's stuffed bun shop was officially open for business. This was a special day at the United University of Cultivation. There was a particular piece of news that had spread throughout the school stating that the school's #1 celebrity, Sword Immortal and Lin's stuffed bun shop was officially open for business. In front of the third-year dorms, a mountainous pile of 100 steamers had been stacked up, creating a spectacle that was visible from hundreds of meters away. The sun had just risen, but there were already several hundred people gathered at the scene, all of whom were here to spectate. It had to be said, the stuffed buns Lin had delivered yesterday made for a really effective PR stunt, and all the students were extremely excited. Below the frying pan, the great holy flame was burning and white wisps of steam flowed from the steamers like countless wispy dragons. The stuffed buns weren't even fully cooked yet, but everyone was already engaged in a heated discussion, especially after they saw the wooden board displaying the price of the stuffed buns. Everyone drew a sharp intake of breath. And Lin's stuffed buns, 1,000 spirit stones/steamer. Holy fuck! Just how badly in need of money is student Lin? 1,000 spirit stones per steamer of stuffed buns. You could buy a pretty good spirit pill with 1,000 spirit stones. How could these stuffed buns be so expensive? Does he think we're all rich fools? I told you that classmate Lin's cognitive functions had been impaired from being struck by the divine lightning. But you wouldn't believe me. Do you believe me now? Haha. Let's just stand here and watch to see if there are people stupid enough to buy these stuffed buns. Senior Lin must be suffering from financial difficulties, so we're technically donating to him in a way, right? The entire scene was bustling with discussion, but almost everyone present was either in utter disbelief or taunting Lin for his ridiculous prices. And Lin focused all his attention on his cooking and completely ignored the bustling commotion before him. After all, the best way to shut all these people up was with his stuffed buns. He was very confident that he would be able to shut all the doubters up within 2 hours' time. More and more people gathered, and before everyone knew it, there were already over 1,000 people gathered at the gate of the third-year dorm buildings. Some were attracted by the towering stack of steamers, while others were just there to see whether any of the stuffed buns would actually be sold at the ridiculous price of 1,000 spirit stones per steamer. Senior Lin, I don't care what your stuffed buns taste like. I'll definitely buy them. God, and we worship you. We're going to buy your stuffed buns no matter what. 1,000 spirit stones is nothing. I'll just eat one less spirit pill. All the retarded superfan had also gathered, and all of them were yelling at the top of their lungs to express their support. There was a group of logical people who were standing off to the side and shaking their heads. They had heard that Lin's stuffed buns were quite delicious, but they were definitely not worth 1,000 spirit stones per steamer. That was far beyond the price they were willing to pay. Amid all the commotion, Lin looked up at the students gathered before him and pointed to a spot in front of him before yelling out an instruction. The stuffed buns are about to be ready. Line up here if you want some. Most of the students couldn't help but laugh out loud upon hearing this. Did he really think there were so many stupid rich students? Who the hell would line up to buy these insanely expensive stuffed buns? Had he really gone crazy? However, right at this moment, a line suddenly formed in the blink of an eye as a group of people charged at full speed to the spot that Lin had pointed to. Their speedy approach whipped up gale force winds around them, forcing the rest of the onlookers back a few steps. I was here first. Don't try to skip the queue. Fuck off, you shameless bastard. I was clearly here first. Stop jostling. I'm about to be trampled to death. Among the close to 1,000 students gathered at the scene, Over 100 of them had formed a line within the blink of an eye. All the remaining students were completely dumbfounded. What was going on? Just what were these people fighting for? Even some of the retarded superfans were completely baffled by the situation. They had planned to only buy one steamer each as a show of support for their idol, but a line had formed before they even had a chance to take a step forward. What the hell was going on? And Lin, give me 100 steamers. The person at the head of the queue was an extremely beautiful woman with short pink hair. She currently had her hands raised high in the air with excitement shining from her eyes. What the fuck? 100 steamers? The rest of the students in the queue almost blacked out. Was she trying to leave none for everyone else? My God! Goddess Lu must have gone crazy. That's 100,000 spirit stones. For God's sake. That's absurd. Goddess Lu is most likely just here as an actor to promote Senior and Lin's stuffed buns. What kind of advertising is this? What's the point of selling everything to one person? Doesn't Senior and Lin need to attract more interest and build up a customer base? And Lin rolled his eyes as he turned his gaze upon Lu Chenhuan. Each person can only buy a maximum of 2 steamers, and Lin's words immediately caused another huge stir among everyone queued up in the line. Lu Chenhuan glared at An Lin with a bitter expression. I'll take 2 steamers then. I'll take 2 as well. A male student behind her chimed in. Me too. Another person further down the line yelled. And Lin, I'll pay 4,000 spirit stones for 3 steamers. A female student yelled excitedly. And Lin pursed his lips. I'm an honest and sincere merchant. Even if you offer 10,000 spirit stones per steamer, I can still only sell you a maximum of 2 steamers. Everyone, thus, extremely bizarre scenes unfolded before everyone's eyes. Among all the students in the queue, over 80% of them chose to buy 2 steamers. In the end, and Lin refused to sell the last 2 steamers as he planned to keep them for himself. All of An Lin's stuffed buns were sold out in less than 10 minutes. The remaining few dozen students in the queue who didn't get a chance to buy some stuffed buns all wailed in repentance at how slow they were to join the queue. All the spectating students were completely dumbfounded. Are they all paid actors? Have you seen any paid actors miss out on buying the stuffed buns because they had joined the queue too late, then offer 200 spirit stones per stuffed bun to purchase them from someone else? There were 10 stuffed buns in each steamer, which would amount to 2,000 spirit stones if they were sold at 200 spirit stones per stuffed bun. That would mean the price of the stuffed buns would have essentially doubled. How was this possible? A particularly skeptical student made his way toward a student who had managed to purchase a steamer of stuffed and made a proposal. Hi there. I want to offer 200 spirit stones for one of your stuffed buns. The student chuckled coldly. Keep dreaming. The man faltered slightly before gritting his teeth and making another offer. 300 spirit stones. All right, seeing as you've never had the pleasure of having one before, I'll sell one to you to show you what you've been missing. The student with the steamer finally took pity on him and agreed to his offer. Thus, the man purchased a stuffed bun for 300 spirit stones. His companions immediately began to laugh at him. Who would have thought you'd do something as stupid as this? Is stupidity contagious? Ha ha ha. The man held the stuffed bun in his hand and retorted stubbornly. I'm just trying to uncover the scam behind these stuffed buns. I'm spending money to buy the truth. You don't even understand my genius. The man bit down on the stuffed bun as he talked. Tears immediately began to stream down his face. Wah! How could there be such delicious stuffed buns in this world? Why didn't I line up in the queue? I want to kick myself. The man wept as he ate, and his companions stared at him in astonishment. Similar scenes were unfolding all throughout the throng of people gathered at the scene, and news of An Lin's stuffed buns began to spread even further. The skeptical students who had taunted An Lin were caught in a difficult dilemma after they tasted the stuffed buns. On one hand, they were too embarrassed to swallow their words and buy the stuffed buns for themselves, but on the other hand, the stuffed buns were simply irresistible. And Lin silently packed up his frying pan and left without a word. The reason why he set this limit on the number of stuffed buns, he sold per day was to create a situation where demand far exceeded supply. Only then could his business continue to be as popular as it was on the first day. The next day, Lin set up his stall at the usual location early in the morning. This time, there were over 1,000 people gathered at the scene, and Lin didn't waste time with words and once again set up the wooden board which stated the price of his stuffed buns. And Lin's stuffed buns, 1,200 spirit stones per steamer. Each person is limited to a maximum of 2 steamers. This instantly created a huge stir among everyone. What a shady merchant! He was selling them for 1,000 spirit stones per steamer yesterday, but he's selling them for 1,200 spirit stones today. If things continue like this, won't they eventually be sold at 10,000 spirit stones per steamer? Boycott! We must boycott his shop. That's right, he's gone too far. Let's all boycott his stuffed buns today. Hee hee. Let's see what Lin does when everyone refuses to buy his stuffed buns. In the face of such a vehement backlash, Lin continued steaming his stuffed buns with a calm expression. The stuffed buns are ready. Line up here if you want some. Lin yelled. Boom! A series of figures flashed past, sweeping up gale force winds in their wake. A massive queue of over 200 people assembled in the blink of an eye. All the surrounding students. Thus, Lin sold 95 steamers of stuffed buns that day in only 8 minutes, officially setting a new record. As for the remaining 5 steamers, he took them home for himself. His earnings totaled over 200,000 spirit stones from 2 days. Earning money was simply far too simple, and Lin stabilized the price of the stuffed buns at 1,200 spirit stones per steamer mainly because this was still within an affordable range for the disciples of all the large immortal sects, thereby ensuring recurring customers. If he raised the price to 2,000 or even 5,000 spirit stones per steamer, he would most likely still be able to sell all 100 steamers. But this was not a sustainable business model as most people would only purchase the stuffed buns as a one-off. Most of them would admit that the stuffed buns were indeed extremely delicious, but it was simply not worth spending so much money on. However, the price of 1,200 spirit stones per steamer was still affordable for most of the Heavenly Court students if they purchased the stuffed buns once a month. For tycoons like Lu Qianhuan, they could even afford 2 steamers every day. Thus, all of Lin's stuffed buns were completely sold out within 10 minutes every day. Lin's stuffed buns truly became a huge sensation in the United University of Cultivation and became the most sought-after food item for all the students of the university. Su Qing. Let's go to the third-year dorms tomorrow to buy some of Lin's stuffed buns. Huh? I don't really like stuffed buns. The second and third-year dorms are too far away anyway. Hee hee, you're only making these excuses because you've never had Lin's stuffed buns before. I guarantee you're going to regret it if you don't come with me tomorrow. But, no buts, we're going to line up at 6 a.m. tomorrow, otherwise the stuffed buns are going to run out. After a few more days, Lin's stuffed buns became renowned as the best food on campus and almost every student in the school had tasted them at some point. The title of Chef God also became extremely popular. Chef God maintained a profit margin of 110,000 spirit stones every day but also had enough stuffed buns to spare for himself and his beast pets. As for the costs involved, all the ingredients he chose were the best he could find in the university, but it still only amounted to around 1,000 spirit stones, thereby creating an insane profit-to-cost ratio. Frying pan, I love you. This was the sentence Lin spoke most frequently each day, and it was always accompanied by a kiss to the frying pan. Whenever he had some spare time, he would bring out the evil-slaying sword to chop up meat and vegetables while encouraging the evil-slaying sword to learn from the frying pan and to be a good sword that was both useful and profitable to its owner. The evil-slaying sword didn't want to respond to this. In fact, it had the urge to chop Lin into pieces. The days passed by very quickly, and Lin would play some games with Lu Qianhuan and instruct Su Qianyun in the way of the sword as well as in foreign languages from time to time in order to fulfill his promises to them. The rest of his time was dedicated to his cooking. Su Xiaolan became increasingly concerned as Lin continued to spend all his time on cooking, leaving no time for cultivation. She had initially planned to talk to about this, but when Lin presented his stuffed buns to her, it made her reconsider. What if Lin became the #1 chef in the world? Perhaps this was a good path for him to follow. Yu2 contacted Enlin via voice transmission from the Moon Palace in order to express her gratitude. Xianxia was extremely satisfied with the fat-burning technique he had imparted to Yu2, and so, she was permitted to continue her weight loss regime at the Moon Palace, which meant there was no need for her to come back to live with Enlin. She promised to present a gift to Enlin the next time they met. Enlin was genuinely happy for Yu2 after learning of this, and they chatted for a bit longer before Enlin cut off the voice transmission and returned to his cooking. 20 days passed by in the blink of an eye. During those 20 days, Enlin earned a total of 2.3 million spirit stones. There were close to 50,000 students in the university, which created a massive customer base. Even if only 1 in 5 people bought a steamer of stuffed buns, it would still be a profit of 12 million spirit stones. Furthermore, that was only a conservative estimate. His actual earnings would definitely amount to be in excess of that. If things continued like this, he would be filthy rich again within a year. One morning, over 100 students were compelled by habit to gather in front of the third-year dorms, only to remember that Enlin had announced he would be taking a break for a short while, and all of them left in dejection. Enlin had something important to do, which was to return to the Vermilion Bird sect with Su Xiaolin. As for his application to take time off from school, he only had to deliver 20 steamers of stuffed buns to the principal's office, and Vice Principal Yu Hua immediately approved his application. The whole process was extremely quick and easy. Xiao Hong, Xiao Chou, and Dabai were completely dependent on Enlin and refused to leave his side. They would go wherever Enlin went. To this, Enlin could only heave a disconsolate sigh as he felt like his beast pets were only getting closer to him because of his frying pan. After his successful application for time off from school, Enlin, Su Xiaolan, and the 3 beast pets arrived at the capital city of the Bai Hua state through the use of the university's teleportation spell formation, where they then flew toward the Vermilion Bird sect on dogback. Xiaolan, why are you going back to your sect? Enlin turned to Su Xiaolan with curiosity in his eyes. I have perfected both my true god and divine phoenix intent realms, so I'm planning to return to the sect to observe the Enlightenment Fire God Rock in an attempt to break through to half-step soul formation stage. And Lin's eyes immediately lit up. My God! How could you only tell me something like this now? Do you even see me as a friend? Su Xiaolan pursed her lips in response. I'm just trying to awaken my domain, so there's no guarantee of success. I really was intending to keep this a secret if you hadn't asked me. After all, it would be quite embarrassing if I failed. And Lin was ecstatic. You'll definitely succeed. I'm sure of it. When that time comes, you'll be the person with the second highest cultivation base in our class under me. What amazing progression speed. The corners of Su Xiaolan's lips curved up into a slight smile, and she looked off into the distance without responding to Enlin's words. If she didn't progress faster, she felt like she would be left behind by the man beside her. She was a proud person and didn't want to have to constantly look up to Enlin. She wanted to reach the same heights through her own strength and perhaps even be of help to him in the future. By the way, I can help you get in through the back door so you won't require a role in the Vermilion Bird sect, but you still need to become an in-name disciple in order to gain the Holy Vermilion Flame's approval, Su Xiaolan suddenly said. I'll do whatever you say. And Lin was very trusting of Su Xiaolan and immediately nodded at her instructions. And also, give me 20 more steamers of stuffed buns, Su Xiaolan added. All right. And Lin nodded with a light smile and retrieved 20 steamers from his storage ring before handing them over to Su Xiaolan. He had steamed 100 steamers of stuffed buns as usual but didn't sell any of them. Instead, he kept them for himself. Who would have thought they would come in handy now? A few hours later, a huge tree trunk appeared in everyone's field of vision. The gigantic tree, which was more than 10,000 meters tall, stretched straight into the clouds, and its massive canopy was like a floating continent arching over the entire continent. And Lin and the others soon arrived at the gate of the sect. There was a woman in a purple dress who greeted them with a dainty smile and a wave. Welcome back to the Vermilion Bird sect, newlyweds. Where is your betrothal gift? Groom. A light blush appeared on Su Xiaolan's face and she cussed lightly. Sister Lan Yen, what are you saying? Do you need to be taught a lesson? I can't believe Sister Xiaolan would stand up against me for a man. Sigh, it looks like people do change. Lan Yen shook her head with a disconsolate expression, and Lin descended from the sky on dogback and retrieved a steamer full of stuffed buns before tossing it to Lan Yen. The steamer flew through the air, and Lan Yen instinctively caught it before aiming a puzzled glance at Lin. What's this for? Didn't you say I didn't bring a betrothal gift? This is my betrothal gift, Lin replied. Lan Yen stared at him blankly for a few seconds before bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha, stuffed buns as a betrothal gift? You're just as funny as before, Lin, ha ha ha. Lan Yen was always ready to laugh at the smallest things, and she immediately doubled over with laughter after seeing Lin betrothal gift. Could you at least eat one before you laugh? Lin said with an exasperated expression. All right, let's see what's so special about these stuffed buns. Lan Yen suppressed her laughter and took the lid off the steamer before picking up a stuffed bun. Lan Yen bit into the bun, and her face stiffened. She took a few more bites with her eyes wide open in shock. My God, am I eating stuffed buns? She muttered to herself in incredulity. That's right, the ingredients are all from the heavenly court, including the flour, beef, pork, and spirit vegetables. Lin nodded in confirmation. You made these? Lan Yen had just finished eating one stuffed bun before picking up another and stuffing it into her mouth. Her words were already starting to get muffled from the excessive food in her mouth as her cheeks bulged outward. Lin replied with a smile. Of course, these stuffed buns are super popular in the heavenly court, and I'm planning to name them Stuffed Buns Ignored by Dubai. Lan Yen looked at Dubai after hearing the proposed name, and she burst into laughter once again. Ha ha ha. Oh. Her raucous laughter suddenly cut off as her face started to turn purple, and her eyes widened in shock. Su Xiaolan rolled her eyes and made her way toward Lan Yen before patting her on the back. Didn't I tell you not to laugh when you're eating because you'll choke on your food? See what happens when you don't listen to me. Lin? After coughing to dislodge the food stuck in her throat, Lan Yen immediately continued chortling. Ha ha ha. But this name is too funny. Stuffed buns ignored by Dubai? Is this Dubai a stupid cunt? How could he ignore such delicious stuffed buns? Ha ha ha. Buffed. Lan Yan's laughter seemed to be contagious, and Lin and Su Xiaolin both began to laugh with her. Dubai glowered at her with his big eyes. Big brother and she's bad-mouthing dogs. Woof. Lin stroked Dubai's head and presented a steamer full of buns to him to subside his rage. Little Bai and Su Xiaolan walked into the sect, chatting and laughing together as they went, while Lin followed behind them on dogback. Their party attracted a lot of attention from the surrounding disciple. Most of them were looking at the two beauties leading the way, but there were also some who found Lin to be a little familiar. The big dog upon which he rode was even more familiar, and when they saw the adorably ugly monkey, they finally came to a realization. Fuck, this is that bastard Lin that took our goddess Su Xiaolan from us. Lin basked in the gazes directed upon him by the male disciples, all of which were filled with enmity. Lin was itching for one of them to jump out and challenge him. After all, he hadn't had a chance to flex ever since he progressed to soul formation stage. He would be ecstatic if some idiot disciple decided to come up and act as cannon fodder for him. However, his wish was not granted, and all the male disciples only glared at him from afar without initiating any physical altercations. Thus, Lin followed along behind Su Xiaolan as they continued into the inner district of the sect. An extremely cozy heat suddenly swept toward him, making him feel extremely comfortable. The sides of the path were lined with fiery red maple's leaves, giving the impression of a flaming cloud on the ground. A light breeze blew past, sweeping up a few of the maple leaves into the air. The maple leaves danced like flaming fairies as they were blown into the air. At the end of this path, which was lined with maple leaves, there was a white building that was around 100 feet tall. This was a grandiose building with an antiquated feel to it, and a faint aura of power emanated from it, giving people a sense of awe and reverence when they cast their eyes upon the building. Sister, I'll be waiting for you at the Tao altar. Lan Yen waved her hand in farewell. And Lin knew there was a Tao altar within the Vermilion Bird sect upon which was situated the Enlightenment Fire God Rock. If Su Xiaolan wanted to awaken her domain, the Enlightenment Fire God Rock would be of great help to her. Elder Zhu Yuanzhou is going to take care of you from here. He's got a pretty short temper, so remember to be polite to him. Su Xiaolan cautioned Lin in a low voice. No problem. There's nothing a steamer full of stuffed buns won't take care of. If there is, then 10 steamers will do the trick. And Lin replied confidently. Su Xiaolan rolled her eyes. If you really piss off Elder Zhu, not even 100 steamers of stuffed buns is going to save you. The two of them soon entered the white building and came to the top floor, where they waited outside a door. There were 2 sect disciples in red robes standing guard on either side of the door. They exuded a solemn presence and stared straight ahead with powerful auras emanating from their bodies. They didn't stir in the slightest even as Lin and the others drew closer. Su Xiaolan bowed respectfully outside the door. Vermilion Bird Sect, Su Xiaolan, wishes to see Elder Zhu. Haha, so Xiaolan's back. I've heard about your request. Come on in. A coarse, hearty laugh sounded from within the room. The door opened by itself, and Lin was greeted by the sight of a middle-aged man with crimson hair and beard who looked at him with a smile on his face. You must be Su Xiaolan's good friend. And Lin? Elder Zhu said with a smile. And Lin immediately bowed respectfully in response. Junior and Lin pays his respects to Elder Zhu. Elder Zhu chuckled and stroked his long beard with a mysterious smile. I heard that you would like to obtain the power of our sect's holy flame? How about you become one of the core disciples of the Vermilion Bird sect? That way, it would be easier for you to get closer to a certain someone as well. And Lin faltered slightly at his words. He got the impression that he might have bitten off a bit more than he could chew by coming here. And Lin didn't even have a chance to reply before Su Xiaolan replied in his stead, with an enraged expression. Elder Zhu, you told me you'd arrange an in-name disciple position for him. Don't eat your words now. In the face of Su Xiaolan's anger, Elder Zhu didn't get angry himself. Instead, he was seemingly a little smug as he said, Would you look at that? And Lin hasn't even said anything but you're already siding with him. A deep blush immediately appeared on Su Xiaolan's face after hearing his words. She opened her mouth and was about to retort when she decided that she wasn't going to win a war of words here. Instead, she brought out 20 steamers full of stuffed buns from her storage ring. Clatter! 20 steamers of stuffed buns piled up in a small tower, all the way up to the ceiling. Elder Zhu was extremely befuddled at the sight of the towering pile of steamers. Xiaolan, what is the meaning of this? These were brought here by Lin as a gift. 10 of these are for you while the other 10 is for the sect leader. Su Xiaolan snapped. Elder Zhu chuckled in response. And Lin sure has a unique way of doing things. This is the first time I've received stuffed buns as a gift. Let me give them a try. He shook his head and laughed it off as a joke. Elder Zhu took a bit of a stuffed bun and was just about to offer a half-hearted compliment when his whole body suddenly trembled before he began chewing like mad. He glanced at Lin with shock on his face before turning to look at Su Xiaolan, who continued to wear a calm and collected expression, all the while cramming stuffed buns into his mouth. A minute later, the entire steamer of stuffed buns had been completely devoured. My good niece, seeing as my big brother isn't present at the sect at the moment, I'll accept all these stuffed buns in his stead. After all, they might go bad if you store them for too long. Elder Zhu chuckled as his eyes glowed brightly, and he instantly stowed the remaining 19 steamers into his storage ring. Su Xiaolan glared at Elder Zhu and humphed lightly. This is the first time I've heard that food could go bad after being stored into a storage ring. Air? Elder Zhu blushed before he waved his arm with an easygoing smile. I'll take good care of Lin. There's no need to give these stuffed buns to the sect leader. And Lin's mind was racing from the information overload. Niece? Big brother? No wonder Su Xiaolan could converse so casually with Elder Zhu. They were fucking relatives. Even the sect leader was Su Xiaolan's uncle. And Lin raised his head to the sky and heaved a forlorn sigh. There really were backdoor entrants everywhere in this current society of overabundance. True, pure prodigies like him were becoming an extinct species. Not long after this, and Lin followed Elder Zhu to the vow altar of the Vermilion Bird sect and swore a vow to officially become an in-name disciple. And Lin chose to become an in-name disciple as it presented him with a high degree of freedom, and he didn't have to take on any responsibilities either. To put it more harshly, the in-name disciples of the sect were all disciples that none of the masters wanted to teach. Under normal circumstances, in-name disciples didn't even have the right to enter the main branch of the sect. They were usually deployed to some side branches and left with some extremely basic cultivation techniques which they had to figure out on their own. However, setting all that aside, and Lin was now a member of the Vermilion Bird sect, as well as the most powerful in-name disciple of the Vermilion Bird sect. Apparently, the second most powerful in-name disciple had just reached 9th stage Dao body and was about to be promoted to become an official disciple of the sect. Boom! A fiery seal suddenly stamped itself onto Lin's body, and Lin could feel that he was now under the protection of an omnipresent power. That was the power of the Holy Flame, and it verified his identity as a member of the Vermilion Bird sect as he was now blessed by the Holy Vermilion Flame. Next, you have to enter the Vermilion Bird Trial Grounds to obtain the projection of the Vermilion Bird Flame Wing. Only then will you have the right to come into contact with the Holy Vermilion Flame, Elder Zhu said slowly as he munched on stuffed buns on the side. And Lin bowed in salute. Thank you for your help, Elder Zhu. I will try my best. And Lin, the Vermilion Bird Trial Grounds are an alternate space, within which are many powerful mutant beasts and dangerous forbidden areas. So make sure to prioritize your safety above all else and don't take on more than you can handle, Su Xiaolin cautioned. Don't worry. Just wait here for my successful return. I hope you'll be at half-step soul formation stage when I get back. And Lin patted Su Xiaolan's shoulder with a confident smile. Su Xiaolan nodded lightly and looked deeply into Lin's eyes before uttering a parting sentence in a gentle voice. All right, I'll see you on the other side then. Elder Zhu's eyes almost bulged out of his head as he witnessed the scenes unfolding before his eyes. There was no way his niece could be so gentle. Su Xiaolan left, and Lin followed Elder Zhu to the entrance of a spatial gate. If he wanted to access the Vermilion Bird Trial Grounds, he had to do so through this spatial gate. There were 5 sect disciples assembled there already, and all of them were clearly waiting for something. All 5 of them immediately bowed respectfully at the sight of Elder Zhu. Elder Zhu said with a solemn expression, and Lin here is going to participate in this quinquennial edition of the Vermilion Bird Trials. Remember to take care of him when you're in the Vermilion Bird Trial Grounds. Understood. All 5 of the disciples faltered slightly before nodding respectfully. They didn't say anything, but there was undisguised shock written on all their faces. And Lin was also quite astonished to hear this. The Vermilion Bird Trials were a quinquennial event? Could the disciples enter the Vermilion Bird Trial Grounds at any time to participate in the trials? The 5 sect disciples in front of him all possessed soul formation final stage auras, which further highlighted how special these trials were. On top of that, given that there were only so few participants in this quinquennial trial, it was most likely that there was very strong competition for these few spots. When Lin mentioned that he wanted to obtain the power of the Holy Flame, Su Xiaolan told him that they would return to the sect in a month. She clearly already knew that this would be the time when the Vermilion Bird Trial Grounds reopened. Su Xiaolan presumably didn't tell him all this in advance in order to avoid piling a psychological burden on him, and Lin was extremely touched by her gesture. This is a teleportation badge that would take you back here to this exact spot. Activate it by injecting your vital energy within after you obtain the projection of the Vermilion Bird Flame Wing or if you encounter some insurmountable danger. There's still an hour left before the gate opens. Take this time to prime yourself into the best possible condition. Elder Zhu instructed as he handed a red badge to Lin, and Lin accepted the red badge and bowed again to express his gratitude. Elder Zhu left, and Lin was left with the 5 Vermilion Bird sect disciples. Fuck, Lin, did you really fucking enter our sect? You're even able to participate in the Vermilion Bird Trials. A man with ruby-red irises made his way toward Lin with an expression of amazement. and Lin's lips twitched slightly. Mr. Mohai, please don't say things like that. Otherwise, this is going to become the top news headline in your sect again tomorrow. The man was none other than Mohai, the most powerful cultivator among the younger generation of the Vermilion Bird sect. And Lin had quite a vivid recollection of him. After all, Mohai was the freak that had once basked in Xiao Chao's flames as if he was taking a warm bath. That headline doesn't sound too bad. It's just a matter of time anyway. Where's Brother Monkey? By the way, why haven't I seen him? Mohai looked around with anticipation in his eyes. And Lin replied, Xiao Chou and Dabai are both resting in the courtyard outside. They're not members of the Vermilion Bird sect, so they can't enter the Vermilion Bird trial grounds. Humph. So you're saying you're a member of the Vermilion Bird sect? You're just a backdoor entrant with a delusional dream of obtaining the power of the Holy Flame. Trash like you have no chance of receiving the approval of the Holy Vermilion Flame. You won't even be able to come into contact with the projection of the Vermilion Bird Flame wing. A cold, scornful voice suddenly sounded. And Lin looked toward the direction the voice had sounded from and was greeted by the sight of a handsome man glaring at him with enmity written on his face. He was at a bit of a loss for what to do. What was going on here? Why was he suddenly being attacked? He was so nervous. Should he retaliate? Before he had a chance to make up his mind, Mohai retaliated in his stead. Ignore him, and Lin. He's just a petty man who's jealous of everyone. I'm going to be honest with you, he's one of Su Xiaolan's pursuers, but Su Xiaolan probably doesn't even know his name. He's just jealous that you're good friends with Su Xiaolan and wants to bite you like a mad dog. Mohai, watch what you say. The man roared in rage. Brother Ji Yongfang, you should be the one who watches your words. Don't be a disgrace to the Vermilion Bird sect. Mohai retaliated. All the while, and Lin stood off on the sidelines with a confused and innocent expression. What the hell was this about? Why was Ji Yongfang pinning the blame on him just because he couldn't court Su Xiaolan? Why was he being attacked by this retard? He was just a friend of Su Xiaolan. Seeing as everyone was promoting the construction of a harmonious society nowadays, he decided to be diplomatic with Ji Yongfang by casting a friendly gaze toward him. Go fuck yourself. Even trash like you dare to lust for my Dao partner? How about you take a piss and look at your own reflection in the puddle of piss so you know your place? Don't try to punch above your own weight. Do you know why Su Xiaolan wants me and not you? It's because no one wants to talk to a pile of shit. She likes beautiful divine jade like me, not a piece of shit like you. And Lin delivered an absolutely savage tirade, and his words seemed to still be reverberating through the air long after he had finished talking. Mohai's mouth fell open in shock. Ji Yongfang had been blasted into paralysis by Lin's scathing tirade. He didn't know what the hell was going on anymore. The other 3 sect disciples all stared blankly at Lin, then at Ji Yongfang, and one of them finally couldn't hold it in any longer and burst out laughing. You? How dare you? Ji Yongfang's voice trembled with rage as his blood boiled. He had never been scolded like this by anyone in his whole life. It does take a daring man to step on shit. And Lin nodded in agreement. Everyone was shocked into silence yet again. Pfft, ha ha ha. Mohai burst into laughter as well, and he slapped Lin's shoulder heavily to express his respect and reverence. Awesome, brother Lin. In the art of bashing people, I concede only to you. The other 2 disciples also came to their senses and covered their mouths as they tried to suppress their laughter. Ji Yongfang gritted his teeth in rage, but didn't know how to retaliate. And Lin's mouth was a filth cannon. He was no match in a war of words. But if he attacked Lin, he would be punished by the sect. After a moment of hesitation, Ji Yongfang could only leave with a thunderous expression. He still couldn't understand how his one insult had drawn such a scathing tirade. And Lin clasped his hands behind his back as he watched Ji Yongfang's departing figure with a nonchalant expression. Sigh. It pains me to see trash like him in the sect. Mohai slung his arm across Lin's shoulder with a wide grin on his face as he watched Ji Yongfang depart. Mr. Lin, you really are a badass. It's been a long time since I've seen anyone bash someone else with so much poise. And Lin shook his head with a modest expression. Mr. Mo-Hai, you're far too kind. I'm just a janitor cleaning up all the filth for the sect. Mo-Hai's admiration for Lin only grew as they conversed. A male disciple with warm, handsome features made his way over to Lin and joined his hands in salute. I am Lu Jiaji of the Vermilion Bird Sect. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Lin. Ah, Mr. Lu Jiaji. The pleasure is all mine. And Lin also joined his hands in salute like an elegant prince. Mo-Hai had the urge to laugh again. The contrast between Lin's different personas was simply far too great. Brother Lu Jiaji is a prodigy of the sect, second only to me. He reached soul formation stage at 26 years of age and soul formation intermediate stage at 32. So he's no slouch. Mo-Hai introduced to Lin. Lu Jiaji's lips twitched slightly. He couldn't stand people like Mo-Hai, who had to sneak in snide compliments for themselves when they praised others. And Lin nodded excitedly. That really is quite a fearsome aptitude. I only reached soul formation stage at 20 years of age, so I'll be in your care from now on. Mo-Hai. Lu Jiaji. Oh right, I remember when I met you last time. You were still only half-step soul formation stage, Mr. Mo-Hai. At what age did you progress to soul formation stage? And Lin asked with a curious expression. Mo-Hai rolled his eyes. Mr. And Lin, you're doing this on purpose, aren't you? He was 23 when he reached soul formation stage. Lu Jiaji cleared his throat and replied in Mo-Hai's stead with a spiteful smile. Hee, that's what you get for flexing. Have a taste of your own medicine. Sigh. Ms. Su Xiaolin truly is the #1 prodigy in the heavenly court. Only someone like you is suitable for Sister Su Xiaolin. Mo-Hai shook his head and sighed with emotion. Oh right. Su Xiaolin told me she had already manifested the power of the holy flame within her sea of vital energy. If the Vermilion Bird Trials are a quinquennial event, doesn't that mean she has already entered the Vermilion Bird Trial grounds 5 years ago? Why are you guys so late to the party? And Lin asked with a puzzled expression. Mr. Lin rolled his eyes at Lin. Mr. Lin, do you have an addiction for striking people down? And Lin blinked with incomprehension. He really wasn't doing it on purpose this time. Lu Jiaji explained with a smile. Sister Su Xiaolin has a divine phoenix bloodline of extremely high purity. She didn't even need to enter the Vermilion Bird Trial grounds as the Vermilion Bird Flame Wing sought her out of its own accord. The trial presented no danger to her as all she had to do was to enter the Vermilion Bird Trial grounds and stand on the same spot while waiting for the Vermilion Bird Flame Wing to come to her. Fuck. Really? That's like using hacks. And Lin exclaimed with wide eyes. Lu Jiaji glanced toward Mo-Hai with a mysterious smile before continuing. Brother Mo-Hai's bloodline is actually not inferior to Sister Su Xiaolin's divine phoenix bloodline. It's just that his bloodline's typing doesn't really match the Vermilion Bird Flame Wing. However, ever since Sister Su Xiaolin received the inheritance of Shun Yin and awakened her true dragon bloodline before merging the two bloodlines into one, her bloodline is now slightly superior to Brother Mo-Hai's. Perhaps she would take his place as the #1 young prodigy of the sect in a few years. Mo-Hai had no words of retaliation in the face of Lu Jiaji's words. In the end, he could only sigh and concede. Brother Lu Jiaji, please don't go on. I promise I won't mention the fact that you're second to me next time I introduce you. All right? And Lin interjected with a question. You two are so strong. Where does Ji Yongfang rank in comparison? Him? A scornful expression surfaced on Lu Jiaji's face as he continued. He probably barely breaks into the top 10 among the young generation. His father is an elder, but his attitude is nothing special. He reached soul formation initial stage at 32 years of age, but he's 40 now and he's nowhere near soul formation intermediate stage. And Lin nodded with satisfaction. Someone like him posed essentially zero threat to him. He then cast his gaze toward the two disciples standing guard on either side of the spatial gate before pointing to a woman with a tall, slender, and sexy body who was wearing a white dress and a cold expression on her face. Who's that? Mo-Hai seemed to be quite interested in her himself, and he made an introduction for her in a low voice. Her name is Xianxia, and she has some fearsome aptitude as well. She reached soul formation stage at 22 years of age and soul formation intermediate stage at 35 years of age. She's one of the most powerful cultivators among the young generation. But she's quite a strange person too, and Lin's interest was piqued by his words. Oh? Why do you say that? Everyone in the sect plays with fire, but she plays with ice instead. Mo Hai replied with a peculiar expression. And Lin? Well, at least she's quite unique, like a breath of fresh air. But my question is, who taught her how to play with ice? Lu Jiaji replied with a mysterious expression. No one taught her. She taught herself. From what she told us, she was basically looking at us playing with fire, and she suddenly attained enlightenment in the true intent of ice. And Lin swallowed with shock. If that was true, then she was truly a monster. There's nothing bad about that though. If you accidentally start a fire while playing with fire, she could act as the on-site fire brigade. And Lin suggested with a grin. Lu Jiaji. Mo Hai. And Lin then turned his gaze on the final man in the room. The man appeared to be around 15 or 16 years of age. His eyes were lifeless and shallow, and he stared blankly up at the sky as if nothing around him was worthy of his interest. Mo Hai took the initiative this time and made an introduction without being questioned by Lin. That man is named Yang Yuan. He was the #1 prodigy of the previous generation in our sect, and he's currently over 200 years old. And Lin was quite surprised to hear this. The #1 prodigy of the previous generation? He's over 200 years of age already. Why did he only think about obtaining the holy flame now? Well, a complex expression appeared on Mo Hai's face as he said, he initially looked down on the power of the holy flame and wanted to invent a unique true flame for himself. He's now at the soul formation pinnacle stage, and he suddenly realized he was missing a flame when he tried to break through to return to void stage. So he came here to participate in the Vermilion Bird trials. He should be one of the sect elders in about half a month. And Lin's eyes widened in shock. There truly were freaks everywhere in this world. A man who looks down on the power of the holy vermilion flame. Can you believe that? A woman who insists on playing with ice when everyone around her plays with fire. Can you believe that? A piece of shit punching above his weight and lusting for Su Xiaolan. Can you believe that? And Lin felt like he couldn't be complacent. There were so many nutjob seniors here he could learn from. Boom! Right at this moment, the crimson spatial gate suddenly began to tremor violently. The Vermilion Bird trial grounds are about to open, Mo Hai exclaimed excitedly. At the same moment, and Lin, Ji Yongfang, Lu Jiaji, Xianxia, and Yang Yuan all cast their gazes toward the spatial gate. Red ripples began to flow out from the spatial gate, appearing transparent yet extremely vibrant. Ji Yongfang glared at Lin coldly before leading the way into the spatial tunnel. Xianxia and Yang Yuan followed along after him. Let's go. Mo Hai smiled. Mr. Lin, the Vermilion Bird trial grounds are an extremely perilous place, so remember to prioritize your safety above all else. Make sure you don't venture into any unfamiliar perilous terrain. Otherwise, not even the teleportation badge will be able to save you. Lu Jiaji cautioned, and Lin nodded with a solemn expression. The Vermilion Bird trial grounds were an alternate space where the Vermilion Bird had once been sealed. After escaping from the seal, the Vermilion Bird turned the world into an infinite expanse of flames, and there were still occasionally projections of the Vermilion Bird flame wing that would appear in the space from the time it had broken free from the seal. There was a powerful restriction which barred any mighty figures of return to void stage or above from entry. Thus, it became the ideal trial grounds for soul formation stage cultivators with boundless violent flame energy and ancient mutant beasts, as well as mysterious treasures. And Lin looked up at the crimson spatial gate with a determined expression and stepped forward to begin his Vermilion Bird trial grounds adventure. The space distorted around him before Lin found himself on a crimson continent. The white spatial gate slowly shrank behind him before completely disappearing. There were crimson clouds in the sky as far as the eye could see, with the occasional plume of scorching flames blasting through the clouds. or exploding in the air, or falling down to the ground like a meteor shower bearing its fangs to the world. The temperatures were extremely high here and heat waves rippled throughout the Crimson Continent, making the air itself shimmer and warp. If a Tao body stage cultivator was to appear here, they probably wouldn't even be able to last 15 minutes. Looks like Ji Yongfang, Shangguan Yi, and Yang Yuan have already set off to look for projections of the vermilion bird flame wing. Mo Hai stood beside Lin and observed with a smile. New projections of the vermilion bird flame wing only materialize once every few years and are exceedingly rare. Therefore, we're technically all competing against one another. So it's no surprise that they've set off straight away instead of wasting time. Lu Jiaji replied slowly. And Lin cast his eyes toward the boundless expanse of mountain ranges and crimson earth and was a little bit overwhelmed. I've heard there's a chance that powerful mutant beasts have projections of the vermilion bird flame wing within their bodies, while the rest of the projections would appear in the perilous mystic realms as well as in the clouds above. However, the projections in the clouds are the most difficult to find, and you'll be constantly bombarded by the scorching power of flames during your search, thereby making it the hardest method available to find the projections. So, which method do you guys intend to pursue? Mo Hai looked up into the air and heaved a resigned sigh. I can't attract the projections like Sister Su Xiaolan, so I think I'll pass on the projections in the sky. I'm gonna go fight some mutant beast. It seems to be the most simple and direct method. I'm going to go explore the mystic realms in the west. After all, combat is not my forte, but my self-preservation skills are passable. Lu Jiaji chimed in. There were all sorts of unstable mystic realms littered throughout the western region of the Vermilion Bird Trial Grounds, while powerful ancient mutant beasts roamed the northern region. The eastern region was said to be an endless sea of flames, and apparently there were many extremely valuable treasures in the southern region, but most sect disciples refrained from venturing there as the probability of death in the trials there were all in excess of 90%. I think I'll go look for some mutant beasts as well. I don't have any other strong traits, but I sure can fight. And Lin decided after a momentary pause. Ha ha ha. That sounds great. I knew Mr. And Lin would rather be in the company of a prodigy like me. Mo Hai slapped Lin's shoulder as he laughed heartily. I made a promise to Elder Zhu, so I'll definitely protect you. Let's go together. And you can have the first projection of the vermilion bird flame wing we encounter. And Lin was quite touched by Mo Hai's gesture, and he nodded with a solemn expression. All right, we'll go together, and we'll strive to find the high-grade projections of the vermilion bird flame wing. Of course, I'm the #1 young prodigy of the sect. I might as well not go back if I can't even find a high-grade projection of the vermilion bird flame wing. The projections of the vermilion bird flame wing were split into 3 grades: inferior grade, medial grade, and high grade. If one was able to get a higher grade projection of the vermilion bird flame wing, they would be able to obtain a more pure and vast holy flame when accepting the power of the holy vermilion flame. I'll be taking my leave then. Good luck to you both. Lu Jiaji smiled at both of them before flying away toward the west atop his sword. Mo Hai turned toward Lin. Let's set off as well. Sure. And Lin nodded before flying into the air atop his black brick. Mo Hai used a crimson, antique saber as his transportation device and followed along behind Lin. The two of them transformed into 2 streaks of light hurtling toward the north. And Lin looked down on the ground below, searching for signs of mutant beasts. There wasn't really a system of cultivation bases for the mutant beasts here. The only way to roughly gauge their strength was to assess the purity of their powers of fire. All these mutant beasts were fire-type beasts, and they're divided into 4 categories: normal fire mutant beasts, spirit fire mutant beasts, earth fire mutant beasts, and heavenly fire mutant beasts. Normal fire mutant beasts were the weakest and most common mutant beast here, and none of them yielded projections of the vermilion bird flame wing. Spirit fire mutant beasts had a certain probability of yielding inferior grade projections of the vermilion bird flame wing. Earth fire mutant beasts had a certain probability of yielding medial grade projections of the vermilion bird flame wing, and heavenly fire mutant beasts had a probability of yielding high-grade projections of the vermilion bird flame wing. Mo Hai's target was none other than a heavenly fire mutant beast. Although they were only at soul formation initial stage, they had the sect mystic treasure with them, which gave them a much greater chance of hunting down a heavenly fire mutant beast. And Lin wanted to maximize the power of holy flames he could manifest within his sea of vital energy in order to provide enough food for Inkiran. So he too was trying to obtain a high-grade projection of the vermilion bird flame wing. Boom! A short while later, the ground below the two of them suddenly trembled and what appeared to be a wave of fire swept toward them from below. And Lin looked down onto the ground to find a vast expanse of yellow flames sweeping toward them with overwhelming power. Those are explosive fire rats. They consume earth fire and are only normal fire mutant beast, so we can just ignore them. Mo-Hai glanced at the explosive fire rats below before turning his gaze elsewhere. However, and Lin was surveying the wave of flames below with intrigue. These were hundreds of flaming purple rats, each of them bigger than a cow. They were all racing along the ground at high speed, and from afar, it looked like a moving carpet of flames, thereby creating quite an interesting spectacle to behold. And Lin and Mo-Hai flew further and further, passing through perilous phenomena like dark fire winds and heavenly meteor flames, as well as encountering an attack from a group of flying flame birds. But all of those were minor threats which were easily brushed aside. 2 hours later, they arrived at a series of imposing mountain ranges. Each of the mountains here was several kilometers tall. Some had even stretched into the flaming clouds above, so it was impossible to tell just how tall they were. Boom! A resounding boom suddenly erupted between heaven and earth. A huge amount of crimson lava suddenly began to pour forth from a mountain in the distance while countless gigantic blobs of magma crashed to the ground, creating a lethal crimson fireworks display and turning an area of several kilometers in radius into no man's land. There are usually powerful mutant beasts in areas where volcanoes are particularly active. Let's go have a look. Mo-Hai's eyes instantly lit up, and he led the way toward the volcano atop his crimson saber. And Lin followed along behind Mo-Hai, appreciating the doomsday spectacle along the way. The two of them drew closer and closer to the volcanic crater until they were less than 10,000 feet away. Slow down. I can see a black crystal flame python. Mo-Hai suddenly came to a stop and ushered for Lin to do the same. The volcano was still erupting in a thunderous display as the two of them silently descended from the sky. See that? There's a huge rock on the side of the mountain there that greatly resembles the shape of a python. Mo-Hai pointed toward something in the northeast with an excited expression. And Lin was initially quite confused. But then he looked in the direction Mo-Hai was pointing to discover a black python over 1,000 feet in length looking up at the erupting volcano as it tried to obscure its presence. Only Mo-Hai's sensitivity to flame power fluctuations allowed him to discover the python. Otherwise, the python's camouflage was near perfect as it blended in with the dark mountain around it extremely well. The two of them erased their presences and gradually drew closer. This black crystal flame python is an earth fire mutant beast with combat prowess comparable to a soul formation stage cultivator. So don't let down your guard. We need to look for the perfect opportunity before we strike. Mo-Hai instructed in a low voice, and Lin nodded with a solemn expression. All right. Mo-Hai was just about to devise a plan when Lin suddenly disappeared in a rush of wind. Thump! The ear-splitting sound of a sonic boom suddenly erupted. A figure with white wings of wind sprouting from its back tore through the air at unimaginable speed while wielding a black longsword, which also had streaks of white wind revolving around its blade. The distance of several thousand feet was covered in an instant. The black crystal flame python opened its eyes and looked into a certain direction with a fearful expression. Black crystalline flames had just begun to materialize on its body when the streak of white light flashed past in a lethal trajectory. Boom! The python's gigantic head detached from its body while the rest of its body fell to the ground amid a shower of fiery blood. Mo-Hai stared at the figure in the distance with his mouth hanging wide open while being at a complete loss for words. Weren't they supposed to wait patiently for an opportunity before striking? And Lin turned to him with a smile. How did you like my blitzkrieg tactic? Mo-Hai's lips twitched as he nodded in admiration. Mr. And Lin, your flexing skills are surely the best under the heavens. You're far too kind, Mr. Mo-Hai. And Lin replied with a smile. Mo-Hai made his way toward the black crystal flame python and sliced open its body with his saber. A ball of fire in the shape of a crimson flame wing was burning within the python's body, from which emanated extremely pure flame power fluctuations. That's an encounter rate of 100% so far. Not bad, eh? Here, take this and absorb it. And Lin. Mo-Hai handed the flame wing to Enlin with a smile. Flame wings couldn't be stowed away into storage rings, and each person could only take one flame wing back to the Vermilion Bird sect with them. They had their eyes set solely on high-grade projections of the Vermilion Bird flame wing, so the best way to take care of these lower-grade flame wings was to absorb their energy. And Lin accepted the flame wing projection and began to absorb the flame power within it into his own body. The amount of flame power imbued within the flame wing was extremely massive and created an effect that was not inferior to that of the best fire-type spirit pills. After absorbing the flame power within the flame wing, and Lin's eyes seemed to have become a shade brighter, and the 4 divine flames within his body were all enhanced to a small extent. These flame wings truly are great for cultivation. If I stay here and continue to slay mutant beasts to absorb their flame wings, I'm sure I would be able to make a breakthrough in the Tao of Fire. And Lin exclaimed in amazement. Mo-Hai shook his head with a slight smile. Only someone like you can have such bold thoughts, Mr. Enlin. All the sect disciples are risking their lives just by being in these trial grounds and are extremely thankful to even obtain just a medial grade projection of the Vermilion Bird flame win. No one would dare to treat these trial grounds as hunting grounds in fear they become hunted themselves. And Lin's eyes lit up slightly. Then is there a limit on how long we can stay in the Vermilion Bird trial grounds? Mo-Hai faltered slightly at his question before replying. The energy within the red teleportation badges generally last for around 7 days, and they'll automatically activate to teleport us back to the Vermilion Bird sect once time's up. Of course, we can also choose to activate them before that if we'd like to return to the sect early. Mr. Enlin, you're not thinking about staying here to collect flame wings, are you? These trial grounds are unimaginably perilous. There have even been over 20 soul formation final stage cultivators who have met their demise here. Don't worry, I won't stay here that long. Let's continue hunting. Enlin replied with a smile. I guess I'll stay here for 6 days instead of 7 then. Mo-Hai heaved a sigh of relief at Enlin's words. With Enlin's insane combat prowess, even if the 2 of them were to encounter a heavenly flame mutant beast, there was a chance they would be able to slay it with their combined strength without having to use the mystic treasure of the sect. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, Mo-Hai estimated that they would be able to obtain 2 high-grade flame wings within 4 days. The 2 of them didn't waste any more time and rose into the air again before flying deeper into the mountains. Close to 20 hours passed before they knew it. In total, the 2 of them had slain roughly a dozen spirit fire mutant beasts and 4 earth fire mutant beasts, which was a fantastic haul, but they had yet to encounter any heavenly fire mutant beasts. Clang! A crimson saber projection of over 100 feet in size crashed down with devastating flame power before cleaving open the flame domain of an earth fire mutant beast, White Flame Wolf, and going on to slice its massive body in half. Mo-Hai retracted his saber gracefully with a scornful expression on his face. What an arrogant kitty cat. It has paid the ultimate price for its arrogance. Clap, 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 and Lin burst into applause. I give that flex 70 points. If you had looked up into the sky instead of down at the fallen tiger, I would have given it 10 more points. Mo-Hai immediately nodded with a thoughtful expression. Thank you for your instructions, Mr. Enlin. I'll be sure to keep that in mind next time. And Lin nodded with gratification. During their mutant beast killing spree, he would occasionally instruct Mo-Hai in the art of flexing. Mo-Hai's flexing aptitude was quite good, and he improved in leaps and bounds under Enlin's careful instructions. Mo-Hai absorbed the flame power within the projection of the Vermilion Bird flame wing before nodding with a satisfied expression. Let's continue our search for a heavenly fire mutant beast. However, Enlin did not heed his call. Instead, he had his gaze fixed on the carcass of the white flame tiger. He ran through a rough calculation in his head and discovered his frying pan's enhancement ability should have cooled down by now. There was an ingredient lying right at his feet. He couldn't just waste this opportunity. Mr. Enlin, are you all right? Mo-Hai asked curiously. Huh. and Lin came to his senses before adopting a solemn expression. Mr. Mo Hai, are you hungry? Mo Hai shook his head. I'm a soul formation stage cultivator. I can easily get by without food for a few days. And Lin nodded. Good. I'm going to cook some tiger meat first. Seeing as you're not hungry, you better not try to eat any. He made his way toward the white flame tiger as he spoke and began to slice into its flesh with his evil-slaying sword. Mo Hai stared at Lin with incredulity. You're going to cook some tiger meat now? And you're scared that I'll try and steal the meat from you? Are you trying to make a fool out of yourself? Just what are you thinking? And Lin completely ignored Mo Hai's questions and brought out his frying pan from his storage ring before starting a fire and adding condiments into the frying pan. He then tossed a portion of tiger flesh into the air before dicing it into even slices with a series of black sword projections from his evil-slaying sword. The slices of near-translucent meat fell into the frying pan wherein Lin immediately began to cook them. Mo Hai couldn't help but nod in admiration at Lin's skilled and practiced movements. What a pro! An alluring aroma began to gradually waft into the air as Lin continued to cook the tiger meat. Mo Hai's body trembled as he caught a whiff of the alluring scent and an expression of incredulity appeared on his face. Fuck! That smells so good. Could the flesh of the white flame tiger be a top-grade food ingredient? Hee. The flesh of a white flame tiger can be considered to be an above-average food ingredient at best. The most important factor is my godlike cooking skills. And Lin smiled lightly. Mo Hai nodded with a dazed expression on his face. The alluring aroma grew stronger as the dish neared completion, and Mo Hai stared at the meat in the frying pan with a longing gaze. Can I take back what I just said? And Lin glanced at Mo Hai with a chuckle. Didn't you say you weren't hungry and that I was making a fool out of myself? Mo Hai apologized with an awkward expression on his face. I was just spouting nonsense. I haven't eaten in many days already. Can you please take pity on me and give me some of the meat in the pan? And Lin replied in a resolute tone. No. Mo Hai. Right at this moment, a few giant wolves with black flames burning on their bodies slowly approached Lin as they stared at the meat in the frying pan with greedy expressions. Ha! My cooking can even attract mutant beasts. What a pleasant surprise. And Lin looked at the approaching wolves with an ecstatic expression. Mr. And Lin, leave them to me. You focus on your cooking and just make sure to give me some meat to replenish my energy after I slay these wolves. Mo Hai immediately volunteered. Right at this moment, the crimson clouds in the sky began to surge violently. A white figure descended toward them with thousands of flying flame birds right on her heels. Xianxia. Mo Hai faltered slightly after catching sight of the figure in the sky. The countless flying flame birds swept through the air like a sea of flames, and their combined, overwhelming aura gave her a sense of asphyxiation. There was a six-winged golden flame bird leading the pack, which was a heavenly fire mutant beast. Mr. Mo Hai, Mr. and Lin, please help me distract these flying flame birds for 10 seconds while I prepare a spell technique. Xianxia was looking a little disheveled as she transmitted her voice to them from afar. And Lin was also taken aback by the scenes unfolding before his eyes. Holy fuck. Xianxia, you're even more badass than me. How did you attract thousands of mutant beasts all at once? An awkward expression appeared on Xianxia's face after hearing Lin's words. And she flew even faster toward Lin and Mo Hai. And Lin looked at the meat in the frying pan, and his heart throbbed with pain. The meat wasn't fully cooked yet, and if he stopped cooking now, the flavor enhancement effect of the frying pan would be wasted for the day. Mr. Mo Hai, you told me you'd keep me safe, so I'm counting on you. I'm going to finish cooking first, so I'll leave the flying flame birds to you. I'll split you a third of this meat afterward. And Lin turned a solemn gaze on Mo Hai. Mo Hai almost blacked out after hearing this. Fuck. The heavenly fire mutant bird descended upon him with hundreds of spirit fire mutant birds and thousands of normal fire mutant birds behind it. How the hell was he supposed to stand against this? Mr. And Lin, I was just spouting nonsense. Can you pretend like I never said that? Mo Hai looked up at the countless flying flame birds in the sky, and he felt like he was on the verge of tears. Shangguan Yi looked down at Enlin with an expression of shock on her face. "Mr. Enlin, aren't you going to lend a hand?" Enlin rolled his eyes at Shangguan Yi. "Can't you see I'm busy?" Shangguan Yi. She was just about to say something, but she suddenly caught a whiff of an extremely alluring scent when she was around 1,000 feet away from Enlin. The scent was nothing short of heavenly, and her stomach instantly began to growl even though she wasn't even hungry a moment ago. She turned her shocked gaze upon the meat in the frying pan and immediately swallowed the words that she was about to utter. Shangguan Yi descended from the sky and landed lightly beside Enlin. "Mr. Mo Hai, I'll have to trouble you to distract the birds for 10 seconds for me then." Mo Hai could only brace himself with a resigned smile as he stood in front of Enlin and Shangguan Yi with a circular golden disc in his hands. The circular disc was the mystic treasure of the sect, the Divine Phoenix Disc. The disc could draw on the power of the Divine Phoenix to unleash an extremely powerful offensive and defensive formation which could keep even a heavenly fire mutant beast at bay. The mystic treasure was extremely powerful, but it could only be used once, so Mo Hai was very reluctant to bring it out. And Lin also brought out his 2 Gundams from his storage ring. "Mr. Mo Hai, I'll assign you 2 helpers. They'll be as useful as at least 4 Ji Yongfang." Shangguan Yi was in the process of reciting a mantra, and she almost forgot the words after hearing Enlin's yell. Mo Hai's chest constricted with an exasperated expression. "Bro, just how much of a vendetta do you have against Ji Yongfang? He's not even here, but you're still belittling him?" "I'm not belittling him. I'm just telling the truth," Enlin replied lightly. "Mo Hai." At this moment, the army of thousands of flying flame birds was already upon him, and they rammed directly toward him with devastating power. Divine Phoenix Disc, True Spirit Defensive Formation. Golden light burst forth from Mo Hai's crimson eyes as he activated the Divine Phoenix Disc. The defensive formation required significantly less energy to maintain than the offensive formation. These were all Shangguan Yi's prey anyway, so he didn't intend to use the offensive formation. The cry of a phoenix erupted between heaven and earth, and a huge barrier of golden light rose up from the ground, encapsulating an area with a radius of over 1,000 feet around Mo Hai. Boom! The army of flying flame birds crashed into the barrier with a series of resounding booms. A wave of flames extended around the barrier for over 1,000 meters, melting the ground below into molten and reducing all living beings to ashes with its devastating heat. Countless ancient symbols surfaced on the golden defensive formation as an insane amount of power poured forth from within, keeping the army of flying flame birds at bay. At the same time, Shangguan Yi's long sword began to float before her as she uttered a series of mantras, which immediately significantly lowered the temperatures around her, causing ice and snow to materialize in the air. And Lin was almost enraged to the point of tears. He had just finished cooking the tiger meat, but the meat was now frozen solid. What the hell was her problem? Shangguan Yi stepped lightly on the ground, and the image of a snowflake exuding a brilliant blue light began to take shape before expanding outward, creating a huge formation of a few kilometers in radius which instantly ensnared all the flying flame birds within. Frosty Heavens Sword Formation, Vanquish. Shangguan Yi's cold voice sounded, and her long sword transformed into a streak of blue light which flew into the air. Boom! The power of extreme frost burst forth from the massive snowflake formation, freezing all the flying flame birds solid for an instant. The 6-winged heavenly fire mutant bird stared at the blue sword in the sky with a cautious expression. A crisp ringing burst forth from the blue sword, and it began to multiply from 1 to 10, from 10 to 100, from 100 to 1,000. Thousands of ice swords exuding the power of extreme frost hovered in the air above the massive snowflake formation. All the swords descended from the sky with overwhelming killing intent before sweeping through the army of flying flame birds. The clash between snow and ice erupted at this moment. The scorching flames of the flying flame birds clashed with the ice swords, resulting in a series of resounding booms. Some of the flying flame birds were frozen solid and slashed into pieces, while some of the ice swords melted upon making contact with the scorching flames of the flying flame birds. With each flap of its wings, the most powerful six-winged flying flame bird materialized hundreds of powerful flaming wing projections, which then flew toward the ice swords before reducing them into clouds of vapor. The number of ice swords began to drastically decrease, but right at this moment, the massive snowflake formation on the ground glowed with a brilliant light and instantly materialized another 1,000 ice swords. The power of the snowflake formation ensured that there was a practically limitless supply of ice swords constantly at the ready. The carcasses of flying flame birds fell to the ground like crimson rain, and more than half of them had been slain in just a few short seconds. The six-winged flying flame bird immediately spread its wings to conjure up a flaming cyclone as it tried to escape. Xianxia focused her gaze on the six-winged flying flame birds, and the snowflake formation suddenly began to constrict, and the boundless power of extreme frost within materialized a gigantic ice sword of over 1,000 feet. This giant ice sword was her true finishing technique. It pierced through the air as it flew toward the six-winged flying flame bird at lightning pace. The translucent surface of the sword reflected the crimson glow of the six-winged flying flame bird's flames, and the devastating power of extreme frost imbued within the sword had the six-winged flying flame bird trembling with fear. It immediately unleashed a wall of heavenly flames behind it to buy itself sufficient time to escape. However, the wall of heavenly flames was instantly slashed in half by a flash of blue light. 2 seconds later, the gigantic ice sword glowed brightly as it descended upon the six-winged flying flame bird with unstoppable force. Rip! The six-winged flying flame bird was chopped in half, and its blood descended from the sky in a shower of flames, which were then frozen solid by the fearsome power of extreme frost in the air before finally crashing to the ground. Thus, the entire army of flying flame birds had been completely exterminated by her sword formation. Mohai looked up at the scenes of carnage around him and sighed with admiration. What a powerful sword technique! From the criteria of offensive firepower alone, Xianxia is truly the most powerful cultivator of the young generation. He stowed away his divine phoenix disc before turning to face Lin, where he was greeted by the sight of 2 peculiar silver mechanical puppets looking around themselves, seemingly at a complete loss for what to do. Mohai's lips twitched at the sight of the mechanical puppets. You mean to tell me that these 2 could fight on par with 4G Yongfang? And Lin glanced at Mohai expressionlessly. What did you expect? You used your finishing technique too early and didn't give my Gundams a chance to show you their skills. Mohai's eyes widened in shock. He didn't expect Lin to be able to pin the blame on him instead. I've never seen such a shameless person. A long sword flew through the air, carrying with it the projection of a golden flame wing. Xianxuanyi's body swayed slightly from exhaustion, and all the blood had drained from her delicate features, but a rare smile still appeared on her face as she caught sight of the flame wing projection. This flame wing projection was golden, which meant that it was a high-grade projection of the vermilion bird flame wing. Mohai glanced at the flame wing in Xianxuanyi's hands with an envious expression. That was what he was searching for as well. The flame wing couldn't be stored into a storage ring, so Xianxuan clasped it to her chest before bowing to express her gratitude. Thank you for your help, Mohai and Lin. Please accept all the projections of the vermilion bird flame wing in the air as my expression of gratitude. Mohai and Lin looked up into the air to find that there were over 100 inferior grade projections of the vermilion bird flame wing. These were all left behind by the spirit fire mutant beasts within the army of flying flame birds, and for what it lacked in quality, it more than made up for it through sheer quantity. Mr. Mohai, you did much more than me, so you can have my part as well, Lin said nonchalantly. Mohai rolled his eyes. Do you expect me to thank you? No, there's no need for gratitude, but you should hurry and absorb them all before they float away. Lin smiled as he snuffed out his divine flame. His tiger meat dish was officially completed, and Lin raised his head to find Xianxuan staring intently at the meat in his frying pan. So he made a welcoming gesture to her. Ms. Xianxuan, would you like to have some meat to replenish your energy? Xianxuan initial reaction was to reject his offer, but her legs began to step forward of their own accord. The aroma wafting in the air from the frying pan was simply too delicious to resist. What meat is this? It smells quite unique. Shangguan Yi stared at the sumptuous meat in the frying pan with curiosity written all over her porcelain-like features. It's just the flesh of a white flame tiger. It smells good because of my godlike cooking skills. And Lin replied with a triumphant smile. Shangguan Yi, would you like to have some? Shangguan Yi had intended to reject his offer yet again. But her head wasn't listening to her either as it nodded of its own accord. I would like some. A delighted smile appeared on Lin's face. There are about 300 slices of meat in this frying pan. I would normally sell this dish for around 100,000 spirit stones at market price, which equates to around 300 spirit stones per slice. How many slices would you like, Ms. Shangguan Yi? Shangguan Yi's eyes widened in shock. Mo Hai had just returned after absorbing the flame wings in the air, and he almost fell over after hearing Lin's words. Holy fuck, Mr. Lin, 300 spirit stones a slice? Is this a fucking robbery? Shut up if you still want your 100 slices of meat. And Lin glared at Mo Hai. Mo Hai immediately shut his mouth like an obedient dog. A smile appeared on Shangguan Yi's face. All right, I'll take 200 slices. And Lin, Mo Hai. And Lin was shocked into silence by Shangguan Yi's words. Holy crap. There were only 300 slices of which Mo Hai was entitled to 100, and she wanted to purchase the remaining 200. Wasn't Lin supposed to lick the fucking frying pan after they were done eating? Sorry, I can only sell 100 slices at most. And Lin said with a nonchalant expression. He was the boss anyway, so he could do whatever he wanted. All right, then give me 10 slices. Shangguan Yi amended. And Lin, Mo Hai. And Lin stowed the 3,000 spirit stones into his storage, and the three of them sat down around the frying pan to enjoy their feast. Shangguan Yi was only joining in for fun, but when she had her first slice of meat, she almost fell out of her stool. Oh my god! How could there be such delicious meat in this world? Mo Hai was also wolfing down slices of meat like there was no tomorrow. Brother Lin, I finally understand why you refused to help out in the battle now. Such delicious food truly requires the chef's undivided attention. I'll give you another 10 slices for what you just said. And Lin replied with a grin. Mo Hai's body trembled, and he immediately piled all types of praise on Lin. Mr. And Lin, the cooking skills of a person reflects who they are, and I'm not just saying this. Your cooking skills equate to strength, your aptitude, and how badass of a person you are. Mo Hai was like a compliment vending machine, showering compliments on Lin in a relentless stream in hope of being rewarded a few more slices of meat. An expression of deep remorse appeared on Shangguan Yi's face after she finished her 10 slices of meat. Why didn't she buy some more? Why was she so stupid? What was she doing? Shangguan Yi looked at the two people feasting on meat beside her, and she finally couldn't resist the urge to negotiate. Mr. Lin, I want to buy some more meat. Can I take back what I said earlier? And Lin turned his gaze on Shangguan Yi. She was a woman that was widely renowned within the Vermilion Bird sect as an icy beauty, but at the moment, her expression was not icy in the slightest. Instead, her features were filled with timidity and longing. He considered for a second and nodded after deciding that forging a friendship with her could be a long-term investment. Sister Shangguan Yi were both members of the Vermilion Bird sect, so I'll give you 90 more slices for free. That way, everyone gets 100 slices and the happiness is evenly shared around. Shangguan Yi fell into a daze, and her bright eyes flashed as if she had been struck by a massively pleasant surprise. Mr. Lin, thank you so much. You truly are a good person. And Lin, Mo Hai blinked in confusion. Wait, that's not right. There are only 300 slices of meat in the frying pan. You just gave me 10 more, so I get 110. Doesn't that mean you only get 90 slices, Mr. Lin? And Lin immediately came to a realization and nodded in reply. You're right, Mr. Mo Hai, in that case. I'll deduct 10 slices from your allowance, so it's fair for everyone. PFFF. Mo Hai almost spat out a mouthful of blood, and he wanted to slap the shit out of himself. Fuck. Then what the hell did all that flattery come to? It was all in vain. Shangguan Yi covered her mouth and chuckled lightly at Mo Hai's suicidal expression. The three of them devoured all the tiger meat in the frying pan and sat down on the crimson grass with pleasure etched on all their faces. Sister Shangguan Yi, since you've already found a high-grade projection of the Vermilion Bird Flame Wing, you can activate your teleportation badge to return to the Vermilion Bird sect. But why are you still staying around? Mo Hai asked. It was all thanks to you two that I was able to slay that heavenly fire mutant beast. So I feel like I should repay your kindness by accompanying you two in your quest for high-grade projections of the Vermilion Bird Flame Wing. Shangguan Yi replied with a determined expression. But the Vermilion Bird trial grounds are extremely perilous. We really can't ask you to take the risk for us. Mo Hai appeared a little hesitant. Say no more, Mo Hai. I've already made my decision, Shangguan Yi said with an extremely resolute expression. And Lin was a little confused by Mo Hai's actions. Wasn't it a good thing to have one extra powerful ally? Why was Mo Hai trying to chase her away? Right at this moment, he suddenly received a voice transmission. Mr. and Lin, help me convince Sister Shangguan Yi to leave us alone. And Lin blinked in confusion before transmitting his voice in response. Why would I do that? Isn't it better to have a powerful ally to help us out? On top of that, she's a beauty as well. So we have something pleasing to look at during our quest as well. Fuck that. If you let her follow us around in these perilous trial grounds, we might all get screwed soon. Mo Hai hurriedly transmitted his voice to Lin. You don't know about her history. She's renowned in the Vermilion Bird sect for having lousy luck and encountering undesirable situations. Her luck is contagious as well and would often blight those around her too. Do you think it was a coincidence that she was being hunted down by that army of flying flame birds? It's all because of her bad luck. And Lin was a little taken aback by his words, and sympathy for Shangguan Yi began to well up in his heart. He responded in a meaningful and heartfelt tone. Mr. Mo Hai, we should band together as disciples of the Vermilion Bird sect. But why are you trying to defame her instead? Sister Shangguan Yi is someone deserving of our sympathy, and she's just trying to help. Wouldn't you feel guilty if you chased her away? Lousy luck? Sounds like superstitious bullshit to me. How could someone so beautiful have anything but good luck? Mo Hai, you're going to regret this. And Lin rolled his eyes and didn't respond. Right at this moment, Mo Hai and Shangguan Yi both stood up with solemn expressions. They brought out a yellow divine talisman each, and their expressions turned even graver. What's wrong? And Lin also stood up anxiously. Our divine talismans will light up whenever one of the core disciples is in a life-threatening situation nearby. From the looks of it, there appears to be someone in dire straits about 1,000 kilometers south of here, Shangguan Yi explained. 1,000 kilometers south from here is also where the Mystic Treasure Mountain ranges are located. Lu Jiaji had headed off to the west and Ji Yongfang wouldn't dare go south. Then it must be Yang Yuan there, Mo Hai analyzed with a grave expression. And Lin was a little perplexed. Don't we have teleportation badges that can take us back to the sect when we encounter insurmountable dangers? Shangguan Yi heaved a heavy sigh. Brother Yang Yuan may have ventured into a mystic realm with spatial restrictions. Either that or he has encountered an enemy capable of spatial manipulation. All three of them fell silent at the latter notion. Life and death were often decided by fate in perilous places such as the Vermilion Bird trial grounds, but they didn't want to abandon one of their fellow disciples. Thus, it became a difficult decision for them with regard to whether they should risk their lives to stage a rescue mission. The southern region of the Vermilion Bird trial grounds was a perilous region where the probability of encountering death was higher than 90%. Yang Yuan was already at the soul formation pinnacle stage, but even he had encountered life-threatening perils. All of this worked to further exemplify just how perilous the southern region truly was. A fierce expression of determination appeared on Mo Hai's face. I can't just stand by idly when Brother Yang Yuan is in danger. I want to see just how dangerous the legendary southern region of the Vermilion Bird trial grounds is. I'll come with you, Shangguan Yi chimed in lightly, and Lin also nodded without hesitation. Count me in too. I'm the most powerful in-name disciple of the Vermilion Bird sect after all. I can't let that title go to shame. The three of them exchanged knowing smiles before rising into the air and flying toward the southern region of the Vermilion Bird Trial Grounds. And Lin flashed through the air with excitement surging in his heart. Who would have thought that he would voluntarily choose to pursue the most dangerous region in these trial grounds? Perhaps this was all preordained by fate. His heart then suddenly trembled, and he turned to look at Xianxia. This couldn't be because of her supposed bad luck. Could it? No way, it must be a coincidence. The three of them flew at top speed toward the location indicated by the divine talismans. The divine talismans were still glowing, which meant that Yang Yuan was still alive but in a lot of trouble. The crimson clouds surged overhead, and a plume of scorching flames suddenly burst forth before flying toward Lin and the others, giving all three of them a huge fright as they lowered their flying altitude. Not long after that, several flying flame birds began to gather around Lin and the others. The three of them initially didn't think much of this at first, but when the number of birds around them swelled to triple figures, they could no longer just ignore them. We can't keep letting them gather, otherwise we'll be buried. Xianxia turned and charged toward a bunch of flying flame birds while wielding her long sword. And Lin and Mohai also followed suit as they began to cut down the flying flame birds around them. The combined strength of 3 soul formation stage cultivators took care of these weak flying flame birds in no time. Humph! What a bunch of ignorant wild chickens. How dare they even challenge someone as powerful as I am? Mohai swung his crimson saber with a scornful expression. Perhaps it's exactly because they are so weak that they are unable to comprehend just how powerful we are, thereby giving them the courage to challenge us. And Lin raised his head to look into the sky above with a lonesome expression. Mohai's eyes immediately lit up as he committed this badass line to memory for his own use. Xianxia stared at them with an appalled expression, wondering to herself just what the hell the two of them were doing. They were delayed slightly by the flying flame birds, but it was nothing significant and they continued toward their destination. Not long after that, the crimson clouds above them surged and several more flying flame birds flew toward. They immediately killed those before they had a chance to gather into triple figures yet again. They soon welcomed the third wave of flying flame birds, and Lin and the others continued their killing spree. They were then greeted by the fourth, the fifth, and the sixth wave. Fuck! Since when were there so many flying flame birds in the Vermilion Bird Trial Grounds? And Lin exclaimed in frustration. Xianxia blinked with confusion. There has always been a lot of them. I see them everywhere I go. They're like mosquitoes and they're always chasing me around. It's really annoying. And Lin, say, are we even in the same Vermilion Bird Trial Grounds? He and Mohai had only encountered flying flame birds once during their time here, so why was she constantly being chased around by them? A thought began to slowly take shape in Lin's mind, and it soon became one that he couldn't ignore. See what I was saying? Mohai's voice transmission sounded beside him, and Lin was completely speechless. He finally understood how Xianxia ended up being chased by an army of thousands of flying flame birds. At this rate, they would probably rack up 1,000 flying flame birds kills within 2 hours. Thus, the three of them finally reached the southern border of the Vermilion Bird Trial Grounds with countless flying flame bird carcasses in their wake. A series of mountain ranges over 30,000 feet tall extended as far as the eyes could see, completely obscuring everyone's view from being able to see what laid in the southern region of the Vermilion Bird Trial Grounds on the other side. And Lin and the others flew up along the side of the mountain when a huge rift suddenly appeared in the crimson clouds overhead. A vast expanse of flames rained down like a dense waterfall, instantly encompassing an area of over 1 kilometer in radius. All three of them were dumbstruck. What the hell was this? The waterfall of flames descended upon them at an alarming pace, and they were no longer able to dodge. And Lin was the first to recover his composure and expanded his brick before moving it to hover overhead. Come here. My brick will protect us. Mohai and Xianxia immediately heeded his instructions, and the three of them gathered beneath the brick. Boom! The devastating force behind the waterfall of flames forced the black brick slowly downward as flames trickled down the sides of the black brick. The scorching temperatures threatened to suffocate all three of them, and Xianxia and Mohai both set up defensive measures to keep the terrifying flames at bay. The fearsome waterfall of flames persisted for a few minutes before finally subsiding. Fortunately, Lin's black brick was extremely heat-resistant, and the three of them weren't turned into molten lava. Mr. Lin, your brick is unexpectedly quite useful. Xianxia stared up at the black brick and nodded in approval with fear lingering in her heart. That's true, it's very ugly, but it's very useful, Lin replied smugly. Mohai looked up into the sky to find that the rift in the clouds had disappeared. The crimson clouds had also turned black as if all the flame power within that patch of cloud had been exhausted. He turned to Lin and Xianxia. Time is of the essence. Let's make haste. The two of them both nodded in agreement, and they continued to scale up the side of the mountain. They didn't encounter any more mishaps from there and successfully arrived on the other side of the mountain. Lin looked up at the sky to find that the clouds were no longer crimson, but instead a dull gray. He couldn't tell at what altitude these clouds floated, nor what could lie above them. There was a series of white mountain ranges below stretching as far as the eyes could see. This was a very bleak and desolate white with zero plant life. However, there was a series of rivers of molten flames which flowed through the mountains like a series of arteries and veins, creating a stark contrast between the dull white of the mountain. Lin and the others continued onward. However, they soon encountered thousands of crimson bats flying toward them with their mouths wide open to reveal their vicious, sharp teeth. There were even a few earth-fire mutant beasts and about a dozen spirit-fire mutant beasts among their ranks. There's too many of them, let's run. Mohai knew that they didn't have time to waste fighting these mutant beasts, so he immediately proposed an escape plan after discovering that these crimson bats were relatively slow. Lin and Xianxia immediately followed along. However, they had only traveled a few more kilometers before they stumbled into a lethal wind mystic realm. Lethal winds were ever present in this realm, and it required constant energy expenditure to keep them at bay. At this rate, they would run out of vital energy and be shredded to death in less than 15 minutes. Fortunately, Xianxia discovered the center of the lethal winds, which she then destroyed, and the lethal winds immediately subsided. After flying for a further 15 minutes, they then mysteriously stumbled into a lethal poison mystic realm. The poisonous mist completely obscured their vision, and Lin could only barely keep it at bay through the use of his evergreen technique. As for Mohai, he was a lot more unfortunate. Even after unleashing his domain as a defensive measure, the toxins still found a way into his skin, leaving him convulsing uncontrollably as his skin slowly turned green. Fortunately, Xianxia was able to trace the direction in which the poisonous mist was flowing and discovered the source of the poison, which was about a dozen earth-fire poisonous spiders. She immediately slew them and saved all three of them from certain death. In the end, the three of them discovered 10 8th-grade golden immortal fruits in the spider's nest, of which Xianxia took 4 and Lin and Mohai pocketed 3 each. Lin and Mohai were both extremely impressed by Xianxia's resourcefulness and ability to think on her feet, to which she replied that she was already used to digging herself out of all manners of trouble. Her words brought tears to both Lin and Mohai's eyes. What a strong woman! The three of them finally made their way out from the lethal poison mystic realm, but with great difficulty. However, they didn't even get the chance to heave a sigh of relief when they encountered a stampede of over 1,000 powerful mutant beasts heading right for them. They encountered the stampede under coincidental circumstances. 3 extremely powerful heavenly fire mutant beasts flew in the air above, and there were about a dozen earth fire mutant beasts, over 100 spirit fire mutant beasts, and over 1,000 normal fire mutant beasts in hot pursuit behind them. All of them stared at Lin and the others with confusion and pleasure in their eyes right after the three of them re-emerged from the lethal poison mystic realm. Mohai slapped his forehead and turned to Lin with a resigned expression. Lin swallowed audibly. What the fuck? Were these really all coincidences? 3 heavenly fire mutant beasts. Just enough for 1 each. Xianxia drew her sword and took a step forward expressionlessly. Lin nodded. Mohai and I haven't obtained high-grade projections of the vermilion bird flame wing yet, so this really is a fortunate stroke of luck? A fortunate stroke of luck? Mohai's face convulsed. None of the 3 heavenly fire mutant beasts before them were especially large in stature. All of them were only around 10 feet, but their auras were suffocatingly powerful. There was a humanoid tiger holding a black club with a pair of flame wings sprouting from its back, a 6-winged flame bird with blue flames all over its body, and a humanoid wolf with white scales all over its body. The heavenly flame mutant beasts didn't charge into battle straight away. Instead, they stood on the sideline with scornful expressions and conversed among themselves. A sneer appeared on the humanoid tiger's face. Jijigu the flame bird shook its head. Yinglalagulagaying. The humanoid wolf seemed to be full of killing intent. Howl. Fuck. How dare they? Mo-Hai glowered in rage. Xianxia and Enlin turned their gazes upon him in shock. You can understand what they're saying? Mo-Hai gritted his teeth with rage. I don't have to. I can tell from their expressions that they're looking down on us. Xianxia and Enlin. Ding dong! The system suddenly sounded at this moment. Enlin's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly opened the system in his mind to discover a new mission. Detected that host is in contact with the ancient man language. Imitate 2 pig oinks at no lower than 70 decibels to receive the inheritance of the ancient man language. Fuck off! Enlin couldn't help but swear with rage. Xianxia and Mo-Hai both turned to Enlin upon hearing his outburst. Enlin calmed his rage and turned a conflicted gaze upon the 3 heavenly fire mutant beasts who were still in a heated discussion. To oink or not to oink? Was knowledge more important or was his dignity more important? This was a no-brainer for someone who had a constant thirst for knowledge as he did. Oink oink! He gave an imitation based on his impression of how pigs oinked. Mo-Hai and Xianxia instantly turned to stare at him in bewilderment. Mo-Hai even picked at his ears, as if he thought he had heard wrong. Even the 3 heavenly fire mutant beasts instantly fell silent before turning their gazes on Enlin in unison. Enlin was blushing heavily from embarrassment, but the mission success notification still hadn't appeared in his mind. Was his pronunciation incorrect? Oink oink! He oinked loudly yet again, but there was still no response from the system. Howl howl! Cluck cluck! Ba ba! Are you all right, Mr. Enlin? Mo-Hai's expression was caught somewhere between concern and mirth. Could it be that the poison from the spiders impaired his cognitive functions? Xianxia furrowed her brows with concern. Enlin was about to collapse. He turned to 2 people beside him and begged for help. Do either of you know what pigs sound like? Please teach me. Mo-Hai. Xianxia. Mo-Hai turned a sympathetic gaze on Enlin. Mr. Enlin, you're a human, not a pig. Don't get it mixed up. Xianxia brought out a green pill from her storage ring and handed it to Enlin with a nervous expression. Mr. Enlin, this is a universal antidote. Please take it. I haven't been poisoned. Enlin's chest tightened as he scrambled to explain himself. I'm studying the ancient man language, which is what those heavenly fire mutant beasts are speaking, but I need to mimic the grunting sound of a pig to master the language. What do they sound like? Please teach me. Mo-Hai's lips twitched. Mr. Enlin, don't treat everyone else like idiots just because you've become one yourself. Oink oink. 2 exemplary oinks suddenly sounded. Enlin and Mo-Hai both turned their gazes upon Xianxia. A blush appeared on her delicate features, and she lowered her head with embarrassment. That's how pigs sound like? She had initially planned to reject Enlin's request, but she felt like he wasn't joking, so her lips suddenly made the sound of their own volition. Thank you. Enlin looked at Xianxia with gratitude. Oink oink. Enlin oinked like a wild boar at the top of his lungs. Not only Mo-Hai was looking at him like he was retarded, but his expression was also mirrored on the faces of all 3 of the heavenly fire mutant beasts. The humanoid tiger exclaimed in shock. Is this human a stupid cunt? Enlin was instantly incensed. You're a stupid cunt. Your whole family are all stupid cunts. Xianxia blinked her bright eyes. You're insulting the mutant beasts? Enlin only came to the realization then that he could already understand what the humanoid tiger was saying. However, He had just used the Taichu language to insult them as opposed to the ancient man language, so none of the three mutant beasts could understand. A chilling aura burst forth from the humanoid wolf's body. I think that humans insulting us. Let's kill them all. The flame bird shook its head. We can't. The divine leader has finally captured a powerful human cultivator which he could use as a sacrifice to the demonic moon. If the sacrifice fails, at least we would have these as backup. The humanoid tiger sighed in resignation. Then let's put this to a vote. The humanoid wolf immediately placed its vote. I vote we kill them and eat them. We're all at bottlenecks in our cultivation. Maybe eating them will help us make breakthroughs. The divine leader can get fucked. The flame bird glared at the humanoid wolf. Shut your mouth. Everything I do is for the divine leader. I vote to capture them alive and present them to the divine leader. The humanoid tiger was undecided. I forfeit my right to vote. All three of them sighed in unison. Sigh. We're back to square one again. And Lin. So it turned out the three heavenly fire mutant beasts were just talking about the same thing this whole time? And they were just going around in circles too? My god. They're the real stupid cunts. And Lin transmitted his voice to Mo Hai and Shangguan Yi. I know what they're saying. From their conversation, I can deduce that there's a powerful mutant beast which they refer to as the divine leader who has captured Yang Yuan. These three are all followers of this divine leader. Let's kill everyone here but leave the humanoid wolf alive. It's not very loyal to this divine leader, so we should be able to interrogate it for some information. Shangguan Yi's eyes immediately lit up, and she looked at Lin with a hint of admiration in her eyes. Mo Hai was completely dumbfounded, and he stared blankly at Lin. Imitating pig oinks is the key to learning the ancient man language? What is wrong with this world? My two Gundams will take care of the small fry. I'll capture the humanoid wolf alive. And you two take on the other two heavenly fire mutant beasts? Any objections? And Lin continued. A concerned expression appeared on Shangguan Yi's face as she looked at Lin. Are you sure you can capture it alive? Capturing a mutant beast alive was a lot more difficult than killing one, and it could only be accomplished if the hunter's strength was well above the mutant beast. Mo Hai was a lot more confident in Lin's abilities. Sister, Lin might only be soul formation initial stage, but he's even more powerful than I am. Lin raised his chin slightly and he smiled confidently as white robes rustled in the breeze. Trust me, to me, it's just like capturing a little puppy. Just as the three heavenly fire mutant beasts were still caught up in their heated argument, Lin and the others took the initiative. Shangguan Yi stepped forward and heaven and earth were instantly transformed into a vast expanse of ice and snow which swept toward the six-winged flame bird. Mo Hai also charged forward and slashed down with his crimson saber toward the humanoid tiger. The two Gundams transformed into two streaks of white light before pouncing on the army of mutant beasts behind Lin. Lin himself challenged the humanoid wolf with evil-slaying sword in hand, but he minimized his aura as if he was plotting something. The three heavenly fire mutant beasts roared with laughter when they saw the humans before them initiating an attack instead of running away. The humanoid tiger swung his black club and a powerful aura burst forth from his body. What a bunch of arrogant, ignorant humans. Let me, the Black Lotus Tiger God, show you what true strength is. I'm going to eat all of you. A ruthless smile appeared on the humanoid wolf's face, and his claws suddenly extended to 3 meters in length with white flames dancing around them, giving them the appearance of sharp flaming sabers. The six-winged flame bird didn't utter a single word before it pounced toward Shangguan Yi. Boom! Scorching flames collided with the power of extreme frost before transforming the stretch of several thousand feet around them into a world of fire and ice. Mo Hai's crimson saber clashed with earth-shattering force against the humanoid tiger's black club, and the shockwaves emanating from their clashes alone were enough to pulverize everything within a radius of 1,000 feet. The humanoid wolf licked its fangs with relish as Lin charged toward it. Your aura appears to be the weakest among the 3 humans. I haven't had meat in a long time. I'll take this opportunity to break my fast. It scratched its claws through the air, and several white flaming claw projections flew toward Lin. The claw projections gradually increased in size as they approached Lin, and once they were upon him, they had grown to over 1,000 feet in length, leaving several bottomless trenches on the ground below in their wake. And Lin made a quick evaluation of the claw projections in front of him and determined that they were each imbued with power equivalent to an all-out attack from a soul formation final stage cultivator. He wouldn't have been able to take this attack head-on when he was still a spirit-nurturing final stage cultivator, but he was already a soul formation stage cultivator now. And Lin's evil-slaying sword slashed through the air toward the humanoid wolf in the distance. An extremely pure black sword projection sliced through the air and clashed with the white claw projections. The humanoid wolf was eagerly waiting for Lin to be sliced into ribbons by his claw projections, but instead, he was greeted by a shocking spectacle. The black sword projection tore through his claw projections before descending with unstoppable force upon him, seemingly having lost none of its original momentum. Howl! The humanoid wolf's power burst forth from its body, creating a massive crater in the ground below it. It sprang into the air at extreme speed and dodged the terrifying sword projection. However, right at this moment, a bolt of divine lightning descended from the sky and struck him before he even had a chance to react. Boom! Golden lightning crashed into the humanoid wolf's head, and the fearsome power imbued within immediately charred his body as black smoke began to billow from his scales. After transcending the tribulation of golden void lightning, Lin was now able to inject a shred of golden void lightning into his attacks, while he simultaneously unleashed his lightning manipulation technique and lightning amplification technique. "Do you concede?" Lin suddenly asked in a cold voice. The humanoid wolf was still groggy from being struck by the divine lightning, and its body trembled as a shocked expression appeared on its face after hearing Lin's question. You know how to speak the ancient man language." "I do indeed, and I'm gonna ask you again, do you concede?" Lin repeated coldly. "Howl! I'm the white-scaled wolf god. You're dreaming if you think you can make me surrender." The humanoid wolf roared with rage, and his white scales trembled slightly as his aura surged violently. A suit of white flaming armor appeared around his body, and his 3-feet-long claws began to glow with an extremely bright light. Thump! The humanoid wolf stepped into the air, and a shockwave burst forth to create a blast of energy which extended for over a kilometer underfoot. His body instantly reached a speed 5 times the speed of sound, and he instantly appeared right in front of Lin as he slashed his white claws downward with overwhelming force. Sigh! A light sigh sounded from between Lin's lips, following which his body was torn to shreds. Boom! The power from the humanoid wolf strike created 5 deep trenches, each 100 meters in length on the ground below. The humanoid wolf was just about to celebrate when Lin's body suddenly disintegrated into white mist. Mist Immortal technique. The hair stood up on the back of the humanoid wolf's neck as an overwhelming sense of impending death enveloped its body. It was just about to turn around, but a black sword projection had already descended upon it. Heaven and earth seemed to dim slightly in the face of the sword projection. The black sword projection tore through the humanoid wolf's suit of flaming armor, as well as its near-indestructible white scales before slashing a huge trench a kilometer in length onto the ground below. Howl! The humanoid wolf wailed in anguish as it frantically retreated with an expression of shock on its face. Blood gushed forth, and one of its arms had already landed on the ground below. "Do you concede?" Lin's voice was like a frosty breeze, making the humanoid wolf tremble uncontrollably. Fear appeared for the first time on the humanoid wolf's face. This human was simply far too fearsome. The humanoid wolf had initially thought that his aura suggested that he was the weakest among the 3 human cultivators. It could now see that it was wrong beyond belief. It hadn't even landed a scratch on the human before its arm was chopped off. Judging from his strength, not even the combination of the 3 heavenly fire mutant beasts could defeat him. "Not gonna talk, eh? Let's continue then." Lin wasted no more words, and a white light burst forth from his eyes. Howl! The humanoid wolf howled to strengthen its resolve, and it condensed its consciousness as a pillar of scorching white flames erupted into the air, melting the ground with a radius of over 100 meters around him. Ghostly wolf strike. The humanoid wolf stepped forward, and it was as if he had transformed into a white meteorite as he hurtled toward Enlin, reducing everything in its wake to ash and dust. Enlin narrowed his eyes slightly. This attack possessed power akin to the all-out attack from a cultivator at the soul formation pinnacle stage. He might not be able to take it head-on without sustaining injuries. Wings of wind suddenly materialized on his back as he flew into the air at extreme speed. To his surprise, a ruthless smile suddenly surfaced on the humanoid wolf's face. This attack was its trump card, and its speed was a shade quicker than even Enlin after using his wings of wind technique. It flew into the air in pursuit of Enlin, and the distance between them slowly dwindled as boundless flames burst forth from the humanoid wolf's white claws in its preparation to land the final blow on Enlin. Die! It roared as it lashed out with its claws, causing the very space between them to tremble as heaven and earth seemed to lose its luster. Enlin looked at the humanoid wolf with no discernible change in his expression, but heaven and earth suddenly dimmed. Within the darkness, the humanoid wolf felt as if its body was being ripped to shreds. Howl! The humanoid wolf howled in anguish. When the light returned to heaven and earth, its claws had already pierced through the clouds in the sky, creating 5 massive rifts in the clouds over 1 kilometer in length. But Enlin was nowhere to be seen. The humanoid wolf turned its head with great difficulty to find that Enlin was already standing behind itself. Splat! Over 100 sword wounds suddenly appeared on the humanoid wolf's body as blood burst forth from its body. It fell to the ground feebly, where its landing created a massive crater in the ground. Enlin descended in front of the humanoid wolf like a graceful bird and looked down upon it with a cold expression. "Do you concede?" Enlin repeated yet again. His voice was like a blast of glacial air, causing the humanoid wolf to shudder uncontrollably. The humanoid wolf was really scared now. This human was far too powerful for it to deal with. Up to this point, the man hadn't even used any of his techniques more than once. He was fighting like he was simply abusing a fucking dog. I. The humanoid wolf stared up at Enlin with fear raging in its eyes. It had a feeling that it was going to die if it refused to surrender. A golden light suddenly flashed in Enlin's eyes as he looked at the humanoid wolf, bringing with it boundless might. The humanoid wolf stared up at Enlin, and it suddenly felt as if it was looking at an invincible and insurmountable mighty figure who had the world at his knees. It had no choice but to concede. Divine might technique. This became the final straw that broke the humanoid wolf's resolve. "Please don't kill me. I concede." The humanoid wolf trembled as it bowed its head into the ground. There was no longer any killing intent emanating from its body, only irrepressible fear and reverence. Enlin smiled with satisfaction. He could tell that the humanoid wolf was extremely selfish and fearful of death from its plan to eat human cultivators in order to strengthen itself as well as its disobedience toward their divine leader. Creatures like this would definitely obey beings more powerful than themselves, so they were the easiest to capture and conquer. Enlin continued, "Then let's sign the slave contract." "Slave contract? You want me, the white-scaled wolf god, to be your slave? What a joke!" The humanoid wolf immediately flared up in rage. A slave contract was a severe humiliation for any living being. Once it became a slave bound by the contract, it would be unable to resist any of its master's commands, which meant Enlin could theoretically command it to commit suicide, and it wouldn't be able to resist. This was an extremely unfair contract. Enlin didn't say anything. Instead, he raised his evil-slaying sword high above his head and let his sword do the talking. The humanoid wolf stared up at the fearsome long sword and finally bowed its head as its teeth chattered in fear. "All right, I'll do it." Enlin nodded and didn't waste any more time with words. He released a drop of golden blood essence which emanated a peculiar energy fluctuation due to the injection of a mantra. The drop of blood essence dripped onto the humanoid wolf's head, thereby forming an invisible connection and completing the slave contract. A disconsolate expression appeared on the humanoid wolf's face. Who would have thought that the mighty white-scaled wolf god would be reduced to become a human slave? Enlin clasped his hands behind his back and raised his head to look up into the sky. "I am the #1 prodigy of the heavenly court and the best immortal chef of the kingdom of the 9 states. You should be honored to be the slave of a peerless sword immortal like me. The humanoid wolf faltered slightly before raising its head to look up at Enlin. Below the dark clouds, Enlin's body seemed to radiate with a mysterious light. A sense of unparalleled pride and majesty seemed to emanate his body, drawing genuine awe and reverence from the humanoid wolf. The white-scale wolf god suddenly became quite excited after hearing the titles Enlin rattled off. It only just figured out just how badass its owner was. Enlin tossed a first-grade spirit pill, bone-mending pill, to the humanoid wolf. Find your arm and eat this pill to reattach it. We'll take a look at how the others are going once you're done. The humanoid wolf accepted the bone-mending pill gleefully before nodding respectfully to Enlin and setting off to find its detached arm. Meanwhile, the two Gundams were decidedly at a disadvantage against the army of over 1,000 mutant beasts. They could only just impede the progress of the mutant beast army. But even just that was a struggle. After all, there were about a dozen Earth-Fire mutant beasts within the mutant beast army, which was quite a powerful force in itself. Enlin looked at the Gundams, who were slowly falling into retreat, and he turned to the humanoid wolf beside him. White-scaled wolf god, it's your turn to perform. I'll leave these mutant beasts to you. The humanoid wolf gritted its teeth, but it knew that it couldn't disobey its master's orders. It had only just regenerated slightly from its wounds, but it still charged toward the army of mutant beasts at the behest of Enlin and began a fearsome killing spree. The humanoid tiger and the six-winged flame bird were both shocked to see this. Fuck! You fucking traitor! How dare you side with the enemies? I'll kill you after I'm done here. The roar of the humanoid tiger burst forth like a clap of thunder, audible even from miles away. The humanoid wolf completely ignored the humanoid tiger and continued its killing spree. It would have died long ago if it didn't surrender. The crisp ringing of a sword sounded, and a frosty breeze immediately swept toward the army of mutant beasts. Enlin looked in a certain direction to discover that Xianxia had already slain the six-winged flame bird with her longsword. There was a vast expanse of ice and snow left in the aftermath of their battle, appearing as if it were a huge white mirror situated within the Black Mountain ranges. Enlin nodded with approval. Xianxuanyi's ice-type techniques were indeed extremely powerful. She was only at soul formation intermediate stage, but she could already defeat a heavenly fire mutant beast which was comparable in combat prowess to a soul formation final stage cultivator. Enlin was seriously beginning to wonder how she learned her techniques. Could it be that she really attained enlightenment in the Tao of Ice simply from seeing cultivators of her sect play with fire? That sounded absolutely fucking ridiculous. Lastly, he cast his gaze on Mo-Hai's battle. Mo-Hai's domain was a blood-fire domain, which had been activated to its maximum extent. The humanoid tiger's aura had also been elevated to the extreme, and its eyes were completely in a bloodshot state as it violently swung its black club, sending tremors running through the ground with each of his attacks. There were many mountains in the area that had been reduced to rubble by just the shockwaves from the humanoid tiger's attacks. Mo-Hai's Crimson Blood Saber techniques were also renowned for its power, but Mo-Hai was decidedly on the back foot as he stumbled back in retreat under the relentless barrage from the humanoid tiger's black club. Enlin couldn't help but inquire from afar. Mr. Mo-Hai, are you okay? Do you need help? Mo-Hai almost spat out a mouth of blood upon hearing this. Are you fucking blind? Can't you see I'm getting destroyed? Do you really have to ask when things are so obvious? However, Enlin really was a bit perplexed with regard to whether Mo-Hai wanted help or not. After all, he didn't know if Mo-Hai had some trump card up his sleeve or not. What if he intervened in the battle, only for Mo-Hai to chastise him for stealing his kill? After all, real men all preferred to fight one-on-one, didn't they? Mo-Hai was too caught up with defending against the humanoid tiger's relentless barrage of attacks, to the extent that he couldn't even divert his attention to reply to Enlin. He had initially thought that Enlin would lend him a hand, only to find that Enlin was standing off to the side and spectating his battle with relish. Thump! The humanoid tiger's muscles suddenly expanded violently, and he waved his black club through the air with mountainous force, instantly knocking Mo-Hai flying into the air. Mo-Hai spat out a mouthful of blood and almost blacked out from the impact. Mr. Enlin, help me! and Lin finally sprang into action upon hearing this. He spread open his wings of wind and charged in Mohai's direction at extreme speed. The humanoid wolf took a glance at the approaching Lin, then looked at the now-dead six-winged flame bird as well the traitorous humanoid wolf. It made up its mind and immediately began to escape at full speed. And Lin sighed lightly. No one has ever been able to successfully escape from the legendary sword Immortal and Lin. Find authorized novels in Webnovel faster updates. Better experience, please click www.webnovel.com for visiting. His wings of wind reached a wingspan of 10 meters, and he instantly broke through the sound barrier before reaching 5 times the speed of sound and hurtling toward the humanoid tiger. Roar! The humanoid tiger's aura surged violently as it increased its speed to maintain its distance from Lin. And Lin's expression darkened, and he decided to use the 6 strikes of the war god to end the battle quickly. First technique, Wind Sword. His speed drastically increased once again to reach 7 times the speed of sound. He swept through a distance of 2 kilometers within the blink of an eye and slashed his sword down upon the humanoid tiger. The evil-slaying sword was peerlessly sharp, and the humanoid tiger was completely taken by surprise before it was instantly sliced in half and fell toward the ground, dead as dead could be. The humanoid tiger still wore an expression of shock and fear as the 2 halves of its body fell on the ground. At the same time, a golden flame wing appeared in the air. It was none other than a high-grade projection of the vermilion bird flame wing, and Lin immediately grabbed the flame wing before flying back to Mohai with a wide grin on his face. Mohai swallowed a pill to facilitate recovery and accepted the projection of the vermilion bird flame wing that Xianxia offered to him with a grateful expression. Thus, all 3 of them had a high-grade projection of the vermilion bird flame wing and completed their main mission. He looked at the returning Lin with an extremely distraught expression. Mr. Lin, how the hell did you even cultivate? You're clearly only at soul formation initial stage, but you're belting heavenly fire mutant beasts like you're belting your own son. Mohai was aware that Lin was extremely powerful, but he still received a huge fright at the sight of his terrifying speed and swordsmanship. Xianxia also cast her gaze on Lin. She too was clearly quite shocked at how powerful Lin was. They're just mutant beasts with strength on par with soul formation final stage cultivators. I could have belted them even when I was just at spirit nurturing final stage. Lin replied nonchalantly. The aura of a domineering monarch suddenly swept toward Mohai, making him bow his head in awe and reverence. Xianxia. The army of mutant beasts was soon exterminated by the humanoid wolf and the 2 Gundams. The humanoid wolf looked at the dead humanoid tiger and 6-winged flame bird, and it heaved a wistful sigh. Dumb bird, dumb tiger, you should have surrendered like I did. In this brutal world, only those who are smart can live longer. The humanoid wolf shook its head before making its way toward its master. The 2 Gundams also landed beside Lin, appearing extremely gallant as they glowed with a silvery light. Mohai looked at the 2 Gundams and offered up genuine words of praise. They truly are puppets with strength equivalent to at least 4G Yongfangs. Oh, you're far too kind. These are just a few toys I fiddle with from time to time. Lin replied modestly. Mohai's lips twitched violently, and he suddenly had the urge to cleave the serial flexor to death. The humanoid wolf slowly trudged toward Lin. It had already sustained severe injuries from its battle with Lin, and its subsequent battle against the army of mutant beasts only worked to further exacerbate those injuries, to the extent that its aura was now severely diminished and it had blood all over its body. Come here, white-scaled wolf god. Eat this. Lin brought out a 2nd-grade spirit pill, dragon blood pill, before tossing it to the humanoid wolf. The humanoid wolf accepted the spirit pill with a grateful expression and swallowed it without hesitation. All right, we'll talk as we move. Lin rose into the air on his brick. The humanoid wolf stared at him vacantly. Where are we going? To kill your divine leader, who captured our sect brother. Lin spoke with a nonchalant expression as if he was only elaborating on an insignificant detail. The hair on the back of the humanoid wolf's neck immediately stood on end, and its legs almost gave out from under itself. You want to kill our divine leader? Are you crazy? So you guys come from the same sect as that human. But even then, you'll be walking to your deaths. And Lin's face fell. Are you trying to resist your master's commands? An extremely powerful sense of impending doom enveloped the humanoid wolf's body, as if it was going to die if it even thought about resisting its master's commands. In the end, it had no choice but to follow behind Lin with tears streaming down its face. The three of them rose into the air and flew toward the location indicated by the divine talismans. Master. The divine leader has the Black Phoenix bloodline and is one of the most powerful beings within the ancient man tribe. Even though it had been sealed by 9 heavenly chains, it's still extremely powerful and definitely not someone you can stand against. The humanoid wolf spoke with a terrified expression. It had just saved itself by discarding its dignity and becoming Lin's slave, but now it was about to meet its maker by going against the divine leader. That would simply be a tragedy. It began to tremble uncontrollably as it recalled all the torture methods the divine leader used on traitors. And Lin's interest seemed to have been piqued. Go on. Tell us just how powerful is your divine leader. Be more specific. The humanoid wolf looked at Lin with a desperate expression. The divine leader is definitely more powerful than you, master. Don't go, you'll die. You haven't even seen my full power. How would you know it's more powerful than me? And Lin blinked with curiosity. The humanoid wolf didn't have a response to this, and it knew from Lin's determined expression that there was no going back. Hence, it could only heave a resigned sigh and continue to provide intel. The divine leader is one of the divine generals of the ancient man tribe with power comparable to a human cultivator at the return to void pinnacle stage cultivation base. Even Lin's breathing became more labored after hearing this. Return to void pinnacle stage? Could he even fucking survive being poked by the divine leader? The divine leader entered the Vermilion Bird trial grounds to try and obtain the power of the Vermilion Bird that was sealed here. However, he was instead trapped by the 9 heavenly chains the Vermilion Bird had set up, and those chains have been constantly sucking away his power, so he's now less than 1/10 as powerful as he once was. However, even so, his power is well beyond anything you can imagine. The humanoid wolf trembled uncontrollably at the mere recollection of the divine leader in action. A solemn expression appeared on Lin's face. He knew just how powerful cultivators at the return to void pinnacle stage were. Even if he only had less than 10% of his original strength, this was a powerful being that they probably wouldn't be able to stand up against. Aside from that, the divine leader also owns a white phoenix which is also extremely more powerful. At the very least, it is much more powerful than anyone from the rest of our tribe. The humanoid wolf grew more and more dejected as he spoke. It was as if he was reading out his own will. And Lin gestured for the humanoid wolf to continue talking and tell them everything it knew. The humanoid wolf sighed before continuing. The demonic moon is going to reappear soon. The emergence of the demonic moon gives rise to all sorts of strange phenomena, and the divine leader would always try to take this opportunity to offer a human sacrifice to the demonic moon in order to try and weaken the power of the heavenly chains. To be initiated, the sacrificial ritual also requires a plant by the name of Black Emperor Weed. Our army was searching for this Black Emperor Weed when we ran into you guys, and Lin relayed all the information from the humanoid wolf to Xianxia and Mo. Both of them adopted extremely grave expressions after hearing Lin's words. Mo heaved a long sigh. 1/10 of the power of a cultivator at the return to void pinnacle stage. How powerful is that again? And Lin massaged his brows. I don't know. About the equivalent of 100 G Yongfang? Mo. Xianxia. And Lin then offered up some words of consolation. Well, the humanoid wolf doesn't know exactly how much of his original power that the divine leader has left. It only told me that he had less than 10% of his original power. 1% is still less than 10%. Xianxia's expression remained extremely grave. Life is not a joke. We have to plan for the worst-case scenario. Mo and Lin both trembled at her words as they recalled Xianxia's appalling luck. They really did have to plan for the worst-case scenario. So what now? Should they still try to save Yang Yuan? The three of them fell completely silent. The enemy was far more powerful than they had anticipated. All three of them were struck by a sense of asphyxiation, as if they were being crushed under a tall mountain. Little wolf, are there any other defensive measures we have to take precautions against? Like spell formations or traps and things like that? And Lin suddenly turned to the humanoid wolf with a question. The humanoid wolf was too distraught to even be mad at his new nickname, and he replied with a bitter smile, "The divine leader wouldn't set up traps like that. He's very confident in his own abilities." And Lin fell silent for a moment before speaking again. Then, "Does the divine leader have any weaknesses?" The humanoid wolf scratched his head. "Well, the divine leader really likes to flex. Does that count?" And Lin? Boom! The clouds in the distance suddenly began to surge like massive waves. The ground below them also began to tremble and quake as pillars of flames broke through the ground below and rose into the air, lighting up heaven and earth with a brilliant crimson light. "The phenomena have begun. The demonic moon is about to appear," the humanoid wolf said in a panicked voice, and Lin's expression shifted as he accelerated further. Mohai gritted his teeth before turning to Lin. "Mr. And Lin, if the enemy truly possesses the power of a return to void stage, then you can give up on this mission. There's no need to make meaningless sacrifices for Brother Yang Yuan." And Lin turned to look at Mohai. "Then what about you two?" Mohai fell silent for a moment before replying, "I'll do my best." "Then I'll do my best too." And Lin pursed his lips. "Don't be thinking you two are the only Vermilion Bird sect disciples here. I'm also an in-name disciple too. Are you guys the only ones allowed to risk your lives?" Mohai gripped his divine phoenix disc and looked at Lin with a smile. "You are a true friend. I value my life too. If I can't beat the divine leader, I'll run away without needing a reminder." And Lin amended. Mohai laughed heartily. "I really like honest people like you. Let's go for a drink once we make it out of here." "For sure." And Lin nodded. "And cook something for us too," Mohai continued. And Lin rolled his eyes. "Those are your true intentions, aren't they?" Mohai averted his gaze with a smile but didn't retort. Shangguan-Yi looked deeply at the two of them, but she didn't say anything either as she turned to look into the distance as well. The thick clouds in the air were beginning to surge and dissipate under the scorching heat from the pillars of flames. Crimson light peeked through the gaps in the clouds and shone onto the ground below. On a certain mountain within the southern region of the Vermilion Bird Trial Grounds, there were thousands of mutant beasts on their knees. They all seemed to be kneeling in a massive circle around a black sacrificial altar. A series of strange red symbols floated in the air around the altar, emanating scorching energy. At the center of the sacrificial altar was a young boy, who appeared to around 15 or 16 years of age, that had been bound and suspended high into the air by a black vine. 5 cylindrical rods, each an inch in diameter, punctured his limbs and his chest, but there was no blood flowing out from the lacerations. However, a series of veined patterns in the form of blood vessels had appeared on the black rods, giving them an extremely peculiar appearance. An extremely handsome man with a pair of black wings was looking up into the sky with a slight smile on his face. "It's almost time." A series of semi-transparent chains bound his body and ran through his heart before sinking into the ground. The boundless power of the earth became an unbreakable seal for the man. The shrill cry of a phoenix rang out through heaven and earth, and a bright white flame lit up the dark skies above. A white phoenix of around 100 feet in size circled the air above the sacrificial altar, and the vast power of divine flames emanating from its body had all the mutant beasts gathered below trembling with fear. The phoenix descended down to the ground like a holy beast, wiping away all the impurities of the world. Its feathers were pristinely white, with not a single speck of dust to be seen, and supreme divine might radiated from its eyes, giving it the appearance of a godly creature. However, when it drew closer to the man with the black wings, it revealed an extremely affectionate side of itself as it rubbed its head against the man's arm in an intimate gesture. "Don't be impatient, White Phoenix. We'll be able to initiate the ritual once the demonic moon emerges," the man said with a soothing smile. The phoenix let loose another cry before nodding in an extremely personified gesture. The man suddenly turned his gaze upon a certain spot in the distance, and his expression immediately darkened. At that moment, the wind and clouds surged violently between heaven and earth, and ear-splitting thunderclaps could be heard booming in the sky, as if the very heavens were venting their rage. However, the man's expression soon lightened, as if he had already forgotten the cause for his rage. He turned to the mutant beasts gathered around the altar with a smile. "So be it, we're missing the Black Emperor weed, and that makes the ritual somewhat imperfect. Still, it's always a joyous event when guests come to join in on the festivities. Phoenix Army, go welcome our guests." The mutant beasts kneeling around the altar roared in unison at the man's command, and their collective auras exploded forth as they turned to look up into the sky. And Lin, Mo Hai, and Shangguan Yi could see the sacrificial altar from several kilometers away, and rage burst forth in their eyes when they caught sight of the young boy who had been suspended in the air with black rods puncturing his body. At the same time, an army of mutant beasts had already set forth toward them, and the three of them welcomed the army with extremely cold expressions. Over 300 spirit flame mutant birds swept toward them first and blasted flames from their beaks. The small plumes of flames converged to form a massive wave of flames several thousand feet in height before crashing down with crushing force. "Piss off!" Mo Hai roared, and a vanquished character appeared on the divine phoenix disc in his left hand as a towering plume of crimson flames burst forth from the crimson saber in his right hand. He slashed his crimson saber toward the oncoming wave of flames, and a flaming crimson sword projection burst forth before instantly vanquishing the wave of flames. The sword projection continued onward and shredded all of the flying flame birds behind the wave of flames into ribbons. The three of them continued moving forward. Their speed barely decreased in the face of the flying flame birds. At this moment, over 400 mutant beasts running on the ground below were already upon them. All of them then turned to look up into the sky before flames began to shoot out of their mouths and converge in the air. Boom, boom, boom. All of the over 400 mutant beasts blasted forth fireballs from their mouths, creating a spectacle akin to hundreds of cannons going off at once, making ground tremor violently below them. The fireballs were as dense as rain and completely enveloped the three people above to allow no chance for escape, and the devastating temperature created a massive heat wave which radiated forth from all directions. Shangguan Yi drew ahead of Enlin and Mo Hai, and she pointed her sword in a downward direction, thereby instantly materializing a six-pointed snowflake of around 1,000 feet in size below her feet. The massive snowflake began to rotate at high speed, and the power of extreme frost seemed to threaten to freeze the entire space solid. Several hundred scorching fireballs suddenly began to shrink in size as they approached the massive snowflake in the sky before completely fizzling out even before they reached the massive snowflake. Just one snowflake managed to dispel the collective attacks of over 400 mutant beasts. Vanquish! Shangguan Yi's eyes were like 2 blocks of ice as she pointed her long sword down toward the ground, and the water droplet pendant around her neck suddenly glowed with an extremely bright blue light. Crack! The massive snowflakes began to disintegrate into thousands of ice swords which swept down toward the mutant beasts on the ground below like streaks of blue light imbued with powerful killing intent. The ground below instantly transformed into a frosty abattoir, and the mutant beasts wailed in anguish as their blood gushed forth before instantly being frozen solid. When the three of them finally flew past overhead, all 400 mutant beasts below had been buried under snow and ice, with not one remaining survivor. Around half a kilometer away from the sacrificial altar, over 300 powerful spirit fire mutant beasts gathered together with ferocious bloodlust on their faces. Some of them were flying in the air with flames enveloping their bodies, while others remained on the ground, building up their powerful spell techniques. Wings of wind materialized on Enlin's back, and he tore through the air like an almost untraceable white streak. The mutant beasts were all caught by surprise, and just when they were about to initiate their attacks, a golden light flashed in Enlin's eyes while a golden ripple imbued with boundless might spread forth for over a kilometer in all directions. Most of the mutant beasts instantly began frothing at the mouth and fainted on the spot, while the remaining more powerful mutant beasts all sank to their knees feebly, as if they were kneeling to their monarch. And Lin walked among them, and the projection of the sun appeared in the air before instantly burning the mutant beasts into ashes with its boundless, scorching flames. Trash! And Lin spoke expressionlessly as he made his way toward the sacrificial altar. The man on the sacrificial altar was a little intrigued when the first two people sprang into action, but his expression faltered slightly after seeing Lin's techniques, and he looked on with amusement at the approaching Lin. The man was not bothered in the slightest by the collective demise of his Phoenix army. On the contrary, he was extremely glad to see 3 more worthy humans for him to feast on. This was like having food delivered straight to his doorstep. Well done, white-scaled wolf god. The man looked at the humanoid wolf accompanying Lin and the others with an expression of approval. The humanoid wolf almost shit itself after hearing these words of praise. He didn't think even for a single moment that these were genuine words of praise. They were instead a declaration of his death. The man then turned his gaze upon the 3 people approaching the sacrificial altar with a slight smile on his face. It's such a pleasure to be welcoming guests, but I don't have much in the way of hospitality. I can only provide you a choice between whether you'd like to braise by the white phoenix or sliced into sashimi by the black phoenix. Yang Yuan looked down at the 3 of them, and a hint of clarity returned to his eyes as he frantically yelled for them to run away in a hoarse voice. The veined patterns on the black rods puncturing his body pulsed like a heartbeat, and Yang Yuan's expression distorted along with the rhythm of the pulsation as if he was enduring extreme agony. And Lin glanced at Yang Yuan and replied in a cold voice, "Braise the white phoenix and slice the black phoenix into sashimi. That sounds good to me. Hee hee. Since when did ants become so foolishly brave?" The black phoenix chuckled lightly, and he extended a finger as he looked at the 3 people before him. "I can crush you all with just 1 finger." And Lin was not enraged in the slightest by the black phoenix's words. Instead, a cold smile began to emerge on his face. "Then what if you can't kill us with 1 finger? You have to pay a price for not living up to your flex, don't you?" The black phoenix's expression faltered slightly, and he felt a hint of humiliation. He clasped his hands behind his back and looked up into the sky with a sneer on his face. "Are you trying to goad me? Ants like you don't have the right to negotiate with me." And Lin shook his head with a forlorn sigh. "If you don't have the strength to back up your flex, then don't say you can crush others with a single finger. Flexing without being able to back yourself up just makes you look like a stupid cunt." The black phoenix's gaze fell upon Lin with rage burning in his eyes, and a devastating aura akin to that of an ancient god-fiend swept toward Lin. And Lin unleashed his divine might technique to its fullest extent, and boundless divine might burst forth from his eyes as he met the black phoenix's unwavering gaze with his own. Their eyes met, and gale force winds immediately swept up around them as thunderclaps erupted in the sky. The black phoenix suddenly began to laugh. "All right then, you might be more powerful than the average ant, but one of my favorite hobbies is to crush conceited ants like you. I'll say it again, I can crush you all with 1 finger alone. If I fail to do so, then I'll release that man who is being bound by the demonic ceiling vines." And Lin nodded with a smile. "I hope you keep your word." And Lin then relayed their conversation to Mohai and Shangguan Yi. Mohai and Shangguan Yi instantly turned their gazes upon the black phoenix in bewilderment. The same thought occurred to both of them at the same time. Is this black phoenix a stupid cunt? But even so, they didn't dare to get complacent. After all, they might not even be able to defeat the black phoenix even if he used just 1 finger, and even if they succeeded, there was no guarantee that the black phoenix would keep his promise. In any case, there was only 1 course of action available to them. The black phoenix spread his wings, and black flames as dark as an all-engulfing abyss enveloped his whole body. He raised his head and extended a finger toward the 3 people before him. "Now then, let's have you crushed." All the vital energy within a radius of a few kilometers began to surge, and an insane amount of energy began to form a vortex before converging at the black phoenix's fingertip. Pitch-black energy was accumulating at the tip of the black phoenix's finger, and the space around him began to tremble and warp. Just the energy fluctuations radiating from his fingertip reduced the ground within a radius of 100 meters from him into dust. The Black Phoenix seemed to be quite pleased with the grave expressions that appeared on his three opponents' faces. This technique is called the Abyssal Finger. Back when I was at the height of my powers, I used this technique to severely wound a Dark Wing tribe monarch. And Lin blinked with a scornful expression. You only managed to wound a monarch at the height of your powers? Is that something to be boasting about? I slew a monarch when I was just at Dao body stage. The Black Phoenix's expression darkened at Lin's words, and the energy on the tip of his finger suddenly burst forth into a pitch-black streak of light. The streak of light was imbued with extremely devastating penetrative power, and heaven and earth seemed to dim slightly as if his technique had unleashed an abyss into this world. And Lin's black brick expanded to shield himself as well as Mohai and Xianxia. Boom! An earth-shattering boom erupted as the streak of black light struck the black brick. At this moment, the ground below was completely pulverized, and a huge abyss appeared in wake of the streak of black light. Black energy radiated outward, reducing everything around him to nothingness. It's over. The Black Phoenix clasped his hands behind his back expressionlessly. However, the world around him suddenly descended into darkness. Oh? Interesting. He turned and pointed his finger to a certain spot in the darkness. Boom! The sound of an ear-splitting crash was followed by a sharp screeching noise. Light returned to the world, and Lin found that the blade of his evil-slaying sword had clashed with the Black Phoenix's finger, but it was completely unable to slice into the Black Phoenix's skin. Just as the two of them were caught in an impasse, a brilliant red light suddenly burst forth behind the Black Phoenix. Mohai descended upon the Black Phoenix from behind and slashed his crimson saber down with all his might. Xianxia also launched an attack from another direction, as her sword flashed through the air, like a blue meteorite straight for the Black Phoenix's head. You three are like mere candlelight trying to compete against the light of the sun. The Black Phoenix roared, and the black flames around his body burst forth to create a tornado of scorching black flames which rose straight into the clouds above. The force behind Mohai's crimson saber was completely nullified by the tornado of black flames. Xianxia fared even worse as her body was swept up by the tornado, and she flew back like a cannonball, spewing blood as she went. And Lin was also forced into retreat by the tornado of flames, but crimson feathers suddenly appeared around his body, causing the space around him to twist and warp. The feathers converged to form an arrow with the demonic star flame acting as the tip, the great holy flame acting as the shaft, the setting moon flame as the fletching, and the heavenly void flame as a suit of armor around the arrow. Thus, the Crimson God arrow merged for the first time with the four divine flames. The Crimson God arrow shot forth, and its purple tip pierced through the air, incinerating everything in its path and leaving a trace of icy blue in its wake. The Black Phoenix looked at the oncoming Crimson God arrow with a disdainful expression. You think such a low-level fire spell technique could break through my dark flame tornado? You'll never understand what the hierarchy of flames represents. My flames are of the highest tier and are therefore immune to all fire. All other flames can only bow and kneel to my flames and... He didn't even get a chance to finish his sentence before a massive hole was blasted into his dark flame tornado, and the arrow pierced through his chest, leaving behind a peculiar sensation which was somehow simultaneously scorching hot and icy cold at the same time. Boom! The arrow buried itself into the ground behind the Black Phoenix, creating an unfathomably deep hole. Black blood gushed forth, and the Black Phoenix was stunned for a second, as if he was unable to comprehend the fact that he had just been injured. Genuine rage appeared on the Black Phoenix's face for the first time as his blood dripped onto the ground. You dare to injure me? You're just an ant. How dare you injure me? I'll kill you. The Black Phoenix spread his wings and a terrifying aura burst forth from his body. He charged toward Lin in a streak of black light and instantly appeared right in front of Lin before stabbing his finger forward. His finger punctured Lin's head and poked a massive hole into a mountain a few hundred meters away. Lin's body disappeared in a puff of cloud and mist. There's nowhere for you to run. The Black Phoenix turned toward a certain direction and devastatingly powerful black flames burst forth from his fingertip. However, right at this moment, the projection of a red phoenix suddenly appeared behind him before crashing into his body. Boom! This attack was imbued with extremely fearsome power, and the Black Phoenix was immediately knocked flying. Mo Hai gripped the Divine Phoenix disc in his hand and continued to pour his energy into it with a determined expression on his face. The water droplet pendant around Shangguan Yi's neck began to glow with a blinding white light as she also poured forth her energy without reserve. A blue sword projection extended for over a kilometer and transformed the space around it, in a radius of over 1,000 meters, into a world of snow and ice as it headed straight for the Black Phoenix's head. The Black Phoenix gritted his teeth and raised his finger in front of himself as a circular black shield appeared in the air. The sword projection was extremely sharp and sliced the black shield in half before colliding with the Black Phoenix's finger. The sword projection drew blood before cutting deep into the Black Phoenix's finger. A light breeze blew past, and Enlin leaped out from the shadows before stabbing a sword with white streaks of wind revolving around its blade directly toward the Black Phoenix's heart. Enlin's strike was as fast as lightning, giving the Black Phoenix no time to dodge. A peculiar black light began to emanate from the evil-slaying sword as it silently cut through the air. Splat! The black long sword embedded itself into the Black Phoenix's heart as blood sprayed forth again. Enlin, Shangguan Yi, and Mo Hai all stared at the Black Phoenix with anxious expressions. The Black Phoenix's expression faltered slightly, and he stared blankly at the sword protruding from his chest with a stunned expression. He then suddenly began to laugh. To think that I, the mighty Black Phoenix, would be reduced to such a pitiful state that even a few ants can force me to such an extent. Do you think you've won? The Black Phoenix gripped onto the blade of the evil-slaying sword, and he turned his head 180 degrees to look at Enlin with a ruthless smile on his face. Do you think I would die just from having my heart punctured? Enlin's heart thumped heavily as he looked at the vicious smile on the Black Phoenix's face. The Black Phoenix continued to smile maliciously. Trash like you will never understand how powerful my life force is, nor will you ever be able to defeat me. Enlin blinked slowly. Oh, I do understand how powerful your life force is. But why are you using your hand to grip onto my sword? We agreed before the battle that you would only use one finger. So isn't using your hand against the rules? Shouldn't you be letting him go now? Enlin asked as he pointed toward Yang Yuan. Enlin's words reverberated throughout the air and were met with a deafening silence. Black Phoenix. The Black Phoenix's hand trembled slightly as he gripped onto the evil-slaying sword, and he suddenly experienced an inexplicable sense of humiliation. Die! Killing intent burst forth from his eyes as he let loose an enraged cry. The black flames around his body began to surge violently before drastically expanding outward. Boundless black flames engulfed everything around him like a black sun, enveloping a space of over 1,000 feet in radius. Boom! Black flames erupted forth and converged to form a massive black fireball which instantly engulfed Enlin. Shangguan Yi had already begun a frantic retreat when she detected that the Black Phoenix was about to unleash a powerful technique. But she was still caught in the explosion and a few burns had appeared on her fair skin. Enlin! Mo Hai roared with rage. As the black flames continued to wreak havoc, Enlin suddenly appeared with a film of blue light around his body as he began to plummet toward the ground. Parts of his skin were slightly charred, but he was able to avoid any severe injuries as his heavenly ice silk garment activated at the last moment, thereby allowing him to successfully evade that fearsome attack. Enlin looked up at the mountainous mass of black flames in the air as he fought to stabilize his body. The effect of the heavenly ice silk garment could only be activated once within a short period of time, so he would not be so lucky next time. Shangguan Yi and Mo Hai both heaved sighs of relief after seeing Enlin emerge relatively unscathed. You're supposed to be one of the divine generals of the ancient man tribe, but it appears your vows are no different to your farts. Enlin said with a cold voice as he looked up at the ball of black flames in the sky. The black flames parted to reveal the Black Phoenix within. There was still black blood flowing from the wound in his chest, but his aura was just as powerful as ever. The Black Phoenix glanced at Enlin with a cold expression. I am the mighty divine general, Black Phoenix. I do not need to explain my actions to anyone. Enlin's lips twitched at his words. He had never seen someone break a vow with such a justified expression. White Phoenix! The Black Phoenix summoned. The White Phoenix rose into the air from the center of the sacrificial altar. A powerful aura burst forth from its body alongside holy flames that were imbued with the fearsome power to purify everything in its wake. Go take care of those two. I'll take on the last one and show him what true strength looks like. The Black Phoenix glared at Enlin as if he was trying to kill Enlin with the killing intent in his gaze alone. The White Phoenix let loose a shrill cry and flapped its wings as it flew toward Mohai. The white flames around its body glowed like the sun as they threatened to incinerate the entire world. Mohai's body trembled slightly as he sensed the fearsome power of the White Phoenix's flames. Who would have thought that there would be a legendary divine fire mutant beast here? How exciting! He let loose a thunderous war cry as the vanquished character reappeared on his divine phoenix disc, and an ancient power merged into his saber, which then slashed down toward the White Phoenix. Boom! A crimson blade projection collided with the white holy flames, and a resounding boom burst forth as the shock waves from the clash instantly raised the surrounding mountains in a radius of several thousand feet to the ground. Mohai flew back in retreat, and his body was scorched red by the flames, but his eyes remained extremely clear and bright. The White Phoenix pounced toward Mohai once again, but Xianxia had already entered the fray, and she slashed her frosty long sword toward the White Phoenix. All right, all the bothersome distractions are gone. Are you ready to endure your very own personal hell? The Black Phoenix looked down upon Enlin as his expression reverted to its original expressionless facade. A man who treats his vows like farts in the wind doesn't have the right to flex at me. The mighty sword Immortal Enlin. Enlin looked up at the Black Phoenix with a scornful expression on his face. The Black Phoenix harumphed coldly as the projection of a Black Phoenix suddenly appeared behind his back. The projection was several thousand feet in size, and it looked down upon the everything as if it were the overlord of this world as it spread its pitch-black wings to obscure the entire sky. Its eyes were like a pair of black holes emanating extremely fearsome might as they glared down at Enlin. It had to be said, this projection was extremely fearsome to look at. Enlin narrowed his eyes, and an extremely powerful aura burst forth from his body. His eyes became pitch black as a black cape materialized on his shoulder, which fluttered gently in the wind. A wisp of black also appeared around the evil-slaying sword, obscuring its aura but somehow making it appear even more dangerous. The space around Enlin began to fall silent as a deathly aura rippled around his body. The Black Phoenix was a little envious of Enlin's flashy getup. He kind of wished that he had a flashy technique like that himself. But he soon laid those thoughts to rest as he said with a cold voice, "Your techniques look good, but they hold no substance, and now it's time for you to die." The Black Phoenix pointed a finger at Enlin from afar, and the projection of the Black Phoenix behind him opened its mouth to spew forth an endless stream of black flames which swept toward Enlin and instantly engulfed the ground below in a radius of 1,000 meters. A huge pit of molten lava was soon melted into the ground by the flames. The Black Phoenix knew that Enlin wouldn't be able to evade such a large-scale attack, and was just about to smile in triumph, when his expression suddenly faltered at the sight of the scenes unfolding before him. Enlin's cape completely enveloped Enlin's body and kept all the black flames at bay. The cape rustled and the flames around Enlin immediately dissipated. He blasted himself forward with evil-slaying sword in hand and instantly appeared in front of the Black Phoenix as he slashed down with his sword. The Black Phoenix reacted immediately and threw a fist at Enlin's sword. Boom! The clash between sword and fist immediately created powerful shockwaves which radiated outward in all directions for several kilometers. Even some of the clouds in the sky were dispelled by the power of the shockwaves. Enlin's body flew back through the air, and his blood surged in his body as he spat out a mouthful of blood. The Black Phoenix only retreated a half step and a vicious smile appeared on his face. The projection of the Black Phoenix spread its wings wide, and its feathers transformed to become a series of black flaming swords which descended upon Enlin. Each of the flaming swords possessed extremely fearsome power, equivalent to an all-out attack from a soul formation final stage cultivator, and there were over 100 of them flying toward Enlin at once. and Lin steadied his body as his black cape transformed into a flowing blacking river in front of him before then taking on the shape of 99 black vortexes, all of which were imbued with the power of nullification to form an extremely resolute barrier. Boom! The black flaming swords fell like rain upon Lin, but the black vortexes stood resolutely in their way. The black flaming swords were soon all nullified by the black vortexes, and the vortexes converged to form the black cape again, and it settled once again on Lin's shoulders. And Lin charged toward the black phoenix with a cold expression while wielding his evil-slaying sword. The humanoid wolf trembled uncontrollably as he looked at the ongoing battle between Lin and the black phoenix. Never would he have thought that his master could injure the divine leader, and he was absolutely shocked to see Lin seemingly fighting on par with the divine leader. The black phoenix was one of the divine general. For God's sake! Even though the bulk of his power had been sealed away, his strength was still far above the soul formation stage. But Lin was only at soul formation initial stage. How did he have the power to stand up against such a fearsome opponent? The humanoid wolf looked up at Lin, and a sense of admiration appeared in his heart for the very first time. The black clouds slowly began to part in the air. A crimson moon slowly appeared in the sky. The light of the moon shone down, staining the entire landscape crimson. The demonic moon appeared in the sky, and with it, a peculiar song began to reverberate throughout heaven and earth. And Lin listened to the song of heaven and earth, and the scenes of countless beasts mating with one another suddenly surfaced before his eyes. During the process of mating, their bodies split open, and their blood and flesh rained down onto the ground below. Their deceased souls wailed in anguish while the demonic music drew them toward depravity. Such a bizarre image made Lin falter for a second, but he soon came to his sense again. He turned his eyes upon the black phoenix, to find that he seemed to be even more heavily affected by the illusions, to the extent that he was completely rooted to the spot. And Lin was certainly not going to pass up on this opportunity, and he charged forward with his black cape flapping behind him before sending a black sword projection crashing into the black phoenix's body. A ghastly sword wound appeared on the black phoenix's body, but the pain from the wound also brought him back to his senses as his eyes refocused on Lin. Semi-transparent chains suddenly appeared on his body, connecting his heart to the ground below. Under the light of the demonic moon, hints of golden light began to flash along the chains, further weakening the black phoenix's aura. The demonic moon is here. I don't have much time left. I can't let trash like you obstruct my great plan. I'll kill you all even if it's at the expense of years off my lifespan. The black phoenix suddenly aimed his palm toward his own head. Boom! The devastating power imbued within his palm instantly pulverized his own head with a resounding boom audible from miles away. The black phoenix's body plummeted lifelessly to the ground, and Lin's mouth fell open in shock. What just happened? Did the black phoenix just commit suicide? However, right at this moment, the huge black phoenix projection in the sky suddenly transformed into boundless black flames which engulfed the body, plummeting toward the ground to create an airtight ball of black flames. A few seconds later, the black ball of flames began to shrink, and an extremely fearsome power emanated from within. And Lin's heart skipped a beat when he detected the terrifying aura emanating from the ball of black flames. A concept suddenly occurred to him: rebirth from the ashes. The black flames scattered to reveal a man in a suit of black flame armor standing on the ground with a pair of wings over 100 feet in wingspan. His wings were disproportionately huge compared to his body, and the massive wings obscured the entire sky, giving onlookers a sense of asphyxiation and despair. Perhaps this was by design, but he also had a black flaming cape on his shoulders which extended for several thousand feet, as if he was trying to compete with Lin for who had the biggest black cape. The black phoenix really had been reborn from the ashes. After his rebirth, Lin could feel that the threat he posed was at least 10 times more powerful than prior to his rebirth. The black phoenix turned an expressionless gaze upon Lin as a black flaming sword materialized in his hand. Pitiful trash. I will only require 3 strikes to kill you. And Lin gripped his evil-slaying sword with a grave expression in anticipation for the black phoenix's attack. Thump! The air exploded. First strike. The black phoenix flew through the air and transformed into black flames to appear almost instantaneously in front of Lin. His black flaming sword also carved out a lethal trajectory at this moment. And Lin relied on the power of the Endless Night technique to take the attack head-on. Boom! Two extremely powerful auras collided and the resulting shockwave radiated outward for several kilometers in all directions. The black flames converged to form a massive ball of flames which pulverized the ground below, and heaven and earth dimmed for an instant in the face of their clash. The space around them was unable to bear such fearsome power and black spatial rifts began to appear. Overwhelming power swept through Lin's body, and he felt as if all his internal organs had been torn apart as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Lin's body flew back like a cannonball before crashing into the side of a mountain, causing the mountain to tremble and quake. The black phoenix closed in hot pursuit while wielding his black flaming sword as fearsome power rose into the air, creating a huge long sword several kilometers in length. The flames emanating from the sword seemed to be scorching the very heavens, and they swept down toward Lin with unstoppable force. Second strike. The mountain upon which Lin's body had plummeted onto was instantly slashed in half by the huge black sword projection, and the sword projection continued on toward Lin, who was looking absolutely minuscule in comparison. Boom! Black flames burst forth from the earth-shattering sword projection, completely engulfing and pulverizing the mountain. As the dust settled, Lin was revealed to be kneeling on one knee with his body riddled with wounds and his black cape in tatters around him. A disdainful sneer appeared on the black phoenix's face as the flames on his black sword burned with scorching heat. A miniature phoenix emerged from the flames before revolving around the blade of the sword, and the devastating power emanating from the sword became even more fearsome. Those two strikes were almost at return to void initial stage power. You've done quite well to be able to survive them. But it's time to end this. This final sword will truly be at return to void initial stage power. Your fate is sealed. The black phoenix strode toward Lin, closing a distance of 1,000 feet with each stride, and his sword intent became more and more powerful with each passing stride. When he finally took his last stride, his sword intent had already reached its peak. Third strike. The black phoenix appeared in front of Lin in the blink of an eye before stabbing his sword straight toward Lin's heart. And Lin closed his eyes as a black mist began to exude from his body. Origin energy of the netherworld. Dawn. An extremely bright light burst forth from the evil-slaying sword as if dawn was finally breaking over the pitch-black night. The dark sky was lit up by the blinding white sword projection, and the black flames were completely overwhelmed by the intense light. The black phoenix widened his eyes, but he felt as if he had been blinded by the white light and could no longer see the man in front of him. The white sword projection lit up heaven and earth and even outshone the demonic moon. This was an extremely powerful, blinding light filled with boundless hope. The sword projection descended with the power to purify the world. The black phoenix had been blinded and didn't even see how the sword struck him. But the bright sword projection cleaved open his black flaming armor nonetheless and tore open his body from his head to his stomach. Only the sound of Lin's voice reverberated in his ears. First strike. Black blood gushed forth as the sword projection slowly vanished, and the light of the demonic moon once again painted the landscape crimson. The black phoenix wailed in anguish as he collapsed to the ground. There was a ghastly wound etched into his body which had almost completely torn his body in half. Black blood poured forth onto the ground as the 9 semi-transparent chains grew increasingly more substantial. How could you be so powerful? How could you be so powerful? He looked on in disbelief as Lin slowly made his way toward him. It's you that's too weak. And Lin approached the black phoenix step by step, and although he was no longer using the endless night technique, his aura didn't seem to have diminished in the slightest. The black phoenix trembled as Lin slowly drew closer. Impossible. I refuse to be beaten by trash like you. He looked at the sacrificial altar in the distance, and a vicious expression appeared on his face. The divine general, Black Phoenix, won't be beaten. I'll kill you no matter the price. He slammed his palm toward his own head again as he spoke. Boom! His head was pulverized again before black flames burst forth and instantly enveloped his body. and Lin's expression immediately darkened. Is there no end to this? The Black Phoenix once again began to take shape amid the black flames. A powerful aura suddenly erupted, and a black phoenix burst through the flames. The phoenix was only around 30 feet in size, and black divine flames burned all over his body. He turned his gaze upon Enlin, and powerful killing intent burst forth from his eyes. Perhaps it was because he had been too heavily injured, but the power displayed by the Black Phoenix seemed to be even more powerful than the first time he had been reborn, but his aura was severely diminished, as if he was barely holding on. The Black Phoenix said in a cold voice, "I'll admit that you've managed to push me further than any of the other ants have. Hence, I'll use my most brutal power to seal your soul within the demonic moon altar, where it will be tortured for billions of years." And Lin looked up at the Black Phoenix with no fear in his expression. He stowed his evil-slaying sword away before bringing out a white longsword from his storage ring. Intermediate rank spirit tool, 9-star frost sword. And Lin replied with a cold expression, "Let's see how many times you can respawn, noob. This is the second strike." 6 strikes of the war god. Sword burial. The Black Phoenix spread his wings, and black flames swept through the entire sky. It was as if heaven and earth had been placed into a scorching oven. Countless cracks began to appear on the surface of Enlin's intermediate rank spirit tool. 9-star frost sword. Bam! The white longsword shattered like glass. The blade of the sword transformed into countless white saber projections which glowed like stars under the crimson glow of the demonic moon. An extremely mystical Tao aura began to radiate outward. In the cycle of life and death, death would give birth to life. The Black Phoenix seemed to have detected that something was amiss, and he charged toward Enlin at full speed in an attempt to end the battle as soon as possible. Die! Boundless black flames descended upon Enlin like an inescapable, all-encompassing net which contained the power to incinerate all living beings. Enlin pointed to the Black Phoenix in the sky with a single finger. Burial of the 9-star frost sword. May your blade become stars of destruction that bring death to the Black Phoenix. The white sword projections in the air heeded his call and transformed into countless bright stars which rose up into the air. Each of the white stars was imbued with extremely fearsome power, and their aura alone was enough to make the space around them shimmer and warp. The boundless black flames which descended from the sky were frozen solid by the power of extreme frost from Enlin's sword burial technique. The white stars then converged into the shape of a longsword before flying toward the Black Phoenix. Scorching flames burst forth from the Black Phoenix's body, and a river of black flames flowed from his mouth toward the starry longsword. Clang! The starry longsword slashed the black flames in half before descending upon the Black Phoenix with the mighty power of heaven and earth. Fear and despair finally appeared in the eyes of the high and mighty Black Phoenix as he stared at the massive starry sword projection. His body was then completely sliced in half in the next instant. The black flames dissipated, and the blood of the Black Phoenix gushed forth into the air as the two halves of his body crashed heavily into the ground. The origin energy of the netherworld began to vanish from around Enlin's body, and he looked up into the sky before faltering slightly. He was greeted by the sight of a crimson object suspended where the body of the Black Phoenix once was. Enlin immediately stowed the object into his storage ring without a second thought. This was an item dropped by a big boss. He didn't know what it was, but it had to be something extremely useful, so he stowed it away without hesitation. He turned his gaze toward the White Phoenix in the distance to find that a fierce battle was still raging there. The White Phoenix was slightly inferior in strength to the Black Phoenix, but it was still extremely powerful nonetheless. Xianxia and Mohai were both using their mystic treasures, which made them slightly more powerful than the average soul formation final stage cultivator. But they were still decidedly on the back foot. Enlin wanted to assist them, but he found that he couldn't muster up any strength. Their battle had reached a climax, and the result was about to be decided. Mohai's divine phoenix disc had already begun to crack open and activate all the remaining power within the disc as his saber crashed down in an earth-shattering streak of crimson, leaving the shrill cry of a phoenix in its wake. The crimson saber slashed out a giant crimson saber projection of over 1 kilometer in length, which was imbued with all the remaining power within the divine phoenix disc as well as in Mohai's body. This one attack was powerful enough to part an entire mountain. The white phoenix retracted its wings to form a semi-transparent eggshell around itself. Boom! The crimson saber projection struck the eggshell and pulverized the ground around the white phoenix in a radius of several hundred meters. The fearsome saber projection tore through the eggshell before striking the white phoenix, drawing blood from its pristine white body as it wailed in anguish. Xianxia struck then, and her sword transformed into a massive frost sword of over 1,000 feet in length. A huge area of over a kilometer in radius was instantly transformed into a vast expanse of snow and ice as the power of extreme frost engulfed the earth. This is the end. The blue water droplet pendant hanging around Xianxuanyi's neck glowed with a brilliant light as a mighty blue projection suddenly appeared behind her. This was the projection of a frosty great empress who reigned over the heavens. She wore a divine crown with a blue veil emperor robe, and boundless might burst forth from her eyes, which instantly restricted the movements of the white phoenix. Snowflakes danced in the sky, and a layer of white frost appeared on the ground as she descended. The great empress pointed a finger at the huge frosty sword, and the power imbued within the sword instantly began to multiply. The sword slowly turned from an insubstantial white to a light blue, and the very air was frozen solid by the plummeting temperatures around it. Heavenly frost, ice slash. Xianxia mirrored the actions of the projection behind her, and she too pointed a finger at the white phoenix. The massive frost sword transformed into a streak of blue light which cleaved through the ground and flew toward the white phoenix with unstoppable force, freezing everything in its wake. The white phoenix's divine flame domain was once again broken by the streak of blue light, and an expression of despair appeared for the first time in the eyes of the proud white phoenix. The blue streak of light flashed past and the white phoenix was felled. White blood mingled with flames splattered all over the ground. The proud phoenix was thus sliced in half and plummeted to the ground below. Did we win? A relieved smile appeared on Mohai's face as he looked at the two halves of the white phoenix on the ground. Xianxia made her way over to him with a warm smile on her face. The phoenix's presence has been erased. There's no way it can revive itself. And Lin's body swayed and he collapsed to the ground. But there was a triumphant smile on his face. Ha ha ha, that was some battle. We finally won. White Phoenix, help me. White Phoenix, come quickly. A chill ran down Lin's spine when he heard the voice calling for help. And Lin turned his gaze to the severed halves of the Black Phoenix's body to find that black flames were burning brightly. At the same time, the two halves of the White Phoenix's body transformed into a plume of white flames, which then suddenly flew toward the black flames. The two flames combined to create a sea of black and white flames, from which a new life was being born. The black and white flames merged to create a yin-yang image, thereby heralding the rebirth of the phoenix. The body of the Black Phoenix took shape, but his wings were white. The powers of purification and destruction merged to create a paradoxical being that was nonetheless extremely powerful. He had one eye with a black iris and another with a white iris, giving the onlooker an unsettling feeling. Are you in despair now, Ants? The Black Phoenix walked from the flames expressionlessly and turned his gaze on Xianxia and Mohai before looking at Lin, all three of whom were completely depleted of energy. And Lin gritted his teeth and stood up with great difficulty. The evil-slaying sword rang incessantly, as if it was full of battle intent. However, the after-effect of using the origin energy of the netherworld was so severe that Lin was unable to even muster up a sliver of vital energy. A cold sneer appeared on the Black Phoenix's face. Hee, you have no more vital energy left, and you can't even hold your weapon properly? What do you plan to fight me with? He splayed his palms and a white flame appeared on the left hand while a black flame appeared on his right. He then stepped toward Lin as if he were a fiend celestial who ruled over both life and death. A smile suddenly appeared on Lin's face. Who told you I can't fight, just because I have no vital energy left? The Black Phoenix's footsteps faltered slightly as his expression darkened. You're already on the brink of death, but you still try to bluff me? And Lin's smile grew even wider. Third strike. Those words were like a sledgehammer to the heart for the Black Phoenix as he trembled in shock. And Lin suddenly opened his mouth and devastating power converged in his mouth before bursting forth. Boom! A golden pillar of energy tore through the air like a sharp sword before puncturing the Black Phoenix's chest. An ear-splitting boom erupted. The golden pillar of energy extended for over 10,000 feet, pulverizing the ground in a radius of several kilometers with its powerful shockwave. The air warped and twisted in the wake of the golden pillar of energy, and a series of fine spatial rifts could be seen, from which destructive and chaotic auras emanated. The Black Phoenix stared down blankly at the massive hole in his chest as blood trickled out from his mouth. How could this be? What technique is this? He fell to one knee before Enlin and looked up at him with shock and confusion. Enlin glared at the Black Phoenix coldly. This is the mighty fat attack. You won't understand. Go on then. Revive again. Let's see how many more times you can revive. You couldn't even kill me once with your 3 strikes, but I could kill you once with each of my strikes. If you revive again, I'll just have to kill you again. I still have a 4th, a 5th, and a 6th strike. Let's see if I have more strikes or if you have more lives. And Lin's voice reverberated by the Black Phoenix's ears, plunging him into despair. Monster! The Black Phoenix spat through gritted teeth. Not bad. So I finally upgraded from an ant to become a monster in your eyes now, and Lin said with a smile. He made his way toward the Black Phoenix before looking down on him with a proud expression. Even if you're a phoenix, you're only worthy of trembling under my sword. And Lin's arm flashed through the air, and a black sword projection instantly decapitated the Black Phoenix. A streak of white light suddenly burst forth from the Black Phoenix's head before striking Enlin in the chest. It was simply far too quick for Enlin to dodge. Whoosh! The streak of white light merged into Enlin's body, where it set off a series of violent explosions in his sea of vital energy. Enlin immediately internally assessed his sea of vital energy in shock. His sea of vital energy surged violently. Even Kirin, who was sleeping while lying on the waves, was also woken up by the commotion. The projection of a phoenix began to materialize on his sea of vital energy. It unleashed scorching flame power each time it flapped its wings, making the sea of vital energy below boil and churn. And Kirin was immediately enraged. He transformed into a flash of golden lightning before opening his mouth wide as he hurtled toward the White Phoenix. The White Phoenix spewed forth a huge ball of fire toward Kirin in retaliation. And Kirin was caught off guard, and he was instantly knocked into the sea of vital energy, creating a huge splash as he broke through the surface of the waves. Just as Enlin thought Kirin was about to get destroyed. Boom! An extremely fearsome thunderclap sounded. Golden lightning burst forth from the bottom of the sea of vital energy and instantly punctured the body of the White Phoenix. The White Phoenix wailed in anguish and plummeted toward the sea of vital energy. And Kirin immediately grabbed the opportunity to latch onto the White Phoenix before biting off its head. And so, the White Phoenix had its head eaten. Tui! And Kirin spat out the White Phoenix's head with a disgusted expression on his face. The White Phoenix's head plummeted toward the sea of vital energy where it merged with the rest of its body once again. Thus, the two of them engaged in an earth-shattering battle within Enlin's sea of vital energy. Enlin? Fuck off! What the hell was this White Phoenix? Right at this moment, the headless body of the Black Phoenix began to burn in black flames once again. The light of the demonic moon grew even more potent and the ground was stained a deeper shade of crimson. There were countless red feathers dancing in the air and melancholy music reverberated throughout the entire space as if the whole world were weeping. The Black Phoenix was once again reborn from the flames. However, there was no triumphant expression on his face. Instead, his face had been drained of all color. His aura was extremely diminished, and his expression was completely blank. And Lin gritted his teeth. Are you still not fucking done? Do you want to die again? Mo Hai and Shangguan Yi immediately ran to Enlin's side. They both knew that Enlin was in extreme peril. Enlin's body had been completely depleted, and the Black Phoenix could probably actually crush him with one finger now. A malicious expression appeared on the Black Phoenix's face. Where's my White Phoenix? Where has it gone? And Lin blinked with a light smile. Oh, so you didn't know. The white phoenix has already been sealed away in my sea of vital energy with no hope of ever escaping. Impossible! The black phoenix immediately flared up in rage. The white phoenix is the manifestation of the power I took from the vermilion bird. It is the power of the vermilion bird. How could it be absorbed into your sea of vital energy? Impossible! And Lin was quite surprised to hear this. The white phoenix was a manifestation of the power of the vermilion bird, which meant that the white phoenix was the reason why the black phoenix had been sealed here. And that white phoenix had been taken by him now? That's great. And Lin replied with a joyful expression. Sigh, it's all thanks to you that I was able to obtain the power of the vermilion bird, but I don't really have anything to give you as a gift of gratitude. How about I gift you my fourth strike? The black phoenix was about to crazy from rage as he looked at Lin's triumphant expression. After hearing mention of the fourth strike, he finally couldn't take it anymore and spat out a mouthful of blood. You've gone too far. You won't get away with this. The black phoenix roared as black flames surged from his body again. Mo Hai and Shangguan Yi had already reached Lin's side, and both of them stepped forward with resolute expressions to face the black phoenix's wrath. The demonic moon in the sky suddenly began to ripple like a pool of water as crimson light shone upon the black phoenix's body, causing him to falter in his movements. The chains protruding from his heart suddenly became solid and opaque as opposed to their original semi-transparent form, and brilliant golden light burst forth, bringing with it an extremely fearsome power of sealing. Ah! The flames around the black phoenix vanished, and he clutched at his chest in agony. The power of sealing imbued within the chains became more and more fearsome, and they tugged on the black phoenix's body like golden dragons, pulling him slowly toward the sacrificial altar. Impossible! I have the true blood of the holy beast. The 9 heavenly chains can only seal my power. How is it pulling my physical body? The black phoenix exclaimed in shock and fear. And Lin came to a sudden realization after hearing this. Is the true blood of the holy beast you're referring to a drop of red liquid? Thank you so much for that. I've already stowed it away into my storage ring. PFFF. The black phoenix spat forth another mouthful of blood as he glared at Lin with grief and indignation. How could you? How could you? Lin clasped his hands behind his back and raised his chin slightly with a cold expression. You only have yourself to blame for messing with someone you can't mess with, Black Phoenix. The black phoenix's body was dragged back to the sacrificial altar by the chains, which was immediately followed by countless chains that burst forth from the sacrificial altar to further ensnare his body. And Lin, I swear that I will slaughter your entire family when I free myself from this accursed place. I will subject your soul to billions of years of torture. The black phoenix roared with thunderous rage. You've already said that once, and Lin replied coldly. Black Phoenix. Golden light burst forth from the chains, and the black phoenix slowly merged into the sacrificial altar before completely disappearing. Holy fuck, we're finally done here. And Lin was overcome with exhaustion, and he fell backward with a content expression. An aromatic breeze blew past, and he saw Shangguan Yi running toward him from the corners of his eyes. It wouldn't be bad to collapse into the lap of a beauty. His head then collided with a muscular, hairy chest. Hee, are you all right, master? The humanoid wolf looked down at Lin and revealed his sharp fangs in a fawning smile. And Lin rolled his eyes. He was starting to regret accepting this useless wolf as a slave. And Lin, are you all right? Shangguan Yi and Mo Hai gathered around Lin with expressions of concern. And Lin shook his head. I'm fine, just a little exhausted. Let's help Brother Yang Yuan get down first. Everyone nodded, and the humanoid wolf carefully adjusted Lin's position before walking toward the sacrificial altar while holding Lin in a princess carry. The humanoid wolf had been completely won over by Lin, to the extent that he worshipped Lin like a devout religious follower. The high and mighty divine leader was trampled into the ground and slain repeatedly by Lin. This was something that he didn't even dare to dream about in the past. The divine leader couldn't beat his master in a fight. The divine leader wasn't even a match for his master in the art of flexing. The last 3 strikes and the badass flexing that followed had completely and utterly won over the humanoid wolf. Master, I'll dedicate the rest of my life to you. The humanoid wolf looked at Enlin with passion in his eyes. A chill ran down Enlin's spine, and he felt as if he was being held by a perverted freak. Put me down, my Gundams should be fully charged now. I want them to carry me. Enlin commanded in a cold voice. Tears began to well up in the humanoid wolf's eyes. Master, do you not love me anymore? Enlin, fuck off. The 3 of them arrived at the sacrificial altar and were all extremely saddened at the sight of the man who had been bound by vines with black rods puncturing his limbs and chest. Enlin was being carried by the 2 Gundams and turned toward the humanoid wolf. Little Lang, how do we get rid of these things? The humanoid wolf replied with a solemn expression. The black vines are known as demonic sealing vines. They'll retract upon contact with fire. However, I don't know the origin of those black rods. They were prepared by the divine leader for the sole purpose of the sacrificial ritual. Enlin relayed this information to Mo Hai and Shangguan Yi. Mo Hai immediately unleashed his crimson flames on the vines after learning of this. Sure enough, the vines quickly withdrew under the scorching flames before finally bunching together into a ball around 10 feet in diameter. Yang Yuan's body began to fall back without the support of the vines, and Mo Hai caught him gently before he hit the ground. Yang Yuan looked like he was on the brink of death, and Mo Hai once again unleashed his crimson flames upon the ball of vines in rage. The crimson flames burst forth, but the ball of vines staged a hurried retreat as if it had a mind of its own. Shangguan Yi grasped the air in front of her, and the power of extreme frost converged to freeze the ball of vines into a round block of ice. This thing is a little weird. I'm going to take it back to the sect for the elders to do some research on it, Shangguan Yi said. Mo Hai didn't reply as he turned his gaze onto the cylindrical rods protruding from Yang Yuan's body. He could feel that these rods were relentlessly sucking away at Yang Yuan's life force. And on top of that, they had the ability of spatial sealing. Shangguan Yi made her way toward Yang Yuan and grasped onto one of the cylindrical rods, only to find that her movements were restricted by an extremely powerful sealing force, thereby preventing her from extracting the rods. Her brows knitted tightly together as she looked at the black metal rods with a cold expression. These things are the reason why Yang Yuan was unable to activate his teleportation badge. Yang Yuan opened his eyes and forced a smile onto his own face. Thank you for risking your life to save me. It's too bad I won't be able to repay you. The emergence of the demonic moon makes this an extremely dangerous place. You have to get out of here. What are you saying, brother Yang Yuan? We have to leave together. Mo Hai spoke through gritted teeth. Yang Yuan shook his head lightly. I will only be a burden to you guys. Countless beasts will appear here when the demonic moon disappears. There's no time left. If you refuse to leave, I'll kill myself by severing my own meridians. The muscles in Mo Hai's arms bulged as he gripped the black metal rods with tears in his eyes. We've come this far and endured so much. I refuse to abandon you like this. A light smile appeared on Yang Yuan's face. Tell Sister Tao Ji that I'm sorry. He slowly closed his eyes as if he was preparing to sacrifice himself. Quit it with the corny lines. The mighty sword Immortal and Lin hasn't even had a go yet and you're already giving up? And Lin placed his hand on one of the black rods and began carving a complex formation. A complex formation appeared in the air as Lin circulated his remaining slivers of vital energy with all his might. He fought against the after effect of using the origin energy of the netherworld as he forced his vital through his meridians with great difficulty. His hand trembled uncontrollably, and blood was beginning to seep from his mouth. And Lin, you? Mo Hai looked at Lin with a shocked expression. His expression was mirrored by Shangguan Yi. Yang Yuan slowly opened his eyes and was greeted by the sight of a man with blood seeping out of his mouth. But there was a smile on his face nonetheless as he carved out a formation with his trembling hand. The formation flashed brightly before merging into the metal rod protruding from Yang Yuan's chest. And Lin gripped onto the metal rod and pulled it out in one motion. Blat! Blood splattered everywhere as Lin extracted the cylindrical rod, which was stained with blood. Mo Hai and Shangguan Yi both faltered slightly. You succeeded. Mo Hai's expression slowly turned into one of shock and ecstasy. Yang Yuan also stared blankly at Enlin as a glimmer of hope welled up in his heart. From my memory, I could see that this appeared to be a sacrificial device used by the Purple Star civilization. Looks like I guessed right. Let's continue. Enlin explained with a smile. The fanatical light in the humanoid wolf's eyes glowed even brighter. To him, Enlin was now a powerful being that could do anything and everything. After that, all 4 metal rods were extracted by Enlin one by one. His face became paler with each rod he extracted, and after extracting the final rod, he spat forth a mouthful of blood and almost blacked out from overexertion. Mo Hai and Shangguan Yi clenched their fists tightly as they stared at Enlin intently. They didn't try to talk Enlin into stopping as they could see his determination from his expression. After the last metal rod was extracted, Yang Yuan's vital energy began to circulate again, and a hint of color reappeared in his cheeks. His body had been severely injured, but it looked like his life was no longer under threat. And Lin didn't even have a chance to heave a sigh of relief when heaven and earth suddenly began to tremble again. A series of massive beasts appeared in the sky, all of them with extremely powerful auras. A black spot suddenly appeared in the center of the demonic moon in the sky. And Lin and the others looked up to find that the demonic moon now had the appearance of a monstrous eye which was currently in the process of surveying the world below. We have to get out of here. Now is the time when the dead souls of the beasts re-emerge. The entirety of the southern region of the Vermilion Bird Trial Grounds is going to become a battleground. Yang Yuan spoke in a panicked voice. Boom! As he was speaking, a mountain in the distance suddenly crumbled, and a huge rhinoceros a few thousand feet tall stepped out as it raised its head to roar at the sky, creating devastating sound waves which fractured the ground in a radius of over 1,000 meters around itself. The rhinoceros was powerful beyond belief. Although its body was a little insubstantial, the ancient, powerful aura that burst forth from his body was enough to elevate the onlooker's heart rate. This was just the beginning. A massive, bottomless fracture suddenly appeared in the ground at this moment. Gigantic pythons, centipedes of over 10,000 feet in length, massive scorpions, and a host of other ancient mutant beasts crawled out from the fracture and onto this crimson continent. A series of flying mutant beasts began to wage battle in the sky above. There were WRMs flying through the clouds, skeletal birds that looked like swords, and massive falcons with lightning flashing around their bodies. All of them collided in a brutal free-for-all battle, staining the entire sky red with their blood. Melancholy music sounded between heaven and earth, and everyone was struck by strange hallucinations. Use the teleportation badges right now, Yang Yuan roared. And Lin, Mo Hai, and Shangguan Yi all brought out their red badges and began to activate them after glancing at one another. And Lin stowed his 2 Gundams away into his storage ring and also stowed away the 5 metal rods after a momentary hesitation. All 4 teleportation badges glowed with a brilliant light as a teleportation spell formation took shape underfoot. Right at this moment, a giant beast with 2 heads and 6 legs wielding a gigantic mace suddenly caught sight of Enlin and the others. The giant beast immediately let loose an enraged roar before stomping toward them. This mutant beast was over 1 kilometer tall, and each of its footsteps caused the ground to tremble and quake. The white-scaled wolf god almost shit itself at the sight of the giant mutant beast, and he immediately latched onto Enlin with tears streaming down his face. Master, don't abandon Little Lang. Little Lang doesn't want to die. Wah! And Lin looked at the humanoid wolf with a helpless expression. But it looks like this teleportation badge can only teleport its user. Wah! I don't care. I'm not letting go of you. The humanoid wolf cried like a little puppy as he latched on tightly to Enlin's clothes. The giant mutant beast was already upon them, and its mace swung down like a small mountain. The teleportation spell formation glowed with a bright light, and Enlin and the others disappeared on the spot. Boom! The mace crashed into the ground with a thunderous boom, creating a massive crater in the ground. And Lin could feel that the space around him was changing, and he soon arrived on a round platform. Radiant sunlight shone on his body, and he could smell the faint scent of the divine tree in the wind, making him feel as if he had traveled from hell to heaven. He finally blacked out as his tightly wounded heart completely relaxed. "Master!" A panicked yell sounded from beside him, and Lin felt his head crashing into a muscular, hairy chest before he passed out. Amid the darkness, an unknown amount of time passed, and Lin's finger twitched, and he could feel his hand being held tightly by a soft, warm hand. The hand gripping his gave him a sense of comfort and security. He opened his bleary eyes to find a woman in a jade barley ink garment leaning by his bedside. It appeared to be nighttime now, and the faint light of a candle shone up the woman's fair features, making her appear especially delicate and gentle. And Lin stared silently at the woman beside him while feeling extremely touched. It was a really nice feeling to wake up after enduring a near-death experience to find a person staying silently by his side. Su Xiaolan's head leaned lightly against the side of the bed, and her delicate eyelashes twitched as she inhaled and exhaled in a steady rhythm. A sliver of intricate collarbone peeked out from the collar of her dress, which glowed faintly under the candlelight. And Lin didn't want to rouse Su Xiaolan from her slumber, but he thought that it was probably quite uncomfortable leaning against the side of the bed like that. Besides, his bed was pretty large. He felt like it could fit the two of them at once. Just as he was grappling with these two options, Su Xiaolan opened her eyes. After seeing Lin looking back at her, her bleary eyes suddenly lit up to resemble a couple of beautiful stars in the night. The two of them stared at each other with neither of them uttering a single word. "How are you feeling?" Su Xiaolan broke the silence first. A lot better. I'm just a little bit cold, so I think I'll feel better if there's someone to warm my bed." And Lin replied with a blush on his face. His heart thumped like crazy in his chest as he spoke. He was not cold at all. On the contrary, he was suddenly sweating. The atmosphere became a little bit awkward, and Lin could feel that Su Xiaolan was grasping his hand a little bit tighter than before. Su Xiaolan suddenly chuckled lightly. "Oh, I see. Well, your wolf slave is still waiting in the other room. Should I call him over to warm your bed?" A chill ran down Lin's spine at her suggestion, and he hurriedly refused. "No need. I'm suddenly not cold anymore." A smile appeared on Su Xiaolan's face as she looked at Lin's horrified expression, making her appear particularly alluring under the candlelight. "Huh. But the humanoid wolf didn't have a teleportation badge. How did he return with me?" And Lin was a bit perplexed. Su Xiaolan pondered the question for a moment before providing an explanation. Even the elders are quite perplexed about this. Their theory is that perhaps it was because you have established a slave contract with the humanoid wolf. Perhaps it's through the contract that your presences were linked, and you two were in physical contact at the time, so the teleportation badge determined that you two were the same person and teleported both of you at once. And Lin nodded slowly at her explanation. It looked like he and humanoid wolf were somewhat bound by fate. Perhaps it wouldn't be a bad idea to keep him then. A thought then suddenly occurred to him. "Xiaolan, have you awakened your domain yet?" "I have. I did so on the day before you returned," Su Xiaolan replied happily. "Haha, congratulations. I told you you'd have no problems." And Lin was ecstatic for her. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't muster up a single shred of strength, he would have jumped up to give her a hug. "Oh right, what happened in the Vermilion Bird Trial grounds? It looks like Brother Yang Yuan is very grateful to you, and even the icy beauty Shangguani has quite a high opinion of you." Su Xiaolan looked at Lin with a curious glint in her eyes. "When Mo Hai was making his report to the sect, I was too busy looking after you, so I didn't know what had happened. Do you want to fill me in?" And Lin smiled lightly. "It's a long story. The final battle was an earth-shattering event that drew tears from even the gods. But I have to go back first and begin the story with how the Black Phoenix was sealed within the Vermilion Bird Trial grounds." And Lin didn't really even need to exaggerate the battle to make it sound badass, because it was an extremely badass battle already. The candlelight flickered, and Lin excitedly recounted his glorious feats as Su Xiaolan listened with relish by his bedside. The next morning, Lin woke up feeling full of energy. He was a little sad when Su Xiaolan returned to her own room to rest, but overall he was feeling very good. After learning of Lin's awakening, All his beast pets gathered to look after him. Dabai had already trained the humanoid wolf into submission, and he was now referring to Dabai as Big Brother Bai. The humanoid wolf was a heavenly fire mutant beast who was also a member of the ancient man tribe with power equivalent to a soul formation final stage cultivator. However, he was like an obedient servant tending to Enlin's every need, and it was making Enlin a little uncomfortable. In the words of the humanoid wolf, Enlin was the light, Enlin was heaven and earth, Enlin was the only thing he believed in, and he wished to follow Enlin for the rest of his life. In the face of such a cringy confession, Enlin made his thoughts extremely clear. If he ever said something so corny again, he would be immediately swept out the door. The humanoid wolf finally restrained himself at Enlin's behest, but he was still like a dependent little puppy that wasn't too different from his retarded superfans. After that, Mohai, Lu Jiaji, and Shangguanyi also came to visit Enlin, and they brought along a lot of regenerative spirit pills and spirit fruits. Enlin immediately accepted their gifts with pleasure. Lu Jiaji had been trapped in a mystic realm at that time, and was thus unable to rescue Yang Yuan. After hearing a detailed recount of events from Enlin and the others, he was extremely remorseful, but there really was nothing more he could have done. As for Ji Yongfang, who knew what he was doing at that time, no one cared about him anyway. Lastly, a rather unexpected guest came to visit Enlin. This was a beautiful woman in a white Taoist robe. She was Yang Yuan's Tao partner-to-be, Tao Ji, so she was technically a sex sister to Enlin. She immediately bowed to Enlin in order to express her gratitude upon her arrival. Brother Enlin, Yang Yuan is still bedridden with injuries, so I came to visit you in his stead. If it wasn't for you risking your life to save him, Yang Yuan would probably be. Tears flowed down her face and she broke down in sobs as she said, "Thank you, from the bottom of my heart." Enlin hurriedly waved his hand at the sight of the sobbing Tao Ji. "I was just doing what was expected of me. As fellow disciples of the same sect, we should always be looking out for one another. So there's no need to thank me, Sister Tao." Tao Ji wiped the tears away from her face and a smile appeared on her face. "Yang Yuan and I will be holding our wedding in 3 years. You have to be in attendance when the time comes." Enlin faltered slightly before a smile of his own appeared on his face. "For sure." Tao Ji placed a storage ring beside Enlin's bed and continued, "Then I won't interrupt your recovery any further. There's a gift of gratitude from Yang Yuan in the storage ring, and I added some gifts of my own in there. Please don't refuse this gift. It would be disrespectful to Yang Yuan and I." "Understood." Enlin nodded as he took in Tao Ji's serious expression. "All right, I'll do as you say." He didn't have a habit of refusing presents anyway. "Bring on all the good stuff, ha ha ha." Tao Ji smiled in contentment before taking her leave. Enlin picked up the storage ring and began to refine it. This was an ordinary storage ring with only 10 feet of storage space. He didn't think that there would be anything in there that would come as a shock, but he soon found that he was wrong. The storage ring didn't have a lot of storage capacity, but all the items inside exuded powerful energy fluctuations, thereby indicating that they were all extremely valuable items. To start things off, there were 100 vital stones glowing with bright white light, which already amounted to 1,000,000 spirit stones. There were also 2 7th-grade Immortal pills, spirit regeneration pills, which had potent regenerative effects on injuries, as well as a secondary effect of enhancing the consumer's vitality. There was 1 high-rank and 3 intermediate-rank spirit swords. These were probably gifted by Yang Yuan after observing how wasteful Enlin's sword burial technique was. There was around 1/2 kilogram of blood god jade, which could be made into furniture, and those who sit upon the furniture could use it to slowly strengthen and fortify their own domains. It was one of the most sought-after items by soul formation stage cultivators, and just this one item alone was worth around 500,000 spirit stones. Unfortunately, it was absolutely useless to Enlin as he didn't even have a domain. Lastly, there was a ring glowing with a faint yellow light. Enlin couldn't decipher what it was. Luckily, an attached note introduced the origins of this item to Enlin. This was a mystic treasure which Yang Yuan had obtained from one of the ancient underground palaces in the southern region of the Vermilion Bird Trial Grounds, and there were a total of 4 of these rings. These 4 rings each have one of the characters of East, South, West, or north engraved on them in the ancient Man language. Those who wear the rings have a certain probability of summoning the power of one of the powerful deceased beasts of the ancient Man tribe. Yang Yuan also speculated that the ring was likely an indication of status within the ancient Man tribe, but he was unable to discern just how this was indicated. However, he could tell that these items definitely had extraordinary origins, and they were the most valuable things he obtained during his time in the Vermilion Bird trial grounds. After being saved by Enlin and the others, he decided to give 3 of the rings to his saviors as a gesture of gratitude. Thus, Enlin, Mo Hai and Shangguan Yi received the East, South, and North rings respectively. Enlin brought out his ring, which had the character East inscribed upon it. There were golden ripples running along the surface of the ring, and it was certainly very beautiful to look at. He heaved a long sigh as he looked at the ring. He didn't think that Yang Yuan would give him something so valuable as repayment. He refined the ring and slipped it onto his own finger. An extremely powerful intent appeared from within the ring before latching onto his consciousness. This was an ancient black dragon which circled above the stars. Its eyes were like a pair of scorching suns, from which boundless ferocious might exuded. And Lin's heart trembled as he sensed the powerful intent in his consciousness. If he could summon this strength, it would definitely imbue him with earth-shattering power. However, he was very aware of the fact that he would definitely be unable to summon this black dragon at his current level of strength. He even had a feeling that the ancient black dragon was the true owner of this ring. Enlin shook his head and closed his eyes, not wanting to think about this matter anymore. The demonic sealing vines that Shangguan Yi had brought back from the trial grounds were stored by the elders in a forbidden area within the Vermilion Bird sect. This was an ancient plant of unknown origins with very similar properties to the divine tree of the Vermilion Bird sect, so it had a lot of research value. At the same time, tales of the feats of Enlin and the others within the Vermilion Bird trial grounds were also circulating throughout the Vermilion Bird sect. The story of how the 3 of them traveled to the southern region of the Vermilion Bird trial grounds and risked their lives to rescue Yang Yuan became a legend that was revered throughout the entire sect. Gradually, the name of Enlin, their most powerful in-name disciple in history, became known far and wide. Hey, have you heard about our sect's in-name disciple, Enlin? He slew the ancient Man tribe's divine general, the Black Phoenix, thrice. All the divine generals of the ancient Man tribe are mighty figures equivalent to return to void stage cultivators. And I heard the Black Phoenix was at the pinnacle of return to void stage as well. Huh? I heard that Enlin killed the Black Phoenix 99 times. By the end, the entire Vermilion Bird trial grounds were weeping tears of blood. Even the demonic moon shed tears and begged for Enlin to stop, and only then did he stop his killing spree before sealing the Black Phoenix into the sacrificial altar. I'm not sure which of those additions is accurate, but he's extremely badass nonetheless. If I ever get a chance to meet him, I'm definitely going to discuss Tao with him. That's definitely a good idea. But if he's so strong, why is he only an in-name disciple? That's because he's a student at the United University of Cultivation, so he doesn't really care whether he's an official disciple or not. He's even famous in the Heavenly Court, and I've heard he's already a legendary figure there with many awesome titles such as the User of the Earth-Shattering Finger, God of Stuffed Buns, Self-Detonation Maniac, Tamer of Divine Lightning. And Lin focused wholeheartedly on his recovery, and his condition improved day by day. After 5 days, he had finally fully recovered. When he rode around on Dubai through the Vermilion Bird sect, he felt like all the Vermilion Bird sect's disciples were looking at him with different expressions in their eyes. He couldn't exactly discern what the change was, but if he had to put it into words, it would be that when he first came here, all the disciples thought he was handsome. But now, they thought he was both handsome and powerful. And Lin, do you see all the admiring gazes from the sect disciples? How do you feel? Su Xiaolan asked with a teasing smile. And Lin replied with a smile of his own. It's all right. I'm already used to it. Su Xiaolan rolled her eyes at Enlin. You're lucky you have the lightning manipulation technique. Otherwise you're going to get blasted to death by divine lightning sooner or later. Then do you know why my lightning manipulation technique is so powerful? And Lin asked with a mysterious expression. That's because you're super badass and divine lightning bows to you in awe and reverence. Su Xiaolan snapped. And Lin faltered slightly at her reply. He didn't think she would steal his line like that. Xiaolan, you truly know me better than anyone else. And Lin exclaimed after a brief silence. A smug smile appeared on Su Xiaolan's face at his words, as if to say she had seen all of his tricks. Oh, by the way, since you're fully recovered now and Yang Yuan is also almost fully recovered, the sect elders decided that the Holy Vermilion Flame ceremony will be held tomorrow. If you earn the approval of the Holy Vermilion Flame during the ceremony, you can obtain its power in order to manifest a holy flame in your own sea of vital energy. Su Xiaolan continued. Do I need to prepare something in advance? And Lin asked. Just don't eat the holy flame. Su Xiaolan pursed her lips. And Lin. Before they knew it, the two of them had made their way to the border of the Vermilion Bird sect. A lush forest of towering trees lay before them, above which was a clear blue sky. The two of them arrived once again at the place only they knew about. This was an extremely thick tree branch, resembling a wooden path that was wide enough for the two of them to walk side by side, upon which sat a long wooden bench. And Lin sent Bai away to play by himself before sitting down on the bench with Su Xiaolan by his side. They looked at the clouds in the distance as well as the horizon below and silently basked in the serenity of the moment. A light breeze blew by, carrying the scent of the divine tree. Leaves rustled in the wind, creating a carefree and leisurely backdrop. And Lin, do you have a protagonist halo? Su Xiaolan suddenly asked. And Lin was shocked to hear this. How did you know? I figured it out based on your ability to attract trouble, Su Xiaolan snapped. But my ability to attract trouble is second to Sister Shangguan Yi. And Lin was modest for once. True, her life really has been an ongoing tragedy ever since the day she was born. Su Xiaolan sighed lightly with her brows slightly furrowed and she continued. Her mother died during her birth due to delivery complications. And Lin's expression turned solemn as he listened to her story. After that, vital energy converged in her body of its own accord, thereby attracting a demonic wolf which slaughtered her whole family and abducted her in preparation to eat her. However, they encountered a cultivator who slew the demonic wolf and delivered her back to her village. But none of the villagers wanted to adopt her. The cultivator was intrigued by her special constitution, but the cultivator didn't have a high cultivation base and didn't know how to help her bring out her true potential. After a few twists and turns, she was delivered to our sect, where she became the disciple of Taoist priest Qi Yan. Taoist priest Qi Yan died in a mission less than a year after that. Taoist priest Ling Yun then took over her tutelage, only to die after less than half a year during a battle with the Blood Tribe. After that was Taoist priest Huang Long, who died from a strange poison in less than a year. Taoist priest Hong Zhao then died in a mission to vanquish a demonic sect 3 months after taking her under his wing. These events were extremely bizarre, and no one blamed Sister Shangguan Yi for this string of unfortunate events. But no one dared to take her under their wing after that. Lin was intrigued by her story. What happened next? Su Xiaolan recalled the events of the past with a hint of admiration on her face. Sister Shangguan Yi is a very strong person. She always had a smile on her face even she was insulted and ridiculed by the young disciples. And she wouldn't retaliate no matter how much their words hurt her. She was able to cultivate by herself with an instructor. She was able to survive in a world that seemed to renounce her very existence. It looked like she wasn't destined to be a member of the Vermilion Bird sect as her constitution was naturally resistant to flame power, thereby preventing her from mastering even the simplest fire spell techniques. She was teased by the other disciples for this for a long time, but she never gave up. She continued to cultivate to the best of her abilities and read through countless cultivation method books before she finally managed to master the Tao of Ice with her special constitution. Some people advised her to leave the Vermilion Bird sect to go to the Ice Emperor Palace of the Kingdom of the 9 States, where she would undoubtedly be able to flourish, but she refused to leave. She told everyone that the Vermilion Bird sect had given her a second chance at life, and she was willing to dedicate the rest of her life to protecting this sect. After that, Sister Shangguan Yi and some other disciples encountered a soul formation stage soul beast when they were out training. All the disciples ran, and they cursed Sister Shangguan Yi for attracting the soul beast with her bad luck and that she was trying to kill them as she did with her previous instructors. Sister Shangguan Yi ignored their scathing remarks and fought the soul beast by herself when she was only at spirit nurturing final stage while the other disciples retreated. If it wasn't for an elder arriving on the scene in time, she would have probably died in that battle. It was after that event that everyone's opinion of Sister Shangguan Yi changed. She was still troubled by horrendous luck and would sometimes endanger the people around her. But no one hurled insults at her anymore. They could all see just how much she loved the sect and how hard she tried to coexist with the other disciples. Sister Shangguan Yi never complained about anything, and she would distance herself from others on purpose to prevent her bad luck from endangering others. But whenever another disciple was in danger, she would always jump in to assist them without hesitation. Now, she's considered as a respected member of the sect by most of the disciples, but it really was an extremely difficult path that led her to this point. And Lin slowly fell silent as he listened to Su Xiaolan's story. Only now did he truly understand just how miserable Shangguan Yi's life has been. How much strength and fortitude did it take for her to get to this point? These experiences were simple enough to recount, but they would undoubtedly be extraordinarily difficult to endure. I've seen so many cultivators that want to renounce the heavens or defy the natural order as if the gods owed them something. But I really think it would be quite natural if Sister Shangguan Yi decided to renounce the heavens, as God has simply been far too cruel to her. And Lin lamented. That's true. I remember I once accompanied Sister Shangguan Yi to collect some medicinal herbs. There were only 2 storm clouds in the sky at that time, but a bolt of divine lightning suddenly descended upon us. It was so bizarre. Su Xiaolan shook her head in resignation. She then began chuckling to herself as it was quite a peculiar and amusing memory. And Lin recalled back to his time in the Vermilion Bird trial ground, where he fought with Shangguan Yi by his side, and he became more and more intrigued by her character. An unrelated thought then suddenly occurred to him. Xiaolan, I want to give you a present, and Lin announced. A cautious expression appeared on Su Xiaolan's face. What are you doing? I won't accept something for doing nothing. You gave me a chance to materialize a holy flame in my sea of vital energy. That doesn't sound like nothing to me. Don't worry. This is just a pendant I picked up in the Vermilion Bird trial grounds. And Lin brought out an object in the shape of a crimson water droplet. And Lin had attached a white chain to the object, which was emanating an extremely pure and powerful flame energy. This was the true blood of the holy beast which Lin had obtained after slaying the Black Phoenix, and it was most likely a drop of blood from the Vermilion Bird that had once been trapped in the Vermilion Bird trial grounds. Su Xiaolan's lips twitched as she stared at the pendant. A pendant you picked up? I can tell just by looking at it that this is an extremely valuable ancient treasure. I really can't accept this. And Lin replied with a nonchalant expression. This item is imbued with extremely pure flame energy and true intent, and it might hold an inheritance within it as well, but it's useless to me because I don't have a fire-type bloodline. You have the divine phoenix bloodline, which will allow you to bring out the best in this drop of blood, so it suits you perfectly. Su Xiaolan pursed her lips and didn't respond. Here, let me put it on for you. And Lin reached around Su Xiaolan's neck with a wide grin. A blush appeared on Su Xiaolan's face, but she still lowered her head to accept Lin's gift. The white chain settled over her fair, swan-like neck, where it glowed brightly under the sun. The drop of crimson blood settled against her porcelain-like skin, perfectly complementing one another in an exquisitely beautiful combination. And Lin asked with a smile, "Do you like it?" Su Xiaolan responded to his question with a question of her own. "Does it look good?" And Lin nodded with a serious expression. "It looks great on you." Su Xiaolan averted her gaze and replied in a low voice, "Then I do like it." The atmosphere began to shift slightly as the birds chirped in the trees nearby. There was a little less serenity and a bit more anxiety hanging in the air, but in a good way. And Lin slowly grasped Su Xiaolan's hand in his. He felt Su Xiaolan's hand tremble slightly as he made contact, but she didn't reject his approach. And Lin gripped her soft and warm hand in his, and his heart fluttered. The sky was suddenly so blue, and the sun was suddenly so bright and vibrant. Humph. Don't think you've won me over with just a pendant. I'm just allowing you to hold my hand to ease your acrophobia one. Su Xiaolin grumbled in a low voice. And Lin blinked before posing a question. Then, can I hold your hand when my other phobias strike? Su Xiaolin chuckled lightly. What other phobias do you have? I have nyctophobia, too. Fear of the dark. And I get super scared walking at night. Oh, and I have heliophobia, 3. Fear of the sun. I get overwhelmed by fear every time I see the sun. And Lin replied with a serious expression. Su Xiaolin. Well, seeing as you gave me a present, I'll give you one as well in return, and you're not allowed to refuse it. Su Xiaolin blinked at him with a sprightly expression. And Lin nodded in agreement, but his heart was feeling a little restless. Su Xiaolin brought out the divine flame bead from her storage ring and placed it in Lin's hand with a smile. You may not have a fire-type bloodline, but your 4 divine flames will complement this immortal tool extremely well in battle. We had an agreement. You have to accept this gift. And Lin stared blankly at the golden bead in his hands, and he was at a complete loss for words. The divine flame bead was Dongfang Ming's most powerful weapon, and it was a priceless high-rank immortal tool. And Lin didn't expect Su Xiaolin to give this away, and was beginning to regret agreeing to accept the gift. Xiaolin, you're so good to me. And Lin gripped the divine flame bead and said slowly, You ain't half bad to me either. Su Xiaolin's voice was extremely pleasing to the ear, and Lin's heart was completely at ease like a cloud in the sky. The following day was the quinquennial Holy Vermilion Flame Ceremony. This was an extremely important ceremony to the Vermilion Bird sect. This was the day during which the Holy Vermilion Flame would pick out the most outstanding disciples of the sect to plant the seed of the Holy Flame within, thereby allowing them to manifest the power of the Holy Flame within their sea of vital energy. Several tens of thousands of sect disciples were gathered at the Holy Flame Plaza to await the commencement of the ceremony. Dabai and the other beast pets could only stay behind as they weren't disciples of the Vermilion Bird sect. And Lin and Su Xiaolin made their way to the Holy Flame Plaza side by side, and they instantly attracted the attention of most of the disciples. The legendary feats of Lin had reached everyone's ears by now, and all the disciples were eager to get a good look at him. Look, that's Lin. He doesn't look like anything special. Maybe a little bit handsome, but that's the extent of it. You don't know shit. True masters keep their auras subdued. Look at his eyes. They're as deep as the ocean. It looks like the entire world is encompassed within those eyes. Ah, so handsome. Wake up, you pervert. He's just a backdoor entrant that came here only for the power of the Holy Flame. What's there to be in awe of? You can't put it that way. He's already a member of the Vermilion Bird sect, and he risked his life to rescue Brother Yang Yuan. He wouldn't have done that if he was just here solely for the Holy Flame. That's right. And Lin did his duty as a disciple of the sect, so he has the right to earn the approval of the Holy Flame. And Lin and Su Xiaolin arrived at the center of the plaza amid waves of heated discussion. There were many powerful elders and core disciples gathered here, and most of them nodded to acknowledge his arrival, while some looked at him with friendly smiles. Su Xiaolin looked around the plaza before turning to speak to Lin in low voice. You need to go stand over there in the red area. And Lin cast his gaze toward the direction Su Xiaolin was pointing in to discover that there were already 5 people there, all of whom were candidates trying to earn the approval of the Holy Flame. Mo Hai, Shangguanyi, Lu Jiaji, Ji Yongfang, and Yang Yuan were all there. He nodded to Su Xiaolin with a smile before making his way toward the red area. Haha, you're finally here. And Lin, we were just talking about you. Mo Hai laughed heartily as he walked up to greet Lin. A smile appeared on Lin's face. Were you guys talking about how gallant and powerful I was in battle? Mo Hai and Lu Jiaji both rolled their eyes while Shangguanyi burst into laughter. Lu Jiaji spoke up first. Mo Hai and Shangguanyi were telling me about how peerlessly delicious your cooking was. To be honest, I'm a bit skeptical. How about you let me taste your cooking sometime? And Lin faltered slightly before nodding. Alright, so it's going to be 100,000 spirit stones per dish. Save up some money first. Lu Jiaji was in shock. So they were telling the truth when they were talking about your prices as well? Are you fucking crazy? 100,000 spirit stones per dish. I'll take 10. A clear, crisp voice suddenly sounded. Everyone turned to find a young man with the appearance of someone around 15 to 16 years of age looking at Lin with a smile on his face. Lu Jiaji's expression darkened slightly. Brother Yang Yuan, you can't just donate money to Lin like this even if he saved your life. I'm not donating money. I believe in Lin, and I believe his dishes are worth the amount he's selling them for. Yang Yuan looked deeply into Lin's eyes with unconditional confidence glowing in his expression. Lu Jiaji opened his mouth, but he found that he was at a complete loss for words. Lin was almost moved to the point of tears. Lin didn't really have any cooking skills to speak of, and Yang Yuan was the first person to place so much trust in his cooking skills before he had even tasted his cooking. Mo Hai and Shangguan both began chuckling at the sight of Lu Jiaji's speechless expression. Ji Yongfang stood off to the side and stared blankly at the five of them. What the hell was going on? Wasn't Shangguan supposed to be icy and aloof? Wasn't Yang Yuan supposed to be looking up at the sky? And Lin had only been in this sect for a few days. How did he establish such close bonds with these four people already? Even if they did save Yang Yuan's life, they were a bit too friendly with one another, weren't they? A sense of loss and disappointment flared up in Ji Yongfang's heart. Whenever he thought about how lovey-dovey Lin and Su Xiaolin were, his heart would throb with rage. Before they knew it, all the sect disciples had gathered on the plaza. The sect leader wasn't present, so the great elder of the sect, Chan Xinran, delivered a speech to everyone. His speech spanned over 100,000 characters, and he spoke at an extremely fast frequency, but all his words were clearly and accurately engraved in everyone's minds. To summarize his long and illustrious speech, as one of the four great sects of the Kingdom of the Nine States, as well as a superpower sect renowned across the entire continent, our Vermilion Bird sect is an extremely awesome sect. We've achieved a lot in the past 5 years and nurtured countless prodigious disciples. He then elaborated on the plan for the next 5 years as well as his hopes for the future. He also offered words of praise to Lin, Mo Hai, and Shangguan for risking their lives to save Yang Yuan in the Vermilion Bird trial grounds. This was the embodiment of the spirit of the Vermilion Bird, and he advised everyone to follow in their example and so on and so forth. After that was the commencement of the highly anticipated Holy Vermilion Flame ceremony. The Holy Vermilion Flame floated in the air above the plaza, and the pure white flames began to transform into a white flaming phoenix. The flames grew brighter and brighter, to the extent that everyone had to lower their heads in order to avoid being blinded. However, a peculiar flow of warmth also descended upon everyone which cleared everyone's meridians, and the flame power within everyone's bodies also received a slight boost. Everyone closed their eyes and basked in the blessing of the holy flame. And Lin wasn't an exception to this either, as he could feel the flame power within his body slowly growing stronger. He stole a glance at Shangguan to find her staring blankly at the disciples around her with no change in her expression. Shangguan Yi's eyes glowed with excitement when she discovered Lin looking at her, and she inquired in a soft voice, "Do you not feel anything as well?" And Lin shook his head. "No, I was just curious about your reaction. It's okay, sister. Walk your own path and ignore everyone's judgment." He offered up some words of consolation before closing his eyes again to bask in the blessing of the holy flame. Shangguan Yi. The blessing of the holy flame persisted for a long time, and the flaming phoenix only turned back into a normal ball of fire when night fell. All the sect disciples opened their eyes, and their expressions glowed with joy and contentment. And Lin felt like the 4 divine flames in his body had become even more powerful. The enhancement effect was not inferior to consuming a low-grade immortal pill. Although these effects differed depending on the person, this was a blessing which encompassed tens of thousands of people. This was one of the reasons why the Vermilion Bird sect was a superpower sect. Just the quinquennial blessings of the Holy Flame alone was enough to give their disciples a considerable head start compared to disciples from other sects. And Lin heard from Daibai that there was a beast soul holy realm within the mythological beast sect, which was one of the most precious resources of the sect, and it was open to all soul formation stage soul beasts of the sect. thereby allowing them to obtain the revered inheritance of the ancient beast soul. And Lin couldn't help but sigh with emotion. The four great sects were already extremely powerful, but the heavenly court transcended all of them as the overarching body ruling over the kingdom of the 9 states. That one notion alone was sufficient to demonstrate what a gargantuan monstrosity the heavenly court was. Next, it's time for the outstanding sect disciples to earn the approval of the holy flame. Yang Yuan, Shangguan Yi, Lu Jiaji, Mo Hai, Ji Yongfang, and Enlin, please prepare yourselves. Great Elder Chan Shinran's voice sounded once again, and Lin immediately focused his attention upon hearing this. The main event was about to take place. There was a white spell altar at the very center of the plaza. All those seeking the approval of the holy flame had to stand in the center of the spell altar and present their projection of the vermilion bird flame wing. The power of the holy vermilion flame would then descend if the disciple received its approval. This meant that even if a disciple had a projection of the vermilion flame wing, they would still be unable to obtain the power of the holy flame if they didn't obtain the approval of the holy flame. According to prior statistics, even among the top disciples of the sect, there was only a probability of just over 70% of obtaining the power of the holy flame. First up is Yang Yuan. Please step onto the spell altar, Great Elder Chen Shinran announced. Yang Yuan turned to look at Enlin before casting his gaze on the holy flame in the sky and making his way toward the white spell altar with a calm expression. Brother Yang Yuan would be able to break through to return to Void Stage once he obtains the power of the holy flame. I'm so envious. Mo Hai sighed as he stared after Yang Yuan. And Lin offered some words of consolation. Don't stress over something like this. I'm sure you'll be able to break through to return to Void Stage within 100 years. You're the top disciple of your generation after all. All right, then I'll take your word for it. Your aptitude is greater than mine. And Lin, I'm sure you'll be able to return to Void Stage in 100 years too. Mo Hai replied with a smile. And Lin chuckled coldly. Hee, are you looking down on me? Mo Hai. I'll be at return to Void Stage in 10 years at most. And Lin vowed with a serious expression. Mo Hai. I don't want to talk to you anymore. Mo Hai's chest was starting to constrict. Right at this moment, Yang Yuan released his projection of the vermilion bird flame wing, which hovered in the sky. The projection of the vermilion bird flame wing burned with golden flames, thereby demonstrating the fact that it was a high-grade projection of the vermilion bird flame wing. The holy vermilion flame seemed to be able to detect the projection of the vermilion bird flame wing, and the flame wing began to fly toward the holy vermilion flame before 2 flames merged as one. The holy flame quivered lightly, and a white streak of light began to descend upon Yang Yuan. The white light contained the purest flame power, and it slowly merged into Yang Yuan's body. All the disciples erupted in raucous cheers after witnessing this. This meant that Yang Yuan had earned the approval of the holy vermilion flame and had been granted its power. They were cheering for the rise of another mighty figure in their sect, as there was a good chance of Yang Yuan reaching return to Void Stage in a short time after manifesting the power of the holy flame within his sea of vital energy. A white veil of light enveloped Yang Yuan's body, and an extremely rich stream of flame power was injected into his body for 3 whole minutes before the veil of light slowly disappeared. A flash of excitement appeared on Yang Yuan's normally aloof and indifferent face. He bowed deeply to the elders and cheering disciples before stepping down from the spell altar. After Yang Yuan, it was Lu Jiaji's turn. Lu Jiaji released a crimson projection of the vermilion bird flame wing, which was a medial-grade projection of the vermilion bird flame wing. He was trapped in a mystic realm for several days in search of a high-grade projection of the vermilion bird flame wing, but he was unfortunately only able to obtain a medial-grade projection in the end. The power of the holy flame descended once again, but the veil of light which surrounded his body was a lot more insubstantial than Yang Yuan's, and it dissipated after only around a minute. Lu Jiaji heaved a light sigh of relief. At least he had earned the approval of the holy flame and wasn't going home empty-handed. He was just happy that he was able to manifest the power of the holy flame within his sea of vital energy, so he certainly wasn't going to complain. Next up is Enlin. Please step onto the spell altar, Great Elder Chan Shinran announced. Everyone on the plaza began to get excited as they collectively turned their gazes upon the legendary Enlin. Enlin was used to big events like this, so he was quite composed when he made his way onto the spell altar before looking up at the holy flame in the sky with a curious expression. The holy flame was of a pristine white color, and it appeared particularly pure and beautiful under the light of the stars. The white flame was eternal, and it provided all the disciples of the Vermilion Bird sect with perpetual warmth, as if its existence alone were enough to soothe their hearts, while it protected the Vermilion Bird sect for the rest of eternity. For some reason, Enlin felt like he somehow had a close bond with the holy flame. He released his Vermilion Bird flame wing, which also burned with golden flames, thereby indicating it was a high-grade Vermilion Bird flame wing. An indignant expression appeared on Ji Yongfang's face when he caught sight of Enlin's high-grade Vermilion Bird flame wing. He had worked so hard but only obtained a medial-grade Vermilion Bird flame wing, whereas Enlin was just an outsider who had only recently obtained a Vermilion Bird flame wing, but he had a high-grade one. The Vermilion Bird flame wing floated in the air, and everyone stared at the holy Vermilion flame silently. However, a full minute passed, and there was still no reaction from the holy Vermilion flame. The silence on the plaza was starting to become a bit deafening. All the spectating disciples wore wistful expressions. Some heaved forlorn sighs, some shook their head in disappointment, and some felt extremely indignant in Enlin's stead. They all knew that Enlin had failed. Enlin didn't receive the approval of the holy Vermilion flame. Su Xiaolan pursed her lips and clenched her fists as she stared up at the man on the spell altar. Enlin's expression also faltered slightly. He knew there was quite a large probability of him being rejected by the holy Vermilion flame, but he was nonetheless quite disappointed that it would happen to him. Ji Yongfang's expression also faltered slightly before a smile appeared on his face. So what if Enlin obtained a high-grade Vermilion Bird flame wing? He couldn't earn the approval of the holy flame, so he was still a useless piece of trash. Ji Yongfang recalled all the things Enlin had said to him, and he was overcome with a twisted sense of joy and superiority. He feigned a grief-stricken expression before heaving a forlorn sigh. Sigh, brother Enlin, don't just stand there like an idiot. I'm very sad that you didn't receive the approval of the holy Vermilion flame as well. However, some things are just meant to be, so you should stop delaying everyone and get off the altar. Ji Yongfang's voice was very loud, and he enhanced it with his vital energy, so all the disciples gathered at the plaza could hear him. There was nothing inherently wrong with what Ji Yongfang had said, but it made the situation even more awkward for Enlin. Mo Hai, Lu Jiaji, Shangguan Yi, and Yang Yuan were all aware of Ji Yongfang's malicious intentions, and they turned their eyes upon him with thunderous rage etched on their faces. Brother Ji, please enlighten me at the Holy Flame Arena next time. Mo Hai spoke with a cold voice. You should be careful with your words. Yang Yuan also had his eyes on Ji Yongfang. Scum. Shangguan Yi was a lot more direct. Ji Yongfang looked around with an innocent expression. What do you all mean? I'm just persuading brother Enlin to get down from the altar. I'm quite sad that he was unable to receive the approval of the holy Vermilion flame as well. His voice rang out across the entire plaza and incurred rage from many of the disciples, but they were unable to retaliate. Enlin was also looking at Ji Yongfang with rage burning in his heart. He didn't expect Ji Yongfang to pop up at a time like this, and he had to admit, Ji Yongfang really had gotten to him. Ji Yongfang was just about to continue when he suddenly recalled the divorce between his parents when he was still young. He recalled all those times he had been ignored and shunned by Su Xiaolan. He recalled his indignation at seeing Enlin and Su Xiaolan holding hands together. He began to empathize with the autumn leaves that fell to the ground, only to be buried and forgotten. Boundless grief welled up in his heart, and Ji Yongfang suddenly began to bawl his eyes out. All the disciples had their attention focused on him anyway, and all of them were shocked to see the tears streaming down Ji Yongfang's face. Mommy! Wah! I'm so sad. Wah! The entire plaza fell silent, and everyone stared at Ji Yongfang blankly. Mo Hai, Lu Jiaji, Yang Yuan, and Shangguan Yi were also a little perplexed. Ji Yongfang was weeping so sadly. Could it be that he really was sad about Enlin being rejected by the holy Vermilion flame? Had they mistaken his good intentions? Thus, Ji Yongfang wept as if his life depended on it in front of the tens of thousands of disciples gathered on the plaza. "Ha ha! Elder Ji, your son is an interesting character," Elder Zhu chortled. Elder Ji was an elderly man with white hair, and he sat silently with a thunderous expression on his face. What a huge fool Ji Yongfang was making out of himself, to break down in tears like this in front of all these disciples. He would be the butt of jokes among the other elders for an entire century. He really didn't know why Ji Yongfang would behave like that. He couldn't detect any external force that caused him to react this way. Could it really be that his son was extremely good friends with this Enlin? Enlin clasped his hands behind his back and heaved a light sigh. "Brother Ji, there's no need to be so sad. I'm not even crying. Why are you crying in my stead?" His words reached the ears of all the disciples, and they finally couldn't help but burst into laughter. What did it look like when tens of thousands of disciples burst out laughing at once? It was absolutely earth-shattering. Another wave of overwhelming grief welled up in Ji Yongfang's heart when he heard this raucous laughter. His reputation had been swept to the ground, and he couldn't help but weep even louder at this notion. Ji Yongfang's tears only subsided after a long time had passed. He pointed at Enlin and roared with rage. "Enlin, you were definitely behind this? What did you do to me?" "Enough!" A thunderous yell cut off Ji Yongfang's accusations. "Have you not made enough of a fool out of yourself?" A middle-aged man glowered with rage. Ji Yongfang stared blankly at the middle-aged man as a tear trickled down his face, making him look extremely pitiful. "Father, why?" Elder Ji had been thoroughly embarrassed by Ji Yongfang, and if it wasn't for the fact that he hadn't yet had his chance at earning the approval of the Holy Flame, he would have dragged him from the plaza already. "This has nothing to do with Enlin, perhaps. Perhaps you really were too sad for his misfortune." Elder Ji sighed with resignation. Ji Yongfang's expression faltered at his words before grief welled up in his heart, and he began crying again. Elder Ji averted his gaze and looked up into the sky. He was too embarrassed to even look at his son. All the disciples on the plaza were also exhausted from laughing, and all of them were massaging their own faces and stomachs. Mo Hai was still chortling with mirth, and he looked at Ji Yongfang with an ironic expression of admiration. "Brother Ji, I only concede to you in the art of crying. You are truly the #1 crying prodigy in the entire sect." Another person who was still laughing uncontrollably was Lan Yen. To begin with, her amusement threshold was extremely low, and she almost blacked out from laughing at Ji Yongfang's pitiful display. As she was laughing, she accused Ji Yongfang of murder as he was going to make her die of laughter. Su Xiaolan patted Lan Yan's back with a resigned expression on her face in case Lan Yan actually died from excessive laughing. "Enlin, you may step off the altar now." Elder Zhu spoke in a gentle voice when the plaza began to quiet down. Enlin nodded and was just about to retrieve his vermilion bird flame wing when the holy vermilion flame in the sky suddenly glowed with an extremely bright light. Boom! The white holy flame suddenly exploded before taking the shape of a white vermilion bird dancing in the sky. All the elders were extremely shocked to see this, while all the disciples were looking on, completed stupefied. The holy flame is taking shape of its own volition? Why? Great Elder Chun Shinran muttered to himself in shock. Enlin was still standing on the spell altar, and he didn't even have a chance to react before his sea of vital energy suddenly began to churn violently. The white phoenix inside let loose a joyful cry before a stream of energy flowed from its body into Enlin's glabella. The energy then flew out from Enlin's glabella and straight toward the golden projection of the vermilion bird flame wing in the air. The golden projection of the vermilion bird flame wing slowly became more and more substantial before taking on the shape of a white feather which floated in the air. All the disciples were completely dumbfounded, and Enlin was at a complete loss too. Why did it turn white? Did the feather lose its color? Could it be that my feather is fake, so the holy flame refuses to accept it? Enlin suddenly asked. Everyone rolled their eyes in unison. Lan Yan's laughter had just subsided, but her amusement threshold was once again breached by Enlin's words, and she almost fell over as she burst into laughter. Some of the more experienced and knowledgeable elders were all staring at the substantial white feather in shock. Could this be a true feather of the vermilion bird? There's no mistaking the flame power fluctuations. That's most definitely the true feather of the vermilion bird. How could a true feather of the vermilion bird appear here? And Lin had clearly only released a projection. A stream of power was released from his body, which gave the projection of the vermilion bird flame wing substance. Who would have thought I would get to see the true feather of the vermilion bird here? Looks like things are about to get interesting. The conversation between the elders was heard by everyone, and thus most of the disciples developed an understanding of the situation. It didn't matter that they didn't know what the true feather of the vermilion bird was, as they could all tell it was some sort of powerful object. All the disciples turned their eyes upon Enlin again with scorching reverence etched on their faces. Su Xiaolan was also looking up at him with a smile on her face as she muttered to herself, "I knew you wouldn't exit the stage like this. That's not your style." Right at this moment, the white vermilion bird in the sky opened its beak, and the true feather of the vermilion bird flew toward it before it was swallowed by the white vermilion bird. A joyful cry rang out from the white vermilion bird's beak before it once again transformed into a ball of holy flames. Everything settled down again, and it was as if nothing had ever happened. And Lin stared at the holy flame. All the disciples and elders were also staring at the holy flame as if they were all eagerly anticipating something. 2 minutes passed, but nothing happened. "Fuck! You trying to dine and dash on me?" And Lin cussed the holy flame with an enraged expression. Biffed! Many of the disciples once again burst out laughing at Enlin's spontaneous eruption. Lan Yen was also chortling with mirth. As she laughed, she professed her love for Enlin and talked about how she would pursue him as a Dao partner if it wasn't for the fact that Su Xiaolan had gotten there before her. Su Xiaolan glared at Lan Yen before averting her gaze without replying. What could she say? If she denied her relationship with Enlin, then Lan Yen might take that as an invitation to pursue Enlin. But if she was to warn her against pursuing Enlin, wasn't that an indirect admission that there was something going on between them? A light blush appeared on Su Xiaolan's face, and she could only avert her gaze as she pursed her lips in frustration. Ji Yongfang finally stopped crying, and he made his way toward Enlin with a pair of red, swollen eyes. He was pleased to see that Enlin was still being rejected by the holy vermilion flame, and he wanted to rub more salt into the wound. However, a pillar of white light suddenly descended from the holy flame before enveloping Enlin's body. Boom! Ji Yongfang was slightly feeble from crying so much, and the sudden resounding boom startled him and caused him to collapse onto the ground. Some of the spectating disciples were also caught up in the resulting shockwave, but the elders were able to react in time so no one was injured. Everyone stared up at Enlin, who was standing in the center of the spell altar, and all of them were at a complete loss for words. The pillar of light didn't inflict any damage on Enlin, and the white light only flowed into his body before manifesting itself as the purest flame power. Is that the holy flame bestowing energy on Enlin? A disciple muttered as he rubbed his eyes in disbelief. It does appear to be so. I've never seen so much energy being bestowed upon a single person by the holy flame in my hundreds of years at the Vermilion Bird sect. One of the core disciples exclaimed. How terrifying! Can Enlin endure all that power? Some disciples were expressing their concern. If the power bestowed upon a disciple with a medial-grade projection of the Vermilion Bird flame wing was like dipping a hand in a pool, and the power bestowed upon a disciple with a high-grade projection of the Vermilion Bird flame wing was like dipping one's whole body in a pool for an instant, then the power being bestowed upon Enlin was like being pelted by a fireman's hose. Ji Yongfang was completely dumbfounded. How could this be? How could this be? Enlin was also completely dumbfounded. He looked up at the holy vermilion flame and negotiated. Please slow down. My body can't handle it if you go too fast. Ji Yongfang almost vomited blood, and all the spectating disciples felt their chests constrict upon hearing this. All the elders of the Vermilion Bird sect also rolled their eyes, but none of them intervened. And Lin could feel the power of the holy flame flowing relentlessly into his body. His 4 divine flames absorbed the power, and they steadily grew even more powerful. And Lin could feel that his divine flames were progressing to the brink of evolution. At the same time, a plume of white holy flames also appeared in his sea of vital energy. The white phoenix in his sea of vital energy let loose a joyful cry before pouncing on the holy flame. And Kiran's eyes also lit up as he too pounced toward the holy flame with his mouth wide open. The two of them had finally established a truce, but now they were fighting once again over the holy flame. Boom, boom, boom. The sea of vital energy surged as white flames burst forth and lightning flashed. And Lin and Kiran and the white phoenix finally reached another truce as holy flames continued to flow into the sea of vital energy. They seemed to be too busy absorbing the holy flames around themselves to be fighting one another. The white phoenix absorbed holy flames in a hurried frenzy, and its body slowly became more and more substantial as its wingspan increased. Powerful holy might burst forth from its body, surging violently through the cavernous sea of vital energy. In contrast, Kiran was absorbing the holy flames as if he were slurping up milk, and he smacked his little lips from time to time with a joyful expression on his face. And Lin finally heaved a sigh of relief and turned his eyes upon the holy vermilion flame. He was praying that it would bestow him with enough energy to at least satiate Kiran first. Things seemed to be progressing according to his wishes as the white light continued to shine upon him. 3 minutes passed, and there was still no sign of waning from the white light. 5 minutes passed, and there was still no change in the situation. And Lin was getting a little bored and sat down on the spell altar to meditate. The elders of the Vermilion Bird sect stared at the waterfall of holy light, and their lips twitched slightly at the sight of Lin sitting down to meditate. Tens of thousands of sect disciples were also staring at him. All of them were green with envy, and they wished for nothing more than to take his place in the center of the spell altar. Mo high-sighed with envy and admiration. A medial-grade vermilion bird flame wing only attracted the holy light for about 1 minute, while a high-grade vermilion bird flame wing attracted the holy light for 3 minutes. And Lin has been absorbing the holy light for more than 5 minutes. And the light doesn't even appear to be waning at all. I don't even know what to say anymore. Brother and Lin is a lucky man. Yang Yuan smiled. Much luckier than I am, Shangguani chimed in quietly. Lu Jiaji took a glance at her. No shit. Ji Yongfang stared blankly at Lin. He was at a complete loss for words. And Lin was constantly diverting part of his attention to assess the situation in his sea of vital energy in case Kiran and the White Phoenix began fighting again. And Kiran was still in the process of absorbing the power of the holy flames, and his stomach was slowly beginning to expand. Boom! His sea of vital energy suddenly shook violently. Immediately after that, an insignia of white flames appeared on the golden baby's forehead. At the same time, a number suddenly appeared on his chest, which quickly changed from 0.91 to 1. Following this, 3 Tai Chu characters also appeared beside the number. Fire is full. And Kiran's stomach expanded further and further before he finally exploded and dissipated into golden specks of light which merged into Lin's meridians. A golden light suddenly burst forth from Lin's body, immediately following which a golden robe of what appeared to be golden silk draped over his body like a holy robe. He opened his eyes, which were flashing with golden lightning, and an explosive power burst forth, making him appear as if he were the god of lightning. All the disciples in the sect suddenly had the impression that the man in the center of the spell altar seemed to have grown more imposing before their very eyes. My God! What's that? It's so bright. What terrifying power! Could this be an additional effect of the holy flame? Are you dumb? Can't you see the golden lightning running along his body? That extremely fearsome lightning power has nothing to do with holy flame. As expected of the legendary Lin to be able to trigger such extraordinary phenomena, even as he's absorbing the power of the holy flame. As the golden robe draped over Lin's body, Lin suddenly attained further enlightenment toward Kiran, and a mantra was engraved into his mind, within which contained powerful lightning true intent. He closed his eyes, and the golden robe slowly vanished while his aura gradually withdrew as well. When he reopened his eyes, His irises had returned to their original black, and they were like two calm pools of water without any hint of emotion. Everything seemed to have passed, and everyone heaved a collective sigh of relief as the pressure in the air disappeared. Phew, that sure was scary. Can't the process of accepting the holy flame be a little bit simpler? It normally is a relatively straightforward process. Only supremely talented cultivators like Brother and Lin could stir up such a commotion. Let me catch my breath first. Many of the disciples were shaken by the earth-shattering phenomena taking place on the spell altar, and they only had a brief moment to recover their composure when heaven and earth suddenly began to tremble as a new phenomenon occurred. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth in a radius of 5 kilometers suddenly began to surge as a massive vortex of energy appeared in the starry night sky. The gargantuan vortex of vital energy descended with the might of heaven and earth before transforming into a tornado, which surged into Lin's body. Tens of thousands of disciples stared blankly at the scenes unfolding before their eyes. Some of them couldn't help but rub their eyes in disbelief, and there were even a select few who had their hand clasped over their chest as if their hearts were about to give out on them. Mo Hai's mouth had fallen open in shock. Who can tell me what the fuck is going on now? Lu Jiaji blinked in response. It's pretty obvious, isn't it? Brother and Lin is making a breakthrough. Mo Hai turned to Lu Jiaji. I'm not blind. I'm wondering how he was able to make the breakthrough. Lu Jiaji replied with a numb expression. Of course it's because he attained enlightenment from absorbing the power of the holy flame and was thus able to make a breakthrough. If you're asking a noob like me, that's the only explanation I can give you. Mo Hai. Brother and Lin is breaking through to soul formation intermediate stage, right? Reaching such a high cultivation base at 20 years of age is already a new record for our Vermilion Bird sect. It looks like he's the undisputed #1 prodigy of the Vermilion Bird sect, Yang Yuan remarked with a smile. Ji Yongfang. It's not real. None of this is really happening. And Lin's aura continued to climb, but his expression was quite calm. He knew that he had completed his mission after Inkiran reached a kilogram in body weight, so he was already mentally prepared for a breakthrough. Even though all the elders of the Vermilion Bird sect were extremely experienced and knowledgeable cultivators, none of them could understand what was going on. Great Elder Chen Xinran turned to Zhu Yuanzhou. Elder Zhu, where did you find this freak from? He has only been in the Vermilion Bird sect for a few days, but he has already shaken the whole sect to the core. Zhu Yuanzhou chuckled with glee as he stroked his crimson beard. Aya, my nephew-in-law is always pulling big stunts like this. I'll tell him to be a bit more subtle next time. Chun Xinran. Lan Yen stared at Lin with wide eyes and forgot to laugh for once. Xiaolan, you have to be careful. And Lin is probably going to have a lot of admirers in the future. Su Xiaolin rolled her eyes at Lan Yen before she turned her eyes on Lin again, and her heart was filled with mixed emotions. And Lin was progressing so quickly, and she was finding it extremely difficult to keep up. And Lin's aura soon broke through the bottleneck, and he officially reached soul formation intermediate stage. The vortex of vital energy in the air had already dissipated, but the light of the holy flame was still raining down upon him. And Lin was starting to get bored once again, so he swallowed a 7th-grade immortal pill, Dragon Soul Elixir. This Dragon Soul Elixir was something he had obtained when he slew the Dark Knight Monarch. It had the effect of strengthening one's consciousness and fortifying one's cultivation base during the soul formation stages. So this was the perfect opportunity to consume it. The immortal pill was translucent white, and the spiritual power of a dragon fluctuated around it as the sound of a dragon's roar reverberated in the air. All the sect disciples could immediately tell that this was an immortal pill from the phenomena it triggered. They were then treated to the sight of Lin casually swallowing the pill before lying down on the spell altar. All the disciples were about to tear their own hair out. The holy light flowed for him like a river. Breakthroughs arrived for him like routine meals. Swallowing an immortal pill for him was like swallowing a lolly. Was he trying to crush everyone's Tao hearts right there and then? So the tales of Brother and Lin were indeed true. I was initially quite skeptical about his tales of his legendary feats in the heavenly court, but I'm starting to believe them now. I'm so excited. I'm going to ask for his voice transmission talisman tomorrow. Say, how long has the holy light been raining down on him? Fuck. I would have forgotten about that if you didn't mention it. It's been at least 10 minutes. I've been keeping track of the time. It has already been 18 minutes. So 6 times the duration brought on by a high-grade vermilion bird flame wing. Great Elder Chun Shinran looked on with a pained expression before turning to the man beside him. Elder Zhu, is there going to be no fucking end to this? An awkward expression appeared on Zhu Yuanzhou's face, and Lin seemed to have absorbed a little bit too much of the energy from the holy flame. Just as all the disciples on the plaza were heatedly discussing among themselves in a frenzy, the white phoenix within Lin's sea of vital energy let loose a clear cry, and it seemed to have completed a certain evolution. Holy might began to permeate throughout the entire sea of vital energy, and the relentless flow of white holy flames converged to become a white cloud which floated peacefully above the sea of vital energy. The holy vermilion flame seemed to be able to detect the changes occurring within Lin's body, and the pillar of white light finally began to gradually shrink. All the disciples and elders heaved a collective sigh of relief. It looked like everything was finally over, and Lin looked up the receding pillar of holy light before slowly getting to his feet and stretching lazily. All the spectators on the plaza seemed to have completely forgotten how to applaud and cheer as all of them stared blankly at Lin as if they were expecting him to pull another rabbit out of his hat. A smile appeared on Lin's face, and he bowed to all the disciples and elders gathered on the plaza before stepping off the spell altar. Is it all over? All the disciples finally came to their senses, and the entire Holy Flame Plaza instantly erupted in raucous cheers and applause, with some of the disciples even cheering Lin's name at the top of their lungs. After all, Lin was a fellow disciple of the Vermilion Bird sect, so even though they were a little jealous, they all poured forth their applause in a genuine show of joy and admiration. And Lin returned to the Mo High's group before sighing with emotion. Not a bad harvest. Lu Jiaji's face convulsed. For God's sake, you've already defied the natural order. If this is only not bad, then I'm well below the poverty line. Mo Hai looked up at Lin with an expression full of admiration. I thought you were just flexing when you told me you would return to Void Stage within 10 years. But I believe you now. That was so badass. Don't forget about me when you become a mighty figure. And Lin replied with a grin. Don't worry. I'll look out for you in the future. Right at this moment, Great Elder Chun Shinran's voice sounded again. Next up is Ji Yongfang. Please step onto the spell altar. Ji Yongfang's heart trembled as he came to his senses. He glared at Lin, and his heart was extremely reluctant to accept defeat, but he could no longer summon up the courage to stand against him. He made his way toward the spell altar, and what should have been his moment in the limelight was instead stolen from him as everyone was too busy discussing Lin to focus any attention on him. Ji Yongfang gritted his teeth and released his projection of the vermilion bird flame wing. This was a crimson vermilion bird flame wing, which meant that it was a medial grade one, which was the same as Lu Jiaji. None of the spectating disciples were really surprised by this. After all, Ji Yongfang was only soul formation initial stage. Even if he had a mystic treasure with him, it would be really difficult for him to defeat a heavenly fire mutant beast. Hence, a medial grade vermilion bird flame wing for him was within everyone's expectations. All the chatter on the Holy Flame Plaza began to slowly die down as a show of respect for the next prodigy disciple to take the stage. Everyone looked at the holy vermilion flame with anticipation in their eyes. Ji Yongfang was also staring nervously up at the holy vermilion flame. He was praying with all his might that the holy vermilion flame would approve of him. Otherwise, there really was no saving grace for him. Perhaps it was only an illusion, but everyone felt like the holy flame in the air appeared to be a little dim, as if it had bestowed all its energy on Lin. A peculiar ripple appeared in the air, and the medial grade vermilion bird flame wing flew toward the holy vermilion flame, and the two flames then merged as one. Ji Yongfang clenched his fists as his body trembled slightly with joy. Success! He finally succeeded. Elder Ji also heaved a slight sigh of relief as he sat with the other elders. Thank God his son wasn't a disgrace to the very end. White holy light began to rain down on Ji Yongfang as the holy vermilion flame merged with the vermilion bird flame wing. The light was like a wisp of white smoke which slowly descended upon Ji Yongfang before disappearing after 10 seconds. Ji Yongfang was completely dumbstruck. The whole plaza fell deathly silent. Countless disciples stared with wide eyes at Ji Yongfang. Did my eyes just play tricks on me? Didn't he have medial-grade vermilion bird flame wing? Why did the holy light disappear after only 10 seconds? Shouldn't it be a minute? Not only was the duration extremely short, the power contained within the holy light during that time also seemed to be very minuscule. Does that mean we mistook his vermilion bird flame wing for a medial grade one when it was only an inferior grade vermilion bird flame wing? Inferior grade vermilion bird flame wing? Geez. How long has it been since an inferior grade vermilion bird flame wing has appeared in the sect? Poor brother G. Elder G slammed a fist into the table beside him. What the hell was that? All the other elders glanced at each other, and everyone was just as dumbfounded as one another. Great Elder Chan Shinran cleared his throat to break the silence before replying in a voice audible to all the disciples. The holy flame appears to be a little bit dim. I speculate that it might have bestowed too much energy on Enlin and now it's exhausted from overexertion, thereby resulting in our current situation. Chun Shinran's words rang out across the entire plaza in what was more of an explanation to all the disciples on the scene, as opposed to just an explanation to Elder Ji alone. All the disciples were dumbstruck after hearing this. Was that a valid explanation? It didn't sound like a very far-fetched one, though. Ji Yongfang had also heard Chun Shinran's explanation, and his head rang incessantly. He stared blankly at the air before him and muttered to himself, "How could this be? How could this be? Why am I always the one getting hurt?" Perhaps it was because he was used to crying, but tears began to flow from his eyes again. He turned to Enlin with an enraged expression. "It's all your fault. Why do I have to pay for what you did? I'm innocent." Enlin rolled his eyes and didn't respond. He simply couldn't be bothered talking to Ji Yongfang. Mo Hai feigned an expression of sadness and sighed. "Sigh. Brother Ji, don't just stand there like an idiot. I'm very sad that you didn't receive the approval of the holy vermilion flame as well. However, some things are just meant to be, so you should stop delaying everyone and get off the altar." All the disciples were initially slightly sympathetic toward Ji Yongfang, but all of them couldn't help but burst into laughter after hearing Mo Hai's words, as those were the exact same words Ji Yongfang had spoken to Enlin. Ji Yongfang listened to Mo Hai's ironic words and the laughter of the spectating disciples, and he almost blacked out from rage. He gritted his teeth, and his body swayed as he walked down from the altar. He shot an angry gaze toward Mo Hai and sneered in a bitter voice, "It's too soon for you to be laughing. The holy vermilion flame is already exhausted, and you're up next. I'll be down here waiting to see you fail." Mo Hai's expression faltered, and the smile was immediately wiped from his face. "Fuck. Ji Yongfang's right. I'm screwed." He turned to Enlin with a bitter expression. "Bro, you screwed me over." Enlin's lips twitched slightly, and he raised his head to count the stars in the sky, pretending as if he didn't hear anything. Ji Yongfang sneered at Enlin. "Hehe. Brother Enlin truly is selfish. You only care about yourself and how much power you can absorb from the holy vermilion flame, but you screwed the rest of us over in the process." He used an immortal spell to enhance his voice once again, and his words rang out across the entire plaza. Many of the disciples knew that Ji Yongfang was targeting Enlin, and they all protested his words. However, there were still some disciples who chose to remain silent, as Ji Yongfang's words were not entirely unreasonable. Although Enlin was unable to control how much power the holy flame bestowed upon him, it was an undeniable fact that he had hampered the holy flame absorption of the remaining disciples. Great Elder Chun Shinran's voice sounded once again. "Next up is Mo Hai. Please step onto the spell altar." Mo Hai smiled lightly and patted Enlin's shoulder. "I'm a very forgiving man, so I won't hold anything against you. After all, you made Ji Yongfang cry twice, for which I am very happy. Ha ha ha." "Enlin?" Ji Yongfang's chest constricted, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Mo Hai made his way onto the spell altar before releasing his high-grade vermilion bird flame wing. His flame wing was also absorbed by the holy flame. Mo Hai heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing this. At least he wouldn't be going away empty-handed. He would be content as long as he was able to absorb the power of the holy flame. The holy vermilion flame glowed brightly before showering Mo Hai with a holy white light. The white light draped over Mo Hai's body like a veil, and extremely rich flame power flowed relentlessly into his body. Mo Hai blinked with a vacant expression. This was a bit more than he had expected. All the other disciples also discovered this problem. The amount of holy light raining upon Mo Hai seemed to be comparable to that of Yang Yuan, and there were no signs of the holy light diminishing. A light smile appeared on Enlin's face. He was glad that he hadn't screwed Mo Hai over after all. As for Ji Yongfang, his expression fell blank again while his mouth gaped open. The white light finally slowly receded after 3 minutes. It was pretty much exactly the same amount of energy as Yang Yuan had received, which was quite normal considering they both had high-grade vermilion bird flame wings. The entire plaza fell silent again. It was clearly a normal occurrence, but for some reason it seemed so abnormal. Elder Ji massaged his glabella with an exhausted expression. Why is it back to normal? Is someone targeting my son? Chan Shinran took a deep breath before replying. The holy flame has had some time to recover, so it's no longer tired, and thus, the holy light has returned to normal. His words rang out across the entire plaza. All the disciples heard this and had zero objections. It was an extremely reasonable explanation. Ji Yongfang was once again rooted to the spot after hearing Chan Shinran's explanation, and his head began to ring incessantly again. He stared blankly at Mo Hai, then up at the holy flame and muttered to himself, "How could this be? How could this be? Why am I always the one getting hurt?" He was overcome by grief and indignation, and he began weeping again like a fully grown baby. Tens of thousands of disciples poured forth their cheers and applause in celebration of Mo Hai's successful holy light absorption. Many of the disciples then turned sympathetic gazes upon Ji Yongfang, who was beginning to appear as if he were playing a tear-jerking role in a film. The holy flame was tired when he stepped onto the spell altar. How unfortunate. I was feeling quite bad for Brother Mo Hai after Enlin absorbed so much holy flame energy, but I feel much better now. Oi! What is Brother Ji supposed to think if he hears you say that? He has already cried for the 3rd time in front of tens of thousands of disciples. How pitiful. I didn't believe Mo Hai when he said Brother Ji was the #1 crying prodigy of our Vermilion Bird sect. But I've changed my mind now. This degree of misfortune is almost comparable to Sister Shangguan Yi. I know, right? We have to hold in our laughter for his sake. All right? We'll laugh tomorrow instead then. Ji Yongfang had been trampled into the ground by this series of misfortune, and he didn't dare to attack Enlin anymore. All he wanted was for the ceremony to end quickly, so that he could leave as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Elder Ji was staring up at the holy flame with an intense expression, but he was unable to detect anything with his divine sense. In the end, he could only sigh and shake his head before turning his gaze elsewhere. Mo Hai returned to Enlin's side while trying his best to suppress his laughter. Nice one, bro. Look at how miserable Brother Ji is. He'll probably remember you for the rest of his life. Enlin rolled his eyes at Mo Hai. I'm not taking any blame. He brought everything upon himself, so you can't fault me for anything. Ji Yongfang's body swayed unsteadily when he heard this, and he took another few steps away from Enlin. Mo Hai finally burst into laughter. All right, whatever you say. Great Elder Chan Shinran's voice sounded once again. Next up is Shangguan Yi. Please step onto the spell altar. Go, Sister Shangguan. We believe in you. And Lin encouraged. Just relax, and don't take this too seriously. Lu Jiaji chimed in. Shangguan Yi nodded lightly to Enlin and the others. She was already mentally prepared for failure, so she wasn't really all that nervous as she made her way toward the spell altar. All the disciples turned their eyes upon the woman in the white dress. The events which transpired when Enlin and Ji Yongfang took the stage were unexpected to all the disciples, but with Shangguan Yi they had all learned to expect the unexpected, so much so that the disciples would find it weird if everything went without a hitch from here onward. Even all the elders had their eyes glued to Shangguan Yi as they readied themselves for anything and everything. Elder Xiao, are there any weather abnormalities or peculiar energy fluctuations? None. At least, I was unable to detect any abnormalities within a 100-kilometer radius. Elder Zhu, have you discovered any strange creatures approaching the area? There were 3 mutant beasts within a 20-kilometer radius from here, but I've burnt them all to death. Elder Lu. Shangguan Yi released her high-grade vermilion bird flame wing before looking up at the holy vermilion flame like a devout worshipper. All the disciples couldn't help but discuss among themselves quietly. Do you think Sister Shangguan Yi will receive the approval of the holy vermilion flame? It's pretty unlikely. She has always had lousy luck after all. And you guys are aware of this as well. Her constitution rejects all flame power. How could someone with such a constitution receive the approval of the holy vermilion flame? You can't say that for sure. After all, there have been so many mishaps throughout her life. If we manage to predict the outcome, then it wouldn't be a mishap, so I think Sister Shangguan Yi will receive the approval of the holy flame. Even if mishaps do occur, let's hope it's not something bad. What mishaps could there be? Could the holy flame turn into holy ice instead? Right at this moment, the white holy flames trembled slightly as it began to branch outward. An invisible force descended from the sky and drew the projection of the vermilion bird flame wing upward, where it was then engulfed by the holy flame. All the disciples' eyes lit up as excitement welled up in their hearts. Shangguan Yi finally succeeded. Shangguan Yi was like a beautiful white lotus blossoming in the sky at this very moment. The rims of her eyes had turned red, and her breathing accelerated as she forced herself not to shed tears. She had tried so hard and worked so tirelessly for so many years. She loved the vermilion bird sect more than anyone, and she wanted more than anyone to be able to use fire-type spell techniques. She finally received the approval of the holy vermilion flame. The holy light could spread flame power through her meridians and materialize the power of the holy flame within her sea of vital energy, thereby allowing her to use fire-type spell techniques. The white holy flame began to stir as it prepared itself to rain down its holy light. Right at this moment, the holy flame suddenly began to glow with an extremely brilliant light, and the blinding white light lit up the entire night sky to make everything as clear as day. Immediately afterward, the holy flame transformed into a huge holy sword over a kilometer in length which hung high in the sky. Everyone was completely dumbstruck and at a complete loss. Shangguan Yi's body swayed lightly as pain welled up in her heart. Why couldn't anything go right for her? All the elders faltered initially before standing up in unison and unleashing their powerful auras. Among the elders, which numbered in excess of 20, 10 of them had reached return to void stage, and their collective aura was fearsome enough to make the heavens tremble. The holy sword turned toward a certain spot in the air before stabbing forward. Boom! The white holy sword swept through the sky like a galaxy of stars before slicing a gash in the sky which extended for over 50 kilometers. Over half the citizens of the Bai Hua state could see the fearsome sword cutting through the sky. It was so brilliant and eye-catching in the night sky, and it seemed to be imbued with unstoppable force as it threatened to set the entire sky alight with flames. All the disciples stared blankly at the gigantic holy sword in the air. A sense of unease welled up in Enlin's heart, and he could feel an extremely fearsome power approaching the vermilion bird sect. He silently brought out his evil-slaying sword and turned his eyes upon a certain spot in the air. The huge sword vanished, but not before it had cut a massive gash in the air. Blue blood slowly seeped out from the gash and a metallic scent wafted through the air. The holy vermilion flame truly lives up to its name, to be able to slay the spatial immortal beast of our tribe with just one strike. But it was still too slow. A voice imbued with boundless might sounded between heaven and earth, evoking awe and reverence in all who heard the voice, as if all living beings were mere ants in the face of the owner of the voice. This was the voice of a high and mighty monarch. The gash slowly expanded from the initial several hundred feet to a massive black rift of almost 10 kilometers wide. From afar, it looked like a huge wound had been inflicted upon the sky above. "Greetings, Vermilion Bird Sect. I'm here to borrow your holy vermilion flame." Another cold voice sounded, which was also imbued with fearsome might, but a little younger and more tender. And Lin's pupils contracted drastically and waves of shock ran through his heart when he heard this voice. What the fuck? Them again. All the disciples were slowly beginning to come to the realization that their sect was being invaded by an extremely powerful force. Grand Elder Chan Shinran harumphed coldly and spoke in a voice like thunder. "It certainly requires guts to invade our sect for our holy flame, but do you think guts is all you'll need to invade our Vermilion Bird Sect?" Boom! A huge red spell formation appeared on the canopy of the divine tree, completely sealing the space around it in a radius of a few dozen kilometers. Countless disciples had their energy drawn from their bodies, which then converged toward the spell formation. A gigantic crimson phoenix materialized from the spell formation, and it obscured the entire sky with its gargantuan wingspan. Boundless flames poured forth from the phoenix's body, making the air around it shimmer and warp before these flames gushed toward the inky rift in the sky like a scorching wave. "We will indeed require more than just guts, which is why I am here." A woman entirely enshrouded in a blue divine light, thereby obscuring her features from view, stepped out from the rift in the sky. She wore a golden imperial robe and a crown on her head. Behind her was a vast expanse of blue stars, and the power of extreme frost swept through the air as if a divine decree were being delivered, making snowflakes fall from the sky and completely overpowering the flames of the phoenix. She had an antiquated imperial jade seal in her right hand, and she grasped at the air toward the wave of mountainous flames in the distance. Crack! The vast expanse of flames was frozen solid in the air like an artistic ice sculpture, before slowly vaporizing and fading away. Right at this moment, 9 ice dragons, each a few thousand feet in length, flew out from the rift, all of them emanating extremely fearsome auras. A series of golden rope bound them to a throne of ice, upon which sat an exquisitely beautiful woman with a white staff in her hand. She looked down upon the tens of thousands of people gathered below her with an expression as cold as an eternal glacier. Several hundred silver-haired women with swords of ice in their hands took up formation behind her, each of them exuding powerful auras of their own. Mo Hai's eyes widened in shock. Holy fuck! Are these all snow maidens? They came all the way from the holy glacial lands just to steal our holy flame? Do they all want to die here? Yang Yuan's expression was quite grave. The great empress, the high priestess, as well as most of the 36 palace leaders, have mobilized to gather here from the holy glacial lands. That's essentially all of their high-caliber firepowers. This spells disaster for our Vermilion Bird Sect. And Lin stared at the snow maidens in the air, completely at a loss for words. These snow maidens really were getting more and more full of themselves. They had just grabbed a person from the 10,000 Spirits Immortal sect not long ago. Now they were here to steal the holy vermilion flame. Couldn't they just settle down for a while? Since you're already here, why don't you stay here forever? The divine punishment of the heavenly court is about to descend. There will be nowhere for you to escape. A mighty voice sounded in the distance. Immediately afterward, boundless golden flames began to burn throughout the entire sky, and a pair of hands, each several kilometers in width, slowly converged on the snow maidens, creating an extremely fearsome cage of fire which overwhelmed the power of extreme frost in the air. Great sky-sealing palms. It's the Grand Elder, Situ Foam. All the core disciples in the air looked up at the giant palms in the sky with fanatical expressions. Many of disciples who were shaken by the collective might of the snow maidens were reinvigorated as battle intent began to rage in their hearts. Even all the elders were feeling somewhat relieved that the Grand Elder was at the scene. Grand Elder Situfeng was a legendary figure in the Vermilion Bird sect who had reached Dao integration stage several tens of thousands of years ago. He commanded even more respect and awe than the sect leader himself, and he was the most powerful mighty figure within the Vermilion Bird sect. With him here, the Vermilion Bird sect feared no enemy, no matter how powerful. The woman in the imperial robe tossed her imperial jade seal into the air and spoke with a cold expression. The divine punishment of the heavenly court is indeed something we cannot handle, but we can delay their arrival, and we'll be able to do a lot of things during that time. Imperial seal. Atomic realm deprivation. Boom! Heaven and earth suddenly darkened, and a mighty force enveloped a space of over 50 kilometers in radius before separating it from this world in an instant. And Lin felt a rush of dizziness, and when he came to his senses, he discovered that he was situated within a murky gray space, with no stars nor direction, only eternal chaos. Great Empress, why are you expending the power of your imperial seal? Are you trying to endanger the entire holy glacial lands? Situ Feng's voice was tinged with rage. Things had clearly progressed out of his control. The holy glacial lands is already on the brink of destruction. I would gladly expend the power of the imperial seal in order to save the holy glacial lands from its terrible fate. The vast expanse of blue stars behind the Great Empress began to expand even further as the power of extreme frost exploded forth once again, bringing boundless frost and ice which froze and sealed the very air around her. A man in a red robe with a head of white hair but mismatching youthful features appeared in the air, and he extended his hand toward the antiquated imperial jade seal floating in the air. Golden flames burst forth from his hand, making it appear as if the sun had appeared within this gray and murky space, before crashing directly toward the imperial jade seal. However, an invisible force which was powerful enough to seal time and space suddenly appeared around the imperial jade seal, preventing the man's hand from extending any further. Boom! The flaming palm collided with the power of the imperial jade seal, and devastating golden ripples of shockwave burst forth in all directions, melting the power of extreme frost in the air in a radius of 5 kilometers. At this moment, a faint white light suddenly emanated from the divine tree, thereby protecting all the disciples from the force of the golden shockwaves. Go! The Great Empress issued a command before stepping through the air and making her way directly toward Situ Feng. The 9 ice dragons in the air all pounced toward the Phoenix Formation Spirit, where they engaged in an earth-shattering battle. The Great Empress slowly walked through the air toward the holy vermilion flame with her white staff in her hand. Your sect leader, Zhu Shuza, is currently unable to return from the demonic flame realm, and none of you are a match for me. Our holy land does not wish for war. We only wish to borrow the holy flame for 10 years, after which we will return the flame in perfect condition. We are also willing to offer the dark imperial bone marrow of our holy land as reparations. Perhaps you might be interested, Great Elder. Meng Ji turned to Chun Shinran with a pair of expressionless eyes, and Lin's lips twitched slightly upon hearing this. Last time, they had invaded the 10,000 Spirits Immortal sect when the sect leader was engaged in battle with their Great Empress and the Grand Elder of the sect was in seclusion, thereby allowing them to sneak in and wreak havoc. Now, they were taking advantage of the fact that the sect leader of the Vermilion Bird sect was trapped in another realm to invade the sect for the Holy Flame. Were these snow maidens addicted to invading sects? Fuck this bitch. She's invading our sect. We don't have to negotiate with her. Elder Zhu immediately replied with a thunderous expression before Great Elder Chun Shinran had a chance to speak. Meng Ji ignored Elder Zhu and continued to wait for Chun Shinran's answer. The Grand Elder of the Vermilion Bird sect was engaged in battle with their Great Empress, so they had a crushing advantage in overall strength over the remaining elders. However, it was within her best interest to end this diplomatically rather than through a battle. After all, it would not be wise to initiate a feud against such a powerful sect. Chun Shinran replied with a slight smile. The dark imperial bone marrow is extremely valuable. As a matter of fact, its value is comparable to a divine tool. However, the holy vermilion flame is the soul of our sect. We won't allow you to take it from us for a single instant, let alone 10 years. None of our disciples are afraid of battle. We'll protect the holy flame with our lives. Death before dishonor. Tens of thousands of disciples roared collectively as battle intent raged in their eyes. Their collective cries instantly reverberated throughout the entire space. All of them seemed to have a ball of fire burning within their bodies. They had an unwavering conviction that the holy flame could not be surrendered to anyone, just as they could not allow the sect to be humiliated by anyone. Their pride urged them to stand up against their enemies, even though their enemies were a lot more powerful than themselves. Even if their efforts were destined to be in vain, they would go down fighting rather than live on in cowardice. Every member of the Vermilion Bird sect made their intentions known through their war cries, and their collective battle intent converged into a mysterious source of power which injected itself into the spell formation, thereby instantly raising the temperatures around them. High Priestess Mengji heaved a forlorn sigh before an icy cold facade settled over her face. Begin! Hundreds of snow maidens pounced toward the holy vermilion flame at her command. Fight! Great Elder Chun Shinran roared as all the elders unleashed their vast auras without reserve before circling around the holy vermilion flame to face the snow maidens. Among the tens of thousands of sect disciples, over 2,000 spirit-nurturing stage disciples also flew toward the holy flame. The rest that couldn't fly all unleashed their power to strengthen the spell formation, transforming the Vermilion Bird sect into a world of flames which kept the invading power of extreme frost at bay. The holy vermilion flame seemed to able to detect the perilous situation it was in, and it transformed into a white holy sword which lashed toward the hundreds of snow maidens in the distance. A pristine, white sword projection cut through the murky gray space around it with the power of pure yang, allowing it to tear through and melt everything in its wake. All the snow maidens were quite alarmed by the sword projection, hurtling toward them, as they could sense that the energy imbued within that sword projection had already transcended beyond return to void stage, and was comparable to an attack from a Dao integration stage mighty figure. Mengji suddenly appeared at the forefront of the Snow Maiden army, and pointed her staff at the imposing sword projection as a rainbow box around the size of a human hand appeared behind her before releasing 7-colored rainbow light. Each of the 7 streaks of light contained different types of power, but all 7 of them contained the supreme power of Dao. The 7 streaks of light converged on the white sword projection and completely absorbed the white sword projection like a sponge. The 7 streaks of light seemed to have grown even more powerful after absorbing the sword projection, and they transformed into 7 different immortal spirits which charged toward the holy vermilion flame all at once. They even brought the treasure left behind by the Ice Patriarch, the Divine Dao Box, the Imperial Jade Seal and the Divine Dao Box. For both these Holy Land treasures to appear at the same time, an expression of shock appeared on Elder Ji's face as fear began to surface in his heart. Chun Shinran remained silent as he materialized a flaming dragon over 10,000 feet in length behind him as he stationed himself in front of the holy flame. He was at the forefront of all the elders, and he looked on with determination in his eyes at the oncoming Snow Maiden army. The massive flaming dragon opened its mouth to unleash a monstrous torrent of flames which swept toward the snow maidens with the power to set the entire sky alight. All the remaining elders also unleashed fierce attacks at the oncoming snow maidens, and their flame spell techniques converged to form a sea of flames extending for several dozen kilometers before descending upon the snow maidens. There were 16 Holy Palace leaders within the Snow Maiden army, and all of them were returned to Void Stage mighty figure. They stood together to unleash their powerful spell techniques, and didn't show even a hint of fear as the monstrous sea of flames descended upon them. The entire space was transformed into a world of fire and ice, with monstrous flames burning on one side, while boundless frost and ice reigned on the other side. However, the 7 immortal spirits completely disregarded the sea of flames and continued on toward the holy vermilion flame. These immortal spirits imbued with Dao realm were the manifestations of the power of the divine Dao box. They were immune to all spell technique attacks, and only Dao integration stage mighty figures could even land any attacks on them. All 7 of the immortal spirits also possessed extremely fearsome sealing power. Under the control of Mengji, the 7 immortal spirits would even be able to seal a slightly weaker Dao integration stage mighty figure. Chun Shinran attempted to initiate an attack against Mengji, who was controlling the divine Dao box, but his efforts were thwarted by 3 Holy Palace leaders who surrounded him to keep him at bay. The other 9 returned to Void Stage elders were also engaged in battle with the other 13 Holy Palace leaders, thereby preventing them from breaking through the enemy's defensive line. The rest of the Soul Formation Stage elders, as well as the core disciples, were battling over 100 Soul Formation Stage Snow Maidens in an earth-shattering battle which transformed the sky into a deadly realm of fire and ice. All the spirit-nurturing stage disciples, which numbered in excess of 2,000, split up into groups of 10, with each group taking on one snow maiden. However, no one was able to even touch the Tao realm immortal spirits. Any attacks which landed on the Tao realm immortal spirits would instantly be reduced to nothingness by a mysterious force. And Lin spread his wings of wind and slew a snow maiden with his wind sword before turning his gaze upon the holy vermilion flame. The area around the holy vermilion flame had transformed into a battleground for all the return to void stage mighty figures. Elder Zhu and Elder Ji were all in the mix, but even they were unable to obstruct the 7 immortal spirits. Su Xiaolan was also engaged in a battle against a soul formation intermediate stage snow maiden nearby. Her domain was extremely magnificent, and the space in a radius of 100 feet around her had been transformed into a lethal realm of lightning and fire, with lightning dragons circling the perimeter of the domain as golden phoenixes spread their wings within the domain. The combined power of dragon and phoenix imbued her attacks with a great variety, and all of her attacks possessed fearsome might. Even though her opponent was a soul formation intermediate stage snow maiden, Su Xiaolan was still able to gain the upper hand. However, she was also shooting glances at the holy vermilion flame with concern on her face. A flaming tiger suddenly appeared beside the holy vermilion flame before unleashing towering pillar of flames, isolating the holy vermilion flame from all energy within a radius of 100 feet. Fire spirit in position. A turtle constructed from rock flew to the tiger's side before transforming into a massive mountain. Earth spirit in position. A blue water dragon flew toward the holy flame before transforming into a towering pillar of water beside the tiger, isolating the holy flame from all energy within another radius of 100 feet. Water spirit in position. The dual power of water and fire unleashed an extremely powerful sealing force. Everyone could sense that the holy vermilion flame seemed to have dimmed significantly in the face of these immortal spirits. Expressions of indignant rage appeared on all the disciples' faces, and they let loose collective roars as they unleashed the power within their bodies in the hope of combating against the sealing force of the immortal spirits. The battles taking place in the air became more and more intense as one snow maiden after another fell to the flames of the vermilion bird sect cultivators. However, there were also many sect disciples who were completely frozen solid and robbed of their life force. A white long sword suspended itself beside the water dragon, and powerful sword intent rose into the sky above as if it were threatening to slice through the heavens. Metal spirit in position. A green tree spirit descended amid a flash of vibrant green light before settling beside the huge mountain, where it released a pillar of green light. Rich life force emanated from the pillar of green light before expanding to encompass a radius of 5 kilometers, healing the injuries of many vermilion bird sect disciples, as well as the snow maidens in the process. Wood spirit in position. As the 5 elements settled into position, an extremely massive spell formation began to appear beneath the holy flame. Fearsome sealing power emanated from the spell formation, diminishing all the flames between heaven and earth, and the holy vermilion flame was significantly impacted as its glow diminished to less than half of its former glory. A black disk began to appear directly above the holy flame before slowly opening to reveal a vast expanse of inky darkness which appeared as if it could swallow up everything in this world. Chun Shinran's heart sank when he saw the black disk. That was the ancient Dharma artifact, flame-gathering disk. Apparently, this was a lost ancient Dharma artifact with the power to store all divine flames and seal the most powerful holy flames. This was something that the Vermilion Bird sect had been searching for a very long time. Who would have thought that the Snow Maidens had it all along? With the combined powers of the Divine Tao Box and the Flame-Gathering Disc, the Snow Maidens did indeed have the resources to seal the holy flame away, after which they could take it back to the holy glacial lands. A fierce expression of determination appeared on Chan Shinran's face, and he crushed a red bead in his hand. Crimson flames instantly burst forth from his body, and his aura climbed at an alarming rate as he charged toward Meng Ji with unstoppable force. The 3 holy palace leaders were all forced into retreat by the scorching crimson flames as shock appeared on their faces. One of the holy palace leaders even had an arm incinerated by the crimson flames and blue blood gushed forth. But the crimson flames continued to burn and erode her body with no signs of stopping. Chen Xinran swept toward Meng Ji with the crimson flames burning around his body before throwing a mighty fist at her. A film of light appeared behind Meng Ji. It was an ice mural of all the citizens of the holy glacial lands kneeling and bowing in reverence and prayer. She pointed her staff, and the boundless power of faith and reverence burst forth before transforming into an aura of extreme frost which froze everything in its path, including Chen Xinran. Chen Xinran's momentum was stopped cold as an expression of indignant rage appeared on his face. Meng Ji met his enraged gaze with an expressionless one as she spoke coldly. Lightning spirit. In position. A lightning bird unleashed a pillar of lightning into the air beside the white longsword. 6 of the 7 immortal spirits were in position, and all the sect disciples were filled with grief and indignation. But they could do nothing to reverse the situation. Even the elders were all struck by a sense of grief and helplessness. However, right at this moment, the pillar of lightning suddenly changed direction as it flashed past Chen Xinran and broke through the domain of extreme frost around him before striking Meng Ji. The pillar of lightning left a trail of destruction in its wake before knocking Meng Ji back a full 10,000 feet. Heaven and earth suddenly fell completely silent as everyone stared up at Meng Ji in awe. All the snow maidens, as well as the vermilion bird sex elders and disciples, all had their eyes on the high priestess snow god, Meng Ji. Meng Ji's white robe was slightly charred and tattered, revealing her fair skin underneath. There were also charred patches on her skin, thereby indicating that she didn't endure that pillar of lightning completely unscathed. Her silver hair danced in the wind as she turned her golden eyes upon the lightning spirit with confusion in her eyes. The lightning bird blinked as it rubbed its head with one of its wings in a show of bewilderment. The atmosphere suddenly became extremely peculiar as everyone stood rooted to the spot in befuddlement, unable to understand why the pillar of lightning would inexplicably attack Meng Ji. All the while, lightning was slowly dissipating from Enlin's fingertips. He had initially planned to manipulate the lightning spirit, but the lightning spirit was imbued with the power of Dao Realm, thereby rendering it immune to his lightning manipulation technique. Hence, he could only settle for manipulating the pillar of lightning it released instead. Meng Ji was caught completely off guard and sustained minor injuries from that unexpected attack. Su Xiaolan glanced at Enlin with a slight smile on her face before refocusing her gaze on the opponent before her. Chen Xinran also regained his mobility as the aura of extreme frost disappeared from around him and chortled with mirth. Ha ha ha! The vermilion bird sect is truly blessed by the heavens. You dumb bitches should just give up right now. Even the great elder of the vermilion bird sect couldn't help but unleash a vulgar slur like Zhu Yuanzhou so often did. These snow maidens were simply far too detestable, and that last lightning strike was extremely satisfying. Meng Ji's expression shifted slightly as she knitted her brows in a conflicted expression. Activating the seal of the divine Dao box had expended a large amount of energy and time. It wouldn't be impossible to reactivate the seal, but the important thing was, she didn't even know who had thwarted her attempts to do so the first time. What if the same thing happened again? She hesitated momentarily before a vast sea of energy poured forth from her body once again. Lightning spirit. In position. The lightning bird once again unleashed a towering pillar of lightning, and the ferocious power emanating from the pillar of lightning destroyed everything within a radius of 100 feet. Chen Xinran's expression darkened as he charged toward Meng Ji. However, the 3 holy palace leaders had converged on him once again to keep him at bay. Just as the pillar of lightning reached into the sky, its trajectory changed once again, and it tore through the air like an unstoppable sword before blasting toward Meng Ji. A galaxy of stars suddenly flashed within Meng Ji's eyes as bright light burst forth from the ice mural behind her, creating a rainbow barrier in front of her. Boom! Lightning flashed and fearsome power burst forth in a radius of several kilometers, leaving a series pitch-black spatial rifts in its wake. However, the rainbow barrier only trembled violently but didn't crumble. A blue projection of a goddess appeared behind Meng Ji, and she opened her all-encompassing eyes to look at everything around her all at once before her gaze settled on a certain young man. The projection began to vanish, and Meng Ji turned her eyes upon the young man. And Lin's knees trembled slightly when Meng Ji turned her eyes upon him. "It's you." Meng Ji turned to look at Lin, and her voice was as cold as glacial wind. Everyone engaged in the battle around Lin all faltered slightly. They then turned their eyes upon Lin with shock and incredulity. There were many people speculating what could have diverted the pillar of lightning unleashed by the lightning spirit. Some thought that it was the effect of a certain mystic treasure in the sect. Some thought that a mysterious, powerful elder had intervened. But no one thought that this would have something to do with a soul formation intermediate stage cultivator. "High Priestess, you've got the wrong person." And Lin raised both hands in the air in a gesture of surrender as he looked at M with an innocent expression. Meng Ji's expression didn't falter in the slightest. "I can't be 100% sure that it was you, but what I was able to glean through the projection of the ice goddess shows that you are the most likely culprit." She pointed her staff at Lin, and the ice mural behind her suddenly extended to over a kilometer in size as divine might surged, causing the space around her to tremble violently. A pillar of white light blasted forth from the staff, instantly piercing through several kilometers before descending upon Lin with peerless destructive force. The pillar of white light flashed through the air with enough power to strike despair into Lin's heart. This was an attack powerful enough to kill a return to void stage mighty figure in an instant, so Lin would die upon contact if the attack struck him. Lin! Countless cries rang out. No one had expected the High Priestess Meng Ji to expend so much energy in unleashing such a powerful attack against Lin, who was only a soul formation intermediate stage cultivator. Several of the elders risked being severely injured by their opponents as they turned their attention on Lin to unleash about a dozen defensive spell techniques in his direction. Boom, boom, boom. The white pillar of light was like a blade of divine punishment, puncturing through each of the defensive spell formations with unstoppable force. The power behind Meng Ji's attack had been significantly nullified, but there was still enough residual power to severely wound a return to void stage mighty figure. For a soul formation intermediate stage cultivator like Lin, there would probably be nothing of him left if he were to be struck by that attack. Lin brought out his chaotic alloy brick in that split second. He was then completely immobilized as the space around him had been sealed by a powerful spatial spell technique. Boom! The pillar of light pierced through heaven and earth and even punctured a bottomless hole into the canopy of the divine tree. Lin! Su Xiaolin flew toward the gaping hole in the canopy of the divine tree without any regard for her own safety. The elders of the vermilion bird sect all wore thunderous expressions on their faces. Lin was their last hope to prevent the divine Dao box from sealing the holy flame away, but Meng Ji's decisiveness caught them off guard. Now that Lin was dead, they had lost their only chance of keeping the holy vermilion flame from the snow maidens. Meng Ji had been interrupted twice in her attempt to establish the seal of the divine Dao box, and she had to expend further energy in unleashing an attack on Lin. Thus, she was beginning to experience symptoms of exhaustion and depletion, but it was all worth it for the holy vermilion flame. She turned her eyes on the holy flame again and continued where she had left off. Lightning spirit, in position. Boom! A pillar of lightning blasted toward the sky, and the holy vermilion flame began to dim even further as the power of sealing increased. A transparent, humanoid wind spirit descended beside the lightning bird, and a white tornado appeared from its body, which continued to elongate to resemble a snake, which connected heaven and earth as it swept up winds with immense destructive force. Wind spirit in position. Divine Dao seal, commence. Meng Ji's staff once again began to glow with incandescent white light as boundless power burst forth. The divine Dao box released a rainbow ripple, which pierced through the air before merging with the 7 Dao realm immortal spirits. The immortal spirits turned the eyes up to the sky above as the projection of a woman in rainbow robes appeared between heaven and earth. The projection was as tall as 10,000 feet, and an aura imbued with the power of the divine Dao permeated throughout the entire space, giving everyone a sense of awe and helplessness, as if they were in the presence of a supreme god. This woman was none other than the founder of the holy glacial lands, the Ice Patriarch. The Ice Patriarch slowly extended her arms toward the holy vermilion flame before closing her hands together. The pristine holy flame was immediately compressed into a white ball by an extremely fearsome sealing power. The white ball was drawn by an invisible force toward the flame-gathered disk in the air. This was the final step. Summoning the power of the Ice Patriarch was extremely energy-consuming, but Meng Ji gritted her teeth and poured all her strength into the divine Dao box. Right at this moment, the monstrous pillar of lightning once again diverged before blasting into Meng Ji with devastating destructive force. Boom! Lightning flashed, and the sky was transformed into a realm of electricity as Meng Ji was knocked flying for several kilometers again. Everyone completely faltered once again as they all turned to look at Meng Ji with shock in their expressions. Meng Ji's radiant long hair was charred and disheveled, and her high priestess robe was completely tattered as black smoke rose from her body in a miserable display. Her exquisite, beautiful features were stained with blood as she looked around in confusion. Finally, she caught sight of a severely injured young man emerging from the hole in the canopy of the divine tree with the assistance of a beautiful woman. The young man raised his middle finger at her, and his voice roared like thunder. "You bitchy snow maiden! Don't you feel ashamed unleashing such a powerful attack against a soul formation intermediate stage cultivator like me? Why don't you pick on someone your own size? No matter how many times that dumb bird unleashes its pillar of lightning, I'll make sure it strikes you in the face." Everyone was shocked into silence after hearing Enlin's words. Meng Ji's chest constricted with rage, and she opened her mouth to retaliate, but she found that she didn't really have anything to say, and it would be unsightly for someone of her prestige to engage in a war of words, so she could only glower at Enlin with rage burning in her eyes. The snow maidens stared at Enlin as if they were staring at a monster. All of them were at a complete loss for words. Badass. Mohai was at a loss for adjectives. Holy shit! Lu Jiaji muttered under his breath. Enlin is invincible. The Vermilion Bird sect is invincible. Thunderous roars erupted from all the sect disciples as their battle intents burned like never before. Their eyes were glowing red with excitement. Enlin stood up for them when they were on the brink of defeat. Now it was time to back him up and retaliate against their enemies with all their might. In the eyes of all the sect disciples, Enlin looked like he was practically glowing. 5 elders had already gathered around Enlin at this moment, and all of them unleashed extremely powerful defensive spell techniques. Enlin was the key to preventing the seal of the divine Dao box from completion. They had already failed in their duties to protect him once, but they were determined not to repeat their mistakes this time. Meng Ji had clearly been completely enraged. Boundless divine light imbued with the mighty power of heaven and earth burst forth from her golden eyes, painting the entire sky gold. Her extreme frost domain extended for almost 10 kilometers, and all the Vermilion Bird sect's disciples caught within the domain were transformed into ice sculptures. She made her way toward Enlin, crossing a distance of several kilometers with each step. "Do you think I can't kill you just because you have people protecting you?" She raised her staff in preparation to unleash an attack. Crack! A crisp crack suddenly reverberated throughout the air. Meng Ji seemed to have suffered from some sort of backlash as blue blood seeped out from the corner of her mouth. Many people could see that cracks were already beginning to appear on the projection of the Ice Patriarch. The holy flame also began to unfurl from its ball shape as it lit up the night sky once again. Raucous cheers erupted from all the Vermilion Bird sect disciples upon seeing this. A bitter expression appeared on Meng Ji's face as she turned her eyes upon the Ice Matriarch, seemingly caught in a dilemma. She knew that if she were to use her power to kill Enlin, then the projection of the Ice Matriarch would crumble, and she no longer had the energy to summon the projection for a second time. So be it. A light sigh sounded from her lips. She turned away from Enlin and instead flew toward the holy flame as the divine Dao box behind her lit up once again. The lightning bird was drawn by an invisible force back into the divine Dao box. Is she going to give up? Elder Ji asked with anticipation in his eyes. Chan Shinran was initially among the elders protecting Enlin, but crimson flames burst forth from his body, and he charged toward Meng Ji like a flaming meteor as Meng Ji switched her target to the holy flame. I'll leave the rest to all of you, Mengji said softly. Close to 10 returned to Void Stage snow maidens stationed themselves in front of Mengji, and they unleashed a series of powerful ice spell technique to keep the Chen Shinran and the other elders at bay. Mengji arrived at the place where the lightning bird originally was, and a towering pillar of golden light appeared. Let my body take the place of the Tao of lightning. She turned to the projection of the ice matriarch with a determined expression. In the faraway distance, golden flames and holy ice clashed in an earth-shattering battle. The great empress turned to look at the pillar of golden light next to the holy flame before heaving a forlorn sigh as if she was lamenting something but also powerless to do anything. The cracks on the projection of the ice matriarch began to slowly heal, and she nodded slightly at Mengji. The consequences of forcefully using one's own body to replace the power of the lightning spirit were beginning to manifest itself as a fearsome backlash, causing Mengji's flesh to slowly tear open as blue blood gushed forth. High Priestess! Countless snow maidens turned to Mengji with grief-stricken expressions. Their grief seemed to fuel their power as the temperature around them began to drop even further. Mengji's aura became weaker and weaker, but the sealing power around the holy flame became more and more powerful. The ice matriarch once again clasped her hands together to compress the holy flame into a ball of white light before sealing it away into the flame-sealing disk. Countless vermilion bird sex elders and disciples charged toward the holy flame, but they were all held at bay by the powerful snow maidens. And Lin gritted his teeth as he stared at Mengji. Never would he have thought that Mengji would use her own body to replace the lightning spirit. He really didn't know how to stop Mengji now, as there was far too much of a gap between their power levels, and Lin had only been a member of the Vermilion Bird sect for a few days. But an inexplicable sense of indignation and rage welled up in his heart as he witnessed the holy flame being snatched away. He brought out a 7th-grade Immortal pill from his storage ring before swallowing it. This was the spirit regeneration pill that Yang Yuan had given him. It had extremely potent regenerative effects as well as the secondary effect of enhancing one's life force. He was only able to survive Mengji's previous attack through the use of his chaotic alloy brick, but he was still severely wounded by the shockwaves from the attack. His top priority now was to recover to the best possible condition. He couldn't give up yet. The evergreen technique worked in conjunction with the pill to repair Lin's body. The holy vermilion flame was compressed into a white ball of light before it was sealed away into the flame-sealing disk. The temperature on the battlefield above the divine tree suddenly dropped drastically. All of the sect disciples felt as if something had been pried away from their hearts. Some of the disciples even began to cry as they looked up at the flame-sealing disk in the air. Su Xiaolan clenched her fists as her body trembled uncontrollably. If it wasn't for Lin holding her back, she would have probably charged toward Mengji with no regard for her own safety. The projection of the ice matriarch began to disappear, and the 6 immortal spirits all returned to the divine Tao box. At the same time, the flame-sealing disk began to fly toward Mengji. Mengji caught the flame-sealing disk, and although her features were extremely pale, her eyes were exceptionally bright. This is the hope of our entire clan. I finally succeeded. She smiled before throwing up another mouthful of blood, and her body swayed like the flickering flame of a candle in the wind, appearing as if it was about to collapse at any moment. High Priestess! A few snow maidens flew toward Mengji to support her. It's not over yet. There are still things that need to be done. Mengji's golden eyes were a little dull, but a boundless divine light burst forth from her staff, as if she was trying to deplete every last bit of energy within her body. Gate of the Holy Lands, open. Supreme might burst forth from her staff and blasted into a certain spot in the air, where it then tore open a circular spatial gate of 1,000 feet in diameter. Everyone could see a world of snow and ice through the circular spatial gate. There were even snowflakes billowing into the Vermilion Bird sect through the spatial gate. Mission completed. Retreat. Mengji's voice was imbued with the might of a monarch as it rang out across the entire space. The remaining 200 or so snow maidens were greatly uplifted by her voice as they all began to retreat toward the spatial gate. I'll hold everyone off. A voice imbued with regal imperial might sounded before an area of 1,000 meters in radius in front of the spatial gate was transformed into a lethal realm of ice and snow. One of the sect elders charged toward the snow maidens in pursuit, but his body was instantly transformed into an ice sculpture upon entering the realm of snow and ice. Elder Song Yang. Zhu Yuanzhou roared with grief. Elder Song Yang was a soul formation final stage cultivator, but he didn't even last a second in the realm of snow and ice set up by the Great Empress. Most of the snow maidens retreated into this realm of snow and ice where they began to charge for the spatial gate. All the disciples of the Vermilion Bird sect looked on in despair as the snow maidens retreated. Some of the core disciples couldn't resist the urge to charge into that realm of icy death, but they were all held back by the more rational people around them. No one would be able to step into that realm unless they were at return to void stage. Meng Ji finally heaved a sigh of relief when the realm of ice and snow kept all the Vermilion Bird sect's elders and disciples at bay. She passed the flame-sealing disc to a holy palace leader beside her. Qing Li, take this back to the holy capital. Her eyes fell shut as she spoke, and she finally fainted from overexertion. High Priestess. Qing Li caught Meng Ji with an expression of concern. Many of the snow maidens were already passing through the spatial gate, and Qing Li enveloped Meng Ji with a spell technique before following suit. However, right at this moment, a mighty force imbued with the power of pure yang descended from the sky and pierced through the realm of icy death like a sharp sword before continuing on toward the spatial gate. Boom! The fearsome power tore a passageway into the realm of icy death and instantly reduced around a dozen powerful snow maidens in its path to charred ashes. The flames created a golden passageway leading straight toward the circular spatial gate. We haven't lost yet. Chase them down. Grand Elder Situ Feng's voice thundered in the distance, reinvigorating countless sect disciples. Chase them down. Several tens of thousands of disciples roared at once as they unleashed their powerful spell formations to melt away the snow and ice around them. Over 100 powerful sect disciples charged toward the spatial gate with battle intent burning in their eyes. Qing Li's expression shifted, and she carried Meng Ji as she passed through the spatial door alongside over 100 other snow maidens. Aside from the 10 holy palace leaders who stayed behind to bring up the rear, almost all the remaining snow maidens had passed through the spatial gate. 15 elders, as well as over 50 powerful core disciples, broke through the defenses of the holy palace leaders before continuing into the holy glacial realm through the spatial gate. In the meantime, Great Elder Chan Shinran and 2 other Return to Void Stage elders summoned the power of the sect's spell formation to hold the 10 holy palace leaders off, and Lin and Su Xiaolan also joined in on the counterattack as both of them charged through the spatial gate. Within a world of snow and ice, and Lin continued forward even as the icy wind scratched his face like knives. The light of dawn had already appeared over the holy glacial lands as the sun peeked over the horizon, but it was obscured by a thick layer of snow clouds. There were a few dozen members of the Vermilion Bird sect who had broken through the defensive lines, but they suddenly lost sight of the snow maidens upon arriving in this world of ice and snow. They must have some sort of presence concealment spell technique. It's impossible for them to have fled so far within such a short time. Elder Zhu's beard swayed like flames in the wind as he spoke in a solemn voice. Elder Chen Ling, we're counting on you. Elder Ji turned to an elder with long white hair. The elderly man nodded before making his way to the center of the group. A mirror then appeared in his hand. Mirror of heaven and earth, guide me with your stars. Chun Ling spoke lightly and a bright light began to emanate from the mirror, immediately following which the projection of a dark night sky appeared before everyone. Within the projection, there were close to 200 moving stars, 6 of which were particularly bright, but all 6 were moving in different directions. There were also 60 bright stars split up into 20 different groups, as well as over 100 barely perceptible stars split up into 40 groups. The 6 brightest stars should be the 6 holy palace leaders, the 60 slightly dimmer stars were the soul formation stage snow maidens, and the final 100 or so stars were the spirit nurturing stage snow maidens. These snow maidens are playing tricks on us by flying in different routes toward their holy capital. They've probably predicted that we would be able to track them through the use of spell techniques, so they've intentionally split up, making it impossible to tell which group has the flame-sealing disc. Elder Zhu's beard began to levitate from his rage. Chun Ling held 6-star talismans as he flew toward each of the 6 return to Void Stage elders. Including Chun Ling, there were only 7 return to Void Stage cultivators present. It's all up to you guys now. Bring the holy flame back even if you have to sacrifice your life to do so. Chun Ling bowed lightly toward them. All 6 elders nodded without a word, but the determination in their eyes did the talking for them. They each held a star talisman before tearing open a spatial gate to pursue their targets. Immediately afterward, 20-star talismans flew toward the rest of the elders as well as the core disciples. Su Xiaolan also received a star talisman, on which was inscribed both her name as well as Enlin's. Enlin looked at the star talisman to find that there were 6 bright stars on it, which meant the target they were pursuing was a group of 6 soul formation stage snow maidens. Thus, all the members of the Vermilion Bird sect received their tasks. I must warn you all to abandon the mission if your target escapes into the Holy Capital. There are 20 Holy Palace leaders who constantly reside within the Holy Capital. Although they are unable to leave the Holy Capital, all of them are exceptionally powerful mighty figures. I'll be taking care of the remaining 40 groups. Chun Ling spoke in a low voice. Countless specks of light began to burst forth from his body as he spoke before converging to create 40 doppelgangers of Chun Ling. This was the first time Enlin had seen someone created so many doppelgangers at once, and his eyes widened in shock. What was most surprising of all to him was the fact that all 40 of the doppelgangers exuded extremely powerful auras, and they each ripped open spatial gates to pursue their respective targets. And Lin couldn't help but mourn for the remaining 40 groups of snow maidens. Their fates were already sealed when Chun Ling decided to pursue them himself. A hint of sadness flashed through Yang Yuan's eyes when he saw this, but those emotions soon disappeared as he leaped onto his sword in pursuit of his target. And Lin and Su Xiaolan also set forth in pursuit of their 6 targets. This was the first time Enlin had come to the Holy Glacial Land, and he looked around him to find a vast expanse of pristine white as if this were a spotless paradise. There was a series of imposing, snowy white mountains in the distance. All of them stood at over 10,000 feet tall. He occasionally caught sight of a few snow beasts with white fur, as well as some snow maidens in sparse clothing, walking around on the ground below. The entirety of the Holy Glacial Land was extremely cold. If a human with no cultivation base were to come here, they would be frozen by the frosty aura seeping into their body regardless of how much clothes they wore. The snowflakes were extremely large here and more than twice as large as the snowflakes from the Kingdom of the 9 States. If one were to look closely at them, one could even see the intricate patterns on the snowflakes. After consuming an immortal pill and flying for so long, and Lin's injuries had almost fully recovered. In addition to that, his soul formation intermediate stage cultivation allowed him to match Su Xiaolan's speed through the air, even though he was on a brick while Su Xiaolan was zooming through the air via sword kinesis flight. They were around 10 kilometers away from their 6 targets, and the distance between them was constantly dwindling. And Lin estimated that they would require less than 15 minutes to catch up to them. He hadn't had a chance to look at his system yet after he broke through to soul formation intermediate stage, and he took the opportunity to do so now. There was already an update on his cultivation base tab. Soul formation final stage condition. Given Kiran a good-looking item of clothing to wear. And Lin. Alright, now that the child had grown to a kilogram, he was going to require clothes to wear. But who could tell him what style of clothing Kiran was supposed to wear? And how was he even supposed to put the clothes onto Kiran? And Lin heaved a resigned sigh and ignored this weird condition before turning his gaze onto his cultivation platform. Aside from the Divine Might technique and the Divine Inspection technique, there was a new spell technique that he could cultivate, the Divine Simulation technique. Divine Simulation technique condition. Defeat 2 return to void stage enemies. And Lin's expression faltered slightly when he saw this condition, and he turned his eyes away. He had beaten a lot of enemies in the past with higher cultivation bases than he did, and the number of soul formation stage cultivators he had defeated when he was spirit nurturing stage was too many to count. However, the difference between return to void stage and soul formation stage was far too drastic. Just the fact that return to void stage cultivators were able to manipulate space itself was enough to leave Lin completely helpless. Could be said that this was an insurmountable gap in power. He wouldn't even be confident that he could battle a return to void initial stage mighty figure as a soul formation final stage cultivator. So the best course of action was to leave this divine simulation technique until after he broke through to return to void stage. He shook his head with a slightly disappointed expression. It looked like he would be unable to complete either of the new missions on the system in the immediate future, so he could only ignore them for now. The stars on the star talisman drew closer and closer, and they were soon less than 5 kilometers away from their 6 targets. Let's conceal our presences from here onward. Otherwise, if the 6 of them are alerted to our approach and begin to escape in different directions, there's no way we'll be able to hunt them all down, Su Xiaolan suddenly proposed. And Lin felt like this was a reasonable suggestion and began to conceal his own presence. At the same time, he materialized a thin layer of mist over himself and Su Xiaolan, which would allow them to escape the detection of the enemy's spell techniques and divine sense. This was another ability of the Mist Immortal technique, but it required quite a bit of vital energy to maintain. As they closed in on their targets, and Lin drew his evil-slaying sword as a cold light flashed in his eyes. When they were less than a kilometer from the 6 snow maidens, Su Xiaolan's pupils suddenly contracted, and she pulled on the hem of Lin's clothes before pointing to one of the snow maidens. And Lin looked in the direction she was pointing in, and his heart skipped a beat. One of the snow maidens held an antiquated bronze disc in her hands. That was the flame-sealing disc in which the holy vermilion flame was sealed. At the same time, the snow maiden holding the flame-sealing disc seemed to detect something, and she suddenly turned to look behind her at where Lin was, only to discover some cloud and mist in the distance. And Lin and Su Xiaolan both tensed slightly as they realized that they had been discovered by the snow maiden. They immediately accelerated at full speed toward the snow maidens in front of them. Wings of wind materialized on Lin's back as he unleashed his 6 strikes of the war god, thereby explosively increasing his speed. He covered a distance of several hundred meters in the blink of an eye as he slashed a white sword projection at the snow maiden who held the flame-sealing disc. Su Xiaolan also unleashed her full strength immediately. This was a sneak attack, and she needed to take advantage of the surprise factor to kill as many of the snow maidens as possible. Golden wings of fire appeared behind her as lightning burst forth from her dragon sparrow sword. Flying lightning slash. The flames transformed into a tornado, and the lightning flashed through the air. Then, they instantly descended upon a snow maiden. The blue blade of the dragon sparrow sword slashed downward like a bolt of lightning. Boom! The snow maiden was completely caught off guard by the surprise attack, and an expression of shock emerged on her face as she was sliced into 2. Su Xiaolan's pupils contracted drastically as she turned her gaze to where Lin was. And Lin's evil-slaying sword had clashed with a sheet of ice, and this had somehow completely halted the progress of his sword. The snow maiden with the flame-sealing disc faltered slightly when she caught sight of Lin. Then, a mysterious smile appeared on her face. "It's you. The gods are smiling down upon our clan. I can avenge the high priestess right here, right now. I don't think you soul formation stage snow maidens have what it takes to bring me down." And Lin replied with a cold expression. The 4 other snow maidens all stopped before turning to look at Lin with calm expressions. All of them were holding a blue talisman in their hands. Su Xiaolan's brows furrowed slightly. She had just slain one of the snow maidens in the blink of an eye, so the remaining 5 snow maidens should have been at least a little anxious. However, they appeared extremely calm and collected. Could it be that they have some sort of power they can rely on? The snow maiden with the flame-sealing disc in her hand chuckled softly. "We mightn't be powerful enough to take down someone as powerful as you. But why do you think the Holy Palace leaders would entrust the flame-sealing disc to me?" And Lin's brows furrowed. He could feel the flame power radiating from within the flame-sealing disc, which had a hint of connection with the white phoenix within his body. So it didn't seem like a fake flame-sealing disc. Su Xiaolan didn't waste any more words with the snow maiden. She charged toward her at full speed, and her dragon sparrow sword flashed through the air before crashing into the defensive pane of ice. A faint smile appeared on the Snow Maiden's face. Save your energy. You won't be able to break through this pane of ice unless you're at least a return to void stage mighty figure. The lightning and flames dissipated to reveal the unscathed Snow Maiden behind the pane of ice. Right now, she was wearing a sneer on her face. She brought out a blue divine talisman, and a determined smile appeared on her face. It's time for you to experience true despair. In a certain place on the holy glacial lands, Qingli carved out a spell formation on the ground. Resting in the center this spell formation was the high priestess who had already fallen into a deep slumber. She pressed her hands to her heart as she smiled and raised her head to the sky. May the holy gods have pity on the high priestess. A bright light started to erupt from the spell formation, and a golden light suddenly appeared in the sky before descending upon Mengji's body. A terrifying power annihilated everything around Mengji's body. Then, her naked body gradually floated into the sky along with her white staff before dissipating into specks of white light. Several dozen kilometers behind Qingli, devastating flames were threatening to set the entire sky alight. A vermilion bird sect elder who was burning through his life force was approaching her at incredible speed. Qingli sighed softly as she turned to look at the monstrous flames behind her. The high priestess is safe. Now it's time to make sure the holy flame is secure. The blue talisman she was holding in front of her chest started to glow with a dazzling light as she spoke. Oh, what a coincidence, she chuckled. You won't escape, witch. The flames in the distance exploded as a voice burst forth like an erupting volcano. The elder's eyes were as red as flames, and even if Qingli were to escape using spatial spell techniques, he would still be able to chase her down. Have you heard of a spell technique called life substitution? Qingli asked with a slight smile. Her body started to disintegrate into specks of light as she spoke. You won't escape. The elder spread his hands, and the space within a radius of 5 kilometers was completely sealed. However, the specks of light completely ignored the spatial seal that the elder had unleashed as it continued to dissipate. The elder's eyes widened in shock. To be able to ignore spatial spell techniques. The technique this Snow Maiden has used is already in the realm of divine Tao techniques. This Snow Maiden was only at the return to void stage and was nowhere near Tao integration stage. Even if she were to use a device to help her, she would still need a sacrificial body to use such a technique. What was the sacrificial body? Just as the elder was pondering this question in bewilderment, the specks of light started to converge before transforming into another Snow Maiden. After seeing this soul formation final stage Snow Maiden, he suddenly understood what the sacrificial body was, as well as what this life substitution technique was. The Snow Maiden who had just appeared wore a determined expression on her face as a huge sword of ice and snow materialized in her hand. This sword measured over 1,000 feet in length, and it viciously slashed down toward the elder. Flames started to erupt from the elder's body as he waved his hand through the air. Boundless amounts of flame power transformed into a monstrous flaming palm which instantly reduced the sword as well as the Snow Maiden to ashes. His hand trembled uncontrollably as despair and indignation welled up in his heart. He brought out his star talisman once again, yet he discovered that there were no longer any stars displayed on it. This indicated that his target had already escaped beyond the range of the talisman. It was all a ploy to lure me to the wrong place. I failed. The smiling female behind the sheet of ice disintegrated into specks of light before Lin's very eyes. The flame-sealing disc floated in the air, and he was just about to unleash his full power to try and break through the sheet of ice. However, the specks of light suddenly converged again. They transformed into a tall and slender female who had silver hair flowing down to her waist. She opened her alluring blue eyes, and her slender arms extended toward the flame-sealing disc before carefully hugging it to herself. Then, she turned her gaze around to survey her surroundings, and Lin was completely transfixed to the spot upon catching sight of the female. This was one of the 36 Holy Palace leaders, the very same Qingli who had accompanied the High Priestess in leaving the battlefield. Qingli also caught sight of Lin, and her expression faltered slightly. Then, she started to chuckle to herself. It's you. The gods are smiling down upon our clan. I can avenge the high priestess right here, right now. And Lin felt a sense of déjà vu when he heard these words. However, he couldn't muster up a reply this time. He finally knew what that snow maiden from before was talking about. This was an absolute fucking disaster. Right at this moment, the blue talismans in the hands of the remaining 4 snow maidens also started to light up. Elder Zhu was engaged in battle with a snow maiden on a certain mountain. A crimson-colored flaming dragon obscured the entire sky, and it roared as it crashed into the snow maiden on the mountain. The snow maiden had a frosty white bead in her hand. The bead flashed, and she instantly teleported over a kilometer away. Boom! The flaming dragon completely razed the mountain to the ground, and the extremely high temperatures instantly vaporized the accumulated snow on the mountain to create a vast expanse of white mist. Ha ha ha! You aren't getting away, you little bitch. Tell me where the flame-sealing disc is, and I'll grant you a relatively painless death. Elder Zhu was like a god of fire, crossing over a kilometer with each step as he closed in on the snow maiden. Right at this moment, the snow maiden's blue talisman suddenly lit up. She looked down before nodding lightly and activating the blue talisman. Elder Zhu was shocked upon seeing the snow maiden dissipating into specks of light. He immediately unleashed a spatial spell technique, yet he was still unable to prevent her from disappearing. An unfamiliar snow maiden then appeared before him. Hee, all your efforts are destined to be in vain. The snow maidens chuckled coldly. Elder Zhu's eyes widened as a thought suddenly occurred to him. Fuck your grandma! He roared before throwing a fist at the snow maiden. Boom! The snow maiden was instantly annihilated by the power of his fist, and a huge crater appeared in the ground beneath her. Zhu Yuanzhou's voice thundered throughout heaven and earth. On a certain ice shelf, Elder Ji made his way toward a snow maiden as flames burned around his entire body. The snow maiden lay on the ground with a gaping hole in her chest, and blue blood was relentlessly gushing into the snow below her. Reveal the location of the flame-sealing disc, and I'll spare your life. Elder Ji spoke with both arms raised in the air. The snow maiden smiled up at him before activating her blue talisman. Then she slowly disappeared. Elder Ji blinked as an unfamiliar snow maiden suddenly appeared before him. Reveal the location of the flame-sealing disc, and I'll spare your life. Elder Ji repeated. The snow maiden replied with a smile. Take a guess. Thump. The snow maiden was engulfed by flames, and a bottomless pit was burned into the ground below her. Motherfucker! Elder Ji couldn't help but swear out loud. Motherfucker! And Lin also couldn't help but swear out loud. Aside from Qingli, the 4 remaining snow maidens were also replaced by powerful Holy Palace leaders. In other words, there were now 5 returned to Void Stage mighty figures standing before him. Run! In the face of 5 returned to Void Stage snow maidens with spatial manipulation abilities, escape was nothing more than a distant dream. Fight? Who could tell him how a soul formation intermediate stage cultivator like him was supposed to battle 5 return to Void Stage mighty figures all at once? Just one Holy Palace leader alone could take care of him. 5 at once was an absolute fucking joke. And Lin knew that he and Su Xiaolan had almost no chance of surviving this. These snow maidens had never planned to split up as a tactic to deliver the flame-sealing disc to the Holy Capital. From the very beginning, the flame-sealing disc had always been under the control of their most powerful cultivators. This plan not only allowed them to gather their most powerful cultivators at will, but it also separated all the forces from Vermilion Bird Sect, thereby completely escaping from their pursuit. The color drained from Su Xiaolan's face as she stared at the 5 returned to Void Stage snow maidens. She made her way to Enlin's side and said in a low voice, I'm sorry, Enlin. I swept you up in this battle that has nothing to do with you. Are you saying that I'm not a disciple of the Vermilion Bird Sect then? And Lin turned to Su Xiaolan and pinched her pale cheek with a smile. Su Xiaolan stared at Lin, and a smile suddenly appeared on her face. To be able to die with you, I'm not too mad about that. We might not die. And Lin offered words of consolation. A faint smile appeared on Qing Li's face. Oh? What gives you the confidence to believe in such a farcical illusion? The five returned to Void Stage mighty figures all unleashed their fearsome auras at once. These auras converged together before crashing toward Enlin and Su Xiaolan. Enlin felt as if his body had been crushed under a mountain. Right now, just trying to breathe was a difficult task. Su Xiaolan's body swayed as blood seeped out from the corner of her mouth. Meanwhile, in a certain area of the glacial sea surrounding the holy glacial lands, the battle here caused the snow within a radius of several dozen kilometers to melt. Meanwhile, scorching heat waves were radiating outward in all directions. At the very center of the battle was a huge ball of red flames that floated in the air like a second sun. An elder from the Vermilion Bird sect activated the power of the ball of red flames and unleashed a torrent of attacks on the Holy Palace leader before him. Each attack melted over a kilometer of ice on the ground. Cease your futile resistance. No one can escape from my great flame realm. The elder clasped his hands behind his back, and the flame power emanating from his body was enough to make the entire sky collapse. The Snow Maiden's clothes were in tatters, and blood was seeping from her mouth. She was clearly in dire straits, yet there was not even a hint of anxiety on her face. Heh! Do you really think I can't get away? A smug smile appeared on the Snow Maiden's face. The elder's expression darkened. You still won't give up? He threw a punch, and boundless amounts of flames converged into a massive flaming fist which crashed toward the Snow Maiden. The Snow Maiden slashed a gigantic frosty sword projection toward the fearsome flaming fist. The two forces collided, causing the ground within a radius of several kilometers to crumble. In the end, however, the flames still managed to overwhelm the sword projection. A faint smile appeared on the Snow Maiden's face as she threw up a mouthful of blood. The only reason I'm here is to lure you over and buy time for the others. I'll let you see just how badly you got played by us. Farewell. Ha ha ha. She smiled and activated her blue talisman. The elder thought she was going to use some type of escape technique, and he instantly sealed the space around them. Your actions won't amount to anything. Have you heard of life substitution? The Snow Maiden shook her head expressionlessly. She continued to activate her blue talisman as she spoke. A full minute passed, yet she was still standing at the same spot. The Snow Maiden blinked in confusion. Snow Maiden? Why is there no reaction? Impossible. Life substitution only requires activation from one party to switch locations. So why is there no reaction? A thought suddenly occurred to the Snow Maiden at that moment, and her heart instantly sank. Could it be that the other Snow Maiden guarding the flame-sealing disc is already dead? Meanwhile, the elder had already become tired of waiting. He conjured up 9 gargantuan balls of fire and sent them crashing down toward the Snow Maiden all at once. And Lin didn't despair or give up as he faced off against the 5 Holy Palace leaders. Instead, he racked his brain and tried to think of a way out of this dire situation. Xiaolan, run away from here as fast as you can. I have a way to break the spatial seal of the Snow Maidens. Make sure you take advantage of the moment that the spatial seal is broken to contact the elders. At the very least, you have to send our location to the rest of Vermilion Bird Sect members. And Lin transmitted his voice to Su Xiaolan. No problem. Su Xiaolan replied via voice transmission, and Lin immediately released his 2 Gundams after receiving her reply. Gundam 1, Gundam 2, hold them off. At the same time, Su Xiaolan spread her golden wings of fire. Lightning enveloped her body as she flew away at top speed, and she recited a mantra as she went. This is what you were depending on? Qing Li smiled faintly as she waved a slender arm through the air. The 2 Gundams were instantly frozen solid before plummeting toward the ground. The ever-reliable Gundams were no match for Qing Li. Boom! Right at this moment, and Lin spread his wings of wind and chased after Su Xiaolan. Wisps of black mist exuded from his body, and his speed increased explosively as he hit a crimson nail up his sleeve. One of the Snow Maidens behind them made a grabbing motion toward the space in the distance. Crack! A devastating spatial seal instantly immobilized Lin and Su Xiaolan, to the extent that they were unable to move even a single finger. Heh! How pathetic! Your pitiful speed is meaningless in our eyes. Qingli shook her head with a complacent smile on her face. Right at this moment, however, a bright crimson light started to burst forth from the realm-piercing nail. A crimson streak flashed through the air and shattered the spatial seal as if it were a sheet of brittle glass. And Lin and Su Xiaolan had regained their mobility. How? The 5 snow maidens faltered slightly. They were all unable to comprehend what had just happened. It was exactly at the same moment that a ball of golden fire rose into the air. At the same time, an invisible aura rippled out from a voice transmission talisman and proliferated across heaven and earth. Qing Li's expression changed drastically, and the projection of a divine azure bird instantly appeared behind her. This projection was 10,000 feet in height, and an area of close to 10 kilometers in radius was enveloped by a boundless azure-colored light. Azure Sound Deprivation Realm. A mystical power radiated outward at extreme speed, instantly shredding the invisible aura that Su Xiaolan had projected using her voice transmission talisman. The Holy Palace leader with the white bead raised her arms, and a brilliant burst of light instantly erupted from the bead. In the blink of an eye, her body pierced through the air for several kilometers and immediately arrived before the ball of golden flames that was blasting into the sky. Then, she furiously slapped down toward the golden flames. The power of extreme frost froze the air within a 1-kilometer radius of the golden ball of flames, thereby reducing it to a wisp of smoke. Phew! Looks like we underestimated them. They almost pulled one on us. There was a hint of lingering fear on Qing Li's face. Su Xiaolan's expression changed drastically as she attempted to recite the mantra for the second time. At this moment, a snow maiden who had a massive hole in her stomach suddenly appeared before her. She ruthlessly swatted a palm toward Su Xiaolan. An immensely terrifying palm projection crushed down at Su Xiaolan and pulverized the flames and lightning around her. Then, it shattered all of her internal organs. Blood stained Su Xiaolan's jade barley ink garment red as she plummeted feebly toward the ground. Right at this moment, the snow maiden holding the white bead also swatted a palm toward Su Xiaolan. The icy palm was over 1 kilometer in length, and it obscured the entire sky above as it descended upon Su Xiaolan with devastating destructive force. Su Xiaolan and Lin roared in rage as the origin energy of the netherworld merged with the lightning power of Inkiran. A golden robe materialized over his body as his aura once again climbed explosively. This was his final trump card, and he had no choice but to use it now. Lightning exploded, and he tore through the air before arriving beside Su Xiaolan in an instant. He gently cradled her into his arms. "Piss off!" And Lin roared in fury as a bolt of golden void lightning burst forth from his evil-slaying sword. The entire sky was painted gold as a lightning sword projection, which was capable of tearing through space itself, slashed toward the gigantic icy palm. The golden lightning sword projection continued upward before colliding with the icy palm. The two destructive forces clashed, causing space itself to tremble and quake as gale-force winds swept up around them. In the end, the golden lightning sword projection pierced through the icy palm before continuing on toward the snow maiden with the white bead. The 5 returned to Void Stage snow maidens were all shocked upon seeing this. The white bead flashed, and a huge wall of ice appeared in front of the snow maiden. Boom! Powerful lightning burst forth, tearing through the wall of ice and forcing the snow maiden to retreat several hundred meters. This was the first time the snow maiden had been forced into retreat by a soul formation stage cultivator. A hint of indignant rage appeared on her face. The remaining 4 snow maidens were also extremely shocked at what they were witnessing. And Lin hugged Su Xiaolan to himself as he carved out a path of escape with all his might. The snow maiden with the stomach injury was the closest to them, and she was also the first snow maiden to come to her senses. She immediately unleashed another palm toward Lin and Su Xiaolan. Falling Frost Immortal Slaying Palm. Another gargantuan icy palm descended toward Lin and Su Xiaolan. And Lin lashed out at the giant palm with his evil-slaying sword, and golden lightning burst forth again with extremely devastating destructive power. However, the snow maiden had unleashed her full power, and the power imbued within her palm had already reached an extremely terrifying degree. Despair gripped at Lin's heart. The falling frost immortal slaying palm vanquished the golden lightning and crashed down toward Lin and Su Xiaolan. Lin held Su Xiaolan tightly to his chest as he shielded her with his back. Su Xiaolan's lips moved, yet her injuries prevented her from being able to speak. She could only gaze up with a blank expression as a tear rolled down her cheek. Boom! Heaven and earth trembled violently as the huge falling frost immortal slaying palm crushed Lin and Su Xiaolan into the ground and created a massive crater. Who would have thought these two cultivators would be so hard to deal with? Qing Li's expression changed slightly as she looked down at the two cultivators who were barely hanging on to life. Lin held on to Su Xiaolan tightly despite the fact that grievous wounds riddled his entire body to the extent that he was completely unable to move. Lin, are you all right? Talk to me. Su Xiaolan sobbed as she called Lin's name. Qing Li stepped into the air directly above both of them before looking down. Let me end this. Azure God Frost techniques. The massive projection of an azure divine bird once again appeared in the air. It flapped its wings and countless balls of azure mist fell from the sky, freezing heaven and earth in their descent. All the snow in the air instantly solidified upon making contact with the balls of azure mist before being pulverized into oblivion by an invisible force. Su Xiaolan held onto Lin tightly, and she closed her eyes as the balls of azure mist descended upon them. Ding dong! Detected that host is facing an extreme threat. Are you willing to sacrifice a fifth of your life force? You will obtain unimaginable power as a result. Current lifespan has already been depleted by 1/5. I am... Boom! The balls of azure mist annihilated the ground below in a radius of several kilometers, leaving a gargantuan crater in the ground. Qing Li was just about to depart when her expression suddenly faltered, and she turned to stare into the crater in the ground with incredulity in her expression. How? Her voice quivered slightly. The other 4 snow maidens also detected the change in Qing Li's expression, and all 4 of them instantly descended to the edge of the crater. Then, their expressions shifted drastically after seeing the scenes unfolding before them. Within the massive crater, a male hugged a female to himself as his hand glowed with a green light. Extremely potent regenerative power flowed into the female's body, quickly healing all her injuries. Were you scared? Lin asked in a gentle voice. Su Xiaolan pursed her lips and shook her head as tears streaked down her face. No, it's not like I haven't seen this before. She extended her slender hand to caress Lin's forehead. When you used this power last time, there was only 1 black mark on your forehead. Why are there 2 now? It's obviously keeping a tally of how many times I've used this power. Did the attack just then impair your cognitive functions? I don't think my healing spell technique can recover IQ. Lin replied with a resigned sigh. Su Xiaolan burst into laughter as a smile blossomed on her face like a pristine lotus flower under a night sky. So how many marks can you tally up in total? Who knows? Maybe 10, maybe 100. Don't use it too much then, otherwise you're going to be disfigured. That doesn't matter as long as you don't dump me. I can use it to scare the enemy as well. The Holy Palace leaders finally came to their senses while Lin and Su Xiaolan conversed with one another. The 5 snow maidens looked at each other, and they saw the determination mirrored on the faces of their companions. All at once, Qing Li commanded in a cold voice. Frosty Star Strike. An ice mural appeared below the snow maiden with the ice bead. Countless minuscule stars were inscribed on the ice mural, and they all detached themselves from the mural before descending upon Lin with devastating force. Frost Dragon of Hell. A snow maiden with a pair of deep blue hands brought her palms together and activated all the energy within her body to materialize an ice dragon over 10 kilometers in length. The ice dragon circled in the air above before crashing down toward Lin. Extreme Light Sword. A snow maiden swordswoman extended her white sword forward in an extremely simple strike. However, her seemingly simple strike was imbued with the Tao intent of the sword and pierced through heaven and earth like a bolt of white lightning with peerless might. The snow maiden with the severe stomach injuries also extended a palm in what was more of a symbolic gesture, creating a snowy palm of over 1,000 feet in size. The projection of the divine azure bird spread its wings before pouncing toward Enlin with boundless divine might. "Does it still hurt?" Enlin inquired in a gentle voice. No, Su Xiaolan shook her head gently. "Then give me 1 minute." Enlin smiled. Su Xiaolan nodded in reply. "Okay." A white film of light enveloped Su Xiaolan's body as Enlin stepped into the air with his evil-slaying sword trembling slightly in his hand. First technique, Wind Sword. In the face of the 5 earth-shattering attacks, he swung his black sword in a nonchalant gesture. The wind rose as his sword fell. An invisible gust of wind radiated outward in all directions, bringing with it the power to eliminate all things within the world that it deemed to be unworthy. It was like a light breeze clearing all the impurities in the air. It was like a warm spring breeze, banishing all the ice and snow between heaven and earth. All the miniature stars descending toward them were blown away by the wind like droplets of rain. The gargantuan frost dragon of hell didn't even have a chance to yelp before it was reduced to vapor. The peerless might of the extreme light sword was instantly shattered into pieces before being reduced to dust which blew away in the wind. And the powerful snow palm was instantly reduced to nothingness. The divine azure bird tried to stage a panicked retreat, but the wind stripped it of all its feathers before it disappeared in a puff of azure smoke. The dark clouds overhead in a radius of over 100 kilometers were all blown away by this seemingly gentle breeze. The light of the sun shone upon the ground, bringing warmth to the holy glacial lands for the first time in a long while. "Phew, the weather is pretty good today." A faint smile appeared on Enlin's face as he looked up at the radiant sun. All 5 returned to Void Stage snow maidens had their eyes wide open in shock. They all felt like they were dreaming. "Impossible. What kind of power is this?" Qingli muttered with unadulterated shock on her face. She then spewed forth a mouthful of blood from the backlash of having her divine azure bird vanquished. "This power is already something beyond our understanding. No wonder he was able to prevent the seal of the divine Tao box from taking effect and wound the high priestess. We were all too careless. Our enemy is definitely a cultivator beyond return to Void Stage." Another snow maiden vomited a mouthful of blood from the backlash of having her sword shattered. "Palace leader Qingli, we should retray." The snow maiden with blue hands didn't even get a chance to finish her sentence before her eyes widened in shock and a wound extended from her head to her lower abdomen. And Lin had already appeared behind her and ended her life with 1 strike of his sword. When did he appear there? Why weren't there any spatial fluctuations? The remaining 4 snow maidens all stared at the snow maiden who had just been sliced in half with fear on their faces. "Disperse and run," Qingli yelled. All 4 snow maidens immediately began retreating at full speed in different directions. And Lin observed heaven and earth, and he felt like everything was under his control. He could clearly feel that he was able to communicate with all the snowflakes in the air, as well as each and every one of the atoms of matter between heaven and earth. Lightning manipulation technique. Boom! A bolt of white lightning suddenly descended from the clear blue sky before striking the snow maiden swordswoman with the power of divine retribution. She was instantly reduced to ash and dust. Mountain quaking fist. The power of earth radiated from his golden fist, sealing the space around him before crashing toward the snow maiden with the white bead. The snow maiden screeched in terror as she unleashed an ice crystal barrier before her. Boom! The fist projection collided with the ice crystal barrier, and the space around the site of collision fractured into a series of large spatial rifts. The golden fist projection steamrolled through the ice crystal barrier before pulverizing the white bead and engulfing the snow maiden. Qingli was gripped by extreme fear as she used her spatial manipulation powers to flee through the air. She held the flame-sealing disc with a white-knuckled grip as endless remorse swept through her heart. Qingli knew that Enlin's power was triggered by a specific set of conditions. Otherwise, he wouldn't have tried so hard to escape. If she hadn't targeted these 2 and instead flew directly for the holy capital, none of this would have happened. Why did she target them? Why did she force Enlin into a corner like that? Qingli's heart was filled with remorse, but she didn't give up. She had to do something. An azure bead flew out of her mouth, and her aura quickly diminished. However, She still gritted her teeth and continued to escape in order to fight for her life. Right at this moment, she suddenly felt a flash of heat approaching her. A red beam of light punctured her body. It was a crimson-colored arrow of flames. The arrow pierced through heaven and earth and instantly slew the Snow Maiden from over 400 kilometers away. The scorching flames burned a massive hole in her body and instantly erased her life force. After shooting the Crimson God arrow at Qingli, Lin beckoned with his hands and snatched the flame-sealing disc and her storage ring from her. Then, he tried to place them into his storage ring. To his surprise, however, the flame-sealing disc possessed the power of life. As a result, he was unable to place it into his storage ring. The holy vermilion flame is also regarded as a sentient matter. No wonder the Snow Maiden held it in her hands. He was slightly astonished by this discovery. Then, he turned around to face the critically wounded Snow Maiden. Even though that Snow Maiden was fleeing as if her life depended on it, she was still only less than 50 kilometers away from Lin. This was enough evidence to show just how severely wounded she was. Lin grinned. He took a step and instantly shot out dozens of kilometers, arriving before the Snow Maiden in a flash. After seeing that Lin had materialized before her, the color drained from the Snow Maiden's face. As if she had seen a ghost, she froze to the spot in shock. Fear gripped at her heart, and she couldn't raise any thought of resistance. "What, you're not going to attack me?" Lin smiled strangely as he gazed at the Snow Maiden. "Back then, you were the one who pummeled Su Xiaolan and me toward death even though you were severely wounded. Why have you suddenly become so cowardly?" The Snow Maiden shook her head profusely. Please spare me," she stammered. "It's taken me tens of thousands of years of earnest cultivation to reach the return to void stage. I don't want to die like this." Tears rolled down her pale cheek as she pleaded desperately. I can sign a slave contract with you. I beg you, please don't kill me." Lin frowned. The palace leader of the Holy Palace had shamelessly cast aside her dignity and was shivering as she begged for her life. "Is that all? I beg you. I'll do anything you want." The Snow Maiden pleaded. "Anything? Then go die." Lin's sword slashed down. A black shadow ripped through the air and engulfed the Snow Maiden's body. Lin had initially wanted to bully the Snow Maiden for a bit longer. However, he instantly lost all interest after seeing her sorry state. He picked up her fallen storage ring and started to head back. In this battle, he had obtained the storage rings of 5 Holy Palace leaders. In addition, he had completed the mission for the Divine Simulation technique and received an extremely impressive spell technique. Indeed, this battle was quite rewarding. He returned to Su Xiaolan's side. Su Xiaolan was standing on a patch of melting snow, and she smiled faintly as she gazed at Lin. "Have you dealt with them?" she asked softly. "I've killed them all. This is our sex flame-sealing disc. Take care of it." Lin grinned as he handed the flame-sealing disc over to Su Xiaolan. Su Xiaolan faltered slightly. Then, she nodded heavily and placed the flame-sealing disc into her lap. "I'm going to be feeble for a while. Do you mind looking after me?" Lin could feel the energy draining from his body. "Leave it to me," Su Xiaolan smiled. Soon after, Lin's body was exhausted of all energy. A feeling of dizziness and feebleness washed over him. Su Xiaolan immediately rushed over and carefully provided him with support. Lin could feel her warmth as she made contact with him, and he could also smell her fragrant scent. This was an extremely blessed feeling, and it sent ripples through his heart. "My voice transmission talisman has been destroyed by the Snow Maidens," Su Xiaolan said. "Once my vital energy replenishes, I'll try to contact the nearby elders using my Golden Phoenix cry." Lin nodded. "Then what are we going to do now?" Su Xiaolan pondered for a moment. Just as she was about to speak, she glimpsed an azure light flashing hundreds of kilometers in the distance. Su Xiaolan was a bit puzzled, and she looked toward the distance. Then, her pupils contracted, and she shielded Lin behind herself without any hesitation. The next instant, the azure flash vanished. Su Xiaolan felt the temperature behind her plummeting, and a frosty chill gripped at her heart. She immediately turned around with a look of panic and fear in her beautiful eyes. Enlin! A green icicle was protruding from Enlin's chest, and it sparkled with a sinister glow. A deathly chill spread through his body. Su Xiaolan immediately removed the icicle with her hands and tossed it onto the ground. As if receiving some sort of stimulation, the green icicle curled up into a glassy ball-like object. Its luster was dull, as if it had expended all its energy. Su Xiaolan didn't hesitate and immediately destroyed the ball-like object with her flames. She didn't want to risk having it attack them again. She gripped Enlin's body tightly. "Enlin, are you all right?" she asked in a panicked voice. "Cold." Enlin's body shivered uncontrollably. Frost had covered the gaping wound left by the icicle, and it crackled as it continued to spread across his body. Su Xiaolan poured her flame energy into Enlin's body. Then, she carried him to a secluded cave nearby in a bid to hide from any potential enemies. "Enlin, how are you feeling?" Su Xiaolan discovered that her flame energy was completely swallowed by the ball of extreme ice energy. She was unable to stem the frosty chill from spreading across Enlin's body. Enlin shivered uncontrollably. He had lost the ability to speak. The frosty chill was extremely terrifying. Not only could it freeze his flesh and meridians, but it could even freeze his vital energy and divine sense. To make matters worse, this chill possessed a potent destructive power. This power was very similar to Qing Li's divine azure bird power. Both these powers froze their targets before decomposing and destroying them. I was too careless. Perhaps this really is Qing Li's leftover power. Who would have thought that I'd be given a final surprise? And Lin's vision became hazy, and he eventually slipped into unconsciousness. And Lin! Su Xiaolan cried in panic as she frantically poured flame energy into Enlin's body. However, this was to no avail. She was completely flustered. Fear and dread crept into her mind. A thin layer of frost slowly covered Enlin's skin. What can I do? That's right. I have a first-rank golden phoenix immortal fruit. She had prepared this immortal fruit for when she attempted to break through to the soul formation stage. It contained an extremely powerful flame energy and was probably enough to stem the spread of the frost poison. Su Xiaolan retrieved the golden phoenix immortal fruit from her storage ring. A heat wave instantly swept into the surroundings and replaced the chill in the cave with warmth. She didn't hesitate any longer and immediately used a spell technique to transfer the energy contained within the immortal fruit into Enlin's body. A pure and boundless flame energy gushed into Enlin's body. This immortal fruit also contained a shred of phoenix power, which was a type of power that was the nemesis to all ice energy and frost poison. It was probably enough to save Enlin. Sure enough, the frost caking Enlin's body started to melt away. A healthy shade of red also appeared on his face. Su Xiaolan breathed a sigh of relief, and a faint smile stretched across her face. After the energy of the immortal fruit had been completely absorbed, she extended her hand toward Enlin's puncture wound. Blood was still seeping out from it. Then the blood suddenly froze. Immediately afterward, an azure light raced through Enlin's body, leaving a trail of devastating cold wherever it passed. It appeared as if this burst of energy had exploded after being suppressed for a long time. Enlin's body was covered in vein-like azure-colored threads. Possessing a hint of destructive power, these threads released bursts of bone-chilling cold. Su Xiaolan shuddered. It looked as if she were about to crack under the hopelessness of the situation. She hugged Enlin tightly and murmured, "This can't happen. You're not going to die. There's definitely a way." She suddenly thought of the life-saving treasure that her second uncle, Zhu Shuza, Vermilion Bird sect leader, had given her. When she came across an impossible conundrum, she could seek an answer from this treasure. This was a treasure that even the true gods of the Tao integration stage regarded highly, Tao-seeking heavenly book. Su Xiaolan was resolute as she took out this treasure. This was a piece of yellow paper. Instantly, some sort of intangible aura rippled across the void. This aura possessed the intent realm of the great Tao's ultimate meaning. Su Xiaolan placed the Tao-seeking heavenly book onto Enlin's head and activated it with her divine sense. She used her blood to seek an answer, and she drew out a string of bright red words. Question. How can I save Lin? Question. How can I save Lin? The Tao-seeking heavenly book radiated with a yellow glow as it slowly absorbed her blood-drawn question. Then, it drifted away from Lin's body and started to burn in the void. A stream of golden characters materialized in the air as the Tao-seeking heavenly book withered down. Each character was in harmony with the Tao intent. They were fused with heaven and earth, and they reciprocated with heaven and earth. Method 1. Have a being of the Tao integration stage cleanse Lin's body of frost chill within half a coup of time. Method 2. Transfer the divine phoenix bloodline into Lin's body within half a coup of time. Use the essence flame of the bloodline to drive out the frost chill. Method 3. Find and apply the divine paragon fruit within half a coup of time. There is a 50% chance that the frost chill will be dispelled. The reflection of the burning Tao-seeking heavenly book flickered in Su Xiaolan's eyes as she read through these 3 methods. She appeared especially lonely and frail. Half a coup of time, or 7 to 8 minutes, was very little time. Once this brief time was up, Lin would disappear from this world. The third method was the most straightforward. She glanced through hers and Lin's storage rings, yet didn't find any divine paragon fruit. This didn't come as much of a surprise. Divine paragon fruits were ranked above even immortal fruits. Even supreme beings of the return to void stage found them hard to obtain. As for the first method, having a being of the Tao integration stage cleanse Lin's body of frost chill within half a coup of time, this was clearly impossible right now. She was currently unable to contact her second uncle, and also unable to contact any other elders of the sect. The possibility that some Tao integration stage cultivator would appear here within half a coup of time was close to 0. After eliminating methods 1 and 3, she was only left with method 2. Coincidentally, she was familiar with this type of method. When she was in the Winter Dragon Tomb, she had received Shun Yin's inheritances. The method that Dongfang Ming had used when transferring his bloodline to Shun Yin was recorded within these inheritances. Shun Yin was a supreme being of the dragon tribe who possessed both the dragon bloodline and phoenix bloodline, and she had received her phoenix bloodline from Dongfang Ming a short while before he died. The two of them definitely would have never imagined that tens of thousands of years later, a female who possessed both the dragon bloodline and phoenix bloodline would transfer her divine phoenix bloodline to another male. It's just that this type of bloodline transferal technique causes one's Tao foundations to crumble. My energy will rapidly drain away, and I'll eventually become a mortal female who can't cultivate. Su Xiaolan smiled faintly as she murmured to herself. There was a hint of bitterness and anguish hidden behind her smile. She hugged Lin tightly as she gazed at his frost-covered body. With a determined expression on her face, she started reciting an ancient incantation. This incantation was poetic and melodious, like a song. Shun Yin loved to sing. Thus she refined Dongfang Ming's bloodline transferal incantation. Through this song-like incantation, the bloodline transfer would become even more perfect. This was a solo performance which had no audience. Su Xiaolan's voice was beautiful, and there was the crisp voice of phoenixes contained within the warm melody. This soothing voice could calm one's mind. For some reason, the image of her performing with Lin in the concert in the mortal world suddenly flashed through her mind. That night, her white dress had fluttered in the wind as she played the guqin, and Lin had sung, and she had provided the background music. Their coordination was absolutely perfect, so much so that it appeared as though they were partners who had practiced for a long time. That was the first time they had performed together, and it was perhaps also going to be the last. He and I are quite a good match. Su Xiaolan suddenly became lost in this beautiful memory. That night, the stars had sparkled brilliantly. The white glow sticks waved around by the audience was even more dazzling. She was actually quite tense when she performed for the tens of thousands of people within Lin. It was just that she didn't let her nerves show. When they left the stage, a feeling of warmth and security washed over her. This was because she was holding onto Lin's hand. Why am I remembering these details? As expected, I've always treasured this. Her singing was sweet and melodious, and her voice reverberated around the cave. A golden spell formation gradually materialized on the floor. Complex veined patterns slowly grew and formed, eventually forming into the figure of a phoenix on the floor. Su Xiaolan cut open her slender wrist. What flowed out wasn't red blood. Rather, it was a golden blood that possessed her flame essence. And Lin's wrist was also sliced open. However, no blood flowed out. His body had already been frozen stiff. Under the power of the spell formation, Su Xiaolan's golden blood slowly flowed into Lin's wound. The anguished cries of phoenixes could be vaguely heard as the powerful flame essence lashed at the frosty chill in Lin's body. Like the warm sun of winter, all ice and snow would eventually melt under the power of this flame essence. As if meeting its nemesis, the azure-colored frost frenziedly escaped from Lin's body. However, the golden flame essence was everywhere. It flowed through Lin's entire body and cleansed him of all the frosty energy. The golden flame essence started to fuse into his blood, his meridians, his divine sense, his sea of vital energy. It radiated with a soft glow and gradually became a part of Lin's bloodline. This warm energy pulled Lin back from the hands of the Grim Reaper and rid his body of the biting cold. Su Xiaolan's face was extremely pale. She couldn't help but chuckle as she lightly caressed Lin's glowing face. Her smile was beautiful, but it also contained her anguish. She placed the flame-sealing disc on top on Lin's body. Then, she took out a piece of paper and scribbled a note onto it. Take the flame-sealing disc back to Vermilion Bird Sect. Cultivate earnestly and strive to improve. Forget about me. A few drops of tears fell onto the floor. Before she knew it, tears were already streaming down her face. The past her had envisioned all kinds of bright and beautiful futures. In order to make them a reality, she had worked hard and applied great effort. There were many things that she had yet to do. There were many dreams that she had yet to realize. In fact, she had dreamt of a day where she could reach the pinnacle of the world with the male next to her. At that time, they would be able to travel the world free of constraints and troubles. Now, however, all of these dreams had evaporated into thin air. The wings that could enable them had been snapped. Forcefully transferring one's bloodline would cause their Tao foundations to crumble and their vital energy to drain away. Eventually, they would be reduced into a mortal human. The sound of soft sobbing echoed around the cave. I'm so silly. You and I aren't even Tao partners. Yet I sacrificed my bloodline for you. I'm so silly. I also want to fly higher and look further. Why did I sever my cultivation path to save you? I'm so silly. What on earth am I even doing? I'm so silly, so silly. It was as though Su Xiaolan wanted to cry away all her sadness and sorrows. It was as though she wanted to cry away all her grievances and regrets. At some point in time, her soft and delicate lips had already passionately pressed onto Lin's lips. Her tears had stained her clothes wet. Love and affection churned inside her. Yet she also felt the bitter regret of falling so deeply in love. Su Xiaolan had never understood her own feelings so clearly before. And Lin, I'm so silly, aren't I? So, please forget this silly girl. I can't face you anymore. She spoke affectionately as she bade her final goodbye. After turning around to take one last look at the unconscious male, the female stepped onto her dragon sparrow sword and flew off into the distance. The fate between us has come to an end. From now on, you and I are strangers. This voice lingered in the air before slowly dying down into silence. A frail and broken figure disappeared into the clouds and vanished from this realm. And Lin had a dream. He dreamed that he was walking through an endless world of snow and ice by himself. He only had a pair of boxers on, and the biting cold of the wind and snow turned him into a Dubai one. It's so cold, pain and agony shot through him as the bone-chilling cold lashed at his body. The intense cold weighed down on him, and his steps became heavier and slower. Eventually, he was frozen into an ice statue. A deathly cold slowly seeped into his sea of vital energy, causing it to congeal and freeze over. In the end, even his mind was about to freeze. Everything became dull and hazy, and it was as though he was about to descend into eternal darkness. Right at this moment, however, he suddenly saw a spark of light. This light wasn't blinding. Rather, it appeared especially alluring. A glowing female walked toward him. Her appearance was stunning, and even her smile possessed a heart-warming power. "And Lin, are you cold?" Her concerned voice sounded beautiful and heavenly, and Lin really wanted to reply that he was indeed cold. However, he couldn't utter a single word. He had already been frozen into an ice statue. How could he speak? Huh? This scene is so familiar. That time on Earth, the system turned him into an ice statue after he refused to give the zombie goddess his first kiss. Isn't this like that time? He was frozen into a large ice statue and had lost the ability to speak. Although he couldn't speak at that time, Su Xiaolan had persevered and stayed by his side for numerous nights. Moreover, she persisted in transferring her flame energy into the ice block. That had warmed his body and his heart. This scene was reminiscent of the past. However, there were also some differences, because this time, Su Xiaolan directly melted the ice that entrapped Lin. Her actions were crude and direct. Not only that, Su Xiaolan even pulled him into a gentle embrace. Her body warmth warmed up his entire body. This happiness had come too suddenly, and Lin felt as though he was in a dream. "Sniff, Xiaolan, having you is so good. It's so warm." The warmth traveled throughout his entire body and made him feel comfortable and relaxed. This was an indescribable kind of warmth. The bone-chilling cold had been completely expelled from his body. In a cave located in some snowy mountain, a sleeping male was currently murmuring softly. He kept mumbling things such as, "Celestial Maiden Xiaolin," and "so warm." He only awakened from his deep slumber after 4 hours. Upon opening his eyes, Lin was greeted by the sight of jagged and uneven rock walls. It was especially silent in here, and he could clearly hear the whoosh of the gale and snow outside. "Huh? Xiaolan?" He didn't see Su Xiaolan's figure, so he called out at her. There was no reply. Could it be that she went out to deal with something? And Lin was a bit puzzled. However, he suddenly realized that something was off. "No. I remember that I was severely wounded by Qing Li's remaining power. How come I feel so energetic and full of vigor now? It's almost as if I've recovered completely." He hastily sat up and touched the spot where he had been wounded. A scab had already formed. Something slid off his lap. There was also a piece of white paper, and Lin was a bit dazed upon seeing the object. "Flame-sealing disc? Didn't I hand the flame-sealing disc over to Su Xiaolan? Why is it on me?" He picked up the flame-sealing disc and the piece of white paper. On the piece of white paper, there was a note written in beautiful handwriting. "Take the flame-sealing disc back to Vermilion Bird Sect. Cultivate earnestly and strive to improve. Forget about me." And Lin's hand started to tremble. His heart suddenly felt hollow and empty. What does this mean? What on earth does this note mean? Why does she want me to take the flame-sealing disc back to the Vermilion Bird Sect? What about her? Is she not returning? Why is she telling me to forget about her? After seeing the liquid stains on the piece of paper, a frightening thought spread into his mind. He also started to become aware of the peculiarities inside his body. That abundant flame essence, that undying flame power fused into his bloodline. This was all very strange. Why did he possess these powers? "Xiaolan, what have you done? Where have you gone?" He was frightened and lost. It was as though a large hand was clenching his heart. It was as though he was about to face something extremely terrifying. And Lin took out his voice transmission talisman and tried to contact Su Xiaolan. However, he found that her aura had already been erased. In other words, he had been blacklisted. There's got to be a way. There's definitely some other method. The rocks on the ground were crushed by Lin's vice-like grip. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind. He suddenly raised his head. There was a slight glimmer in his eyes. "I've got it. I can use the divine simulation technique." This was a technique that he had received from the system after completing the mission which required him to defeat 2 enemies of the Return to Void stage. He could draw upon the power of heaven and earth to deduce the truths of all matters according to the marks and traces left in the surrounding environment. This kind of spell technique was heaven-defying. However, it was extremely taxing on one's mind and couldn't be used numerous times in quick succession. Could be used a maximum of 1 time every month. Otherwise, it would damage one's body or perhaps even consume their lifespan. And Lin didn't have a shred of hesitation. He immediately activated the divine simulation technique. Countless galaxies flashed across his eyes. Eventually, the realm that he was in flashed into his eyes. In that instant, a colorless wave rippled out hundreds of kilometers. A plethora of information flooded into his mind. From large-scale matters such as this heaven and earth's climate and terrain to the minuscule matters such as the trajectory of every snowflake, current of all the airflow, and nature of every organism. Everything regarding his surroundings became clear to him, and Lin started using this information to deduce the truth. He discovered the traces of blood buried beneath the dirt of the cave. This blood didn't belong to him. He discovered the traces of tears on the piece of white paper. He even discovered the new cells which had formed on his cut open and then healed wrist. He also identified what power was flowing through his body. This was the power of the divine phoenix bloodline. Qing Li's frost poison. The power of the divine phoenix bloodline. The crumbling on one's Tao foundation. The events that had transpired slowly became clearer in Lin's mind. His truth-deducing power allowed him to understand what had happened. He started shaking uncontrollably, and he felt as if someone had ripped his heart to shreds. What did I do to deserve your sacrifice? I'm not worthy. You're so silly. Why are there girls as silly as you are? And Lin gritted his teeth and clenched his jaws. There was a look of unwavering determination in his eyes. Xiaolan, you're trying to escape, aren't you? I'll find you. No matter where you go, I'll find you. After finally wanting to pursue a Tao partner, isn't it embarrassing for me if you dump me wordlessly? And Lin took a deep breath and carefully put the flame-sealing disc as well as the note away. Then he walked out of the empty cave. What greeted his sight was an endless stretch of white. Frigid gales howled past, and the entire heaven and earth were barren and bland. The divine simulation technique could deduce the truths of all matters. These matters naturally included the trails of Su Xiaolan's escape, and Lin gazed into the distance toward where heaven and earth met. That was the direction to Wind Plain State, a state of the 9 states that bordered the holy glacial lands. This was the direction that Su Xiaolan had flown off into, and Lin stepped onto his black brick and flew into the endless world of white. Su Xiaolan, you won't be able to shake me off. Even if you've fled to the ends of the world, I'll still find you. This was a magnificent city wall that snaked for dozens of kilometers. This city wall was hundreds of meters tall, and there were all kinds of vital energy cannons set up along its perimeter. As the cannons roared, huge craters were blown into the ground in the distance. Countless invading snow maidens were ripped to shreds by the shockwaves of the explosions. At the same time, tens of thousands of snow maidens drew upon the bone-chilling power of extreme cold and condensed the wind and snow into sharp blades. They rushed at the magnificent city wall and relentlessly attacked the defending cultivators. Plumes of bloody snow blossomed on the city wall. This city was called Xianxia City, and it was one of the 10 largest cities of Wind Plain State. As it neighbored the holy glacial lands, small-scale battles with the snow maidens often broke out. Although battles were frequent, they weren't severe enough to rock the city's foundations. For some unknown reason, however, the snow maidens recently started to attack them recklessly and with no regard for casualties. It was as though they were agitated by something. They attacked the city frenziedly, and it seemed as though they wouldn't give up until they seized the city. This city wasn't alone in experiencing this kind of reckless attack. All the cities of Wind Plain State that bordered the holy glacial lands were subject to such kinds of fierce assaults. Some cities had already fallen. Countless ice blades and snow cyclones howled toward this mighty city. Then, they bloomed into burning clouds of flames and vapor as they crashed into the flaming arrows and fearsome artillery fire. This was a mesmerizing sight. Gradually, a section of the wall started to sink into enemy hands. a snow maiden general of the soul formation stage, who possessed an ice crystal domain, charged through the rain of artillery fire and dashed onto the city wall. Then she took the lives of numerous human generals. A breach was opened, and this section of the city wall was reduced into an icy hell. Countless soldiers were either frozen into ice statues or sliced into two by the sweeping ice blades. Hold firm. Delay the advance of the snow maidens. The commander is almost here, a general named Xianxia yelled at the top of his lungs. Hearing this, the soldiers cast innumerable spell techniques and threw them toward the snow maidens who had charged onto the city wall. However, the defense of the snow maiden general was too powerful, and their attacks were all ineffective against her. Not only that, but she was also able to provide cover for the snow maidens who fought alongside her. Her ice crystal barrier blocked out most of the spell techniques cast by the soldiers. This was the frightening power of soul formation stage cultivators. A single person was able to massacre the soldiers along one section of the city wall. Blood flowed along the city wall like a crimson stream as thousands of soldiers lost their lives. A look of despair fell across the faces of many soldiers. They weren't afraid of dying in battle. However, battling with this snow maiden was akin to seeking a pointless death. Don't retreat. As long as we keep attacking, we'll be able to drain this snow maiden of all her energy. At that time, we'll definitely be able to slaughter her. General Xianxia continued yelling in encouragement. The soul formation stage snow maiden shifted her gaze to Xianxia, who stood hundreds of meters away from her. You spew so much nonsense. Her voice was bone-chilling and full of killing intent. Boom! The snow maiden's speed exceeded Mach 2 as she covered the distance between them in less than a second. The ice sword in her hand drew out a deadly arc. Xianxia was only of the spirit-nurturing intermediate stage. Seeing the snow maiden's terrifying speed, he knew that death was inescapable. However, his expression wasn't one of fear or terror. Instead, he gritted his teeth and decided to stab the snow maiden before he died. As the snow maiden's sword descended, Xianxia's saber also cut upward ferociously. In that instant, the snow maiden laughed scornfully. Her other hand slapped down lightly, and an indescribable power froze General Xianxia's slash in midair. Xianxia's face was full of resentment. At this moment, he finally realized that the gulf in their powers was too huge to traverse. Even if he sacrificed his life, he still wouldn't be able to injure even a single hair on the enemy opposite him. The snow maiden's sword slashed down. What awaited him was death. Being able to battle to the death on this city wall, Xianxia wasn't feeling regretful or disappointed. He simply hoped that this city wall wouldn't crumble under the relentless assaults of the enemy. If the city wall held firm, then his wife and son would be able to live on peacefully inside the city. Clang! The snow maiden's sword snapped as it flashed past Xianxia's face. The snow maiden general's eyes widened in shock. She looked to her side. There was a white-clothed male standing there, and he held a black sword in his hand. A wisp of wind dispersed from within the sword. You! Before she could finish speaking, the snow maiden detected that her ice crystal domain had already been shattered. Even her body had been separated into two. Blue blood sprayed through the air. Xianxia and the soldiers all stared at this sight in shock and amazement. That fearsome snow maiden general was slain by the white-clothed male just like that? Xianxia, who had escaped from the clutches of death, sucked in a deep breath. He saluted at the white-clothed male respectfully. Senior, thank you for your assistance. The soldiers of Xianxia City are forever indebted to you. No need to thank me. Answer me. Have you seen a female in a jade dress fly past the city on her sword today? This male was none other than Lin. He gazed at Xianxia intently as he asked this question. Xianxia was slightly surprised by this question. Then he sifted through his memory carefully. After a moment, he shook his head apologetically. Xianxia City has been defending against the Snow Maiden's fierce attacks this entire day. I didn't detect any female flying over our city wall. Why don't I ask the soldiers on other sections of the wall for you after this battle has ended? And Lin shook his head. No need. There's no time for that. With the passing of time, the trails of Su Xiaolan's path would also slowly dissipate and vanish. If he wasted too much time, there was a possibility that he would lose track of her path. Divine simulation technique. Countless galaxies flashed across his eyes. Eventually, the realm that he was in flashed into his eyes. The divine simulation technique could be used a maximum of 1 time every month. Otherwise, it would damage one's body or perhaps even consume their lifespan. However, this was the least of Enlin's worries right now. He didn't have time to hesitate. Time was of the essence. In this instance, a colorless wave rippled out hundreds of miles. Every minuscule detail of this expanse of heaven and earth flooded into his mind. The deducing of truth also started at this moment. Zhongyi glanced at Enlin curiously. He didn't know what this male was doing right now. However, he noticed that a few strands of Enlin's healthy and lustrous hair had suddenly turned white. "Senior, you?" Zhong Ye's eyes widened in shock. He detected that Enlin's aura was rapidly withering away. Enlin didn't reply. He shifted his gaze toward some direction and immediately flew off on his brick. Night gradually descended. In the suburbs of Thunder State's Yundong City, thunderclouds stretched for hundreds of miles. Vital energy raged furiously, and arcs of explosive electricity caused this heaven and earth to become unstable and tumultuous. Enlin became lost in this swirling and chaotic land. There was almost nothing left of Su Xiaolan's trace. After using his divine simulation technique, he was still unable to determine the direction of her travel. However, he didn't give up. He used the divine simulation technique numerous times, each time in a different location. Eventually, he managed to determine the direction that she had traveled in. He flew past the myriad-star heavenly lake and saw the reflection of the sky rippling up from its mirror-like surface. It was a beautiful sight. He flew past the 1,000-year Chong Mountain and witnessed the lofty mountains which soared tens of thousands of feet into the sky. He was able to feel the sense of grandeur and magnificence emanating from this majestic range. Rays of sunshine peeked over the horizon and announced the arrival of a new day. He flew past the green divine sea and saw a vast expanse of spectacular forestry. The plains stretched for thousands of kilometers, and the lush green trees covered thousands of kilometers. The gentle sway of green extended for as far as the eye could see. As it stretched into the horizon, the lush green of the trees met with the soft blue of the sky. It was a breathtaking spectacle. He used the divine simulation technique time and time again, and his body was unable to stand the severe burden. He could only rely on spirit pills and immortal pills to keep himself going. He finally left Thunder State and arrived at Gem State. This was a large state located in the southwestern corner of the Kingdom of the Nine States. Amid a sea of fragrant flowers which stretched for hundreds of kilometers, Enlin used his divine simulation technique again. Half of his hair had already turned white. The reflection of heaven and earth glimmered in Enlin's eyes. His body shuddered as he activated the divine simulation technique, and he spat out another mouthful of blood. Bright red blood splattered across the pure white flowers. The contrasting colors appeared especially glaring. He covered his mouth and fell into a burst of violent coughing. His body trembled under intense strain and burden. The speed at which vital energy drained away, the trajectory of flying pollen grains, the traces of dirt disturbed by strong winds. "Xiaolan, your cultivation base has already fallen to the spirit-nurturing initial stage. Why are you still fleeing so quickly? Why don't you wait for me? Don't you know how taxing it is for me to chase after you?" Enlin became more and more feeble as he continuously used the divine simulation technique. His body was already showing signs of breaking down. He was complaining, yet he understood that this was his one and only chance. He definitely couldn't give up here. "I'm so glad that you didn't use any teleportation spell formations. Otherwise, I really would have been stumped. But I also understand why you chose to flee like this. Because I passed a lot of beautiful places while chasing after you. You want to witness more of the beauties of this world before you turn into a mortal being. Am I correct? You're so silly. You can just tell me where you want to go." And Lin glanced at the distant sky. He had never been this determined in his life. He wiped away the blood seeping from the corners of his mouth and flew off on his brick once more. Xianxia City, Gem State. This was a beautiful ancient city. This ancient city was located atop a highland, and the sky was especially limpid and clear. There was no war here, and the folk customs were simple and unsophisticated. This city wasn't extravagant, yet it was especially peaceful and tranquil. To the west of the city was an endless stretch of sandy white desert. To the north was a plain that stretched for thousands of kilometers and on which spirit medicines grew. This field of spirit medicine continually emitted bursts of spiritual energy which improved the surrounding environment. Moreover, colorful clouds formed by the setting sun could be seen here every night at dusk. Su Xiaolan wandered through the streets of this ancient city. She chose to spend the remaining years of her life in this beautiful ancient city. As night fell, she stood atop the western city wall and dazedly gazed at the colorful sunset. She remembered how she had enjoyed the setting sun in the heavenly court every day. She remembered how she and Enlin had joked and laughed as they lay on the soft cloud layer. They had also made a promise. That was, they would snap a photo together when the fabled seven-colored iridescent clouds appeared. Those happy and carefree days were now long gone. Before she knew it, tears had already caused the iridescent clouds in the sky to become blurry. Su Xiaolan stood atop the western city wall and gazed at the sun all the way until it set below the horizon. Only then did she go looking for an inn to rest at. Candlelight flickered in the still of the night. Su Xiaolan lightly stroked the magnificent immortal weapon in her hands, the dragon's sparrow sword. Her cultivation base had already fallen to the 7th stage Dao body. At this rate, she would become a mortal human who couldn't cultivate in 2 days' time. Su Xiaolan suddenly realized a problem. If she became a mortal human, then she wouldn't be able to use her storage ring anymore. What was she going to do with the items inside? What was she going to do with the dragon sparrow sword? I'm so silly. I should have left the dragon sparrow sword and my storage ring with Enlin. It's such a waste keeping these things with me. There was a look of regret on Su Xiaolan's face. After a moment, she shook her head and rid herself of these thoughts. She scolded herself in her mind. Why am I so weak? I'm still thinking of that male even now. She wanted to sit down and meditate, yet she realized that she was unable to draw on the vital energy of heaven and earth. She suddenly came to her senses. She already couldn't cultivate anymore. Su Xiaolan smiled bitterly. She put out the candles and lay down on the bed. She had a long and sleepless night. She contemplated many things. She pondered over her future, and she pondered over what to do with the things inside her storage ring. The next morning, Su Xiaolan used some spirit stones to buy a relatively nice courtyard house. She also hired a few maids. She wasn't short on money. The tens of thousands of spirit stones inside her storage ring was enough for her to live the remainder of her life in luxury. When she became lonely, she could also find a Mr. Right to marry. She could spend the remainder of her life as a mortal female. No. Su Xiaolan shook her head firmly as these thoughts surfaced in her mind. For some reason, she resented this kind of life. She already couldn't accept another male in her life. Perhaps it would be better to spend the rest of her life alone. Su Xiaolan took the spirit stones out from her storage ring and placed them in a stone room in her courtyard house. As for the other items inside the storage ring, she would find ways to deal with them in the future. She wandered through the streets slowly, and many passers-by glanced over at her. There was curiosity and wonder in their eyes. She, a beautiful and refined female, had suddenly appeared in the ancient city. It was only normal that people would pay more attention to her. Su Xiaolan had already become accustomed to this attention. She didn't hate it. She was currently thinking about carving out a career for herself. Although she was wealthy, what joy was there in doing nothing and awaiting death? She quickly decided on what she was going to do. She was going to open a medical center, find authorized novels in Webnovel faster updates. Better experience, please click www.webnovel.com for visiting. Su Xiaolan was an outstanding pill refiner of the soul creation stage. It could be said that her grasp of medicinal knowledge was masterful. Even if she couldn't utilize vital energy, she would still be able to diagnose patients and give prescriptions by drawing upon her wealth of knowledge. She would be able to help many needy people in this city. There was an abundance of medicinal herbs in the herb field which stretched for thousands of kilometers to the north of Xianxia city. Coincidentally, she could conduct some research there when she was bored. That way, her life wouldn't be bland and meaningless. There was another reason behind her choosing this career. That was, she would be able to attain a certain level of reputation through her expert medical skills. That way, she wouldn't be an easy target for other ill-meaning forces and powers. She understood her current situation very well. She wasn't a prodigy of the Vermilion Bird sect anymore. Right now, she was simply a beautiful mortal female. She was a mortal female who was defenseless against outside powers. Under such conditions, she had to learn how to protect herself. She would be able to help many people by opening a medical center in this ancient city. Looking at it from another perspective, the people that she helped would become the shield that protected her from external troubles. Su Xiaolan's cultivation base had already fallen to the second stage Dao body. Her perception of the surrounding environment gradually became dull and lethargic. The once clear images had now become a bit blurry. Her energetic and youthful body had also become weak and listless. She knew that these were the after effects of her vital energy draining away. I'll probably become accustomed to it after a period of time. I'll definitely become accustomed to it. Su Xiaolan purchased a large store and transformed it into a medical center. The people of the city quickly learned that a female doctor was about to open a large medical center in a relatively busy section of the main street. According to word of mouth, she was a skilled and knowledgeable doctor who came from a large city. After dealing with the matters relating to her medical center, night had already started to set in. The sky was filled with the beautiful colors of the sun setting. Su Xiaolan didn't go to the western city wall to gaze at this beautiful sight, because her heart still ached whenever she watched the mesmerizing show of the setting sun. She believed that this kind of feeling would weaken and disappear with the passing of time. She would live the happy life of a mortal human in this city. Another day passed. Su Xiaolan woke up from her sleep. Rays of sunshine filtered through the window and illuminated her room. These rays also brought with them traces of warmth. She struggled to sit up in bed. Her slender fingers curled into a fist, then slowly unclenched. There was no power behind this grip. It was weak and feeble. Who knew that I would feel like this after becoming an ordinary human? Su Xiaolan chuckled bitterly. The glint in her eyes gradually dimmed and disappeared. She walked to her medical center. She issued orders to her servants and started organizing the stocking of medicinal ingredients. The weather wasn't hot, and she hadn't done any hard labor either. However, her work left her drenched in sweat and feeling absolutely exhausted. It took a day of hard work to finish stocking the medicine. The sun gradually set into the west. Red and purple colors flitted across the sky as the sun descended. It was a beautiful sight. Su Xiaolan dragged her tired body back to her courtyard house. A long shadow was cast behind her as the last rays of the sun beamed down on her body. She was still mulling over tomorrow's schedule. She was a busy person now, and she didn't have the spare time to think about the other things weighing down on her mind. She didn't have time to lament about her life. Su Xiaolan glanced at the distant sky as she walked along the cobblestone path of the ancient city. The colorful clouds were like a beautiful painting. So beautiful! She murmured to herself softly. She appeared especially lonely as the faint yellow glow of dusk bathed over her body. This scenery was stunning, yet she wasn't in the mood to enjoy it. Su Xiaolan turned her gaze back toward the cobblestone path. She saw a male standing not far before her. She immediately stopped in her tracks. She stared at the male as if she was in some sort of trance. His shadow is so similar to him. However, his hair is all white. She felt that she was hallucinating due to her longing for him. She laughed bitterly and shook her head. Then, she continued walking forward. The male stared at the jade-clothed female as he silently stood on the cobblestone path. Su Xiaolan finally saw that male's face clearly. She faltered once again. She was unable to take another step. That familiar face, that figure that she had tried so hard to forget yet couldn't erase from her mind. The two of them gazed at each other as they stood on the ancient city's cobblestone path. They hadn't seen each other for several days. Now they met once again. One had become a mortal human, and the other had his black hair turned snow-white. Xianxia City. The colors of the sunset became deeper and more vibrant. The red and purple created by the scattered rays of the setting sun appeared real yet illusionary. These beautiful colors gradually transitioned into the soft yellow glow of dusk. The two figures on the street were bathed under this disappearing yellow glow. This scene was like something out of an ancient and emotional painting. And Lin gazed at the jade-clothed female before him. Her lithe and graceful figure, her stunning and refined beauty, her bright and clear eyes, her delicate and ruby-like lips. It was all so perfect and beautiful. However, the proud aura which once oozed from her body had already vanished. In order to save his life, the female before him had become a mortal human. She didn't have the right to be proud anymore. She had already become a mortal human who could no longer cultivate. Although Lin had deduced the truth behind all this using his divine simulation technique, his mind still became blank when he saw Su Xiaolan's lonely figure. He felt like his heart was being torn apart. He tried to speak, yet he discovered that there appeared to be something stuck in his throat. Su Xiaolan stared dazedly at the male in front of her. The white hair of the male was reflected in her clear eyes. Even though she had lost her powers, and even though she had become a mortal human, there was still one thing that hadn't changed, her feelings for him. She couldn't help but ask, "And Lin, what happened to your hair? Are you all right?" And Lin shook his head as he gazed at Su Xiaolan affectionately. "After you left me, I couldn't think of anything else," he said in a shaky voice. "My only thought was to chase after you, to find you. I was so scared at that time. I was scared that you would disappear from my life just like that. I used my divine simulation technique to track you down. However, you ran too quickly. I was scared that I would run out of time and lose your trail, so I could only activate my divine simulation technique over and over again. I traversed over countless mountains. I pursued you all the way from the holy glacial lands to the kingdom of the 9 states. I passed the true dragon lightning pond, and I passed the myriad star heavenly lake. I passed the 1,000-year Chong mountain, and I passed the demonic flower field. I passed all the places that you passed, and I witnessed all the stunning sceneries that you witnessed. In the end, however, I found that I couldn't use the divine simulation technique anymore. Whenever I tried to use it, my heart would spasm and I would spit blood. There were times that I almost passed out. I was so flustered and scared at that time. I frenziedly followed your trail, and I scoured through every city that you passed. I never envisioned what it would be like if I lost you. I wouldn't allow that to happen. What would happen if you encountered problems and there was no one to help you? What would happen if you were lonely and there was no one to accompany you? What would happen if some ill-meaning fool tried to take advantage of you? I only wanted to come to your side quicker. I couldn't wait for a single second longer. Thankfully, the heavens are kind, and we've met each other so soon. Even though Lin's billowing white hair made him appear like an enigmatic being, the rims of his eyes had already become a deep shade of red. He looked like a stubborn child. Su Xiaolan, I can't live without you. In my mind, you're my eternal Tao partner. Standing on the street that was lit by the soft yellow glow of dusk, that frail, jade-clothed female was already sobbing uncontrollably. A gentle breeze blew over. Su Xiaolan's soft and slender body was pulled into a tight embrace. "Xiaolan, I like you," and Lin said softly. "I've liked you ever since a long, long time ago, so please accept me. Become my Tao partner." Su Xiaolan's slender body shuddered lightly. "I can't," she said as she shook her head and sobbed. "I'm a mere mortal right now. You and I are living in 2 different worlds. I'll age really quickly, and my face will be full of wrinkles. My body will also gradually become weaker. Eventually, I'll disintegrate into dirt before your eyes. I don't deserve you?" And Lin breathed in the fragrant scent of the female in his arms. There was only warmth and gentleness in his eyes. "You're so silly. saying that immortals and mortals exist in two different worlds is absolute bullshit. Anyhow, if we compare whose hair has become white first, then I've already won. Su Xiaolan shuddered upon hearing this. She buried her head into Lin's shoulder. You shouldn't have come. Her voice was full of guilt and reproach. You shouldn't have sacrificed so much to chase after me. I already decided to forget about you and start a new life. I'm nothing right now, and I don't know anything either. Why did you chase after me? It's not worth it. Stop saying things like don't deserve and not worth it, okay? If it wasn't for you, I'd have already been dead. I've seen countless females in my time, Chang'e Su Qinyun, although they're more beautiful than you. At this moment, Lin suddenly felt the grip on his back tighten. He immediately added quickly, I'd definitely save you first if you guys all fell into a lake at the same time, because in my mind, they're even lesser than a single strand of your hair. Moreover, your disposition is numerous times better than theirs. It's a disposition that's unique to Lin's Tao partner. Su Xiaolan sniffed with her soft and delicate nose. You're still joking around even in such circumstances, she whispered. I'm fine with talking about something more serious. When are we getting married? Su Xiaolan? She gently pushed Lin away and wiped the tears from her face. Her eyes were still glistening with tears, and she appeared particularly moving. Under the fading glow of dusk, her frail figure appeared especially in need of love and affection. So what if you're a mortal human? I'll live with you, and I'll age with you. I'll take you wherever you want to go, and we can taste all the delicacies of this world. And Lin was a bit scared and flustered. He was trying his best to keep her by his side. Anyhow, it's not like there's absolutely no hope of healing your Tao foundations. There's still hope. Su Xiaolan shook her head sadly. It's impossible. I've never heard of anyone being able to heal a crumbled Tao foundation. Even the withering of one's spirit root or drying up of one's sea of vital energy isn't as serious as the crumbling of one's Tao foundations. Nothing in this world is impossible. Do you not trust me? And Lin gazed at Su Xiaolan intensely. His expression was extremely determined. When we were being attacked by the 5 snow maidens of the Return to Void stage, did you think that we would survive? When you left me, did you think that I would be able to find you? Su Xiaolan looked up at Lin. Her lips moved, yet she couldn't think of any retort. So clearly, I'm a male who can perform miracles. Su Xiaolan was a bit speechless. She realized that Lin really could perform miracles. He was an unpredictable male. What if there really was a way to let her soar back into the skies? She wouldn't allow such a chance to slip through her fingers. Seeing the change in Su Xiaolan's expression, a thin thread of hope appeared in Lin's uneasy mind. Speaking of which, there's something that we still haven't resolved yet, Lin suddenly said. A look of confusion and curiosity spread across Su Xiaolan's face. Lin gazed at the beautiful female before him and asked seriously, Su Xiaolan, are you willing to become my Tao partner? I want to walk the path of cultivation with you. As they gazed at each other's faces, the two of them once again fell silent. The last inkling of dusk, the drifting mist and haze, the cobblestone street of the ancient city, the occasional cries of eagles, all of these things were unable to hide the loud thumps of their hearts. Su Xiaolan cracked a smile. Her beauty in this instant caused the colorful sky to appear dull and drab in contrast. Her smile represented all the beauty of this world. Lin stared at the female before him stupidly. He felt that he would never forget this smile. Not after 10 years, not after 100 years, not after tens of thousands of years. The jade-clothed female shuffled closer to the male. She stood on tippy toes and raised her flawless face. Then, she closed her eyes and planted a loving kiss. As their soft lips met, the two of them embraced again. In this instant, this scene became eternal. Their shadows were stretched by the disappearing rays of light. A feeling of happiness welled up in Lin's heart as he felt Su Xiaolan's soft and delicate lips press onto his. If he had to describe the taste, then he would say that it was a little sweet. If he had to elaborate further, then he would say that this sweetness coursed through his mind and body, causing him to feel drunk with happiness. This was their first kiss, and it didn't last for long before their lips separated in embarrassment. There was a slight blush on Su Xiaolan's embarrassed face, and she looked even more beautiful than the colorful sunset. Xiaolan, this all feels like a dream. I can't believe that you actually agreed to become my Dao partner. I must have saved the world in my previous life. The female's beautiful face was reflected in Lin's eyes as he chuckled happily. Dao partner? What Dao partner? Su Xiaolan blinked her large bright eyes in mock confusion. And Lin faltered. Why, you kissed me just then? He stammered. Wasn't that a sign of your agreement? Su Xiaolan shook her head earnestly. No, that was just a reward for your feelings for me. Boom! As if he had been struck by several bolts of lightning, and Lin was paralyzed to the spot. It was as if the sky had collapsed on him. Was I rejected? I finally mustered up enough courage to propose. Yet I still need to fight over dog food won with Dubai? Su Xiaolan pursed her lips upon seeing Lin's dazed and downcast expression. Other people all gift flowers and engagement rings when proposing. As a mighty immortal cultivator, you've actually come empty-handed when proposing to your potential Dao partner? Are you trying to gain something without risking anything of your own? And Lin's eyes immediately lit up. So that's where I went wrong. He immediately poured out a bunch of valuable items from his storage rings. Xiaolan, this is an immortal tool, the realm-piercing nail, he said enthusiastically. This is the shield of promised victory, a defensive item. This is the ancient artifact, heart of the ocean. It'll look quite pretty on you. This is a first-rank immortal grass, the serene attaining grass. It can be used for beauty treatment. And Lin pondered for a short while. Then he took out his unique frying pan. Food cooked in this frying pan all tastes amazing. Here, I'll gift it to you as well. Su Xiaolan. She shook her head lightly. Actually, I was just teasing you. And Lin stared at Su Xiaolan blankly. Panic and disappointment welled up in his heart. It was as though he had received another severe mental blow. There was a playful glimmer in Su Xiaolan's eyes as she gazed at the dejected and downcast male in front of her. I'm not rejecting you, she chuckled before saying in her pleasant voice. What I mean is, it's still too early for us to become Dao partners or whatnot. There needs to be a probation period. Like the 100-year probation period between Shen Yin and Dongfang Ming. If we still love each other after 100 years, then we'll become Dao partners. Her sweet and pleasant voice echoed around the streets and flowed into Lin's heart. And Lin was dazed for a few seconds. Then he started grinning blissfully. Sure, 100 years it is then. I'll definitely hand in a test paper that you're satisfied with. A beautiful smile blossomed on Su Xiaolan's face. I believe in you, she said as she nodded softly. How could Lin not know of Su Xiaolan's true thoughts? The maximum lifespan of mortal humans was only around 100 years. After this 100-year probation period, there were only two possibilities for Su Xiaolan. Either she continued aging and eventually died, or she regained the ability to cultivate and could happily become Dao partners with Lin. And Lin didn't mind Su Xiaolan's resolve in this matter, because regardless of what happened during these 100 years, he would stick by her side the entire time. The sun had already dipped below the horizon, and only the last remnants of light remained. Stars dotted the night sky and adorned it with dazzling sparkles. The transition between day and night was especially beautiful. Although she had been here for a few days already, Su Xiaolan still hadn't managed to fully appreciate this stunning scenery yet. Now, she was finally in the mood to admire the beauty of Xianxia City. She wasn't feeling grief and sorrow as she gazed at this scenery. Rather, she was filled with joy as she took it in. With such a mindset, the scenery became truly mesmerizing. Holding onto Lin's hand, there was a spring in her step as she walked back to her courtyard house. The warmth from his hand soothed her heart. A smile tugged at the corners of Su Xiaolan's lips as she gazed at the beautiful night sky. She finally fell in love with this ancient city because an important person who reappeared in her life also fell in love with this city. And Lin arrived at Su Xiaolan's recently purchased courtyard house. It looked quite pleasant. He noticed that there was a plaque above the main entrance which read, Lin Lan Residence. It looked as though it had just been installed. Seeing the direction of Lin's gaze, Su Xiaolan's face flushed red. She hastily dragged him into the courtyard. Master, you're back. This lowly servant has just finished preparing 4 dishes. There's a guest. Should I prepare some more? A fine and delicate-looking female approached them timidly. She faltered momentarily upon noticing that Su Xiaolan and Lin were holding hands. Find authorized novels in Webnovel faster updates. Better experience, please click www.webnovel.com for visiting. It's fine, little Chiu. Su Xiaolan smiled and waved her off. Seeing this, the young female was slightly dazed once more. Then, she nodded and bowed slightly. As you wish, master. After completing her duties, the young female walked to a corridor in the courtyard house and reunited with the remaining 3 maids. Su Xiaolan had hired a total of 4 maids. Their average age was around 16, and they were all from poor families. Their moral characters and appearances were also quite decent. Perhaps she had caught the habit from Lin, as Su Xiaolan's nicknames for the 4 maids were also extremely casual. They were called Little Chun, Little Xia, Little Chiu, and Little Dongwon. However, these nicknames were better than the maids' original names. After all, their original names of Lu Chuanyang, Ma Dongmei, and whatnot all sounded old-fashioned and outdated. There was a look of shock and excitement in Little Chiu's eyes as she walked up to the remaining 3 maids. Little Chiu, who's that male? What's his relation with Master? His appearance is handsome, and his hair is flowing in the wind. He's clearly a powerful person. There were stars in Little Chun's eyes as she spoke. Little Chiu shook her head. I don't know either. However, judging by how intimate they are, I guess he's probably her partner. Little Xia was excited as well. I think so too. Master has been gloomy and despondent these 2 days. However, she became lively and buoyant once this young sir came. This is the first time I've seen Master smile. Master is so beautiful. Only a male of such disposition deserves to be with her. Little Dong nodded and said. As Little Xia watched Lin disappear into a wing of the courtyard, a thought suddenly flashed into her mind. Billowing white hair, elegant and graceful. He's not Purple Star State's Jiang Yanan, is he? The other 3 maids were dazed upon hearing this. They were all born into poor families, and one of their few hobbies was reading the 9 States magazine. They enjoyed reading about the exciting adventures and legendary individuals, and they would purchase every volume of the 9 States magazine. Thus, they were naturally familiar with the legendary Jiang Yanan. It can't be, right? We know that Master's a good person, but Jiang Yanan is the #1 sword prodigy of Purple Star State. He's a renowned figure of the 9 States. Why would he come to such a remote place? To be with a mortal human, no less. Little Chun shook her head. She clearly disagreed with this speculation. Exactly. Don't have your mind wander to Jiang Yanan every time you see a male who has billowing white hair and extraordinary disposition. Do you think it's that easy to come across such a legendary sword immortal? Little Chiu also chided Little Xia. Little Xia pursed her lips. Even if he's not Jiang Yanan, he's definitely still a powerful individual. Look at his graceful and elegant mannerisms. He looks so handsome when he walks. He's definitely an impressive immortal. Why don't we head to the dining room to figure out who this young sir is? At any rate, awaiting orders in the dining room is also a part of our responsibilities. There was a look of curiosity on Little Dong's face. Their eyes all lit up at this suggestion, and they immediately headed toward the dining room. 4 female maids walked into the room and stood silently by the door as they stole glances at the 2 people within the room. And Lin and Su Xiaolan sat across from each other on a small table and ignored the 4 maids. You must be tired after coming all this way. Here, have some food. Su Xiaolan looked at the dishes on the table with a smile. And Lin immediately came to his senses after seeing the food on the table, and a smile appeared on his face. Why are we eating this stuff? I'll cook some noodles for you. Su Xiaolan was slightly taken aback at first before she nodded with a gentle smile. Okay. And Lin waved to a maid in the room. Little Chiu, clear the table. Ha! One of the younger maids faltered slightly before heeding his call. Oh, sure. Little Chiu cleared the dishes off the table with confusion in her mind with regard to what Lin meant when he said he was going to cook some noodles. Was he really going to make a trip to the kitchen to cook some noodles? Why wouldn't they eat all the food on the table instead? Little Chun, who was responsible for cooking, looked on with a pained expression as all the dishes were cleared away. Those were cooked by her. They were the manifestation of her blood, sweat, and tears. For it to be cleared away just like that, she felt like all her efforts had gone to waste. Little Dong was one of the older maids, and she was thinking to herself that perhaps personally cooking some noodles was a way through which Lin was expressing his love and creating atmosphere. Little Xia blinked and wondered if she should start a fire on the kitchen stovetop. They were then greeted by the sight of the white-haired man bringing out a frying pan alongside a bunch of condiments, appearing as if he was going to cook noodles right there and then. 4 seasons? Cooking noodles directly over the ground? They felt as if their eyes were playing tricks on them. Little Chiu, bring some noodles and eggs. And Lin instructed. Huh? Oh. Little Chiu ran to the kitchen at his behest to retrieve the ingredients. And Lin conjured up a little water using a spell technique before bringing it to a boil with his divine flame. He added the noodles and condiments. Then he cracked in 2 eggs before stirring the noodles. Everything looked completely thrown together. The 4 seasons looked on in a daze. At least it's edible. Little Xia muttered under her breath. Yeah, it's edible as long as it's fully cooked. Anyway, it's all right as long as Master likes it. Little Dong replied with a numb expression. Wah! I can't believe all those dishes I painstakingly prepared don't even compare to these noodles in Master's heart. Tears welled up in Lit Chun's eyes as she looked at the dishes that had been set aside, and her heart felt as if it were being pricked by needles. White vapor began to rise from the noodle soup before wafting throughout the room. It was then that the 4 seasons discovered that they were wrong. My God, this smell! Little Xia breathed in the fragrance in the air eagerly as an expression of shock and entrancement appeared on her face. Could it be that the smell is coming from the noodles? It looked like he had thrown it all together so casually. So why does it smell so good? Little Dong also wore an expression of disbelief. Little Chiu breathed in the irresistible scent in the air and was beginning to understand why she was instructed to clear the other dishes away. Little Chun wore an expression of shame and reverence on her face. She was ashamed that she had slandered the noodles, and her reverence was toward the man's cooking skills. She stared intently at the white-haired man with a fanatical gleam in her eyes. She felt like this was the legendary cooking of someone who had reached the heavenly Tao. All his actions seemed so simple and casual, but they were all imbued with the essence of Tao. The scent wafting from the noodles was simply far too irresistible, and the 4 seasons stared at the noodles as they fought the urge to pounce upon the frying pan. The most painful thing in life was none other than having exquisitely delicious food placed before one, but one could only smell it and not eat it. The noodles were soon fully cooked, and he poured out a big bowl for Su Xiaolan before placing it in front of her. He then also poured a bowl of noodle soup for himself with a smile on his face. Go on, these noodles are definitely the best in the world. Eat it while it's hot. Su Xiaolan nodded with a dainty smile. The exterior of the eggs looked extremely vibrant, with the egg whites forming a part of the noodle soup while the runny yolks seeped into the noodles. This gave the noodles a golden sheen and made both its appearance and texture seem completely out of this world. The two of them conversed with one another in a joyous and harmonious atmosphere. They talked about some interesting stories from the heavenly court and the plans for the construction of Xianxia city, appearing as if they were a married couple who had been with one another for a long time. The poor maids could only stand at the side while the irresistible scent of the noodles flooded their nostrils, causing their saliva glands to work overtime. Rumble. Little Chiu's stomach began to rumble, and she looked at the woman beside her with a pitiful expression. Sister Dong, I'm hungry. Little Dong consoled her in a gentle voice. It's all right. There are 4 servings worth of noodles in the frying pan. Once Master finishes her meal with that young sir, we can take the leftovers. Little Chun and Little Xia's eyes immediately lit up when they heard this. It was as if they had rediscovered the meaning and purpose in their lives. Right at this moment, Lin and Su Xiaolan had finished the noodles in their bowls. Lin then made his way over to the frying pan before filling both their bowls again, even emptying all the soup from the frying pan as well. The frying pan was completely emptied. 4 seasons. Lin turned to Su Xiaolan with a grin. Can you still eat more? A gentle smile appeared on Su Xiaolan's face. I can eat anything as long as it's made by you. Plus, the flavor is really good. Haha, if you like it, I'll cook for you every day. A new dish every day. Lin chuckled like a fully grown infant upon receiving Su Xiaolan's compliment. Thus, the two of them flirted with one another as they slurped on noodles. The 4 seasons all had tears flowing down their faces. What the fuck was happening? Doesn't Master normally only have the stomach capacity for 1 bowl of rice? How is she suddenly able to eat 2 big bowls of noodles? Little Chiu pursed her lips with tears swimming in her eyes. This is the power of food. Delicious food instantly increases one's stomach capacity. Little Chun stared at the now empty frying pan. It looked as if she wanted to lick the pan just to see what it tasted like. It's the power of love, Little Dong elaborated with a serious expression. The other 3 maids all nodded in agreement. The exquisite scent of the noodles lingering in the air coupled with the harmonious scene laid out before them was too much for the 4 seasons to bear. Not only did they feel like their stomachs were extremely empty, but they also felt like their hearts were throbbing with hollowness as well. They gained new insight into what the most painful thing in life was. It wasn't just having exquisitely delicious food placed before them yet only being able to smell but not eat. Instead, it was that, coupled with the emotional abuse in the form of a lovey-dovey couple. The 4 seasons had never been tortured like this in their lives, and they were all starting to feel quite depressed. Lin and Su Xiaolan slowly finished the noodles in their bowls. Their eyes met, and a sense of harmony and joy permeated throughout the air. Su Xiaolan stared at Lin before extending a slender hand to gently ruffle his head of white hair. There was a pained expression on her face. You're such an idiot. I've never seen a man as stupid as you. Lin pinched Su Xiaolan's cheek with a warm smile on his face. And I've never seen a girl as stupid as you. We're both idiots, so we'd make the perfect couple. Su Xiaolan burst out laughing at his words. Have you no shame? Lin sighed with emotion. We truly are a woeful pair of husband and wife. A light smile appeared on Su Xiaolan's face. Don't try to put words into my mouth. Who said we were husband and wife? Lin nodded in agreement and corrected himself. My mistake. We are a woeful pair of Dao partners. Su Xiaolan. For seasons? Hick. Lin and Su Xiaolan finished their meal and walked into the courtyard with satisfied expressions. The 4 seasons immediately fled the scene so they could avoid being tortured any further. Sister Dong, it looks like that young sir really is Master's Dao partner, Little Chiu said with a hint of envy. As a relationship expert, Little Dong nodded her head. She then shook her head before offering her analysis. They should be Dao partners to be. There's mutual love, but they haven't confirmed their relationship status. That sounds complicated. In any case, that man's going to be living here from now on, isn't he? Little Xia pouted. She only wanted to serve Su Xiaolan, and she was quite unaccustomed to the idea of having a man in the household. Then that young sir is also going to be our master from now on, Little Chun said with a low voice and a light blush on her cheeks. I heard from their conversation that they're both students of the Heavenly Court. That's so cool. Who would have thought that even our master is a powerful cultivator? No wonder our male master's cooking is so good. He's an immortal. Humph, even immortals have ranks and levels. Like whatever stage Dao body or something like that. What stage could he be at? Little Xia pursed her lips. To be able to attend the Heavenly Court as a student, he would have to be at least at the 6th or 7th stage. Little Dong presented an objective estimate. Hey, did you guys hear how Master referred to him as Lin? Could he be that Lin from the Kingdom of the 9 States magazine? Little Chiu said in a feeble voice. All 4 maids immediately fell silent at this notion. They thought back to a few minutes ago and realized their master had indeed referred to him as Enlin. However, none of them had made the connection at that time, as the legendary figures on the Kingdom of the Nine States magazines were all too far away from them. If it wasn't for Enlin's white hair, they wouldn't have made the connection between him and Jiang Yanan. Thinking about it now, they were both called Enlin, and they were both students of the Heavenly Court. What a terrifying notion! Does that mean he's the Enlin that secured victory in the Tao Exchange Conference of the Four Powers? Little Xia drew a sharp breath as she exclaimed, "You mean the #1 legendary figure in the United University of Cultivation?" Little Chun was just as shocked. "That can't be. I've heard Enlin is a man with black hair who likes to ride dogs. There's no dog with him, and he has white hair." Little Dong once again proved to be the voice of reason. "Are you dumb? White hair is a current fashion trend among immortals. It's very normal." Little Chun retorted with excitement on her face. Her admiration and reverence for Enlin further elevated as her eyes glowed with the light of worship. Little Xia and Little Chiu nodded in unison as they stole frequent glances at the two people in the courtyard with admiration and shock on their faces. Enlin and Su Xiaolan sat side by side on the wooden bench to look up at the moon. "Are you really not planning to return to the Vermilion Bird sect? You have a Tao integration stage uncle, and Grand Elder Situfeng has been a Tao integration stage mighty figure for countless years. With their help, there may be a chance." And Lin turned to the female beside him. She looked particularly beautiful and alluring under the soft glow of the moonlight. Su Xiaolan shook her head firmly. Shinin was a mighty figure comparable to Tao integration stage cultivator, and she was probably the most knowledgeable person on the topic of bloodline transfusions in this world. No one has more knowledge about this than her. I've inherited all her knowledge, so I know my condition is irreparable. Of course, I know my uncle and the Grand Elder might have some methods that can help me recover, but the price they would have to pay would be unimaginable. She turned to Enlin. The collapse of one's Tao foundation is the end of one's cultivation path. It's akin to death and it's irreversible. Would you risk the lives of those close to you just for a slim chance at recovering your Tao foundation? My uncle owes my parents a lot, so he would give his life up for me if I asked him to. However, I don't want to do that. I don't want them to go so far for my sake, and I don't want anyone else to know about my current condition. So I don't need all that. And Lin fell silent upon hearing her words, and he gently hugged Su Xiaolan to his side. Su Xiaolan's body trembled slightly, but she didn't resist. She leaned her head on Enlin's shoulder and tears began to swim in her eyes. "Do you find me inexplicable?" Enlin shook his head. "No, I would make the same choice as you." "Is that because we're both idiots?" Su Xiaolan asked. Enlin. He looked down at the alluring woman by his side and said in a low voice, "What a beautiful moon we have tonight." "Yes. The moon is indeed beautiful. But why are you moving your mouth closer to me?" Su Xiaolan pushed Enlin's head away with confusion on her face. Enlin blinked with a dumbfounded and indignant expression. Had he made his advance at the wrong time? Who could tell him what he was supposed to do now? Ahem, let's talk about your medical clinic. We can open the clinic to all the residents in the city. You're well-grounded in your theoretical knowledge, and I can refine some simple pills under your instruction. My pill refinement skills will improve, and your business will flourish. We can kill two birds with one stone." Enlin suggested. Su Xiaolan looked up at Enlin with an expression as gentle as flowing water as Enlin planned out their life together. The night passed by under a serene atmosphere. Enlin woke up in the morning and picked up his voice transmission talisman to find over 100 missed transmissions. Almost everyone on his list of contacts had tried to contact him. He had dropped everything to pursue Su Xiaolan. Only now did he discover that there were so many people who were worried about him. He was quite touched by this notion. Su Xiaolan had already burned her voice transmission talisman as she didn't want to speak to anyone. And Lin could understand what Su Xiaolan was going through, so he decided to keep her condition a secret from everyone aside from his beast pets. He paused for a moment before deciding to contact Dabai first. Dabai instantly picked up, and Enlin was greeted by his sobbing voice. "Wah! Thank you for recovering Big Brother An's voice transmission talisman. Please tell me who killed him so I can avenge him with my own 4 paws. Woof. And Lin was a little touched and he replied, Dubai, voice transmission talismans can't be used by people other than their owners. As if he had been given a fright, Dubai fell silent on the other end. Immediately following this was a burst of excited howling. Woof woof woof. Big Brother and wah. Big Brother and isn't dead. Woof woof. Xiao Chou and Xiao Hong's voices then sounded from the other end. Wah! I told you both that Big Brother and wouldn't die. How could a cockroach-like life force as powerful as his be snuffed out by a few snow maidens? Xiao Chou sobbed. My prayers to the sun must have taken effect. We can continue eating stuffed buns ignored by Dubai now. Xiao Hong celebrated in a sweet voice. And egg-fried rice. Dubai added. And all sorts of new dishes. Xiao Chou chimed in. Yay! Xiao Hong was ecstatic. And Lin. So, it turned out that they weren't worried about him after all. Big Brother and I was so scared when I heard you and Xiaolan had disappeared. Woof. I heard an elder of the Vermilion Bird sect say that they had used a simulation spell technique, which revealed to them that you and Su Xiaolan had encountered 5 Holy Palace leaders and that you had been in contact with the Holy Flame. However, the elder said that there was less than a 10% chance that you had survived. They also said that a mysterious mighty figure appeared before slaying the 5 Holy Palace leaders and taking the Holy Flame. Dubai's enraged voice sounded from the other side. And Lin's lips twitched slightly. What the hell is this simulation spell technique? Is it a counterfeit one? However, if one was to think about it, this was probably the only reasonable explanation they could provide. He suddenly thought of his divine simulation technique at the mention of the term simulation. He had no idea how much of his lifespan he had sacrificed during his successive usage of the divine simulation technique. However, it must have been a lot, as his hair was completely white now. He had to remember to eat some vitality restoration pills to replenish his body. And Lin paused for a moment before speaking again. 2 things. Number 1. Keep this a secret and don't tell anyone about me. Number 2. Find an excuse to leave the Vermilion Bird sect and come to Xianxia City. I'll be waiting for you. No problem. We'll definitely get there within 2 days, woof. Dubai replied before cutting off the voice transmission. And Lin heaved a light sigh of relief. He had to find a chance to return the flame-sealing disc to the Vermilion Bird sect. This was a mission he had planned for his team of beast pets. Next, he had to try and restore Su Xiaolan's Dao Foundation. Although chances of recovery were extremely slim, and Lin refused to give up. He would do all he could to find a recovery method. And Lin didn't know that many mighty figures. Aside from Dao Lord Luya, who he had never met, he was only familiar with Vice Principal Yu Hua, the Moon Palace leader Chang'e, and Yi Shi from Do Shui Palace. Among these 3, Chang'e was the number 1 pill refinement master in the Heavenly Court. She was only at the return to Void Pinnacle stage, but her pill refinement skills excelled above the vast majority of Dao integration stage supermighty figures. And Lin considered his options for a moment before contacting Chang'e. He discovered that during the period in which he had disappeared, Chang'e had tried to contact him numerous times. This showed that she at least considered him to be a friend, and this notion made him a lot less uneasy as he contacted Chang'e. And Lin. Chang'e's voice quickly sounded from the other side. And Lin? Yeah, it's me. How are you, Sister Chang'e? Chang'e chuckled softly. I should be asking you that instead. I heard you died. And Lin? Well, as you can see, those are all lies. However, I'll have to ask you to keep the fact that I'm still alive a secret. All right, I can do that. What do you need me for? Chang'e replied. And Lin paused for a moment before continuing. Do you know of any way for a person to cultivate again after their Dao Foundation has collapsed? The reason behind the Dao Foundation collapsing was a transfusion of bloodline, and that person has now been reduced to immortal. Chang'e remained silent for a long while before replying. I've never heard of anyone within the Kingdom of the 9 States who was able to cultivate again after their Dao Foundation collapsed, Chang'e replied. Disappointment fell across Lin's face when he heard this. However, this doesn't mean it can't be done. Chang'e added. And Lin's heart trembled as hope appeared on his face. But I don't know how it can be done, Chang'e concluded. And Lin, could you please get everything off your chest at once? My heart can't take it if you feed me bits of information like this. And Lin sighed with his hand clasped over his chest. A collapsed Tao foundation is like a soul which has vanished. There's no way to recover it. Trying to reconstruct a Tao foundation is even harder than recovering a lost soul. It's impossible unless you have godly powers. I don't mean to rain on your parade, but even if you were to ask the Celestial the Arch, he wouldn't be able to do anything either. Besides, I have more expertise in this area than he does anyway. Chang'e continued with a forlorn sigh, and Lin was extremely disappointed to hear this. He was thinking that if he had no other alternatives, he could ask Emperor Ziwei for help, then perhaps try to contact the Celestial the Arch through Lin Junjun. However, Chang'e's words instantly dispelled even those hopes. He could only rack his brain for other potential avenues now. The person you're talking about is Su Xiaolan? Am I correct? Chang'e suddenly asked, and Lin fell silent. Don't worry, I was only able to deduce this from some rumors I had heard, as well as from the things you were asking me about. Chang'e's cold voice suddenly became gentle and soft as she said, She's a good girl. Don't let her down. I won't give up, no matter what price I have to pay. And Lin clenched his fists as he said in a determined voice, All right, I'll keep this a secret for you as well. I'll also ask around to see if anyone I know has any information that could help you. I'll get back to you if I hear anything useful, Chang'e continued. Thank you so much. And Lin was extremely moved by her gesture. Chang'e had countless connections with the most powerful mighty figures on the continent. Thus, for her to inquire her contacts for information would be of immense help to Lin. Chang'e was quite reclusive, but her pill refinement skills were top-notch. There were many Dao integration stage supermighty figures that would ask her to refine pills for them, and many of them even owed her favors. If she really did ask around, perhaps she would be able to dig up some secrets. And Lin heaped genuine words of gratitude upon Chang'e before cutting off the voice transmission. He then contacted Vice Principal Yu Hua. Vice Principal Yu Hua was greatly startled by Lin's voice transmission, but he soon calmed down and began to think about the question Lin had asked him. In the end, he replied that he didn't know of any method to repair one's Dao foundation. However, he would try to get in contact with the principal to see if he could provide more insight on the matter. And Lin expressed his gratitude again before contacting Ishi. Holy fuck! Mr. Lin, were you reborn from the ashes? Ishi exclaimed in shock. And Lin's lips twitched. Yes, I was reborn, but my Dao foundation has collapsed from bloodline transfusion. Do you have any way to fix this? Do you think I'm an idiot? You wouldn't be able to contact me via voice transmission talisman if your Dao foundation really has collapsed. Ishi chuckled coldly. Looks like you're not completely beyond help. It's one of my friends who is suffering from this condition. Do you have any methods for treatment? State any conditions you have. I'll satisfy them even if it means giving my life. And Lin continued. Ishi remained silent for a long while before replying. I can see you're very determined about this. My master just returned to the Taichu continent. I'll ask if he has a solution, and if he does, I'll get back to you as soon as possible. And Lin drew a sharp intake of breath as excitement glowed in his eyes. Ishi's master was none other than Lord Laozi, a member of the Taoist Trinity. Lord Laozi also had the title of Grand Supreme Tao Ancestor on the Taichu continent. He was on a higher level than even the Celestial the Arch, and his understanding of cultivation and Tao was unmatched. He would be the perfect person to inquire about things like collapsed Tao foundations. However, he was often traveling through different realms, and he was someone simply too far away for Lin to reach. And Lin was extremely touched that Ishi was willing to consult with his master for his sake. And Lin cut off the voice transmission after expressing his utmost gratitude to Ishi. After receiving Ishi's promise, and Lin was in a much better mood. He began humming an uplifting tune to himself. Knock, knock, knock. At this moment, someone suddenly began knocking on his door. Come in, and Lin said with a smile. He thought it was Su Xiaolan, but it was instead a young woman in green garments who was holding a small tub of hot water in her hands. "Male master, I've prepared some water for you to wash your face." The young woman had a light blush on her face, and she seemed to be quite nervous. And Lin pondered for a moment before recalling that this young woman was the maid named Lit Chun. "Thank you, Lit Chun. Put the tub on the table there." And Lin was extremely pleased with his new title of male master, and he replied in a warm voice, "Okay." Little Chun nodded obediently, and she stole a worshipping glance at Lin before taking her leave. She revered Lin for his cooking skills and thus volunteered to serve him. She was a bit nervous at first, but her heart was greatly eased after seeing Lin's warm and agreeable demeanor. At the same time, she was also hoping that Lin would teach her some cooking skills once they were on better terms. She would be over the moon if a master chef like Lin were to teach her a few tricks. Lin tidied himself up and put on a new change of clothes before making his way towards Su Xiaolan's room. Lin had planned to sneak into Su Xiaolan's room and snuggle up in her bed. However, Su Xiaolan was already awake, and she was in the process of brushing her hair in front of a mirror. She smiled sweetly at the sight of Lin before giving her storage ring to Lin. Lin paused momentarily before deciding to accept the storage ring. Su Xiaolan would constantly be by his side anyway, so he could buy her anything she wanted. After breakfast, the two of them made their way to the Lan Lin Medical Clinic. Today was the grand opening of the Lan Lin Medical Clinic, and there were already many onlookers gathered at the scene. Xianxia City was a very small city. There was hardly any entertainment or significant events in a small city like this, so the grand opening of a large medical clinic was considered to be a big event. Bang bang! The sound of fireworks erupted, and the lion dancers began their performance. Lin's head of white hair complemented his white robes perfectly, and he wore a warm, gentle smile on his face. Su Xiaolan was in her jade dress as usual, and there was also a warm smile on her face. The two of them stood in front of the medical clinic like a match made in heaven. In order to enhance the atmosphere, Lin clicked his fingers. A golden flaming phoenix immediately flew from his fingertips and circled around the medical clinic as it let loose clear, crisp cries of joy. A flaming dragon appeared in the air immediately afterward, and it too circled in the sky above the clinic with vast dragon might radiating from its body. This was a true dance of dragon and phoenix, and all the onlookers stared with wide eyes as they exclaimed in admiration. The cultivators among the onlookers were even more shocked to see Lin unleash such a spell technique so nonchalantly. All ill intentions they harbored toward the Lan Lin Medical Clinic were immediately erased and replaced by awe and veneration. Wow! The boss of the Lan Lin Medical Clinic must be some extremely powerful mighty figure. That immortal spell was extremely impressive. He must be quite skilled in the medicinal arts as well. Looks like it would be a good choice to come here if I were ever struck down by any ailments. The boss wife is really beautiful too. She also has a great disposition. I can tell that she's a professional just by looking at her. Damn, brother. You can tell so much about the boss wife just from her looks? Stop daydreaming. The boss wife is only responsible for attending to female patients, while the boss is responsible for attending to all male and cultivator patients. You better hope the boss doesn't bash you for what you just said. I heard that it's a lot cheaper to see doctors here than other medical clinics, and the medicine here is generally only around 80% of the price compared to other clinics too. Really? I have to go take a look for myself. At the conclusion of the performance, the doors of Lan Lin Medical Clinic opened for the very first time. The surrounding onlookers flooded in. Lin and Su Xiaolan sat at two different counters as they attended to different patients. Aside from them, there were also 3 male workers and 3 female workers running around to help out. Many people there were just trying to take advantage of the grand opening to buy some general medicines. This was only a small city after all, and there weren't that many people in need of medical attention. Lin had taken a pills class at university, so he definitely had a good foundation as a doctor. If patients came to him without any apparent ailments, he would just unleash a basic regenerative spell technique on them, and they were good to go. The day passed by smoothly, and it was soon closing time. They treated a few dozen patients, and their income amounted to a few hundred taels of silver and a few dozen spirit stones. The two of them looked at the fruits of their labors, and both of them were rather disappointed. Su Xiaolin furrowed her brows and muttered under her breath, "How did we only earn so little?" And Lin sighed in resignation. "After deducting our costs, our profits don't even amount to 50%. Sigh. I initially opened this medical clinic to protect myself, but now..." A light blush appeared on Su Xiaolin's face as she continued, "I don't have to worry about protecting myself. Do you have any thoughts or ideas? How about we open a stuffed bun shop?" And Lin suggested after a short moment of hesitation. Su Xiaolin was obviously aware of what stuffed buns and Lin was referring to and replied after a momentary thought, "I don't think that's a good idea. The important thing is that the level of consumption in Xianxia City isn't very high, so your stuffed buns won't be able to sell for a good price. We might as well keep the stuffed buns for ourselves." And Lin nodded in agreement. "Then, should we continue with our medical clinic endeavor?" "Yeah, let's do that." Su Xiaolin nodded with a smile on her face. Thus concluded the first day of operation for the Lanlin Medical Clinic. The two of them held hands and walked together back to their house under the light of the setting sun. After the first day, many of the patients who were seen at the Lanlin Medical Clinic expressed great satisfaction with the service as well as their rate of recovery, and people swarmed to the clinic on the second day. There were even a few cultivators among those who visited the clinic to be seen for various conditions. All the cultivators were attended to by Lin, and he refined pills on-site with Su Xiaolin stepping in from time to time to instruct him on temperature control and refinement methods. There were 5 major ranks in pill refinement: Flame Mastery Stage, Wish Fulfillment Stage, Spirit Gathering Stage, Soul Creation Stage, and Supreme Stage. After receiving Xin Yin's inheritance, Su Xiaolin was already a Soul Creation Stage pill refinement master. Although she couldn't refine the pills herself, her knowledge in pill refinement was already top-notch, even in the entirety of the Kingdom of the 9 States. Thus, she was more than qualified to instruct Lin in his pill refinement. And Lin had never really listened in class, and he had never refined pills before either. However, he was a soul formation intermediate stage cultivator after all, and his cultivation base carried him to the flame mastery stage of pill refinement. Most cultivators who came to the clinic were around the 3rd or 4th stage Dao body. It was extremely rare that cultivators of a higher rank than these would visit the clinic. First of all, there weren't that many of them in this entire city, and secondly, it was difficult for cultivators of their level to get sick. It was exactly because of this that Lin's Flame Master Stage pill refinement skills were something he could flex about. All the female cultivators who came to visit the clinic were entranced by Lin's mastery in pill refinement. All of them felt that this male with flowing white hair was mysterious, powerful, and most of all extremely handsome. Under the instruction of Su Xiaolin, Lin's pill refinement skills were also progressing quickly. The name of the Lanlin Medical Clinic soon spread far and wide throughout the entirety of Xianxia City. There were many patients who came to the clinic in the afternoon, including a few high-ranking officials of the city. They were all plagued with some chronic ailments and were eager to try out the Lanlin Medical Clinic after hearing of its splendid reputation. And Lin was able to cure the vast majority of patients quite easily. However, there were some diseases that he found incurable. For example, a pretty female cultivator came to seek medical attention from Lin once, but he could not, for the life of him, figure out what was wrong with her. And Lin couldn't help but ask the woman, "Madam, do you know what ailment you've been afflicted with?" A blush appeared on the female cultivator's face, and she glanced at Lin before lowering her head. "Love sickness." And Lin, he massaged his brows and said in an exasperated voice, "Madam, our clinic is, unfortunately, unable to cure mental ailments. If you're really suffering from lovesickness, then go and see the male with whom you're in love. Time, distance, social norms, none of these really matter. As long as there's love, nothing can stop you guys." The female cultivator raised her head to look at Lin with glowing eyes. "Really? He's actually right in front of me. Ever since I saw you yesterday, I haven't been able to get you out of my mind." The female cultivator's blush deepened as she spoke. but her gaze became gentler. Cough! And Lin almost choked on his own saliva. The female stared at Lin and said in a soft voice, "Just like you said, time, distance, social norms, none of these really matter. As long as there's love, nothing can stop us." And Lin's lips twitched after hearing these familiar words. "Fuck, can't you see my wife sitting right over there? Were you sent here by God to test our relationship?" Su Xiaolan's hearing was quite acute, and she was already glancing in Lin's direction. And Lin replied with a serious expression, "Madam, what I just said were only words for mutual lovesickness. Your lovesickness is one-sided, so I'm unable to provide a cure." The female cultivator's face fell as she heard this. However, she didn't say anything else, and she left after a dejected nod. Su Xiaolan's expression immediately softened as she began diagnosing the woman sitting across from her. And Lin heaved a light sigh of relief. It looked like even the occupation of a doctor came with its own risk. It was all because he was too handsome. The lion dance is a traditional celebratory dance in China, where a group of performers donned lion uniforms to perform dances. The second day of business at the Lin Medical Clinic was much better than the first day. They earned a lot of money, but it was still a trifling amount in the eyes of Lin and Su Xiaolan. The sun gradually descended past the horizon, and the two of them returned home after a day of hard work. And Lin and Su Xiaolan had only just returned home when they were greeted by a series of figures descending from the sky. Immediately afterward, Little Chun and Little Xia's screams of shock traveled into their ears. "Big brother and we're here, woof!" Dabai landed in the courtyard and immediately started to bark excitedly. And Lin and Su Xiaolan both wore smiles on their faces as they appeared hand in hand before the team of beast pets. "Welcome!" All the beast pets were instantly stunned into silence. "Master, how did your hair turn white? It looks so cool." Xiao Hong's red, flowery head wobbled from side to side as she exclaimed in a sweet voice. "That's not the important thing here," Dabai exclaimed in shock. "What's important is that he's holding Su Xiaolan's hand in front of all of us. How can there be a female in this world who's willing to allow Big Brother and to hold their hand? And that female is none other than Celestial Maiden Xiaolan. How can this be, woof?" And Lin, "I don't think that's important either. I'm much more concerned about the fact that I'm unable to detect any vital energy fluctuations from Su Xiaolan," Xiao Chou said with a grave expression. The white-scaled wolf god didn't say anything. He was standing obediently behind Dabai with a fawning expression on his face. "Come in. I'll explain everything to you guys." And Lin smiled and said, These beast pets were all great friends of his, and Su Xiaolan had told him that she didn't mind letting the beast pets know about her current condition. Thus, he gathered all of them together to explain to them what had happened. The beast pets all wore expressions of curiosity as they followed Lin into the house. Within the courtyard, the four seasons were staring at the group of beast pets with wide eyes. "The white dog has appeared. We were right. Our male master is the very same Lin from the heavenly court." Little Xia took a deep breath before exclaiming in shock. "I carefully flicked through the past few editions of the Kingdom of the Nine States magazine, and I discovered that our master, Su Xiaolan, is also a supremely talented prodigy from the Vermilion Bird sect." Little Dong also exclaimed in amazement and admiration. "So the people we're serving are actually extremely powerful immortals. We have to do our best to put in a good performance." Little Cho chimed in with an expectant gaze. She was well aware of how important it was to follow a good master. A good master was the difference between spending the rest of their lives in the small city or having the opportunity to follow their master in exploring the world. Meanwhile, in the lobby of the house, all the beast pets had broken down in tears after hearing Lin's recount. "Wah! Celestial Maiden Xiaolan, you're far too good to Big Brother and a stupid cunt like Big Brother and doesn't deserve someone like you, woof!" Dabai wailed as he wiped tears from his face. "Wah! Master, if you dare to betray Xiaolan in the future, I'll vanquish you in the name of the sun. Wah!" Xiao Hong warned Lin in a sweet but menacing voice as she wiped away the dew flowing from her red petals with her green leaves. "Big Brother if you dare to have an affair, I'll give you a vasectomy with my staff. Xiao Chou also had tears flowing freely from his lightbulb-like eyes as he gripped his staff in a rare display of ferocity. Humph, master. If you do anything bad to her, I'll chop your dick off. Howl. Even the white-scaled wolf god discarded his obedient facade as frost began to materialize on his sharp claws. And Lin. So this was all the beast pets could think of after hearing his recount? He was beginning to doubt whether these beast pets were actually his as his lower body shivered involuntarily. Su Xiaolan was quite amused by the reactions of the beast pets, and a beautiful smile blossomed on her face. All right, Xiaolan is currently quite vulnerable, so I'll constantly stay by her side to be her bodyguard. Xiao Hong jumped into Su Xiaolan's lap and announced this in her sweet voice. I'll guard the house, the white-scale wolf god howled. Then I'll be responsible for... Dabai scratched his head before saying, I'll be responsible for transporting Xiaolan. Woof! Xiao Chou racked his brains for a role he could play, but he couldn't think of anything. In the end, he could only invent a role for himself. I'll be the light bulb that lights up the night. And Lin almost blacked out after hearing this. All of his beast pets had abandoned him for Xiaolan, but he could deal with this. But what was this about being a lightbulb one? All right, you don't have to do all that for me. I can just have Xiao Hong follow me around. If you do as you say, what isn't Lin going to think? You should all take his feelings into consideration. Su Xiaolan dissuaded them with a smile. I'll do whatever celestial maiden Xiaolan tells me, woof. Dabai replied obediently. All right, tell me if you need anything. Xiao Chou nodded and said, I don't have anything to do anyway. I could just guard the house as I cultivate. The white-scaled wolf god nodded in agreement. And Lin. Thus, the beast pets settled down at the house. The days quickly passed by in a mundane but busy blur. The 4 seasons were initially a bit fearful of the beast pets, but they slowly warmed to them after discovering their cute sides. For example, Xiao Hong would always sing unfamiliar songs in her beautiful voice. Dabai was adorable. Xiao Chou was adorably ugly, and little Lang would always howl to the moon. On top of that, Xiao Hong could transform into an exquisitely beautiful female in a flaming red dress. Dabai could turn into a miniature doggy. Xiao Chou could turn into a small but just as adorably ugly monkey, and little Lang could walk on 4 legs like a wolf, or on his hind legs like a human. The 4 maids felt as if a brand new door had been opened before their eyes, allowing them to catch a glimpse of the spectacular cultivation world for the first time. Dabai would accompany Lin and Su Xiaolan to the Lanlin Medical Clinic every day, where he would then sprawl by the door to rest. This adorable yet imposing white dog soon became the mascot for the medical clinic, attracting many customers to the clinic. And Lin's pill refinement skills were also progressing very quickly, and he soon reached the flame mastery pinnacle stage. At this moment, the system tried to meddle again by assigning a special mission. This mission involved kissing Dabai in front of Su Xiaolan in order to break through from the flame mastery stage to the wish fulfillment stage. And Lin chuckled coldly upon seeing the condition. Trying to drive a wedge in my relationship with Xiaolan? Keep dreaming. Was he the type of person to risk losing his wife for breakthroughs? Besides, he could break through to wish fulfillment stage through his own power anyway. Furthermore, there was no punishment for failing the mission, and it was one that he could decline. Thus, he immediately ignored it. Although life was quite mundane and ordinary, there was still a lot of joy to be derived. For example, everyone would travel to the nearby desert in the west to hunt for mutant beasts. Lin would often was around on his brick with Su Xiaolan as they traveled around in search of spectacular sceneries. They would all play mahjong together every night, and the one who lost the most would be barred from eating the delicious food cooked by the frying pan. Or, for example, everyone would sit together to discuss what dish should be cooked using the frying pan that night. On top of that, the white-scaled wolf god had been completely tamed by the power of the frying pan. He was clearly an ancient feral wolf, but he had been tamed to be even more obedient than Dabai. However, amid this peaceful lifestyle, Lin was still constantly waiting for some news. To his surprise, only a few days passed before she delivered the news that he was waiting for. Footnotes. Ch 455 footnote 1 light bulb is slang in China for third wheel. The analogy goes that a couple sits together in the dark, basking in a romantic atmosphere. But then a light bulb suddenly lights up the darkness and ruins the mood. It was a windy autumn night, and everyone gathered in the lobby after a hard day of work. Cold, windy days like this were perfect for staying indoors to play mahjong. Xiao Hong had her own background music as she hummed the rhythm of the landlord's online game, and Lin, Su Xiaolin, Debai, and Xiao Chou were battling it out on the mahjong table, and the Four Seasons were also spectating with relish. They were clearly extremely interested in this new game they were playing, and Lin was trying his best to maintain some sort of balance. He wanted Su Xiaolan to be happy, even as a mortal with no cultivation base. At the same time, however, he was still looking for a way to restore her Dao foundation. He didn't want to leave Su Xiaolan's side to search for a way to restore her Dao foundation, only to discover upon his return that she had already passed away. He was even more averse to the idea of letting Su Xiaolan die as a mortal while he watched on, powerless to do anything. This was a very conflicted mindset, and it was very difficult to get the best of both worlds. Nonetheless, and Lin was doing his best. However, the breakthrough he was waiting for came much sooner than he expected. As everyone was playing mahjong together, and Lin's voice transmission talisman suddenly lit up. He detected the presence and found that it was Shi contacting him. He answered the voice transmission, and his voice trembled with excitement. "Hey, Mr. Shi, how's it going? Haha. Make sure you don't cut off the voice transmission. My master will trace your presence and head to your location. He'll fill you in on all the specific details once he gets there." Ishi's voice was tinged with a hint of relief and triumph, and Lin's entire body began to tremble as he stood up from his chair. "Thank you, Elder Ishi. Thank you, Heavenly Lord of Tao and Virtue. Thank you so much." He could read between the lines and glean the meaning behind Ishi's words. If there was no hope at all, then Lord Lao Zi wouldn't even bother wasting his time by coming here. The fact that Lord Lao Zi was willing to come to him meant that there was still hope, and Lin didn't try to tone down the volume of his voice transmission talisman. So all his beast pets, as well as Su Xiaolan, heard the conversation. The beast pet's eyes lit up with excitement and anticipation. Su Xiaolan balled her slender hands into fists as she fought to suppress her tears as well as the throbbing in her heart. One would only understand the true importance of something after losing it. Su Xiaolan didn't regret sacrificing her cultivation path to save Lin. However, that didn't mean she didn't value her cultivation path, nor did it mean she didn't care about it. On the contrary, she was an extremely proud female. Like a phoenix flying in the sky, she wanted to soar higher than anyone, and she wanted more than anything to be able to see what lay at the end of the path of cultivation. And Lin held one of Su Xiaolan's clenched fists in his hand before offering her a calm smile to soothe her nerves. However, under the facade of that calm smile, and Lin was excited beyond belief. He felt as if his head had turned into a pile of mush. He thought about what he should do, what he should say, and what, if anything, he should give to Lord Lao Zi once he arrived. "Oh, you're playing mahjong. I'm pretty good at this game too," an elderly but extremely comforting voice suddenly said. Before everyone knew it, an elderly man with flowing white hair had already appeared beside their table. Right now, he was looking down at the game of mahjong with a smile on his face. "That little brat, Nuwa, once boasted to me about how mahjong was the new big game invented in her small world. She insisted that it was a lot of fun to play, and she insisted on playing it with myself and the other members of the Taoist Trinity. Heh! I ended up steamrolling her, and she never talked to me about mahjong ever again." The elderly man chuckled like a triumphant child as he talked about his past victories. However, everyone around him was in a state of shock, and Lin immediately bowed to the elderly man. Junior and Lin pays his respects to the Heavenly Lord of Tao and Virtue. Su Xiaolan also bowed with excitement in her eyes. Junior Su Xiaolan pays her respects to the Heavenly Lord of Tao and Virtue. All the beast pets also followed suit. As for the Four Seasons, they were completely petrified. The Heavenly Lord of Tao and Virtue? Lord Lao Zi? The very same legendary founder of Tao in the Kingdom of the Nine States magazines? My God, he's an immortal among immortals. To them, the heavenly lord of Tao and virtue was a god. And now, their god was standing right before them. All four maids were completely and utterly dumbfounded. They felt as if they were in a dream. The heavenly lord of Tao and virtue gazed at Enlin and Su Xiaolan intently before a warm smile eventually appeared on his face. No need to be so polite. I've already heard about your story from Yi Shi, and I can figure out the rest for myself. You're both individuals who dare to love and hate and are true to your emotions. I had nothing to do anyway, so I came here to see if I could help you. As he spoke, he flicked a beam of white light from his fingertips. This beam of white light struck Su Xiaolan's glabella. And Lin's heart thumped in his chest as he stared at the heavenly lord of Tao and virtue with an expectant gaze. The heavenly lord of Tao and virtue was an elderly man with rosy cheeks, and he appeared to be just an average, healthy old man. However, he possessed an ethereal disposition that made him appear otherworldly to onlookers. At the same time, however, he also gave people a sense of calmness and serenity. The bloodline transfusion was perfectly executed. The heavenly lord of Tao and virtue remarked. The collapse of the Tao Foundation was unavoidable, but the meridians, sea of vital energy, consciousness, and other functions all remain perfectly intact. So, there's a chance. Whoosh! And Lin felt a rush of blood surge to his head as his ears began ringing. The words, "there's a chance," was like the most heavenly music to his ears. Su Xiaolan's body trembled after hearing his words, and she stared at him blankly, seemingly in a daze. Oh? You have another type of bloodline within your body? The true dragon bloodline? And it's a bloodline of extremely high purity too. That's great. The chance of success has increased by 100-fold. We can use another type of bloodline as a guiding agent. A phoenix bloodline of high purity would be best. Then, we can use the fusion of the dual bloodlines as a catalyst to extract the Tao intent within the true dragon bloodline. This would then allow us to restore the Tao Foundation. The heavenly lord of Tao and virtue said in a slow voice. His words immediately ignited flames of hope in Enlin and Su Xiaolan's hearts. Senior, how can we fuse the two bloodlines? Enlin couldn't help but inquire. Well, the method with the greatest chance of success would obviously be to transfuse your bloodline back into Su Xiaolan's body. In other words, return her bloodline to her. I can guarantee an 80% probability of success if we were to do that. The heavenly lord of Tao and virtue replied with a smile. Su Xiaolan and the beast pets all faltered at his words. And Lin looked at the heavenly lord of Tao and virtue with a calm expression. No problem. I'll do it. No. If you do that, your Tao Foundation will collapse, and you'll be reduced to immortal. I don't want to see that, Su Xiaolan retorted with a firm expression. You're the one who gave me a second chance at life. The frost poison within my body has already been expelled, so why would I still keep your power? And Lin went against Su Xiaolan's wishes for the first time as he argued with a resolute expression. I said no, and that's final. Su Xiaolan pursed her lips in an expression that was just as staunch as Enlin's. The heavenly lord of Tao and virtue immediately interjected as the two of them geared up for a fight. Don't be hasty. I only elaborated on one possibility just then. However, there are still several other methods. To his surprise, Enlin shook his head firmly. There's no need to tell us any of the other methods. If this is the method with the greatest probability of success, then this is the one we'll go with. I don't want to regret the decision I make here, and I don't want to put Xiaolan at any more risk. Su Xiaolan immediately interjected. Senior, don't listen to him spout nonsense. Please tell us the other methods. There's no need for that, Senior. I'm prepared to do as you say. Senior, ignore him. Please tell us. The heavenly lord of Tao and virtue. The heavenly lord of Tao and virtue looked on in exasperation as Enlin and Su Xiaolan bickered back and forth between one another. In the end, he could only use a muting spell technique to shut both of them up. Enlin and Su Xiaolan only realized they had let their emotions get the better of themselves when they found that they had been muted. Both of them lowered their heads in shame. A content smile appeared on the heavenly lord of Tao and virtue's face before he continued. I'll tell you the other methods regardless of whether you want to hear them or not. The second method is to find another cultivator with a phoenix bloodline who is willing to transfuse their bloodline to Su Xiaolan. The more powerful and pure the bloodline is, the greater the probability of success. Of course, no matter how powerful the phoenix bloodline is, the effect will still be inferior to transfusing Enlin's bloodline straight back into Su Xiaolan. The third method is to go in search for the ancient divine beast, the phoenix, and obtain its true blood essence. I predict a 50% chance of success if we were to use the blood essence of the phoenix. However, phoenixes are extremely rare in all the worlds and realms, so it'll be incredibly difficult to find them. Furthermore, a phoenix's true blood essence is not just some normal blood, but rather something that contains a part of its fundamental power. So, this method is one which is exceedingly difficult to achieve. Alright, those are the three methods. Tell me what you think. The muting spell technique was lifted as soon as the Heavenly Lord of Tao and Virtue stopped speaking. Su Xiaolan immediately offered her thoughts without hesitation. We'll go with the third method. I can wait. To her surprise, Enlin didn't offer a rebuttal. Instead, he was staring intently at her chest. Su Xiaolan blushed slightly as she sensed Enlin's intense gaze. What are you looking at? Enlin didn't answer her question. Instead, he extended his hand toward her swan-like neck before gently pulling on her white necklace. A crimson teardrop of blood appeared before everyone's eyes. With Su Xiaolan's snowy white skin as a backdrop, the crimson drop of blood appeared extremely vibrant, as if all the droplets of blood in this world were gathered within this one teardrop. Heavenly Lord of Tao and Virtue, can we use this? Enlin asked. The Heavenly Lord of Tao and Virtue faltered slightly when he saw the teardrop of blood. Extremely high-rank items were sometimes incredibly difficult to detect. They could merge into nature and become one with heaven and earth, thereby escaping detection. However, the Heavenly Lord of Tao and Virtue couldn't move his eyes away when he caught sight of the teardrop of blood. That's the true blood of a holy beast, and from its aura, I can tell that it's a drop of true blood essence from the vermilion bird. The Heavenly Lord of Tao and Virtue's calm expression had already been replaced by an expression of complete shock. Find authorized novels in Webnovel faster updates. Better experience, please click www.webnovel.com for visiting. And Lin knew that he had guessed right. This drop of true blood essence was part of the energy that the Black Phoenix had stolen from the vermilion bird. Heavenly Lord of Tao and Virtue, can we use this as a substitute for the true blood essence of the phoenix? And Lin asked. Of course. Why not? The Heavenly Lord of Tao and Virtue replied excitedly. The vermilion bird was born from chaos, and it's the earliest ancestor for all winged creatures. Moreover, it's one of the only 4 unique holy beasts in all the worlds and realms. From a bloodline perspective, it's the ancestor of the phoenix. The ancestor of the phoenix? And Lin was a little stunned. He had thought that the phoenix and the vermilion bird were 2 completely different creatures. Who'd have thought that they had a bloodline connection with one another? Then didn't that mean that they had satisfied the condition for the third method? Su Xiaolan was also a little dazed as she was suddenly struck by a feeling of immense joy. Never would she have thought that the pendant Enlin had gifted her would be such a legendary item. This was the true blood of a holy beast. It was a top-grade treasure that even elicited a surprised reaction from the Heavenly Lord of Tao and Virtue. Su Xiaolan had already mentally prepared herself for Enlin to fail in his search for the true blood essence of the phoenix, after which she would die of old age. But who would have thought that the present he had gifted her would give her new hope to soar into the skies again? They had gone around in a huge circle, yet in the end, they discovered that the solution lay right before their eyes. Perhaps this was all preordained by fate. The Heavenly Lord of Tao and Virtue chortled heartily. I really didn't expect you to have something like the true blood essence of the vermilion bird. Everything is simple now. The true blood essence of the vermilion bird is extremely close in nature to that of the phoenix, but it possesses an even higher rank bloodline power and will have an even greater effect on activating the Tao intent within Su Xiaolan's true dragon bloodline. Not only will she be able to restore her Tao foundation, but her bloodline will also become even more powerful than it previously was. And Lin drew a sharp intake of breath. Then, what about the probability of success? Heh, do you even need to ask? With the true blood essence of the vermilion bird and myself present to initiate the Tao Foundation restoration, there's zero chance of failure. The heavenly lord of Tao and virtue smiled lightly with an extremely confident expression on his face. All the beast pets whooped in joy when they heard this. Su Xiaolan gripped the necklace tightly in her hands as she fought to suppress her emotions. The heavenly lord of Tao and virtue had already brought out his purple gold bell. It rang with the sound of the great Tao as it slowly initiated a change in heaven and earth. Before everyone knew it, they had already appeared in the sky high above Xianxia city. The beast pets were relatively calm, but the four maids huddled together in fear. Their knees trembled as they looked down at the ant-like houses below. Little Chiu, in particular, had acrophobia, and she held onto Little Dong tightly as her body trembled uncontrollably. The heavenly lord of Tao and virtue turned his gaze toward Su Xiaolan and made a series of seals with his hands. Then, an extremely mysterious energy fluctuation began to ripple outward. Don't fight it, just let it be. Each of his words was imbued with the law of heaven and earth. The true blood essence of the vermilion bird seemed to have been affected by an invisible force as a crimson-colored light burst forth. Then it separated from the chain on the necklace and flew into Su Xiaolan's glabella. A series of golden-veined patterns materialized on the ground below and formed a spell formation that extended for as far as the eye could see. A vast sea of stars glowed with brilliant light, and the power of the stars pierced through space to converge towards Su Xiaolan. The earth acted as the formation, and the starry heavens gathered energy. Su Xiaolan stood in the center of the formation, and the power of heaven and earth flowed relentlessly into her body, as the roar of a true dragon erupted throughout heaven and earth. The true intent of Tao began to appear, and the heavenly lord of Tao and virtue brought out a diamond bracelet. This was a two-sided bracelet, one side of which abided by the great Tao of heaven and earth, the other of which defied the natural order. Immortal mortal reversal. Tao reconstruction. Boom! The rumbling boom of the great Tao crashed straight into one's heart and soul. An extremely painful expression appeared on Su Xiaolan's face as the image of a flaming phoenix surfaced on her forehead. Then, this image gradually transformed to become the image of a vermilion bird. And Lin's body shuddered as a wound appeared on his wrist. Golden blood imbued with an extremely pure true flame essence power flowed from his wound toward Su Xiaolan. Su Xiaolan turned pale with fright upon seeing this, and she was just about to forcefully end the Tao Foundation reconstruction. The heavenly lord of Tao and virtue immediately cautioned in a loud voice, "Don't stop. This isn't a bloodline transfusion. His bloodline is only acting as a catalyst. The phoenix bloodline within Lin's body will automatically bind with the bloodline of the vermilion bird, and it won't affect his Tao Foundation." Su Xiaolan allowed the golden blood to flow into her body after hearing this. The golden blood completely drained from Lin's body, and he knew that he no longer had the power of the phoenix bloodline within him. However, he had no regrets, as this was Su Xiaolan's bloodline anyway. Right at this moment, Su Xiaolan moaned in pain as beads of white blood started to fly out from her glabella toward Lin's wrist. Extremely pure flame power emanated from the beads of white blood as they threatened to crush heaven and earth with their paramount holy power. And Lin was given a fright, and he instinctively chose to reject the beads of white blood. After all, this was Su Xiaolan's power. The heavenly lord of Tao and virtue cautioned once again, "Don't reject it. This is the reciprocation from the bloodline power of the vermilion bird. It won't be harmful to Su Xiaolan if you accept it. Rather, it'll be beneficial to you." And Lin stopped resisting the beads of white blood once he heard this. The heavenly lord of Tao and virtue wiped the sweat from his forehead. To have bloodline binding and bloodline reciprocation occur in the same Tao Foundation reconstruction. How can these two be struck by so many mishaps? Luckily, he was extremely experienced and knowledgeable, thereby enabling him to recognize these two scenarios. Otherwise, everything would have ended in failure as soon as one of the two parties began resisting. And Lin felt a stream of warmth permeate throughout his entire body. The beads of white blood flowed into his sea of vital energy before landing on the white phoenix. A divine aura erupted from the white phoenix's body, and its wings gradually grew more voluminous as a pair of bright, intelligent eyes appeared on its head. Then, as if it was an actual living being, it began to inspect the world around it. And Kiran was startled by the change, and he silently retreated. He didn't dare to provoke the white phoenix anymore. This phoenix's aura. Why has it suddenly become so similar to the aura of the true blood essence of the vermilion bird? Is this a phoenix or a vermilion bird? And Lin was a little confused. Right at this moment, a light screech reverberated throughout the heavens. Wings of white flames spread open behind Su Xiaolan's back. White flames that were imbued with a divine aura spread outward, transforming the heavens into a sea of flames. The projection of an azure dragon also appeared and started to circle around Su Xiaolan's body. Meanwhile, the white flames which hovered around her body were like energetic fairies who were imbued with boundless amounts of vitality. Soul formation stage. Has she already broken through to the soul formation stage? And Lin stared at Su Xiaolan with shock and joy. But why was there no lightning tribulation? And Lin was starting to get confused again. The white flames proliferated throughout the entire sky, making the night as bright as day. Su Xiaolan stood in the center of the sea of flames, and her aura gradually became more and more powerful. At this moment, her eyes became pure gold. A supreme divine might burst forth, making her appear as if she were a proud queen looking down at the world she ruled. Meanwhile, her wings of white flames extended outward in a pristine display, making her appear as if she were a holy maiden standing proudly above the heavens. And Lin was in an entranced daze as he stared at the female in the sky. "Xiaolan, welcome back," he muttered quietly. His voice was very quiet, but the regal, holy female who had been reborn from the flames had already turned her gaze toward him. In the next instant, she had already appeared before Lin, and she pressed her soft and warm body into Lin's in a tight embrace. Tears flowed from her eyes as she replied in a trembling voice, "Yes, I'm back." After their passionate embrace, the two of them turned to the heavenly Lord of Tao and Virtue and bowed in gratitude. "Thank you for all you've done, Senior. I'll repay you to the best of my abilities." Su Xiaolan expressed her gratitude with a firm expression. "Don't be silly. I can't ask for repayment from juniors like you. Besides, I didn't do much anyway. All I did was initiate the process. Your precise bloodline transfusion technique, your hidden true dragon bloodline, and the true blood essence of the vermilion bird were the real keys to the restoration of your Tao foundation." The heavenly Lord of Tao and Virtue stroked his beard with a pleased smile. The purple gold bell sounded again, and the space around them warped and changed. Everyone arrived back in Su Xiaolan's courtyard. Yet the heavenly Lord of Tao and Virtue was nowhere to be seen. "And Lin, I may have something that I'll require your help with. I hope you won't refuse when the time comes." The heavenly Lord of Tao and Virtue's ethereal yet comforting voice reverberated throughout the air. And Lin bowed once again. "I'll be sure to do all that I can when the time comes." Su Xiaolan, the beast pets, and the four maids all bowed in a gesture of gratitude. The white-scaled wolf god hadn't expected a legendary figure like the heavenly Lord of Tao and Virtue to ask Lin for help, and he found this to be extremely inexplicable. His admiration and reverence for his master only grew as he heard this, and, without his own realization, he became even more obedient. "Xiaolan, you're already at the soul formation initial stage now?" And Lin asked. Su Xiaolan nodded with a smile. "Yes, after absorbing the true blood essence of the vermilion bird, my domain is now complete. During the process in which I reconstructed my Tao foundation, I used the power of the holy beast's true blood to allow my spirit root to spread energy, my consciousness to accumulate true intent, and my meridians to correct my source. As such, I broke through to the soul formation initial stage without even having to endure a lightning tribulation." And Lin didn't understand what Su Xiaolan was saying, but he felt like she was really awesome nonetheless. A thought suddenly occurred to him, and he gently latched onto Su Xiaolan's slim fingers. "What are you doing?" A light blush appeared on Su Xiaolan's face as she stared at Enlin. Enlin responded with a gentle smile as he retrieved a storage ring from his storage ring and slowly slipped it onto one of Su Xiaolan's fingers. "I'm returning this ring to its rightful owner." Su Xiaolan smiled sweetly. "Anything else?" Enlin blinked. "What else is there?" Su Xiaolan pursed her lips. "Nothing. Let's continue playing mahjong." Thus, Su Xiaolan, Dabai, Xiaoqiu, and Enlin sat around the table and continued to play mahjong as if nothing had ever happened. Dabai was furious as he transmitted his voice to Enlin. "Big brother are you a fucking retard? Why didn't you express more just then?" A quizzical expression appeared on Enlin's face. "Express what?" Dabai slapped his forehead. "Can't you take a bit more initiative on such a joyous occasion? Maybe give the Celestial Maiden a present, or kiss the Celestial Maiden, or even fly away with the Celestial Maiden for some private time. She's just recovered her cultivation base, so she must be over the moon. Can't you do something else with her? What the hell are you doing playing mahjong here?" And Lin was immediately enlightened by Dabai's words. He turned to Su Xiaolan with a nervous expression. "Xiaolan, look how beautiful the moon is tonight. Do you want to take a walk with me?" Su Xiaolan shook her head with a disinterested expression. "Nah, we're playing mahjong, and it's also getting quite late. Maybe next time." And Lin felt like he had missed a valuable opportunity, and a sad expression surfaced on his face. The four maids were also having an excited conversation among themselves. Little Chiu, who was the youngest of the four, exclaimed in amazement, "Big sister, what's this breeze-like thing? Is it vital energy? It feels really peculiar." Little Chun clenched her fists in excitement. "It has to be vital energy. We're cultivators now as well." Little Dong nodded in agreement. "It looks like the energy fluctuations triggered by Master after she regained her cultivation base allowed us to become cultivators as well." Little Xia was ecstatic. "We have to pursue Master and follow her as she leads us to bigger and greater things in life." Little Chiu gripped the hem of her shirt with a nervous expression. "But is Master really going to take us with her?" All the maids fell silent upon hearing Little Chiu's words. They had a rough understanding of the situation after listening to the conversation between Enlin and the Heavenly Lord of Tao and Virtue. Their master had only come to Xianxia City because she had lost her power. Now that she had regained her power, there was a strong possibility that she was going to leave. As for the four maids who had only been with Su Xiaolan for a short time, their bond really wasn't that deep. Thus, it would be quite normal if she were to leave them behind. Right at this moment, Su Xiaolan turned to the four maids with a smile. "What nonsense are you for spouting over there? How could I abandon cute girls like you? You can choose to come with me to the Vermilion Bird sect and become in-name disciples, or you can choose to remain here. It's all up to you." The four seasons were astonished as they turned to look at Su Xiaolan. They were shocked that Su Xiaolan had heard their whispered conversation, and they were even more shocked that she was leaving the choice to them. Tears welled up in their eyes, and all four of them expressed their determination to follow Su Xiaolan wherever she went. Setting aside the fact that their master was an extremely powerful cultivator, her personality was also impeccable. Although, she never gave them any food from the frying pan, and she would often unintentionally heap emotional abuse on them by being lovey-dovey with Enlin. However, aside from that, it was all positive. She was like a perfect goddess. The rounds of mahjong extended well into the night, and Enlin and Su Xiaolan bade good night to one another before retiring to their respective rooms. Enlin was still regretting the fact that he had missed an opportunity. Overall, however, he was still extremely happy. After all, he had achieved one of the most important goals that he had in life. He lay down on his bed and soon fell into a deep, content sleep with a wide smile on his face. Su Xiaolan returned to her room, and a wide smile also appeared on her face as she looked at herself in the mirror. She suddenly seemed to recall something, and she lightly cussed someone for being an idiot before lying down in bed. Things always seemed to progress in unexpected directions. Within just one night, She had reconstructed her Tao foundation and regained her cultivation base. Not only that, but her cultivation base had even advanced a step further as she broke through to the soul formation initial stage. Thinking back now, if it wasn't for that one person who chased after her as if his life depended on it, none of this would have ever happened. It was precisely because of a certain idiot's perseverance and tenacity that she was rescued from a life of regret and solitude. Su Xiaolan covered half of her head with her blankets, revealing an intricate little nose and a pair of vibrant eyes which were filled with a hint of remorse. Would it have been better if I had accepted his offer of strolling under the moonlight earlier? No, we can't take things too quickly. He's still on probation, and I'm not that easy to get. But will he be unhappy that I rejected him? Why do I care? We still have our whole lives ahead of us. No, stop thinking about it. I'm only young, right? I'm still only young. This was a serene and peaceful night, and Lin was already happily snoring away, but a certain female was still being kept awake by her rampant trains of thought. The next morning, while it was still bright and early, many of the Xianxia city residents had already gathered in front of the Lan Lin Medical Clinic. In just a mere few days, the clinic had already built a fantastic reputation for itself with its low prices and the advanced medical skills of the boss and his wife. Hence, it was now the go-to place for anyone with illnesses or injuries within the city. However, they were all shocked to see that the clinic, which had only been open for a few days, had now officially closed down. Glued across the door was a large strip of red paper on which a message was written. The boss and his wife are out cultivating. As a result, the medical clinic is going on an indefinite hiatus. I hope we're all fated to meet again someday. The residents were all completely dumbfounded upon seeing this message. As for the other medical clinics in Xianxia City, all of their bosses wept tears of joy as they sang ballads of how kind Lin and Su Xiaolin were for taking pity upon them and not driving them out of business. As the sun rose over the horizon, and Lin flew into the air on his brick with Su Xiaolan, the beast pets, and the 4 maids in tow. All of them departed from Xianxia City as they set off for the Vermilion Bird Sect. Within a mountain range where the sun didn't shine, atop the summit of a black mountain which measured over 100,000 feet tall, an elderly man with flowing white hair opened his chaotic eyes. To be able to transcend 3 tribulations within 100 years is an extremely valuable experience. The tribulation of life and death, the tribulation of separation, and the tribulation of the cultivation path. Who'd have thought they would experience and transcend all 3 tribulations within such a short span of time? The elderly man brought out a life disc, and a slight smile appeared on his face as his fortune-telling days sprang to mind. You know what? Just let it be. I won't disturb them. I hope our young master can have a happy ending. After an earth-shattering battle, the Vermilion Bird sect suffered heavy casualties. Over 1,000 disciples, as well as 2 elder, had died. On top of that, they had even lost their sect treasure, the Holy Vermilion Flame, in one of their heaviest losses in history. Many of the disciples were mourning for their friends and family. There were also many disciples who were extremely indignant and furious at how powerless they were, and these emotions spurred them on to cultivate harder than they ever had. There was no lack of cultivators who were making efforts to improve themselves within the Vermilion Bird sect, but there was a lack of vitality, as if everything was dull and lifeless. Mo Hai was also cultivating as if his life depended on it. Boundless flames scorched his body, and the pain made him forget about the agony of losing the holy flame, as well as loved ones who had died in battle. All he desired now was to break through to the return to void stage as soon as possible, so that he could sweep through the holy capital to avenge his brothers and sisters who had died at the hands of the Snow Maidens. However, right at this moment, Mo Hai's voice transmission talisman suddenly lit up. Ji Yongfang made his way up a tall hill, upon which there was a solitary tombstone for Su Xiaolan. Sigh, sister, why did you insist on leaving with that male? If you had chosen a reliable man like me, this tragedy wouldn't have occurred. Why can't you understand? The more supremely talented someone is, the more risk they incur of dying young. Only an outstanding yet steadfast man like me can survive in this harsh world of cultivation. Ji Yongfang placed a white dandelion by the tombstone as he heaved a heavy sigh. May these forlorn emotions fly away in the wind with this sigh. His voice transmission talisman suddenly lit up at this moment. Hey, Brother Zhao, what's up? Brother Ji and Lin and Su Xiaolin are coming back to the Vermilion Bird sect. Impossible. Didn't they die in the holy glacial lands? Don't spout nonsense if you don't have any evidence. I'm not lying to you. And Lin contacted Mo Hai in person via voice transmission talisman, and he even said that he was going to bring the holy vermilion flame, along with the flame-sealing disc, back with him. The entire sect is in jubilation. They're the heroes of our sect. Ji Yongfang's body swayed slightly upon hearing this, and he silently cut off the voice transmission. The light of the sun was hurting his eyes a little, and he looked down at the tombstone that was inscribed with the words, "In loving memory of Su Xiaolan." He discovered that the sight of this tombstone hurt his eyes even more than the sun did. How is this possible? How did he retrieve the holy vermilion flame? He's only at the soul formation intermediate stage. How can he be so supremely talented? It doesn't make any sense. Boom! He reduced the tombstone to dust before departing in dejection. At the main gate of the Vermilion Bird sect, tens of thousands of sect disciples stared up into the sky with fervent expressions. All the disciples wore red robes, and from afar, it looked as if a roaring flame that was filled with limitless passion and vitality was burning right in front of the sect. At the forefront of this huge welcoming party were a few dozen elders as well as Grand Elder Situfeng. Situfeng could have used his spatial manipulation power to accompany Enlin and Su Xiaolin back to the sect from a few thousand kilometers away. However, he didn't want to do that, so he chose not to ask for Enlin's location. He wanted to wait for the return of the Holy Vermilion Flame and the return of the heroes of the Vermilion Bird sect alongside the rest of the sect members. A black brick suddenly appeared in the distance. Right at this moment, extremely exuberant cheers erupted from the divine tree of the Vermilion Bird sect. Enlin hadn't even seen anyone yet, but he could certainly hear the earth-shattering cheers. As he flew closer, he saw the tens of thousands of people who had dressed themselves in red to welcome them at the main gate. He was so shocked that he almost fell off his brick. What the hell? Didn't I only tell Mo Hai and no one else? Why is the entire sect here? Resounding cheers rang out between heaven and earth, and many of the disciples began to sob at the sight of the flame-sealing disc in Enlin's hands. The feeling of recovering the holy flames as well as the honor of the entire sect was something extremely difficult to fathom unless one was a member of the Vermilion Bird sect. "Welcome home!" someone suddenly yelled. This sentence was repeated by the tens of thousands of sect disciples, and their passionate and genuine cries reverberated through the air and brought tears to both Enlin and Su Xiaolan's eyes. Enlin didn't really know what it felt like to belong to a sect. However, after experiencing such a heartfelt welcome, he was starting to understand just what a sect was all about. A sect was not just a place to cultivate and grow, it was also a home and safe haven for all its members. Looking down at all those excited and tear-stained faces, Enlin suddenly discovered that he loved this sect. He loved this sect with all his heart. He descended before Grand Elder Situfeng and passed the flame-sealing disc to him with a smile. "Glad to be back." A smile blossomed on Situfeng's face as he looked at Enlin and Su Xiaolin. "You're the pride of the Vermilion Bird sect. Welcome home. We'll discuss rewards later, go rest now." The tens of thousands of sect disciples moved in unison as they made way to create a path for Enlin and Su Xiaolin. Enlin and Su Xiaolin basked under the countless fervent gazes of their admirers as they walked down the path side by side. Enlin suddenly held on to Su Xiaolin's hand and puffed his chest out proudly. A slight blush appeared on Su Xiaolin's cheeks as she glared at Enlin with delicate rage. She didn't expect Enlin to be so bold, but she still allowed her hand to be held as they made their way toward the main gate of the sect. A collective cheer erupted from the tens of thousands of disciples once again. Ji Yongfang's heart broke into a million pieces upon seeing this. At this moment, someone suddenly started clapping. Countless people instantly followed suit, and the sound of thunderous applause rang out across heaven and earth. Even Ji Yongfang was swept up by the atmosphere and started to clap along. Mo Hai raised a thumb at Enlin. Lan Yen shrieked with excitement at Su Xiaolan. Yang Yuan transmitted his voice to Enlin, discussing whether they should stage a joint wedding in 3 years. This moment was one of ecstasy and celebration for the entire Vermilion Bird sect. At the same time, it was also a wonderful moment for Enlin and Su Xiaolan. On that day, the holy Vermilion Flame returned to the Vermilion Bird sect. On that day, the Vermilion Bird sect was transformed into a vibrant sea of red. The thrilling welcoming ceremony became an unforgettable memory for Enlin and Su Xiaolan. It became a memory that was etched deep into their minds. Enlin and Su Xiaolan came to a courtyard within which many wisteria trees were planted. Gazing over from afar, these wisteria trees made the whole courtyard appear as if it was a vast expanse of purple clouds. This was Su Xiaolan's residence at the Vermilion Bird sect, and it could be considered to be a mansion. The 4 seasons immediately fell in love with this place after seeing the intricate decor, the beautiful flora, and the clear, mirror-like pond. The 4 of them gathered together and chatted excitedly among themselves. And Lin's eyes were squinted in relaxation as he sat lazily on a recliner and basked under the gentle light of the sun. At this moment, he saw Dabai bringing out a pile of golden, rice ball-like objects and stuffing them into his mouth. Dabai, what are you eating? And Lin asked. This is dog food, woof. Dabai replied as he ate. And Lin. After seeing Enlin's expression, Dabai continued to explain, remember how I obtained the purple star inheritance of dog food? I tried making some dog food according to the method stipulated in the inheritance, and I discovered that it actually makes some very tasty dog food. On top of that, whenever I see people being lovey-dovey and feel lonely as a result, I can eat some dog food. This will instantly lift my mood. Dabai, are you upset because of me? And Lin asked with a sympathetic expression. Dabai turned his big, teary eyes toward Enlin. Big brother En, you finally understand how I feel. You're always being so lovey-dovey with Xiaolan. I thought you had forgotten about me. Wah woof. I understand how you feel, but you'll just have to get used to these things. Enlin stroked Dabai's head and consoled him with a sympathetic expression. Dabai faltered upon hearing this, and he continued to stuff dog food into his mouth angrily. Enlin looked at the pile of golden, rice ball-like dog food and asked curiously, is this dog food really that delicious? Let me try one. I only have dog food left. Are you really going to take this away from me too? People with girlfriends don't deserve to have dog food one. Woof! Dabai barked with grief and indignation. Enlin replied with a smile, don't you have Qinghua? Why are you eating dog food? Qinghua isn't my girlfriend. If you were asked to take a female dog as your girlfriend, would you agree? Dabai rolled his eyes with disdain. That's true. And Lin nodded in agreement. Then he suddenly came to a realization. True my ass. I'm not a dog. The white-scaled wolf god also made his way over to them at this moment. His expression seemed a little tense and subdued. His skin was once covered entirely by white scales. However, he hadn't engaged in battles for a long time, so his white fur was starting to grow all over his body like a white, full-body afro. This made him appear like a massive fatso. The white-scaled wolf god half knelt on the ground with a respectful expression. Master, is there anything you want me to do? Like guarding our existing territory or expanding and conquering neighboring lands? I'll do whatever you tell me to. And Lin was taken aback by his words. Guard existing territory? Do I have any existing territory? And what the hell is this about expanding territory? I don't have an army, so how the hell am I supposed to expand my territory? Ahem. Little Lang, we're currently trying to keep a low profile, so don't be too eager to engage in battles. And Lin said with a calm expression. Right now, your top priority is to improve your cultivation base. The white-scaled wolf god's eyes shone with a scorching intensity. Members of the ancient man tribe like me can only improve their cultivation bases through constantly battling and drinking the blood of our enemies. And Lin, what's up with this wolf? He's a complete mismatch with the usual style of my beast pet team. To be honest, and Lin was starting to consider releasing this wolf back into the wild. Big brother, and I actually have a problem that I've been meaning to ask you. Where does little Lang rank in the hierarchy? Fourth? Fifth? Sixth? Woof! Dabai licked the dog food in his paws as he asked this question. The white-scaled wolf god turned to him with a confused expression. Aren't there only 3 beast pets aside from myself? Not quite. We accidentally ate number 4, and number 5 was blasted to death by Big Brother and... Woof! Dabai replied with a grief-stricken expression. The white-scaled wolf god almost shit itself after hearing this. He looked up at Enlin with shock and horror. Eaten? Blasted to death? What the hell happened to my predecessors? Only now did the white-scaled wolf god figure out just how terrifying his owner truly was. With this in mind, he immediately became even more obedient. He widened his big eyes and wagged his tongue in an attempt to curry favor. Master, you can rank me anywhere. Little Lang doesn't mind in the slightest. And Lin heaved a light, forlorn sigh. The position of number 4 will always be reserved for Little Lon, so he can forever remain in our memories. As for that dragon, well, that was just an accident. Beast pet contracts and slave contracts are different, so you'll rank as number 1 among the slaves from now on, Little Lang. Master is the best, the white-scaled wolf god proclaimed excitedly. Your analysis is so precise and evidence-based. Little Lang agrees wholeheartedly. Little Lang will be sure to remain loyal and battle with all his might under Master's command. I'll definitely spread Master's glorious name far and wide. And Lin? Okay then, you may take your leave now, and Lin said as he waved his hand at him. All right, Master. If you need Little Lang to do anything, feel free to tell me. Little Lang's favorite hobby is to provide assistance and be of help to Master. The white-scaled wolf god bowed with a respectful expression before slowly backing away. As Dabai watched the white-scaled wolf god leave, he remarked, I feel like Little Lang was spooked by something. Woof! And Lin rolled his eyes. It's all because of what you said. Little Lang is probably petrified with fear. But I only spoke the truth, woof! Dabai replied with a justified expression. And Lin couldn't be bothered replying, and he lay back down on the recliner like a rich, leisurely man basking under the sunlight. The sun slowly set beneath the horizon, and countless stars began to appear in the sky. There was a sudden burst of violent rustling in the canopy of the vermilion bird-sex divine tree. A white, vermilion bird-shaped flame flew into the sky, and as if it was expressing its joy at returning home, it let loose a joyful cry. At this moment, all of the vermilion bird-sex disciples felt as if they received a blessing of fire. This blessing was gentle like water and warm like the sun on a bright, spring day. The power of the blessing circulated through their bodies and bestowed upon them a sense of warmth and safety. The entire sect was in exuberance. Countless disciples gazed up at the holy vermilion flame with tears flowing from their eyes, and many of them were hugging each other as they cheered at the top of their lungs. Some disciples started to unleash flame element spell techniques into the air. Flaming meteors, flaming dragons, flaming phoenixes, rings of fire. A series of colorful and dazzling flame element spell techniques flew into the air before exploding in a spectacular display. And Lin couldn't help but stand up as he gazed at the display of vibrant flame element spell techniques. What beautiful fireworks! A female in an azure-colored dress made her way toward Enlin with a smile on her face. Su Xiaolan appeared breathtakingly beautiful under the glow of the fireworks blossoming in the night sky. Yeah, the fireworks really are beautiful tonight. And Lin inched his face closer to Su Xiaolan's before pressing his lips to her soft, supple lips. A sweet sense of happiness permeated through the air. Dabai glared at the kissing couple and silently stuffed a few more golden rice balls into his mouth.